streaming.
is not an SCP, but if it were video.
Oh my god.
Oh my
yes.
god, that would be great. Yeah.
I can't stop yawning.
It would work.
Discord server, YouTube video is starting now. We should be going live.
Okay, SAPs, people, SCPs.
Yeah. Everyone, fun stops now.
Exactly. We're here to work.
This is strictly business.
Strictly business.
All right, quick announcement for the stream. For everybody in the audience, welcome back to the stream. Thank you for getting us. Sorry that the internet cut out. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. And we are going to open this part of the stream with a debate between me and the Discord. Me and the Discord Among Us. Not Among Us. We're not playing Among Us. Sherman, get it together.
Get together.
So, TikTok live stream. Join us on YouTube because YouTube is back. Thank you. And Discord. I have these guests here, and I'm going to ape off of what you guys just did. A YouTube stream exclusive conversation. If Shrek was an SCP, but it isn't, how would the SCP Foundation contain it?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, God. Okay. Obviously, you fence in the swamp. You make sure no one goes over the fence.
And then he just stays there. You're right. It's over.
Yeah, it's over.
Oh
That's
my
it.
gosh, yes.
Well, no.
There's more creativity in this.
How powerful is Shrek?
Just don't get anywhere near him or call him like a monster or anything like that.
He already
Don't
likes
insult the
being
beast.
alone.
He already likes being called a
Wait, would we
idiot.
have to account for the other Shrek movies like his kids and Foreigner?
So he's
Yeah, just be careful.
150 pounds, which means
Also, yeah, which
theoretically-
Shrek?
You can't call him an onion. He calls himself an onion because he has layers.
Are we talking about Shrek at the beginning of Shrek 1? Because that's just fence in the swamp. Or are we talking about Shrek in at the end of Shrek
This
1?
is
Or
Shrek across all
And
media.
the beginning of
So,
Shrek 2, it would
Shrek
probably be
pinned
different.
down a full-grown dragon,
So
and those
I feel like he would be
dragons are estimated to
dangerous
about
if
10
we're
to
going off the
11
books
tons.
too.
So,
but my idea is, what if the swamp is like a connection to the reality where he's from?
Well, what if you think about like you say SCP X amount of numbers, and then it would be -1. I assume the swamp would be.
I mean, we're just talking about how we would write the SCP or how we would contain it if it were an SCP, because those are two different
You
things.
would write the SCP.
Yeah.
You consider
well, you have to
So,
build the
swamp and
containment
target.
procedures around the strength of the creature, right?
I've always been.
Pretty strong for the-
so
a
he's
character.
pretty strong.
I mean, I've written about 40 or 50 SCPs at this point on the wiki, and I always start with the
Ooh.
description first, and then once I know what it is, figure out how it should be contained. I think you got to go in that direction. Personally, that's my preference.
10 out of 10 agreed. Once you know what your
Yeah.
object is, containing it is pretty easy. And normally, in the SCP Wiki format, your containment procedures essentially give you the hints of what the description is going to tell you. We've talked about this before, where like a lot of people sometimes just skip the containment procedures because
I do.
a lot of people do not hide enough like interesting details in there. It is something where you could lay some story beats if you're paying attention and you're trying to do so on purpose, but most of the time containment procedures are an afterthought, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Two
the-
quick
Are we
shout outs
going
for
off the
donation stuff.
Movie, or what are we going off of? Because 3 platforms are very different.
I'm going to stop real quick for a shout out to 2 donators. We got on the GoFundMe proper, we have a donation from blah, blah, blah. David, thank you, David, for the $5 adding to the donation. And Eva in the YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate the YouTube Super Chat. I will make sure that gets to the GoFundMe. Please, everybody, make sure you donate to the GoFundMe directly because YouTube gets a cut of Super Chats. So you are getting less of your donation to the source if you send it through YouTube Super Chat. Instead, go to the link in the description and that will lead you to it.
Hey, this reminds me. What's the link to the live stream YouTube right now? Just if it could be dropped in no mic, so I can spread it to my peoples.
A very wise thing
Your
to bring up,
humans.
since we now have a new link because this is a new video. Copy link address, and everybody in the YouTube chat, go ahead and share the stream yourselves so we get more people to our Halloween party.
I shared the donation link instead of the stream because I wasn't thinking. I shared it to the White Cold and to other groups.
All right.
The mo,
It's
the
all-
better.
We also need to keep in mind, we're going ahead with this, that we need to have people in chat participate. So if anybody has any suggestions for things that they would like us to read, feel free to drop them in the Discord or in the YouTube chat.
Very helpful, thank you. Yes, since it's been about 8 hours, I want to lay down the ground rules one more time because we have a bunch of new guests. So number one, we have limited guest slots because the more people show up, the more over-talking there is, talking over people. And I want to try and keep us one at a time very clear. Please be conscientious of other guests because we do have a lot of people. So if you've read some SCPs and you want to drop down or not, depending, just keep an eye on No Mic. The No Mic channel is where the people who are waiting to get in or on can chit-chat and make themselves known because people who... because we can't see who's active in No Mic unless they're talking. I can see who is in recording, but I cannot see anything else. In the same note, be conscientious of other people talking. Be conscientious of up and downing. Can anyone think of anything else since I'm stuck right now?
I have an idea.
Well, from Raffy Noses, what would happen if you put SCP-096 and SCP-999 together?
Okay, that is
It's in
not
the
a
YouTube
rules
chat.
relating to the stream thing, so I don't want to bring that up at this time.
What about
Okay.
language? What's of language?
This stream is going to be demonetized very quickly once we read SCPs. So I should make it known that this stream might as well be rated PG-13 at best. R is more likely depending on what we read. There will be foul language. There will be descriptions of violence and gore because that's what we get on the SCP Wiki. We did just self-disembowel with lasagna in the end of the last stream.
Yes. Yes.
Technically speaking, this is another point where I have to air my hypocritality. The SCP community as a whole is meant for people age 15 and up. 16 and up, it's the age of being a member is actually going up to 18. We can discuss why that's effective or not later on, but that's not really the cause here. The thing is that one of our guests was 12 earlier. And I want to make this clear that I do not normally condone that. I would not typically have allowed it. They really shouldn't be in the server at all because the server is 15 and up, and I was quite surprised. But the reason I let that one person stay is because they had a particularly harrowing LGBT experience, and that kind of stuff is stuff that it's good for us to hear. And it was a unique perspective. So I appreciate that we got to hear that story, even though it kind of broke the rules that I'm going to keep upholding now. Yes, Jack?
So, I have a concept. How about anybody who is waiting to join the stream? You could join the lobby below labeled Lobby Big, and that would give us a user count of people who are wanting to join the stream.
I love that idea. I was actually going to think of something, or I was actually going to mention something similar, but I forgot, maybe because it's 8.5 hours long in so far. Yes, if you are waiting to get in the stream and you want to be in, maybe go hang out, definitely go hang out in Lobby Big, even if you just mute your microphone and turn off your video and don't do anything, because that'll tell me who's there and who wants to get in. That is a fantastic plan. Thank you, Jack. Can anyone think of any other stream maintenance we should commit to before moving on with the content?
If a new person shows up.
And right now we're at 8 out of 7. So even if somebody dropped, we still wouldn't have anyone new joining.
So I
be a little
read an
while.
SCP, and it looks like there's about 5 people waiting. So I think I'm gonna get off the stream first.
Jack, very much appreciated. And actually, yes, Jack, go ahead and drop. Thank you for your time, and come back and forth as you please, because I know you're going to be around a while.
Bye-bye.
I think
See you
it's
later.
actually time for me to head off too. I've got a lot of plans for Halloween.
Have good, safe
wow.
plans. Do not put
Thank
yourself in
you.
danger, please.
And thank you for having me. It was
Thank you
wonderful.
so much for joining us.
Everybody.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I can see perfectly on this.
Redacted 05, I can't quite hear you. There's a little bit of echo, and it's a little too quiet. Can you clarify that a bit?
That's not me talking. It's my brother in the background.
Oh, yeah, that does sound a lot better. You're right. Excellent. All right, and let's see. So right now we're at 6 out of 7. I'm going to tap Tanfarad to jump in, because Tanfarad doesn't so much want to speak, but they are going to share screen and provide artwork. And they are going to be essentially quick drawing while we're doing other things. And I think that's pretty dope. I don't know how to join with screen share. Nor do I, coincidentally.
I think you just
Oh.
hit the button share your screen, right?
Exactly. Jump in the lobby first, and you should see turn on camera, share your screen, mute, and disconnect. All right, so we see you on, but we don't see you here right now.
I see them.
I see the Halloween pumpkin.
Do you guys see
Owen.
some stuff that they're doing? Because I don't see them in my window, and that means that we don't see them on the stream.
I see
them.
Howen.
Yeah, me too.
I think you may
Howen
have
the
to.
pumpkin.
I think you have to hit watch stream, maybe.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Oh, so if I hit watch stream here. Ah, okay, so I can watch Tanfarad draw, but I have to get rid of everyone else.
Is that what? Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is what it does.
Darn.
It's showing now. It's showing now.
Okay, I've got a second idea. I'm going to back out to the grid again. Oh, there they are. Now we're all together again. Cool. I don't know how I fixed it, but I fixed it.
I'm gonna drop out as well. I have a D&D session in a few, and I want to dress up for that. I might come back later, but it was fun talking to everyone.
Very nice having you aboard.
Peace.
Thank you for joining.
Bye.
And before I go, everyone donate to the GoFundMe, or else. That is all.
Perfect. Or else.
Goodbye.
And in that spirit, I would like to give a shout out to Tim and Nathaniel, who each donated. Oh, we have 2 5s and a 20 are our latest donations, meaning our GoFundMe is currently up to a refresh that. We're going from 561 to, this is my vocal drum roll because I'm not saying anything, I have no hands left. 591. We're
Hell
almost
yeah.
to $600.
Holy
Yes.
cow.
Last year it took us 24 hours to raise $650, and we are almost going to beat that before we get halfway done. I am very excited. Keep going, gang. We can do this.
What should I doodle?
What should I doodle? Says asking the chat.
Oh, Toad King's watching. Toad King, get in here. We need your help.
Toad King, we do have room for you. Come in, hop on cam. We're ready.
He agrees. Do you have any ideas for them to Doodle?
Oh, we're reading what they're saying. What should I doodle? Toad King, get in here. I have no voice.
Talking, get
Are
in
you
here.
familiar at all with Dr. Sumerian, the character?
Dr. Sumerian Doodle, round 1.
Round
Fight.
1.
Fight.
Oh. Is that working?
Holy shit, it's Toad King.
I hear a Toad King.
Yes, it's working. Yeah, I hear them.
And I think
Waking
we're about
up
to
over
see
here.
one. Yo!
Hey!
Hello.
Holy cow.
I usually only see you on the Twitters.
Yeah. Now I gotta mute the stream I was watching. Got you guys in my ear double.
Yes, no echoes, thankfully.
Yeah.
Toad King,
Yeah.
introduce yourself. Username or identifier, pronouns, place in the SCP community.
Yes, of course. So I am Eric Toad King 07 on the wiki. I create the Foundation After Midnight podcast. I sell stuff on my Toad King Studios Etsy shop. I make random SCP arts whenever things hit me. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm in New York and just waking up despite it being about noon here. So cheers.
What can I say except good morning?
Good morning. Bright sun going on here.
Wonderful day today.
Oh, there
I
is
like how
sun
she-
outside. Oh, that's weird. That hasn't been like that all day.
I had fun.
Just changed
Oh, no.
for you.
It is coming out. I've got my windows covered, but they're not covered enough.
I've made a mistake.
Oh no.
I'm also going to shout out to Scorped.
Bum, bum, bum.
Scorped, who drew us this sick doodle I've now got in the bottom of the corner of the stream, the Site-42 charity live stream SF LGBT Center logo. It's very cute.
Nice.
I like it a lot.
I saw that and I thought that was just someone's like icon, like a V tuber, someone else that
They're
just happened to
drawing.
look like Sherm. I mean, you know, there's YouTubers that do the whole drawing character thing. I'm not hip on what actually goes into a VTuber avatar.
It's
Ooh, I know something.
I see Tanfa. That's a pretty good art right there. Yeah, you're wrong, LOL. I don't know. I usually just say
Expected.
people are wrong.
Uncanny.
So now that we've assembled our new team of guests, I'm going to give this one to Eric. Do you have an SCP in mind that you would want to read on stream?
Ooh, good question. Yeah. I need to keep a shorter list of like SCPs that I love, but I've got a few on hand. Has anybody read what's it, 2576?
We have not
Green
read
Goat?
that today.
Is it? Cool.
Let's see which
cool.
one that is. Is that
That's-
the one with the goat?
Joseph and the Technicolor Dream Goat.
Sounds wonderful, and I think that's the next thing that Rad's going to draw.
Sounds good. I want that goat to get more.
I like that 3001, though.
Yeah.
Or that 3000, that 3000.
Yeah, that's some massive mimetic eel. Well, mimetic producing eel.
Amnestic.
rough-
Amnestic
tiny
eel.
human.
Amnestic. Brainy
I still
human.
say amnestic, and I'm never gonna stop.
Agnostic. Amnestic.
There are. It's just, this is like the whole catcher debate. It's like because it all exists online. None of us actually have to say it right, and now we're in videos and podcasts, and we have to figure out how to say these words and agree upon them.
Well, technically, I'm wrong, just straight up. It should be amnestic. It's adapted from the word amnesia, so I say amnestic instead, but it should technically, from its spelling, be amnestic.
Well, makes sense.
Just all agree on one thing.
Oh no! You put two T's in the ketter.
I think that's
Oh.
the joke.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I realized it the second it came out of my mouth.
I'm gonna catch these hands.
These anomalous hands.
Cutter.
Nothing.
Marvelous.
He said he wanted to play catch, so I asked him, "Can you catch these hands?" He said yes, so I fucking hit him.
Yeet.
It's
The artist is getting. The artist is fighting with
Harvey Keeter.
Peter. I hardly know her.
K-E-T.
Can anyone actually say it the correct Hebrew way?
Derek Keeter.
Nope.
Like aggressively.
Kirita.
Actually, that was pretty good, Eric.
What are you talking about?
Kirita.
Yeah. Is that redacted talking I hear too? There was something online, some like, how to pronounce some Wikipedia thing. It had a vocal thing in it. It had the pronunciation.
I just can't inflect it correctly because my mouth doesn't like the particular sound you're supposed to make for that Hebrew pronunciation. I always say it keter, like a tur at the end, which is still wrong, so I just stick with keter.
Like couture.
Oh, are we doing some chic couture? I can't say anything anymore.
Knights of the Old Republic. Couture. I got you.
There we go.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Speak. Breathe in, breathe out.
No, it's some chic couture. Couture is what I think it is. High fashion.
Put on the necklace.
I was gonna say that's. Thank you. I got this from a lovely fan who's done some little SCP modeling for me with my T-shirt, but she sent me this Dr. Bright necklace. It's so cool.
That's pretty dope. That looks nice.
Yeah, it's 3D printed.
Maybe you are Dr. Bright, because after all, his personality is just trapped in the necklace.
Yeah, I get passed around. Dr. Bright left. I came on. Never in the same room.
I mean, I don't think so. Toad King actually seems like a decent human being.
That's true. That's fair.
That's fair.
I'm just pretending to be Dr. Bright to get away with tax fraud.
You can't say it out loud.
All right.
Goodness gracious. That ruins the fun.
It's 2020. Crime is legal. Everything's fine.
Not true.
It's the purge.
It's the purge year? Is that what this is?
America, New York is a war zone. Haven't you heard?
America.
It's a war zone.
We got bandits in the street.
You can't even walk down the street.
Holy cow.
Out my window, crime's happening everywhere. Cops are chasing people down the street for taking a TV.
Wait a second. That's just normal America.
That's Florida.
Crazy. Cats and dogs getting married. It's anarchy out there.
Total anarchy. LGBT people.
We're joking around here.
The world we live in is...
Well, it's a mess.
The world's a mess, and I just need to rule it.
Just need to rule it?
I understand
What kind of a
that.
sentence is that?
No, that's from something. What is it?
Dr. Horrible sing-along blog.
There it is!
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, he got the whole world, and all it cost was a penny.
Ah! That earned a honk from me. That was good. I like that.
I stole it from YouTube comments, but still.
Perfect. Eric, I'm putting you on 2576 duty. I have left the article in the Discord. You should read it.
Sounds good. I was just going to ask if we were going to stop joking around and get back to the serious SCP article here.
It is time to give the chat some content, motherfuckers.
All right, motherfuckers. Here's some motherfucking content. I'm not going to replace every redacted in this thing with motherfucker, by the way.
I think you picked the one article that has no redacteds, though.
That's incorrect. It has a black box in it.
Okay, there we go.
Fine, you caught me on my bluff. All right, so SCP-2576, memetic inoculation required. By continuing to read this page, you agree to be memetically indoctrinated by a Class 2 memetic hazard so as to perceive the memetic entity described in this file. There is currently no way to undo this memetic inoculation. Individuals assigned to 2576 are required to be in oculated. To be inoculated, please observe the image contained in this file and read the caption beneath it. Personnel who are properly inoculated should be able to perceive the image as is described in the caption. I don't know if you're going to put this in stream or not, but the caption, the picture, is a goat that is screaming at the camera. And the goat is rainbow in color. It is multiple hues of blue and green and reds and yellows. And it says, the caption says, contained within this image is a mimetic entity that appears to be a multicolored goat. Properly inoculated individuals should be able to perceive this goat. Item number SCP-2576. Object class Euclid. Special containment procedures SCP-2576 and I'm going to butcher this, Joseph Abbasse are contained in a low-security dormitory at Area 12 and are under the jurisdiction of the Foundation Parazoology Department. Joseph has expressed no desire to leave Area 12 and as such will likely sustain SCP-2576's containment indefinitely. Research into 2576's status in the event of Mr. Abbasse's death is ongoing. Description: SCP-2576 is a mimetic non-entity capable of being perceived only by humans who are aware of its perception by other humans. SCP-2576 resembles a small Latin words for goat and common domesticated goat, whose outermost layer of skin and fur is constantly shifting patterns of all colors of visible light. Despite its ability to be perceived by humans as an actual physical entity, testing and video observation of the 2576 has concluded that it does not exist except as a mimetic device within human minds. SCP-2576 usually acts like a typical domestic goat, with several exceptions. 2576 cannot interact physically with the world around it, and is capable of moving between walls and other solid objects. 2576 does not appear to require subsistence, though can be perceived as attempting to eat grass or other plant life it encounters. 2576 can communicate with humans, usually in their native tongue, but does not produce actual sound, instead projecting its voice as a mimetic influence within a human mind. Individuals who hear SCP-2576 speak to them, and individuals who hear it find it difficult to describe the voice they are hearing, and their descriptions usually conflict with each other. 2576 self-describes as Discordius, the harbinger of chaos, and claims to be a powerful mimetic entity that has become trapped within the form of a mimetic goat by Joseph, formerly SCP-2576-B, a goat herder from Pakistan. Despite consistent testing on Joseph that has been unable to produce any evidence that he exhibits any anomalous qualities whatsoever, SCP-2576 does not appear capable of existing in any form outside of a range of roughly 30 meters from Joseph. While this seems to cause 2576 a considerable amount of distress since being contained by Foundation personnel, SCP-2576 appears to have resigned itself to its current existence, preferring to spend its time acting like a goat and attempting to... what is that word? Proselytize? Proselytize to Foundation personnel near Joseph. Amendment... I always butcher all these things. Note here, discovery. 2576 was discovered by Joseph in 2009 and was shortly... I'm surprised that they have a year on that. Usually these are blocked out, and I kind of like actually putting down dates on some of these things because it makes them a little, I don't know, less timeless or helps it capture the moment. But anyways, was shortly therefore contained by Foundation personnel after reports of a ghostly creature haunting a Pakistani man was circulated on the internet. The following is an interview of Joseph shortly after his collection by Foundation personnel. SCP-2576's dialogue was transcribed by an outside observer. Begin log. Doctor, so tell us about the night you first saw the goat. Joseph, well, have you dreamed about work? Yes? I think most people have. I dream about goats sometimes. That is my work. So that night, I slept later than usual, and restlessly. SCP-2576. Restless and filthy, the foul mind of a man, restless because of the presence of Discordias, undoubtedly. Joseph, will you give it a rest for 5 minutes? Thank you. In my dream, I saw the sky colored with the colors of many rainbow, flashing across the sky very bright. Then I saw something coming out of the sky, wrapped in the colors. It looked like an eye, but had so many eyes, and it spun very, very quickly. When it looked at something, that thing was destroyed. Black lightning came down around me, striking and disturbing the ground. It was very uncomfortable, and it was not long before the eye settled on me. What happened, Doctor? What happened then? 2576. An abomination! Blasphemy! Wretched! Joseph. Pookie, enough! Joseph slaps the entity, which, despite its lack of physical presence, reels from the strike and glowers at Joseph from the corner of the room. I named the goat Pookie. He does not like it very much, but I do not like being told about the wretched undulations of humanity's sins while I'm trying to sleep. Pookie. The monster in the sky settled its gaze on me, and for a moment I felt an intense heat. But then I remembered my goats and was comforted. The next thing I knew, I had opened my eyes from my dreaming, and Pookie was standing there before me. He was very confused, I think. It took him a while before he settled down. Doctor, you said earlier that others did not believe you at first. Joseph, no, I don't think other people can see Pookie until they're told he is there. They cannot hear him either. He doesn't seem to like this either, since he mostly likes to bother people. He's not always a rainbow goat. At first he was a regular goat, and several days later I found him looking like he looks now. He cannot do much, but he can make himself rainbow colored, so he did that. I think it was out of spite. 2576, ranting, and succumb to your bestial nature. Give in to your inhumanity. Embrace your lust for blood and metal. Eradicate the... Doctor, has the goat ever harmed you or anyone else? I like how they ignore Pookie, just kind of talking over him. He's not important here. Joseph, no. You know, he's not really there, right? He's not real. 2576, where I will ravage your very being and obliterate your pitiful existence. Your suckling children will weep for merciful death after Joseph, Pookie, go lie down. 2576, I am Discordius, harbinger of chaos, and I will come for you, domesticated human sheep, petrified of true power. I taste blood and steel. You are under attack. But I will go lie down, as I desire to rest for a short time. Glares at Joseph and Doctor, you do well to tremble amongst yourselves while I slumber. Doctor, is it always like this? Joseph, usually, but he actually really enjoys being scratched behind the ears, if you can't believe it. That usually calms him down. Oh, and oats. He loves oats. He doesn't actually eat them, but he goes through the motion, and that seems to make him happy. Doctor, why do you think he looks like a goat? Joseph, well, I think wherever Pookie came from, he must have been a big deal. He came here expecting to be a big deal here too, but how big a deal can something be if it gets trapped as a dream goat in a poor herder's head? He's funny though. I don't mind keeping him around. Better here as a goat than somewhere else where he could cause trouble. Eh? End log. Addendum 2576.2, incident log. The following are recorded incidents between 2576 and Foundation personnel. Any personnel who encounters 2576 is encouraged to file a report within the 2576 research team at Site-17. Incident ID, date 2010, location Site-17B Wing Cafeteria. Summary, Dr. Lauren Palmer was confronted by 2576 during breakfast. 2576 spoke fervently to Palmer about undoing the vile abrasions of her unclean flesh. 2576 continued for several minutes before growing tired and falling asleep on the ground near Dr. Palmer's table. 2576 was shortly therefore collected by Joseph and returned to their containment quarters, so he can pick up the goat and take him with him. It's adorable. Next incident, date 2011, location test chamber W303, summary, SCP-2576 entered the wall of the test chamber during routine testing of SCP motherfucker. SCP-2576 remarked on the fragility of its dismal existence and the absolution of truth that all wicked souls must face. Became distracted by Dr. Moore's laser pointer before eventually turning to Joseph, who was undergoing a routine examination in the next room over. Last incident, date 2012, location Assistant Director Sinclair's office. Summary, SCP-2576 entered Assistant Director Sinclair's office during a meeting between the Assistant Director, Director Atticus of Site-41, and Director Orwell of Site-63. 2576 attempted to get the attention of the three directors in order to prophesize to them, but was ignored. After multiple attempts to interact with the directors, 2576 became quiet for a while and watched the directors from the corner of the office. Sometime later, 2576 was approached by Assistant Director Sinclair, who proceeded to scratch 2576 behind the ears and offered some oats, which it promptly was perceived to be seen eating. 2576 reportedly wagged its tail throughout the exchange. And that is the end of SCP-2576.
Of, as it's been deemed in the YouTube chat, Pookie the Pride Goat.
Pookie the Pride Goat. Very fitting,
Why
I
is
feel,
that
right?
cute?
That's low red. We low red.
Yes.
I love the Pookie Goat.
Good.
In the same vein of mildly annoying SCPs who think they're all powerful, I can think of two other ones off the top of my head that are short and sweet like this. 1370, that's Pesterbot.
Classic.
And there's a new one, but I forget the number, but it's a gumball machine.
A gumball machine.
Let's do the gumball machine one if we can find it real quick.
Interesting.
Yeah, let's do that one.
Where is the gumball machine? What number is that?
Well, I have to leave. And remember to donate.
Thank you for joining
Bye.
us for a bit, and thank you for plugging the donate. And hey, Taylor from SCP Wiki staff is here. So let's bring on Tay Tay. Get on in here, bud.
Hey!
Oh, we got the proper gumball machine, I see. That's good news.
You found the gumball.
All right, so we're talking about 5595.
Tay Tay can't join because somebody else joined instead.
Oh, sharked.
Justin.
I'll probably head out, actually. I got to get my day going, and I'm going to be back on later tonight with you, Sherm.
I thought you would be here for the night shift. Thanks for joining in the morning for a little bit, though.
Oh, yeah, I'll definitely be here for 5 p.m. your time, 8 p.m. my time. But since I was on this morning, it was fun reading that. I haven't done an SCP reading in a while. So,
We'll catch
See
you
you
on the
later,
night
Toad.
shift, buddy.
see ya, Marion, see ya, Sherm, see ya, peeps.
And now, Tay Tay shall join in for this. And while Tay Tay joins in, Jaden, come on, introduce yourself, pronouns, all that good stuff.
Yeah, hey everybody. So, my name is Jaden Cosme. I go by the name on TikTok as Jaden Cosmic 5. My pronouns are he/him, and I make comedy SCP content for the internet.
Specifically on TikTok, I know. Do you do YouTube as well?
No, I have a YouTube channel, but I haven't been as active as on it as much as TikTok.
Right on, right on. And we also have Taylor. Go ahead, give your name, pronouns,
there.
place in the community.
Hi, I am Taylor Idkin. My pronouns are anything as long as it's not it or that, because I don't like those. I am a staff member on the wiki. I'm the co-captain of community outreach.
Fantastic. Glad to have both of you guys aboard. Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. What's up?
How about our two new guests cover 5595 for us?
I think, by the way, I'm going to go ahead and take a break now. I think we're at hour 9 for me. And I think I might come back later if you need somebody, but...
Is Radiger drawing?
Radiger is drawing in the window, which is wonderful.
I love Radiger.
And Sumerian, thank you for popping back in after eating. And if you want to come back, we will still be here for that whenever you want, man.
All right. I'll
thank you for your 9 hours of service.
I've been yawning a lot. Peace out, guys.
9 hours, Jesus Christ.
Whoa. I can't even stay up for that long.
I don't even know how many out. I don't know how to count to 9, so like, jeez.
Yep, for everybody, while a couple of the other people jump in the stream who want to, I will refresh everybody. Welcome to the Site-42 24-hour Halloween charity live stream to benefit the San Francisco LGBT Center. We have been streaming for 9 hours and 8 minutes, barring a little internet connection issue we had that took about 5 minutes out of the stream. We have raised, of our $1,000 goal currently, $591. We are more than halfway through our goal, which is excellent because A, we are only a third, or now a little more than a third through the stream, and B, last year we only raised $650 for the whole show, so we are killing it otherwise.
Hell yeah. We also had a different, a slightly different platform last year, so that was probably
it has made the stream so much nicer. For those who were not involved in last year's stream, we were using a wonderful, kind platform that I liked called Get Vocal. And the nice thing is it had integrated video chat. The bad news is, number one, that my microphone did not function with it correctly. And so about 90% of the stream, I had this terrible digital sound effect over my voice, which the Discord can hear that exact crinkly sound because my mic sounds terrible on the Discord versus YouTube where it sounds fine. But worse than that is the Get Vocal only had 2-hour limits on their streams, which means if we want to do 24 hours, every 2 hours I had to create a new video, which was really frustrating for everybody.
That was a fun time. But also nobody knew about it. Nobody knew about Get Vocal, so...
Yeah, so no one knew about Get Vocal back then. No one knew about Site-42 back then. So this is just worlds better all around.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello there.
Okay, so Alyssa, she, her, they, them pronouns. Thank you.
Cool, cool. And what is your place in the SCP community? Are you an author, an artist, a fan, a creator of some kind?
Honestly, I'm pretty new to it, but I'm trying to get into it. Like, most of the stuff is really interesting, you know?
Welcome to hell.
I was gonna say welcome to fandom, but you're right.
Seems accurate from what I've
That's
seen.
probably not the right thing to say as the community outreach captain, is it? That's probably
Seems accurate.
That's probably not the right thing for me to say specifically.
You just gotta set
It seems
expectations.
very
It's fine.
accurate.
By the way, it's welcome to the foundation where every nightmare works.
Not exactly. Not
Radiger's
exactly
back.
videoing right now because nope.
Wait, Radiger, can I
Video
make
chat is scary.
Radiger, can I make a request for a drawing, Radiger?
Wait, actually, I have an
Fantastic.
idea.
All right. So Radiger, first of all, hello, I love you, best friends, love you forever. Second of all, yay, heart. All right, here's my request. Ready? Are you ready? I need to know that you're ready. All right. Why? I want 173 shredding an incredible guitar solo through an amplifier that has Uncle Nicolini's beard.
Not gonna lie, that sounds sick.
Doesn't it?
That sounds sick.
And if anybody can pull this off, it's Radiger. Already looks like it's from Among Us. I'm loving it.
Whoa, my desk just shook.
My favorite thing about Radiger and drawing guitars is that there's a picture somewhere of me that Radiger drew that literally just has the words "I can't draw a guitar," and it's a picture of like me holding like a banjo. Oh, double neck, damn. Yo, 173 can get it. Okay, I'm too excited for this now.
I question that statement. Hold on.
What, that 173 can get it?
Yes.
Bro, our fandom's nuts sometimes.
I gotta put on my glasses. I can't see.
I love his tiny little arms.
Could you imagine like every time like if you like saw like when 7-3 just he appears and he just has a guitar with him and plays it and like he plays music before he died.
During a containment breach, he plays like a guitar solo.
All right, I have an idea.
This is great.
To make up for me not having a video chat, I have decided something.
I'm really impressed, Rad.
Yeah, this is a pretty dope speed paint.
Oh, where's his beard? Is this
Yeah,
the
it's all really adorable. It's all really cute.
beard? Get fucked.
Oh my god.
All right, so I have decided that.
Van Halen. Oh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
This is appropriate.
I love that.
It's just a picture of a cat.
That is.
Yeah, that's the point, I think.
I love the cat.
Oh.
All right, Radiger, I'm proud of you. That is.
Oh, I've got
That exceeded all of my expectations, like on every level.
Cat is adorable.
Oh, I only have access to one stream at a time. I'm gonna keep the speed paint. Sorry, Alyssa.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. I'm okay with that.
Oh my god. I'm
Just
seeing
saying.
it now.
For anybody not able to see Alyssa's screen share, Alyssa was sharing a picture of just the cutest cat.
Yes, Creamsicle
Just the most
is
adorable
the best
little kitty.
cat.
It did arrive on the stream for everybody on YouTube for a little bit while I was configuring things, so they did
little
get to
bit.
see the cat.
Ah, okay, so
Somewhat.
the world was
Better than
blessed.
nothing.
All right, Radiger. All right, round 2. You ready?
Round 2.
I want to hear this.
All right, here we go.
What if a suggestion what we do when we do the SCP when we do the vlogs that like we have 2 people being the characters and the logs and the SCP. Just
Oh
something
yeah.
before.
All right, so Radiger,
But then
here's round 2. You ready? 055. I could see the hesitation in the marker. Done.
Success! Victory!
I could see the mouse
We've
move.
done
like,
it!
I go, wait. I could see it go like, what? Aw. All right, no, here we go. For real. Here we go. Here we go. All right. It's 106 playing Pinata, but the Pinata is 682.
Interesting.
I can just see that in my head now.
I was considering going like 173 with a strobe light, which is hilarious as a concept, but also like how would you draw that?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
how
That would be-
how would you?
But it's
You
a
need
great
like a
concept.
full-on animatic.
It's a great concept though. 173 with a strobe light. That's the
Yeah, it
funniest
is-
thing
Oh
I've
my
ever heard.
god.
Back
It
when
is true.
Cardcast still existed, we had every now and then Site-42 would play Cards Against Humanity, and there were a couple of SCP packs, and one of my favorite cards was 173 with a strobe light.
At least you know which direction's coming from with the third light.
Yeah. Oh.
Welcome to hell in the Foundation.
You'll see strobe lights right before you die. That's pretty much the case here.
You think
For
it
all of you-
goes to white? No.
For all of you
It goes
watching,
multi-color.
so for anybody watching the stream, Radiger has, and it's linked right there, has an incredible Twitter account where they make a lot of little comics like this, and they're just the best things in the world. They bring me pretty much daily joy.
Yeah.
I believe it's Tanfarad _ right now.
Yes.
Would you mind if, like, I shared, like, my personal LGBT experience? Because...
I would be very happy for you to do so.
Alright. So, basically, I've always, like, been confused about my identity. Like, I'm still looking at it and going, like, what? But it's good to, like, figure it out by yourself and just take time on it, because you're never gonna have a perfect label at the start. Sometimes it takes time to fully figure things out. Like, you think you're pansexual, you think it's that, you think it's that. It's all confusing. And I've always been confused about my sexual label. Like, romantically, I've always known I don't care. But it's always been confusing on gender and sexuality, because it's always like, what? I tend to stay ace for now because I am uncomfortable with things like that in the current time, so yeah. And with gender, I'm currently just trying to experiment. Like, I'm not totally attached to my gender, but I'm not uncomfortable with being a girl either, so it's always very confusing at times. But I guess things will be fine eventually. It just takes time sometimes. Even though it can be very
Indubitably.
irritating when it does.
Gender and identity in general is confusing. It's all right to be confused. I've learned that it's all right to be confused. Not fun, but it's all right.
Yeah, sometimes it can take time to figure things out, and that's perfectly okay. You just need to take time on it, because forcing yourself into a label isn't going to help anyone.
You're right. Radiger, that is a masterpiece.
I'm going to give the stream the opportunity to see a big old version of that meat pinata.
That is just...
The way we describe this thing just makes me laugh.
This is so great. This is the highlight of my day. I know later today I have to be outside in 50-degree weather playing guitar for 3 hours, and this is...
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm out.
This is...
Over here in New York, it's like really cold. I had to go outside with like 2 jackets today.
The worst weather you've ever seen.
Yeah, look at the environment. It just shifted on me. And 1 month it was hot, and then another month it's cold. Stupid.
Wait, does Taylor think...
New York literally just tends to be utter hell whenever it comes to snow, because, like, you get snow, but it never stays for Christmas time.
I don't think 50 degrees is...
And I don't like that.
I don't think 50 degrees is that cold, but I do know from experience that 50 degrees is cold enough that your fingers don't really move as quickly or as with a fine motor skill as you need to play like very, what's the right word? Play fluidly.
I've been in 8-degree weather. It is hell.
Oh my god.
But also,
you
I'm
know,
not planning to bring my guitar that doesn't fight with me. You know what I mean?
Do you know what forgetting your keys is like on a snow day when you're walking home from school, like that really bad snowstorm? Yeah,
That's so bad.
No, it's
There was
bad.
a year in,
I
when I was in high school.
Snow, but Jesus, the heat in
When I was in
Australia
high
will
school-
kill someone.
When I was in high school, my county is awful, just awful about like safety. And so Rad, actually, if you could do this, I would like you to draw an interpretation of what I'm about to say, because it's going to be pretty incredible, and you're gonna love this. Cool, love you. So my county is terrible about closing schools. So this is a story from when Taylor was 15, right? 15-year-old Taylor, just old enough to join the wiki, didn't join the wiki. So I was on the bus, right, and the snow was like 3 feet high, like 3 feet high snow. It's like 7 degrees Fahrenheit. And our superintendent was like, nah, it's just fine. It's whatever. It's whatever. And the buses were like, it's not good. And the superintendent was like, nah, let's just push, let's get the fucking buses. Let's just go. So there were like 40 of us in one school bus, or however many is too many, because it was like 3 people to a seat. Some people had 4, because our county's bad with that. And the bus gets stuck. The bus gets stuck in the snow with children and legal adults at the same time on the same bus. Because some of us are like 14, some of us are like 19
God.
because there are people from our school who were either held back or just too old, like their birthdays were weird, so they were in school at 19, and it was just like, so here's like 15-year-old Taylor with like 12 14-year-olds, like 20 16 to 17-year-olds, and like 3 19-year-olds because they just like didn't want to bring their cars to school or whatever, and we're sitting in the bus for like an hour, and it's freezing. And eventually, I'm not, this is a while ago, so I'm not 100% sure if I'm recalling the story completely correctly. I don't think they canceled school. I don't think school was ever canceled.
What?
But yeah, no, they just didn't cancel it. They didn't cancel it at all that week. That was like a Tuesday, and they didn't cancel it at all. But like, we were all super late to school, and our teachers were like, "What happened?" And we were like, we were dying." And the bus driver was like, "Yeah, they were dying, so just let them off the hook." But we got stuck in the snow, and I specifically remember the bus driver trying to drive us out of the snow, and we're just hearing.
Yeah.
And then the bus driver going, "Fuck!" And then he turned around and he went,
Holy shit!
Sorry. And another bus came and picked us up. And that was an also full bus. So they ended up having to bring like a second bus. So they split us up into like 2 different buses, and it was just the worst.
Yo.
my God.
Here's an experience I had in like middle or junior high, and here's the thing, like at the end of the school day, so you can't blame them too much. It was the end of the school day, but there's like, we're all just like sitting in the bus corner because it's like so cold, and like I tried to go out there, but like the thing with the snow was it was going so fast and there was so much you can't even see out there, and our bus isn't there yet somehow, probably because of the snow. And I'm just sitting here and I'm just looking at the snow like, how are we expected to survive this? And then there's just a guy in like shorts and a t-shirt, and he just walks out. And I just
There's always that one guy.
There's always the one person who you literally think should not be alive right now.
There was also a time I remember our bus driver.
Schoolmate.
And eventually we got the bus, but it took them like forever, and we're all just staring at them like, why?
I also remember there was a time our bus hit another car, and the bus driver's reaction was just, "Oh no." that was his entire reaction. It was just like,
you sound so calm about it. Like,
I don't like your reaction. Oh my God.
We just hear,
He might have hit a couple cars down before going down. He's like, "Oh shit, I hit another one." Well, add it to the bucket list.
Oh no!
Oh, that's the third today. I'm
sorry.
I've been working hard on this bus for years, and now I'm just gonna lose that job because I hit another car.
Which car was it? What number? It was my. I've been working at this company for 10 years. This is my DF1.
Gotta hear that terrifies me.
Oh no, I hit a passenger.
Oh, no.
I guess it's jail time for me.
Again.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh,
Jesus,
SpaghettiOs.
Radiger, that's a nightmare I've had. I've had that exact
A
nightmare.
nightmare you've had, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds scary.
Alright, so does anybody want to bring this back to SCP?
I think that's a wise decision.
I would like to, if possible, is it alright if I discuss a concept for an article that I'm beginning to write?
That sounds very interesting to me.
So, does everybody here know what the Fermi Paradox is?
You should tell us.
So, the Fermi Paradox, for those who don't know, is basically the idea that, not Furby. No, it's not the Fermi Paradox. No, oh god!
Oh god, oh fuck, what have you done?
Don't bring that toy back.
The Fermi, Fermi.
That toy's
Fermi
already
Paradox.
scary. That's an SCP on its own.
It is the Fermi Paradox.
Fermi Paradox.
The
It's like
Fermi
that toy
Paradox
stares in your soul.
The Fermi Paradox is, at its
cannot
most
stop
basic,
them.
is the
They
idea
will murder
of
you.
mathematically and scientifically, based on the probability of the universe's size, there has to be aliens. So the Fermi Paradox is, where are all the aliens? We should have seen them or met them by now. That's the paradox. Now, do you guys know
you have a point there.
I've heard of it.
Do you know what the aliens? Do you know what the what different tiers of civilizations are? Like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. All right. So, a tier 1 civilization. So, for reference, humanity is not yet a tier 1 civilization. And these are like actual like real world terms that are used to classify civilizations that have or theoretical ones, right? So, a tier 1 civilization is something humanity has not quite achieved yet. A tier 1 civilization is able to utilize the energy entirely of their home world. A tier 2 civilization is able to utilize the entirety of the energy from their solar system. A tier 3 civilization is able to utilize the entirety of the energy of their galaxy, and a tier 4 civilization is able to utilize energy from multiple galaxies. Okay? So that's the idea. The final thing you have to
Tier
know...
5 is the entire universe.
Tier 5 is 173 himself. So the final thing you have to know for this is, do you guys know what a Dyson sphere is?
Nope.
A Dyson sphere is a theoretical device in which it's essentially a massive array of solar panels that are literally enclosing a star. It is confining an entire star in a solar panel sphere to utilize all energy possible. That's basically what a Dyson sphere is, right?
Makes sense.
The SCP I'm writing utilizes these concepts. So the idea is the answer to the Fermi Paradox. Where are all the aliens? It starts out, Sun jail, yeah. Baby jail for son.
Whoa.
So the idea is basically, it starts out with, it starts out back like way before like the moon landing and stuff, right? It starts out with Foundation operatives sending probes out into the outer spaces to see like what the fuck is up, right? And they go, and we find out through the SCP, like through the article, that they're flying, they're going, and then they just stop. Like they just stop dead in their tracks. And
scary.
there's a rocket on the back of this thing that's like propelling it. And it, you know, in space, unless something changes your trajectory, you just keep going because there's no gravity. So it's just there. It's just stopped. And it doesn't lose its signal. It's just stopped.
The aliens stopped it.
No, but you're not that far off.
You're not.
Because what we end up finding out is it hit a wall. But it's just pressing up against the wall trying to go through because and it's still trying to go, but the wall won't let it. And what we end up finding out is that humanity and our entire actual solar system is trapped within an enormous Dyson sphere-like device that encapsulates our entire solar system that is controlled and harvested by a tier 4 civilization that just doesn't care that we exist.
This sounds like the plot
scary.
for a sci-fi TV show.
Oh god.
It just doesn't care that we exist to the point that we're never going anywhere and we're never expanding beyond our world because we are ants in an ant farm. We are trapped and we're never going anywhere. So
we're just...
So every space exploration thing, every other planet thing, every other NASA thing, every other moon landing, you know, anything that is anything about, you know, stars outside of our solar system, trying to reach the outer reaches of our solar system, all of those reports fabricated by the Foundation in order to keep humanity from knowing that we're trapped forever. Because we have no way of contacting this other civilization. They are so far above us. They are basically gods to us as single-celled organisms. We are so insignificant that even if we could contact them, what would we say?
Hey, let us out.
This is bringing
Yeah,
me
that's
back to Dead
probably
Space
what
5.
we'd say.
This was
That's
heavily based
probably-
on Dead Space.
Oh, thanks for that. I'm just hoping for that
As
VNR.
they, or we would say, as Radiger says, "Oops, space is closed." Oh well.
But seriously, that sounds awesome. Also,
Thank you.
Yeah, that really sounds cool.
also, I've done the thing.
Oh, welcome to camera, Alyssa.
I am bad at this.
Space is closed.
Space.
Yeah, space is closed. I'm on break for a little bit.
Bye, space. Nice knowing you.
Interdimensional space station.
Sorry, space closed. Can't go here yet. You have to wait until 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock to come.
Look, I'm on my lunch break. You gotta wait till like 1 o'clock to enter space entirely. So just wait in line with the others.
Also, do any of you know the SCP-3384?
Probably.
I just read that one and it seems pretty interesting. It's the do not laugh one.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was Pepper's ghost. Yes.
Seems kind of interesting.
You know,
Naughty
the one
children.
SCP I'm afraid to read is the old man. That's the one
Oh,
SCP
yeah.
I can't read.
106
My
What's
God.
wrong with that one?
No, it's just
106 is one of my
images
favorite
terrifying.
Series 1 articles.
Oh, the image, yeah.
What's wrong with the image?
It's just scary to me, you know.
So it's
for
just
some
cursed?
reason.
Yeah.
I think it looks
Yeah.
cool.
It looks cool,
106
yeah.
I
Don't
did it,
don't get me wrong, but
106 is one of my favorite SCPs. I love 106.
The most cursed image you've ever seen.
I would argue, though, the best written in terms of implied narratives and implied fear factor SCPs that exists from Series 1 is 015.
015.
Not familiar off the
Pipe-
top of my head.
That is Pipe Nightmare.
Hang on, gotta find 015.
If
I
you
gotta
Yep,
search
going
that.
that one.
If you read Pipe Nightmare to the very end, the implication of what's happening there, you have no idea what it is. And it's barely even implied that something's happening, but it is implied that something is happening, and it is horrifying.
Oh, it's like the pipe one, right?
It's Pipe Nightmare, exactly.
Oh, the
Uh,
pipe.
Let's
Wait.
pull this up and read it real quick because it's pretty short. We can
Alright.
get through it real quick and talk about it after.
Oh, let's do this.
Would you like me to read it?
Yeah.
since I brought it up.
I would like that. And Taylor, do me a favor if you can, turn your microphone volume up a little bit.
How's
Just
that?
a little quieter than everyone else.
How's that?
Wonderful.
I can also get
That's
closer to
good.
it.
That sounds good.
How's this for a dulcet reading tone?
Oh my god,
Oh,
yes.
Oh my God.
This
Item
one, the
number.
topic of it. Jesus.
Oh, wait, what's up?
Oh, we'll just read that thing before I say anything about another SCP, so we don't get off track.
And maybe I can read a 3384 sometime too, because that one's also pretty short. Somewhat.
I
Keep this
also
list
had
in
an
mind because I'm not
SCP
going to
in
remember
mind.
it. But yes.
Oh.
Are we ready?
Yep.
All set.
Yes.
Well, that is the most creepiest voice I've ever heard in a while.
Here we go.
Shit.
Item number SCP-015. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-015 is impossible to move and is contained on site. A gap of at least 2 meters or 6 feet needs to be maintained around the entire structure containing SCP-015 at all times, and no structures of any kind are to make contact with SCP-015's current containment structure.
Why do you sound like
Exploration.
Mr. Why do you sound like Mr. Handy from FNAF? Why do you sound
I
like
feel
the sister
called out.
location bot?
Initiating shock.
These
That
pipes
didn't
don't
work.
seem to be working properly. Let's
Let's
fix
get
that
them in order
fucking
with a
shock.
controlled shock.
No, they seem to be back in order.
Wow.
Strike! Nice shot.
All right. Focus up. Back to the article. Back to the article.
Back to the reading.
Please.
Rad, that's awesome. Okay.
With SCP-015's
Current containment structure.
Back to serious spooky times. Exploration is permissible, but only in teams of three, with full safety lines and GPS tracking. Any protrusions from SCP-015 must be capped and sealed immediately, with the new site recorded and logged. No aggressive action is to be made within SCP-015. No hand or power tools are allowed anywhere inside SCP-015. No repairs or maintenance are to be made anywhere on SCP-015. Description: SCP-015.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, I can't take myself seriously.
Description: SCP-015 is a mass of pipes, vents, boilers, and other various plumbing apparatus, completely filling a warehouse in black boxed. Completely filling a warehouse and.
All right, gang. Let the man talk a little bit. If I gotta mute you, I will, punks.
Okay.
The pipes appear to grow when not under observation, attempting to connect to nearby structures via sewer systems and underground plumbing. SCP-015 contains, at current estimate, over 190 kilometers, 120 miles, of pipes, ranging in diameter from 2.5 centimeters to over 1 meter. Some pipes appear new, while others are rusted and leaking. Pipes have been reported as being made of bone, wood, steel, pressed ash, human flesh, glass, and granite. No pipes composed of lead, PVC plastic, copper, or any other traditional material for the production of pipes have been found. SCP-015 reacts to tools and aggression. Any personnel acting violently, carrying tools, or attempting to damage or repair SCP-015 in any way will trigger a reaction. Any pipes near the subject will burst, spraying on the subject for several seconds before the flow suddenly stops. Pipes have been reported containing oil, mercury, rats, a species of insect not yet identified, ground glass, seawater, entrails, and molten iron. Pipes will continue to burst around the subject until death or retreat. SCP-015 was cut back to its current structure after attaching to 11 other structures in the area. Currently, 11 personnel have been killed, and 20 are still missing. Reports have been made of banging and screaming coming from within 015.
Yeah, that's kind of scary.
That's kind of scary. Imagine going missing to like a whole hallway or room of pipes.
Right.
I think maybe it's like they're like trapped within the pipes, and they can't get out.
Yeah.
My theory is that the ones who have. My theory is that the ones who have gone missing are being processed into pipes.
Oh,
They're kind of they're still alive, but they're like morphing into pipes almost.
Maybe they're not
That's
even.
what I'm-
Well, they are alive, but are they alive at the end? Is the point. Like the pipes there are pipes made of human flesh and bone that spew entrails. You know, there's got to be some.
That is the worst fate. It sounds like the worst fate to go by.
Speaking of the SCPs we have mentioned so far, there is a Tales series we mentioned way earlier in today's stream called Like Clockwork. And wait, that might not even be the same stream I'm talking series. What's that Dr. Gear series? Is that Like Clockwork or is that?
There's a lot of them.
Oh, and wait. Here's the thing. Though.
Wait, let me finish this point. I just thought of it. It's In His Own Image is the Dr. Gear series I was thinking about. And I owe a Twell an apology because I thought that they were talking about In His Own Image rather than Like Clockwork, which is a 3999 Tale series. The reason I bring it up is in Like Clockwork, there is one of the stories in the series is a chase scene of 2 mobile task force agents or security agents running from SCP-106, and their only escape route is through 015.
Oh,
that's terrifying.
God.
Dude, that.
But the beauty of that, the beauty of 015 the beauty of the article comes from how subtle and how ridiculously small the narrative itself is. It's wonderfully crafted to be such a small detail that your brain just takes and morphs into its own horror.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
that.
Yeah, but
This
here's
is-
something I thought of. No. Sorry.
That's all right. I was gonna say, this is bringing me back memories of the Flood, how they will, for one, sort out through, violate people's minds to get what they want. They have did a lot to this one soldier. He just fought back on days on days. The time Master Chief gets to him, he's gone. He's given up. He died. And it's just
Understandable.
that SCP is reminding me of that how the Flood will collect biomass, simulate it, or turn it to flood forms and it's just now fucking with me.
There are a lot of recent SCPs that well, not a ton, but there are some that I have noticed, a couple that I've written, that have been attempting to go back to short form, Series 1-esque style, bringing back horror with an implied narrative.
Yeah, that can be pretty interesting. I like implied because it can be like really terrifying because nothing is scarier than the fear of the unknown. Oh, and here's a thought I had regarding 115.
Yeah.
Here's something I just thought of. The reason why it's even worse is because, like any acts of violence or tools, you just get screwed. They can't even be killed because even if you try, things will just go wrong again. They're just stuck in that fate forever and nothing can change that.
Well, it does say retreat will work, so if you do leave, it'll be fine, probably, but that also depends on how long you wait until you retreat.
It also,
Nuke the SCP!
It also depends if you attack it with the tools or anything like that, or try to commit repairs. Your fate will be faster.
Yeah.
Can you
try to
imagine?
like hack?
Yeah, you go.
On it. Oh, let's just say you try to cut it with like a hacksaw or something, then it's going to be agitated, of course, and you're going to probably die much quicker because of that.
Can you imagine calling a plumber and the plumber going, your pipes tried to kill me, bro, and you're like, that's, cool.
Oh, wow.
Am I
You know,
just
the
like,
usual.
what do I do? You're like,
The
what do you
usual.
do? And you're like, get a permit from the city, get a new pipeline. And now you're fucked because the SCP Foundation won't pay for that permit. Who's gonna pay? Capitalism has the SCP Foundation by the balls.
Oh, wow. I have a question. So,
For who?
would you mind if I do the free 84 now?
Oh, wait.
I say yes, hit it.
Okay. So, I gotta get into a voice for this. Yeah. Item dash SCP dash 3384. Object class elucid. Special containment procedures. Oh, I'm gonna do the
Elucid?
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna do it in no mic so you guys can see the thing.
Is it Euclid or Elucid?
Euclid, I think.
Okay, I was like,
I don't know how to pronounce
esoteric
it.
anomaly class.
Wait,
Yeah,
did
it's
someone
Euclid.
else just call it elucid?
Euclid. I am bad at pronunciation.
No, it's just that that's the second time today. That's pretty funny.
I just wanna point out before we keep going. One of my friends texted me because I told him about the live stream, and he just texted me randomly, "Bro, I see you." And he's at school in Canada, so I panicked for a second.
Oh.
Oh, I'm out.
I had a straight up panic attack. I was like, I looked at my window. Hi, Max.
Special containment procedures. Social media platforms and video hosting websites are to be monitored by Foundation-operated web analysis bots for post-advertising a Try Not to Laugh video compilation. These video compilations are to be recorded for 15 seconds and set to a manual observer on site. Should the recorded 15 seconds consist of blank footage, the observer is to flag it and have the video taken down immediately. Website analysis bots must operate 24/7 and are to be checked for defects on a weekly basis. Description. SCP-3384 is a video often posted to social media and video hosting websites advertising a try not to laugh titled, "You laugh, you go to hell. You're going to hell if you laugh," or similar titles involving the term hell. SCP-3384 typically appears as a post by popular users with high following or subscriber counts, though no user has ever expressed knowledge of posting or uploading SCP-3384. Viewers of SCP-3384 report seeing 11 minutes and 6 seconds of compiled video clips tailored to their subjective sense of humor and are to be considered to be funny by 100% of exposed subjects. All attempts to record or view SCP-3384 through live feed have resulted in blank footage. Should a viewer laugh at the content of SCP-3384, they will instantly be engulfed in flames that encompass a diameter of 3 meters, charring and leaving burn marks on the subject's surroundings, as well as emitting a distinct smell of sulfur. These flames have been measured to reach a maximum temperature of 462 Celsius. Sounds of distressed screaming originating from within the flames have been recorded and analyzed, revealing the screaming to be made up of several different voices, including that of the subject. Subjects will invariably disappear before the flames have dissipated. No subject has ever been found or recovered. Should I read the incident, or not sure if I should read that.
Do it. It's
up to you.
Maybe you guys can read it if you want to.
Which one was that? Which article was that?
3384.
I put it in the no mic.
It's work for me. I was right too. 3384.
Did I read it well?
Yeah.
You did good.
I tried to keep the serious voice.
Somebody read 5140. I'll do it for you, Radiger. Just because I love you so much.
Let me look up that one just so I can see.
I'm going to finish the incident report for 384 just so we don't leave it unfinished, and then we can move on to that one.
Go for it. Go for it.
Fair enough.
God, Radiger. Real quickly, Radiger. No, I'll ask after.
All right. Addendum. Incident report 3384-1. SCP involved. Incident SCP-3384. Personnel involved. Head researcher Kujiro, and security officer Bates. Description. Head researcher Kijuro was held at gunpoint by security officer Bates at 11:34 a.m. on February 11, 2017, during routine testing of SCP-3384. Officer Bates barricaded himself and researcher Kijuro inside of the designated testing room, then proceeded to handcuff researcher Kijuro to a chair and forced him to view SCP-3384 several times before Kijuro was engulfed in flames and vanished. Officer Bates surrendered to the responding security team soon after. Security Officer Bates was interrogated, during which he made allegations against head researcher Kijuro, accusing him of conducting unethical tests with SCP-3384 using several D-Class personnel. Officer Bates was made to elaborate on these accusations, to which he said that researcher Kijuro compelled up to 8 D-Class personnel to view SCP-3384 and ordered them to refrain from laughing. These tests were allegedly conducted to pinpoint what SCP-3384 considers to be a laugh. Security Officer Bates was terminated shortly after providing this final statement. Should I have done it? Probably not. But it's done, and I have to stand by my actions. I've seen horrible shit done to the Class Ds, and I've always accepted it as a necessary evil. But this is different from turning them inside out or sending them into some fucked up place with a monster inside. We're dealing with people's souls here, not just their lives. And if that video actually does what it says it does, then we are damning people to an eternity of misery just to figure out what a fucking laugh is? Fuck that. He deserved it, and I'm not going to be a part of this bullshit anymore.
Oof.
Damn, bring it, security officer, man. Or woman, Bates.
I like that.
Alright, Radiger, I'll make you a deal. Alright? I'll make you a straight deal. You good with that? You good for a straight deal? Alright. So, I'll read 5140 for you.
I would go for a straight deal, but I'm not straight, so.
Haha, nice. I'll make you a deal. I'll read 5140 for you if I can read 4364 after and you draw 4364. Nice. Nice. That good with you, Sherm?
Game on. Let's hit it.
Hell yeah. All right. Do I go creepy voice? What kind of voice am I doing here?
Your decision, dude.
No.
I don't know the story, so what's the mood? What's the vibe?
All right, I don't know this. I haven't read this one. All right, spoopy voice. All right.
Here we go. Spoopy voice time. Item.
No,
Is that
So
spoopy enough for
cute.
you, Red?
That is so cute.
It's pretty spoopy.
Pretty
Oh,
spooky.
you know what?
Oh, now.
All right, you know what? I've been told to commit and do it in that voice. That's the voice we're doing. Here we go.
Yes, do it.
Item number SCP 5140.
Where's the?
Containment class. Cater. Special containment procedures. Due to the exorbitant cost and difficulty in safely extracting SCP-5140, instances from Mount Everest, MTF Delta 14 Winter Wonderland will periodically ascend Everest to bury any SCP-5140 instances in the snow. Campaigns are underway to tighten restrictions for climbing permits for Mount Everest on both the Nepalese and Tibetan sides.
That's so adorable. Maybe we should go periodically because you aren't. Maybe I go with the cute voice and then you go with the cute voice.
I got this. Here we go.
Okay.
Ready? I got this. I
Just want to make sure you're okay.
I'm. Here we go.
Description.
I believe this is an SCP on its own now. This voice is an SCP now.
I wield great power on this site. How's it going?
Description. SCP-5140 refers to a number of frozen corpses.
Oh.
Refers to a number of frozen corpses scattered across Mount Everest, located in the Himalayas of Tibet. That was the end of a sentence. The number of 5140 instances is unclear, but accepted to be over 100 and below 200 at the time of writing. SCP-5140 instances are oh shit. Ectoentropic.
This isn't okay.
When physically exposed to heat of any form, including body heat, they will absorb it without raising their temperature, which rests at approximately 10 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees Fahrenheit. This process usually renders physical contact with SCP-5140 instances fatal. If an individual dies as a result of contact with SCP-5140 instances, their corpse will
become another 5140 instance.
Guys, can we have Dr. Bright put the anime girls away, please?
Addendum 5140.
Dr. Bright, please put the anime girls away.
Hey, I'm not Bright. I'm not Bright. All of my tweets get credited to Bright. Hey, look, I'm sick of being called Bright. All of my shitpost tweets get credited to Bright, and I want credit for those. I am the shitposter on the SCP Twitter. You hear me? It's me. I take full credit. Bright does nothing for the Twitter. It's me. It's all me.
Oh, I'm out.
And none of the other Twitter people can stop me. They've tried.
All hail Dr. Tay-Tay.
Addendum 5140.1. Mission record 11.12.2015. That's 5 years ago.
Well, this is like a chat thing, so could I join you on this?
Sure. You want to be blue or red?
I'll be red.
Okay. 11122015 Z. Priority traffic to base camp from MTF D14 greater than CSMI TH9 annual 5140 expedition. Status update. Approaching summit. Encountered 34 bodies across Chinese route. Buried all. Provision steady. Likely to reach summit tomorrow.
it says TMRW, so I said tomorrow.
11122 015 Bruzy. Priority traffic to whatever the hell those are from Base Camp 3 Annual 5140 Expedition. Acknowledged. Continue.
There's so many of it. Let's just do the words instead of the whole numbers and shit.
Encountering minor anomaly on instances. Exceptionally low temps result in muscle contraction post-mortem. Bodies curled up and frozen. Hard to pry open before What? They're prying them open.
Pry them open.
I'm confused. Taylor's scared. Calling me a big harsh spook. Might have to bury like that.
Acknowledged. Permission granted. Bury is convenient.
Thank you. Approaching summit. Abnormally high number of instances. Encountered 19 since yesterday. Old instances getting unburied?
Oh my god. Likely strong winds blowing off snow. Buried deeper if possible.
I'm about to read something, and I know I'm about to read it in that voice, but just know that I'm just as confused by what these two words together mean as anybody listening to me speak with this voice at all.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh my god.
Here we go.
Approached Hillary step. What? This morning. Who the fuck is Hillary? Approached Hillary step this morning. Who is Hillary? Okay, we need to sort this. This is the anomaly. Who the shit is Hillary?
Please hold.
Hillary.
Please hold. Wikipedia calling. The Hillary Step was a nearly vertical rock face with a height of around 12 meters located very high on Mount Everest at approximately 8,790 meters above sea level.
That's fucking stupid. That's dumb as shit. I hate that. This guy? Fuck that. Yeah, fuck mountains.
Anyway.
Approached Hillary Step this morning. We'll ascend to summit in an hour or two. 14 more bodies since last contact. Team
Unnerved.
Understandable. Almost there now.
He's like, understandable. Yeah, I'd be pretty fucked too.
discovered lone body on summit. Attempted to bury. Shovel hit something. It's stuck. Can't pull it out. Turn around. Body was gone. Oh, something. Don't know. Use it. Please.
Jesus Christ, that hurt to say.
Yeah, dude, you might want to check to make sure you're not snorting too much cocaine.
Oh, there's no such thing as too much.
Anyway, acknowledged. Sending out survey teams. Attempting to see if something was seen falling from summit. Use spare shovel to see if there's more bodies encountered. Orders are to descend from Chinese route. Using already cleared path. Godspeed, motherfucker.
Descended step. Patrick touched one. Me and Arnold buried him.
Yeah, that was a pretty stupid call anyway, acknowledged.
Emergency.
Ew.
Excuse me.
Who did it? Burp. That's gross. You're
Jaden, what have you done?
I burped.
Slept in many hours.
I had breakfast a couple of hours ago.
Anyway.
Emergency. Attempted to descend Chinese route. Discovered camp remains torn apart. 3 instances curled up in tent. Instances moving? Hurry, descent.
Acknowledged. Get down safely. We'll move forward from there. Personnel ready to receive you at Camp V. Stay safe.
Mass of them blocking the path. One reached out from the ground, grabbed Arnold. He's one of them. I ran back up. Can't go down. Can't go back up. Arnold was carrying provisions. Only have 1 can of oxygen left.
Help!
Dude, what happened to your voice? Anyway, attempt to use flare gun to clear path. Stay at a safe distance. Team is already en route to extract you. Stay calm. Stop talking for the love of God. Minimize your breathing.
They're moving. We've come to the summit.
It's not safe. The ground isn't safe. Don't let climbers on Everest. The mountain is danger.
Wow, dude, what kind of grammar are you on? Anyway, team is arriving in less than 2 hours. Hold steady. Stop being suicidal for 5 seconds.
A rescue detachment of MTF Delta 14 arrived at Charlie Smith's GPS tracker an hour and 36 minutes later. They cited no unburied SCP-5140 instances in their approach. Smith's body was discovered lacking the signs of blah, 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 blah. Autopsy indicated he died from exposure and suffocation due to inadequate oxygen intake. Zoe!
Damn it.
Who are you barking at? Woof.
Wow. Anyway.
Bodies of Arnold, Hillary, and Patrick Edmund were discovered higher up on Everest. Hillary died from exposure, while Edmund was found to be an SCP-5140 instance. It is currently believed that Smith's inadequate oxygen led him to hallucinate SCP-5140 instances, blocking their path and destroying their campsite.
And
Hillary's
it
foot was
also
found-
could have led to him. It also could have led to him having that voice. He had to chug helium to survive.
Hillary's foot was found wedged into a rockfall, likely the source of his immobility. The incident has been taken into account and supply manifests for future expeditions, adjusting quarterly. Okay. Listen, Foundation, we have something to talk about.
Oh, no.
I think you're wrong. Addendum 5140.2 file
Oh, can I do this one?
4.20. Sure.
Can I do this one? I have a really funny voice idea.
I said sure.
And it's not the last one.
Location!
Jesus Christ.
Mount Everest! Metal! Status! Concluded! Time! 1:49 p.m. Local time! April 25th, 2004! Disruption glass!
Winnick.
Event summary! Increased global temperatures have resulted in significant thawing of ice sheets and snow drifts on Everest. Such fine causes a large avalanche at 11:49 local time, which moved a large amount of snow off the summit. Enough snow allowed scattered plants to modify a significant amount of SCP. What? Instances below the snow. Further expedition revealed that SCP-5140 instances form a significant part of Everest itself. Is the entire mountain a corpse den? We don't know. Currently, it's estimated that 45% of Everest mass is formed by corpses. It's not a mountain. It's a pile of bones.
That's actually an incredibly well-written article. I've read that one before, but I haven't read it in a very long time.
Why did I do that? Why did
It was good.
It's a very it is
My
a
voice
very
hurts now.
interesting
Why
take.
did I do that?
It's a very interesting take on the classic zombies in the snow thing.
That was actually a pretty
Every-
interesting SCP.
I just got pinged and someone said, "Thanks, my ears are bleeding."
Do y'all mind if I read? Do y'all mind if I read 4364 now?
I think you have to.
Have
So
fun.
4364 is my most recent article, but this is what I was talking about when I said new articles, kind of going back to Series 1 routes. I'd be interested in seeing what you guys think the actual story intended is once I finish reading this. Okay. Item number, SCP-4364. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-4364 is to be held in a standard humanoid containment chamber on a medical bed. Daily peripheral parenteral nutrition is to be administered via IV drip. Any and all food requested by SCP-4364 is to be provided immediately. In the event of SCP-4364 expiration, a full autopsy is to be performed and an exploration team dispatched into SCP-4364. Description: SCP-4364 is a 28-year-old human male of West African descent who answers to the name of Benjamin Foster. SCP-4364 is 1.8 meters tall and 34.5 kilograms in weight. Evidence of extreme malnourishment and malnutrition are present, including ribs visible through the skin, extreme lack of muscle mass, and low levels of energy. SCP-4364's appetite is self-described as insatiable, and it will spend most of its waking hours attempting to eat anything it considers to be edible. SCP-4364 has not suffered any expected ill effects from consuming materials which would normally be hazardous to human health. Despite a near constant intake of nutrition, SCP-4364 has consistently lost weight since entering containment. Induced vomiting to discover the contents of SCP-4364's stomach revealed no food or partially digested material, only large amounts of bile and blood. SCP-4364 has numerous tattoos, most notably the animate ink figure positioned directly over its stomach. As SCP-4364 consumes food, this figure will take on a distended abdomen, grow in size, and attain a content expression. There appears to be no upper limit as to how large the tattoo can become aside from the actual mass of SCP-4364 itself, and it has frequently covered SCP-4364's other markings by overlapping them completely. Other tattoos present on SCP-4364 depict various numbers in what are assumed to be ratio values. These ratios are 23:20, 15:27, and 6:19-20. SCP-4364 also has a small tattoo of a sleeping panda bear on its right forearm. Addendum 4364/1. Surgical operations to view the stomach of SCP-4364 were conducted on 01-2018. It was discovered that SCP-4364 lacks a stomach and instead has a circular opening of immeasurable depth only visible from the inside of its body. A small depth tracker was dropped into the cavity. At the time of writing, the tracker has fallen to an increasing number meters deep. Scar tissue from the operation that passed through SCP-4364's stomach tattoo is not visible.
Oh my god, you're right. Like, it keeps increasing
it keeps
in
going
the...
up.
That's scary.
I had somebody else code that for me, but yeah.
Hmm.
What do you
Yo,
guys
but
think
can I say what my theory is?
Yes.
I feel like there's like a black hole in his stomach and it's eating everything. And the reason why he doesn't get sick from stuff is because it goes there before it can like really have any negative effects. And also like the reason why he's still like getting thinner and thinner is because like it's also like absorbing just the fat and it's like, no, you.
It's like an
So, yeah.
infinite stomach almost.
It's infinite stomach, but it just keeps destroying.
Well,
the
that's
guy.
literally what's happening, but I've got a couple questions when I look at this. I'm really curious about the ratios first and foremost.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to know about the tattoo as well. Those are the two sticking points for me so far.
So what do you
Yeah,
think
I'm bad at math, so.
They're not ratio values. I'll
Let's
give you that much.
one just the call now.
They're not actually ratio values.
It looks like it's counting down to something then.
I thought it was counting up.
The clicker for the meters deep is counting up, but I see 2320, and my first thought, if that's not a ratio value, I think time. 2300 hours, 20 minutes. 1500 hours, 27 minutes.
It's not time.
Not time.
The tracker just reached 10K, and
just
it's
keeps
still
going.
going up.
Yeah, I don't know if it actually has an upper limit.
Yeah, no, it'll probably keep going, like...
Just goes forever. What happens if you leave it like if you leave the website for like 30 minutes? How bad would it get?
I haven't tried it.
Yeah,
It'll go
I'll
for a
look just to
while.
see.
So
I'm gonna leave that tab open.
I'll
We'll
would you
revisit that
another
later.
hint? Would you like another hint?
Sure.
Look at the tags.
Also, hello, Cecilia. Okay, I'm looking at the tags now.
Read the tags out loud.
Space.
So the tags in order: artistic, biological, Euclid, featured, humanoid, meta, religious, sapient, SCP, sentient, space-time.
One of those is very important.
I'm thinking
for you
it's
to
the meta
understand
one.
this. It is not the meta one.
I'm thinking it's the space-time one.
It is not the space-time one.
What about sentient?
Nope.
Sapient?
Mm-mm. Religious.
No, I'm gonna guess it's religious then.
It is religious.
Oh.
The ratio values are Bible verses.
Ooh.
Oh. Wait,
Bible verses
hold on.
specifically having to do with gluttony as a sin.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't have a Bible because I'm an
I don't either.
atheist. So
I'm
can someone
Jewish.
else grab that?
I mean, my family's Jewish.
Fair enough.
I literally just Googled
I'm-
Bible verses with gluttony as a sin.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I'm looking up the Bible verses right now.
Just sitting
I'm not
here
really
with
religious,
the
so.
atheists.
All I found when I first searched it up was those do not join those who drink too much wine or gorge themselves on meat.
Yes, that is one of them.
Also, hello, Celia.
I'm going to 15.
Hello, Jerome.
I'm gonna do a quick introduction for those who don't know me. So like, real quick.
Okay.
Hi. I go by Everett. My pronouns are actually okay. My pronouns are
Everett.
she, her. They're not.
Sorry about saying Celia.
And I'm sorry. Lesbian? Hi. Sorry. Well, yeah, that's it. That's my introduction.
Everett,
Nice to meet you.
welcome back.
Fair enough.
So
Thanks.
the religious tag is the one that you want to pay attention to, because
Yeah.
those ratio values are Bible verses.
Also, sorry,
No, it's all good. You go. It's fine.
I found the Donald Trump one.
5004.
Yes.
Oh God.
Should we read that one?
We'll deal with that one when we're done with this discussion. Let's bring it back to 4364. We have some Bible verses.
Fair enough.
We have gluttony
Yeah.
as a sin.
Understandable.
1527. It says, "Put a knife to your throat if you are given to gluttony."
Yes, it does.
And then
So it's killing them. Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
and then 1619 to 1620. Going to that one. At gluttony every time I search it up. That says. Actually, I have no idea what the last one says.
Somebody
Can't
put them
find
in
it.
the comments. Actually, I can find it for you. Somebody put it in the discussion page. Somebody did the research because they're yep. It's from Corinthians.
Thank you.
6:19. Or do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit within you, which you have from God, and that you are not your own? And 6:20 is, for you were bought with a price, therefore glorify God in your body.
Oh.
And actually, I think you might have actually found the incorrect one for 1527, because it's from Job.
Oh.
It's his face is covered with fat, and there is blubber upon his loins.
Okay, so
There's two of them. There's two of them when I searched up. The first one was put a knife to your throat if you give it to gluttony. So
I mean, they both apply. They both apply.
Yeah.
So basically, in the animate ink figure, so the story behind this is that this man, Benjamin Foster, used to be a glutton of incredible rates, obviously. And the ink figure and his condition are a divine punishment for his sin.
So, yeah.
And that is the whole story. That's the whole thing.
That's
it.
literally it.
Damn.
it's interesting.
And oh no.
Hey, real quick,
Can we go
the user Ijiro Kirishima, can you give me an introduce, say name, pronouns, place in the SCP community so we can welcome you?
Like my actual name?
Whatever name you wish to be called on this stream.
I would like to be called Kirishima.
All right, can you mute your audio stream because we're getting a double echo? You might want to put on headphones.
No, I'm using a mic that does that.
Can you turn off that setting?
Yeah, is this better?
Much better.
Okay.
Hear the reverb.
The reverb.
Echo.
Only if you need to read an SCP as the voice of God or something.
No, I'm actually an SCP that's literally can predict the future.
Wow.
And
Okay, but what do we call you? What are your pronouns?
You can call me anything you'd like, but like it has to stay inside the boundaries. I don't care.
All right. So, but what?
What are your boundaries?
Like you can call me 6000. You can call me World. And you can call me Kirishima.
Oh, I'm gonna go with Kirishima because that one's an actual name. As a
It's actually it's the last name.
What's your pronouns?
I don't have any.
All right, you gotta help us out here. This is not an in-character stream. No one's acting like a character, a doctor, or an SCP. We're just fans and creators talking about stuff. This is for future people too. I forgot to mention this.
They just left.
Okay, they just dropped off there. If this is not what it's for, then I get it. Some people might jump in trying to like play act. I expected some of the cosplayers to do that. Actually, I'm shocked it hasn't happened yet.
You know what it feels like to be in 17 now.
Dang.
Oh, don't. I was actually gonna hop in cosplay and like act a little bit, but then I was like, nah.
You want me to hop in Halloween costume?
I was gonna say it is Halloween. Showing up in costumes not against the rules.
I was just gonna put on a lab coat that I bought from Party City for like $15.
Maybe I should just turn off my camera for a minute and put it on.
Jaden, I made a whole video called "Don't Buy a Costume Lab Coat" because they're so cheap and bad, and real lab coats are only $5 more expensive.
I'm sorry, I can't find.
Well, I guess I have to put this on now.
I legit used the lab coat that I bought for my school. Like, I'm planning on putting like.
My camera will be off for a bit for obvious reasons, but.
Sherm, while we have just this little lull in anything, as I am the community outreach captain, I was wondering if you had any questions you wanted to ask regarding community outreach for the stream, anything like that?
I do not, but I would love it if people got the opportunity to ask you questions. This is a great moment for an Ask the Staff.
I can take questions in no mic. I can take questions from anybody that's in the stream. I'm the new co-captain of community outreach alongside Procyon Lotor. Procyon, damn it, I can't say. Fuck. Procyon Lotor, it means goddamn raccoon. I don't know science. I am the new co-captain.
If anyone wants to ask LGBT questions, I'm fine with answering a bit.
We will come back to the LGBT stuff after the SCP staff question part.
Yeah, so if anybody has questions about the wiki, community outreach specifically, I also run the Twitter. I'm on a bunch of staff teams. I can help you out. Probably. I hope.
I got a question, if you don't mind. So how long have you been with the SCP community?
So I've been as a member of staff or as a just user.
Both.
All right. Well, I have been a member of the wiki for 1,222 days. Which, how many years? It's like over 3 years. I've been a member of staff for about 2. Also, for Hylius, I have no idea. I can't speak for Procky. While I can answer questions regarding community outreach and the wiki itself, I cannot speak for my other staff members and their personal decisions. I also don't know what that is, so...
Kotaku is a gaming website, and as I know it, you deal with any form of media, any media site. You're going to have good reporters, you're going to have bad reporters, you're going to have issues with this, you're going to have good things, you're going to have all sorts of stuff. Hylius is filling us in that apparently, so the YouTube chat actually knows what's going on. Hylius is asking that apparently Procy, a member of community outreach in a staff capacity, talked to
Captain. All right,
say again?
so Procy is the other captain. We co-captain the team together.
Sweet, take this away. You got this.
This is before my time as Rad died. This is before my time as captain. this is before my time as captain on community outreach and before my time in any real major capacity on community outreach. I believe the seminars team was underway, but I was not yet a major player, to my knowledge. So my knowledge on the situation itself is not vast in any real way. All I know is that we were most likely approached about an article, and we were like, hey, why not? Because at the end of the day, if there's a video game that has come out and is a AAA title and has said it's heavily based on the wiki that we work for, that we have a whole community around, you know, why not speak a little bit about it if we're approached? That's really all I know about that specific situation, though.
So I've got something. Tell me about community outreach team in general. How does the mission work? What ways do you outreach? What ways? Tell me the story here.
So community outreach is a very wide-reaching team. The only team I'd say that has a little bit more reach in terms of what actually happens is probably the Mast team, which is fairly new in general. But prior to Mast, community outreach had the widest reach, to my knowledge at least. Pretty much everything you see on the site in terms of appearance that isn't specifically tech related, in terms of events that happen on the site, in terms of community-led things, seminars, contests, introduction threads, collections, everything like that. That's all underneath community outreach. So anything that you can think, hey, this is going on the wiki, that's most likely something community outreach has reach over.
Cool.
Does that answer your question, or?
That does.
Nice.
I know that you guys
By the way, costume setup is almost done, so just letting you know.
Ah, that's where you went to get dressed up.
The costume I'm wearing is
Don't worry.
is a really itchy lab coat.
Yeah. Why did you buy a lab coat that's so itchy?
It was from Party City. It's cheaper.
Why go to Party City?
So I'm just going to make this plain for everybody. I can't retroactively do it for Jaden, but in the future, if you go to a uniform store where doctors and nurses shop, a real lab coat is $20, and it's so much nicer than a Party City coat. And the funny thing is, when I went to Spirit Halloween to get a lab coat, it was $25. So I was like, yours is more expensive and less good.
Should have bought the real lab coat.
How did I get involved with community outreach? So originally I was promoted to staff. This is a question I got actually in the No Mic channel. Scorped asks how I became a member of community outreach. I originally joined staff as a Forum Crit team member. Forum Crit is an incredible team led by Zin, who is an incredible staffer who we all appreciate a ton, but because of how much work is associated with it, that is specifically essentially just grinding out writing for other people's work, there is a lot of burnout associated with it, and the work for Forum Crit quickly becomes, if it's not the type of thing that you find joy in, it becomes hard to do pretty quickly. That being said, a lot of people find a lot of joy in it, so for a lot of people, it works really, really well for them. For me, it didn't work for me in the long run, but I had ideas that I wanted to see brought into the site, things that I thought would benefit people. So I started the Seminars project, which originally started out as a Forum Crit effort to raise awareness on how to provide good critique. And then it was seen as a bold move when I wanted to do seminars that weren't related to forum critique. We wanted to do seminars on writing dialogue, seminars on forming narratives within your SCP articles, seminars on writing monster manuals or spooky, scary murder monsters that will work as a modern day article. And as that happened, it grew and grew and grew and grew until community outreach absorbed it as a sub-team. and eventually, when a random day stepped down and retired, I was given captainship.
All right, guys, I'm ready.
Costume debut real quick before we continue the conversation.
So,
Say, we got a whole lot of lab coats on the stream now. I'm digging it.
Vampire Hunter, you can't stop me.
I'm not a vampire, so I'm not going to try.
Yeah,
I'm not super worried about that. I'm down with vampire hunting.
Nice.
Hashtag vampires are canceled.
Cancel the vampires.
I have no stake in this fight here.
That was a bad pun, and I
Just
hated
wanted
it.
to show it in a bit more full view, so yeah, just put it up there for a second.
Speaking of staff, I'm going to take the opportunity to announce/explain the dissolving of my staff position real quick. Might as well. So, approximately a year or two ago, something like that, I was brought on as SCP Wiki staff as part of the Internet Outreach team. Is Internet Outreach the same as Community Outreach? That's different, right?
No, Internet Outreach. So Community Outreach involves stuff specifically on the wiki. Internet Outreach is essentially our PR team and our social media.
Sweet. Good to know. So I was inducted into Internet Outreach team as titled Liaison to the YouTube Content Creators, because we needed someone who knew everybody, and I'm kind of a social butterfly who had worked with Volgan, who had worked with SCP Illustrated and everybody else. So I had email addresses and I could just kind of coordinate efforts and worked out things like making sure all the authors credited the proper author in their posts or something like that. We implemented having as a friendly guideline, it's not a requirement, but it's a good faith gesture, that when you do a YouTube video of someone's story, not only do you credit the title of the story, not only do you credit the website and the author, but you also go through the one extra step of crediting their author page, because sometimes they have a Patreon or a Ko-fi, and if the author wants to help get some income from their work, the same that the YouTubers are with ad revenue, it's nice to give them that little bump. And about, I'd say 3 months into my tenure of doing so, they invented the Internet Outreach Discord server, which is a private server for most wiki staff, but especially Internet Outreach, where they invite certain people, certain this, that, to coordinate efforts. And that completely made my job automated out of existence. So I have not had an official staff duty in over a year. And it's just like, guys, I'm not doing anything. I am a staff member in name only. And so I have resigned because it seemed like the logical thing to do to not clog the staff roster. And on top of that, there was always a bit of a weird line in my heart. It was never brought to me, but because I do YouTube and I get income from that, and there is a big rule on the wiki that you're never supposed to take money for staff duties, but I would also make like community announcements on my channels. I always felt like that was a sketchy line, and so I'm actually very happy to be off staff and not even like towing that line anymore.
I mean, you have a point. If you're not going to be doing anything, why stay?
That's a fun point, though. For those of you who don't know, we don't get paid.
Oh,
at all.
no.
Anytime people get mad at the wiki staff, I'm just like, okay, but nobody gets paid for the wiki staff jobs. It's all volunteers, and it's just as frustrating as a real job, except you're not getting paid for it. So cut them a break.
Stabby, stab, stab, stab.
Especially when people are like, oh no, the critique forum is taking so long to get to my article. And it's like, editing is a job you could get paid for. What you're asking them to do for free with a line of people that is exponentially larger than them. Oof. Just oof.
I've seen people who assume we get paid, and it just makes me laugh because, like, bro, if I was getting paid for this, I would... Wow, if I was getting paid for this, there'd be a lot of things going on that were different. Like, I wouldn't have another job, for one thing, with the amount of time that I spend on the wiki. If I was getting paid for the time I spent on the wiki, I wouldn't need another job.
Oh, and speaking of getting paid, this isn't a staff thing, but this is just a content creator thing. I'm going to be transparent as I can because there are actually rules for what you're allowed to say about your monetization on YouTube, because if you actually reveal how much you make in ad revenue, that is a grounds for being expelled from the program. So I will not tell you how much I make from YouTube ad revenue.
So weird.
All I will say is that I have 300,000 followers on TikTok, and I have about 20,000 here on YouTube. My Patreon, which I am allowed to say and is a public number, my Patreon has just over $300 a month, which is for the approximately 4 hours, 14 hours a week I put in working on this on my channels. So for 14 hours a week, I make $300 a month just about. And the YouTube and TikTok money is such a low fraction compared to the Patreon that it's not worth even counting them. So I just want that out there. Is like, some people think that YouTubers are like rolling in it, and it's like, I live in California where my apartment rent is $2,000 for my 1-bedroom apartment. And so that is...
Some of them are.
Say that again?
Sucks.
Some of them are. That doesn't mean that the small time creators are, but like the Markipliers of the world, they're doing pretty okay.
You're right. If you're a Markiplier, you're doing pretty good. But for just remember that most of us aren't, and take that into account like you would with SCP staff.
For the record, I will go on camera on live stream. It's me, okay? I'm the SCP Wiki moderator who still loves Markiplier.
Markiplier
I'm
is
the
God.
one. I'm the one that tweeted Unis Honest. I'm the one that loves Mark. It's me. You can blame me for everything.
Honest.
I am...
You can blame me for everything.
I will soon be the former staff member who is a fan of Markiplier. My resignation doesn't go in until tomorrow, so screw all of y'all till then.
When I saw that there was a new Amnesia, I lost my shit. Okay?
Hey,
you
I'm
know
Dr.
how
Sherman.
nostalgic. You know how nostalgic it is for me to see Mark playing Amnesia? Oh my god.
Yes.
Back in the day.
Huh?
Also, Dr. Sherman.
Oi?
Sherman.
Sherman.
Dr. Sherman.
I am a professional guy.
Yes.
I am a professional. I think I have done something bad.
No, he's just dying of laughter right now.
Fucking Sherman. I know that's probably what Sherm stands for. I've just never heard Dr. Sherman. Oh my god.
Taylor, that's literally my first name.
I know. I've never heard. It's just thinking, the Sherman.
The Sherman.
Holy shit. I'm crying. There are tears.
He is not okay.
While
Anyway,
Taylor
so
recovers,
does
what were
anybody
you going to
have a vampire
ask?
problem right now?
Say again?
So does anybody have a vampire problem right now?
No, not really.
No,
I'm pretty
my
fine with
vampire
them.
problem got solved because they already killed me.
Well,
Well, I can stop you from turning into one of them.
No.
All
Is it
right, now
normal
that
for me to be floating off
now
the
that
ground
Taylor
without
is
no
breathing
feet?
regularly again,
oh.
are there any more questions for staff in the YouTube or the Discord before or here? Any more questions for our resident staff member with actual knowledge of the situation?
Hold on. Who the
I
fuck
have a
just said I'm bad at Minecraft? Who is that? Radgwell? You're gonna die. I'm the best
You
at Minecraft.
can't say I'm bad at Minecraft because
you
I've
can't
never
shit
owned
talk.
Minecraft.
I will stream my Minecraft world to this stream if I need to prove you wrong.
Stream it, stream it, stream it.
1v1 me in Minecraft.
I'm not gonna
Okay,
do that
you
without Sherm asking me to, but like I'm not bad at Minecraft. I refuse to believe you've.
Also, by the way,
Yeah, I know you have. I'm better at Minecraft than you, Silica Packet. Nice username, Silica Packet.
Do not eat.
Don't
The
insult
amount of
my
shots
Minecraft
fired right now.
I keep my village. They do not starve. They have 4 farms and 4 farmers. My villagers are very happy.
I have added something to
All right, and so for a minute, I actually have a question that I want to talk about a minute for the costumers in the stream. We've got a question. Any tips on cosplaying your own characters? Do you have any cosplay tips for the audience?
I do that every day.
I'm pretty bad at cosplay, but at the same time, I'm like, you can do some pretty good stuff at closet cosplay. You just have to get creative. Like, there was like a D&D character where I literally just threw clothes on top of each other because their wardrobe is usually just the randomest stuff ever. And there's another character which I managed to find like this like kind of like yellow like gambling necklace that I have for some reason, and I just put that on because like they're a little more like risky type person. So it was pretty nice. But I'm usually bad at cosplay, but it's pretty nice.
Never cosplayed in my life.
I'm checking the YouTube to see if there's anybody shit-talking my Minecraft.
Oh my god.
The thing about doing costuming for your own characters is that it's really easy if you just make your own characters wear what you would wear normally, and then you build a costume from there.
Well, yeah. But
I live action roleplay myself every day successfully.
Like, I could have written a character who actually wears ties and a collared shirt, but why would I do that when I can conveniently wear a t-shirt underneath this, and it's the same thing?
Also, here's something interesting. I'm thinking of making a blood hunter like D&D OC, because I can cosplay them pretty accurately with these things, so I have something on hand. Because blood hunter.
Sherm, I just opened the YouTube stream, and I can't help but notice that you have a, hold on, I can't hear you for a second. First of all, you have a very nice microphone. A Shure, what is that, an SM357, I believe?
You can't hear me right now, but it's an SM7B.
I can't help but notice that wonderful logo on your shirt, on your jacket, and how I have a very similar one on one of my guitars.
Ooh, wait, keep it up. I'm gonna blow up the thing so we can see it real well. There it is. Oh, that's nice.
Wow. Looks cool. Thank you. This guitar is a piece of garbage, and I love it.
Such a cute guitar, though. So adorable, though.
This was one of my first ones.
You can use when you're doing costuming is it's really easy to make a badge that looks really official. So, in frame. As long as you use a picture of yourself and edit your text onto anything you can find just straight off of Google Images, it's really easy to make what seems like a very convincing bag.
Oh, I'm out.
I literally did the camera and just printed off this, like, literally.
Exactly.
I was
As
like,
long as
oh
you
cool,
have a
just the
folder
first thing that
you can't tell paper from an actual plastic card.
Hi, Dr. Bright.
Wait.
Oh, I'm out.
What do you mean, hi, Dr. Bright? Is Dr. Bright here?
Not sure.
I would doubt it. He's been a bit disconnected for a while.
Oh, for clarification's sake, later on we will have a cosplayer from TikTok, a TikTok comedian who plays the character of Dr. Bright. So when I say there will be a Dr. Bright in the server/stream, it will not be admin Bright, it will be TikTok comedian Bright.
Cool.
Cat ears
But seriously, your interactions with Dr. Bright are amazing.
Much appreciated. The guy's really funny.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Wait, what? This was
So technically, he's always naked.
No. Okay, so Taylor, you didn't hear that. Later on, there will be a TikTok comedian who plays Bright as a character who will be coming on.
Oh, dude, Bright did that himself for a while.
Yeah, I saw his TikTok. He doesn't do a lot of stuff on it.
Not anymore, but there was actually a friend of mine has a friend whose son is like 7, but like super into SCP, which is a little bit concerning. But at the same time, pretty cool. But really loves Dr. Bright as a character. And I told Bright, and he's like, and he was like immediate. He's like, "What's the kid's name?" I was like, "His name's Gavin." He was like, "Give me 10 minutes." I was like, "What?" And 10 minutes later, he sent me a link to a TikTok he made that basically said, "Hey Gavin, this is Dr. Bright. Keep being awesome." And it was like the coolest thing. It was so
baller.
awesome. He just made it like he just heard this kid liked him. He was like, "I'm gonna make this guy feel good," and he just sent me a video like 10 minutes later, like the actual Bright, like the admin of the wiki Bright. He was just like, "Let me do that for this kid."
That's so cool.
That's genuinely cool.
Oh, and I also I'm kind of considering getting into like the Doctor cosplay stuff. I'm considering it, and I don't like that.
Uranium.
You're right. You don't like it. You love
how the hell I'm
it.
gonna do this.
Let's let Akimoto in too. Yo, let's let Akimoto in too.
Yo, what if I'm like the one goth doctor for some reason?
Hello?
Let's see. I'm checking the chat right now. I'm checking the people. I'm like looking at who's been in or off. All right.
You should
So
let Akimoto in. He's
Alyssa,
a-
can I vote you off the island for a little bit so we can get Dr. Akimoto in?
Akimoto has donkeys.
What is going on?
Oh, whoa.
Nice.
Can you hear me?
Marcel.
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, you're heard.
Okay. Sure, I have a question.
Yes.
Cat ears or no cat ears on Bright?
So I will always stand Neko Bright, especially when there's glitter involved. Always.
What an awful thing to hear said out loud.
Wait, we're voting someone off the island?
Yes,
That's just a
Alyssa.
horrible, horrible thing
I
to
was
hear
wondering if you
said.
could step down for a little bit and let Dr. Akimoto come on in.
That's fair enough. Might join
As
back
well,
in later.
King
not sure.
Creepypasta, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. I actually want to ask a question.
Oh, yes, please participate. We haven't heard from you in a while.
How do I become an author on the wiki?
So there's a short process. A lot of people get kind of turned off by the idea of the process, but the process, for the record, is non-mandatory. A lot of people don't really realize that. It is non-mandatory, but it is highly encouraged just because, as I'm sure you're aware, articles on the wiki are subject to a voting procedure by the community itself. So if your article is not received well, there is a chance it is deleted because of the wiki's community standards. However, the process itself is not mandatory. It is optional. But the process being first you have to join the wiki. We are aware of a glitch, and just on the not even on the down low, Wikidot sucks. Wikidot sucks hard. Wikidot is the worst. We hate Wikidot. We know you hate Wikidot because trust us, we fucking hate Wikidot like
Anyway,
so
so
much.
I'm fine with being voted off the island for a bit. I might join back later, okay?
Definitely do.
See you, Alyssa. So
Alright.
that being
See
said,
ya.
if you're trying to make an account to join the wiki, and your email has numbers in it, it's not going to work. So Wikidot does not like emails with it just doesn't it doesn't like emails with numbers in it.
That's why my email didn't work.
Most likely, it doesn't like emails with numbers in it. You're gonna have to use emails that don't have numbers in it. Once you do that, my first suggestion, first of all, is to write your article on the sandbox. This has to be posting this to YouTube chat as well, so you can mention the link. Okay, cool, thank you. Once you have, hey Eleanor, once you've created your account on Wikidot itself, joining the wiki is actually a separate process. You just have to read your original guide, the guide for newbies. You just got to read it. There is a passcode in there. I cannot tell you more than that. It is strictly against rules for me to explain any higher than that. But read the guide, get the passcode, put it in the application. Put your age and the passcode in your application. That's all.
How old do you have to be to join?
At the moment, you have to have turned 15 by, I believe, May 10th of this year. We're having a rolling age limit increase. Everybody that has joined up until this year is being grandfathered in. In a few.
Sorry.
You good, man?
Yeah.
Did you just die?
Just dropped my webcam.
It's Uranium Empire. What's up? Another moderator. You have to be 18 in a number of years, but for now, it's 15 as of May 10th this year, 16 as of May 10th next year, and so on.
Sorry, I look like shit, and so does this room.
Me too, man. So you apply, You're accepted if you get the passcode and your age correct. Hopefully you get your age correct. I then suggest putting
Oh
your
god, I'm looking at the
article.
stream. That's why my camera sucks.
Put your article on the sandbox. Get your concept greenlit in the forums if you're going to follow the process. I really suggest it because it's very helpful for making sure that your concept stays. Working with other people to really refine your concept and make sure that it's something that the wiki will appreciate and receive well is the biggest way you can get it to stay there.
And I'm going to chime in on this one a little bit. Taylor has done a great job explaining the process as the wiki has it. Now, one big thing that happens on the wiki that we touched on earlier is that there are a lot of people submitting articles to the forums for critique.
Yes.
And there are way too few people critiquing because we're just overwhelmed with numbers. Now, one thing that Site-42 itself, I'm hoping happens, I'm working on this, I'm praying for this, is that I want my little wing of the community, and specifically my Discord server, to be a place where you can kind of befriend other writers and creators and work on these kind of things in a different facet. So, like, we have a writing help post, we have a writing help channel here, so that you can also post your things here and have another source of people who will friendly look at your article, you know, not because they have to, but because they can. One big thing I want to note for everybody who's doing this is that you need to actually talk and communicate and be part of, like, a friendship with people for that. If you, like, are a complete unknown and you just post an article in the writing help, it'll get seen maybe eventually, but it also kind of won't because nobody knows you and nobody really cares. But if this is my friend's article who's looked at my articles before, maybe quid pro quo, you're much more likely to get critique if you are friends with people and if you are part of the community. And that's what I'm kind of trying to get Site-42 to have: a bunch of authors, a bunch of newbies, and kind of a way where we can synthesize a place where people can learn more about the community and also work on their stuff. Does that make sense?
I will say, it does. I will say that if you're going to be getting critique somewhere that's not on the wiki itself, make sure you're getting critique from somebody who has experience on the wiki. We get a lot of people posting things to the wiki that they've gotten critique on, like the subreddit or random Discord offshoots, that don't have any experienced wiki authors on them, or very few, giving critique. And they post it to the main site and they say, well, this did really, really well there. And all we can say is, well, there isn't here. And while it might do well there, and that doesn't mean it's a bad piece of writing, that doesn't mean that the community who is actively voting on it believes it's going to be up to the standards that they've come to get used to. If that
10
makes sense.
out of 10.
So it doesn't necessarily mean your writing is bad, because everybody can write. For some people, it's a little bit more of a struggle, but everybody can write. Writing an SCP is its own monster. It is not easy. And I mean, this is coming from a moderator. Like, I've only written 3. It's fucking hard. It's a
The good
completely
thing about it is...
You go?
Sorry. The good thing about it is that the more you write, the better you get.
Yes.
Of course, the more you write, the more you show people, the more they talk about your writing, the better you get. So this isn't just like you keep writing for 10,000 hours and what you started with, that the first 10,000 hours is not as good as the last 10,000 hours, which your handwriting's probably better. You have an idea of what you want to write, etc. But you should generally... Getting critique helps those first 1,000 hours turn into the last 1,000 hours in a way that is meaningful.
The biggest thing I want to say that I don't hear enough people saying, because a lot of people focus on critique or burnout, or burnout from writing, or just trying to be good and not being good, or blah, 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 blah. The biggest thing that I never see anybody mention is do not get discouraged. Writing an SCP is really hard. It is supposed to be hard because it's an entirely different medium of storytelling than pretty much any other form of written literature. It is so cold and clinical, but meant to convey something so unsettling. There's very little like it on the internet or anywhere. It's very unique, and it's not the most difficult thing to write in the world by far, but it is unique, and the people that are voting on it all have subjective taste. So if it's amazing to you, it's amazing to you. That doesn't mean it's going to be amazing to somebody else, but that also doesn't mean that you should get discouraged. In my mind, and
in my experience, I have always used my failures on the wiki to learn to be better. I have 3 surviving SCP articles. I'm a moderator, and I have at least 12 failed, deleted, gone SCP articles, and that's not even counting tails. Writing an SCP isn't easy. It's not supposed to be. The idea isn't just to post something on the wiki that makes you freaky or spooky or whatever. It's to become better at telling a story. And getting discouraged, while it's an easy thing to do, and while it's certainly, some things can feel discouraging. What's up?
Oh, no, I wanted to finish before I start.
So it's certainly something that's easy to do. It's certainly something that a lot of people can get. Getting discouraged doesn't help. And I always implore you that if you feel discouraged, either take a break and come back to it, or try and form some connection, some actual friendship with somebody who's offered you critique in the past. See if you can get some actual help. Critique is one thing, but help is different. Critique is offering you ideas and edits. Help is when somebody is willing to sit down with you, brainstorm with you, come up with ideas to make your thing work. It is different, and it helps you integrate yourself into the community as well. Getting discouraged is the #1 thing I see that kills potential authors. There are tons of people who I've seen come on with a really promising cold post that wasn't great and got deleted, but the concept was amazing. And the execution was so close to being right, it just wasn't quite there. And I've always thought, man, I really hope they stick with it. And it gets deleted and they get sad and they leave. Stick with it. Don't get too discouraged. Everybody on the wiki wants to see you succeed. Sometimes it doesn't feel like it, but even people who are giving you crit, they're doing it for your benefit.
Okay.
Jack, you want to chime in?
Yeah, so I wanted to share a story. When I was first joining the wiki, the SCP that I posted for my first time flopped 5 times in a row, with very sizable revisions in between. So this is the SCP that ended up in slot 3498. It wasn't until I collaborated with another user on the first SCP that I have that survived on the wiki that I got an idea of what the wiki really wanted out of me, and what they were going to respond to well, and how to play to the audience that the wiki is, because it's a very fickle beast. So I would encourage anybody to, instead of trying to maybe like throw their own work right out immediately, check in with someone else, some kind of experienced author, someone that you can get a foot in with the door in, and see what they tell you about your SCP. And then once you have that done, or once you've maybe gone over it a couple times with them, then you post it, and then that is when the revision process starts.
Well, the revision process shouldn't start when you shouldn't start once you post it to the main site. The revision process should start in drafting, but in general, like, I see what you're saying. Yes, if it fails, that's when revision should happen. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I just don't want anybody to take away the wrong, you're right. You are right. And I like that article. That's one of my personal favorites.
Yeah.
That is actually one of my personal favorite articles.
What, 349?
Radghoul told...
Wow.
It's been a long time since I've read it, actually. I should read it again. Given a long time for me is like a week. But
12 votes.
Does it really only have 12? Did I forget to upvote it? I might have read it on my phone.
It has 22.
Wikidot likes to sign me out of my... 3498. Wikidot really... Let's read that one. Once we have a minute.
You guys want to read that?
That'll be the next one on the reading list.
I'm
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Can I say something? Radghoul, Cecilia Packet on the Discord just recommended I promote Ambrose Con, and I'm going to say the same thing here as I told Radghoul. I consider Ambrose Con an elaborate form of paganism, along with chiropract, Beatlemania, and suburban long culture.
But that doesn't tell me what it is. Are you going to fill me in on what it is?
It's apparently an initiative to write more Ambrose articles, which is obsolete ever since Do You Like Huey Lewis in the News, which is the only Ambrose article that exists.
The only one.
Yeah, it's only one.
And that's the other one we're going to read, right? That's right, now that you're here.
Numero uno.
But real quick, from King Creepypasta, did that answer your question? Do you have other questions about the becoming an author process?
No, that I think I answered most of my questions, actually.
If you ever have anything, I'm always just a wiki.pm or an IRC message away. I like to hopefully make myself one of the more approachable staff members, considering, I mean, my face is pretty well known now as a staff member. I do the Twitch streams, I do the Twitter. Not Bright. Stop crediting my tweets to Bright. They're mine. My tweets. I work hard on my shit posts. But if anybody watching the stream, you guys ever have a question at all, you can hop into 17. We're always there to help. If you want to talk to me specifically, I guess today is the last day that I'll be using this username until next year. TI84 is my Halloween nick. My regular nick is literally just Taylor_Itkin. You can reach me on Wikidot as well, same username. I'm always down to answer questions. The one thing I don't really do is do critique anymore. I just don't have the time for it. But questions about the wiki, questions about joining, questions about writing, questions about community outreach stuff, I'm just a couple clicks away. I'm always down to help.
Yeah. And in contrast to Taylor, I am the most unapproachable member of staff due to the emission of lethal amounts of radiation. So,
Uranium has that. Okay, somebody just PM'd me with how do I get worse at Minecraft, and I feel personally attacked and frankly like I want to murder somebody. I
got him, coach. Got him, coach.
Can I just point out real quickly that Uranium Empire uses raw granite in her builds. At least I don't use raw granite in my builds.
At least it's not diorite.
Raw granite, it's not good. Okay, at least Zin uses polished granite. You use raw granite.
There's
also
a time
use
and a
polished
place
granite in some builds.
Polished granite has borders on it, and that is not okay on a flat surface.
It's not okay on anything.
The polished? You said the polished was better than the unpolished.
The polished is better than the unpolished in like a flooring circumstance.
A quick tangent, by the way. A quick tangent before we continue Minecraft, I guess. Uranium, introduce yourself. Name, pronouns, space in the community.
Bad Minecraft player.
Hi, I'm Uranium Empire. My pronouns are XE, XER. I also accept she, her. I'm an SCP Wiki moderator on community outreach, forum crit, internet outreach, math, technical team. I do a lot of work. I sort of, at this point, co-manage the Underread and Underrated initiative with LG Fish Truck, who is very close to killing me and replacing me.
Oh, well, yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
I'm seething.
I'm also, sub-captain of the introduction sub-team. We help introduce newbies to the site. I'm probably going to introduce a sort of an overhaul initiative soon, just because just responding to every post is kind of a point where like the site is going to grow beyond that. Yeah.
There is anger in my heart.
Oh yeah, I also
from user SCP Redacted, that is human reworked several dozen times. It almost doesn't resemble the initial one.
You hit your head against the wall pretty hard for that one. I remember that process.
Yeah, it was bad.
Oh yeah, I guess I'm also like the cannon runner for the trash fire cannon. So you can kind of guess what that was inspired by.
Oh, and by the way, I should throw this out here real quick. It is currently 11 a.m. California time, which means we have gotten another hour through this stream. It has been 11 hours out of 24. We are
That's so many hours.
doing the Site-42 24-hour charity live stream Halloween spectacular. Remember to check the link in the donation description. The donation link in the description of this video, because we are raising money for the San Francisco LGBT Center, which, after I refresh the GoFundMe page before I display it to you, we are currently... Oh, we've got donations I didn't see before. A lot of them. Wow. Okay, thank you. I got excited. I didn't see any of these new ones.
What are we at?
I've got to thank Anonymous for $9, Viv for $20, Anonymous for $25, Anonymous for $10, and Radgel for $15, which brings us to a current total of, showing you on the stream, $670. Everybody in the stream, last year, we did 24 hours to raise $650. And so in 11 hours, we have beat last year. We are well on our way to our $1,000 goal. So number one, thank you guys so much. Number two, I have been requested by a donator to speak the lines. I am to tell Taylor they're bad at Minecraft. I'm sorry, my friend. Those are the rules. And finally, my final terrible announcement. Apparently, 2020 got Sean Connery. Ugh.
No!
Raise a glass for James Bond.
Bullshit, everything's bullshit. I'm not bad at Minecraft. You're bad at Minecraft. This is bullshit.
Everything about this is terrible. Everything about this, except for the donations, which is awesome. That was awesome. The other two announcements were terrible. And now I'm going to put us back on screen because I forgot to do that again.
Oh no. Speaking of the dead, especially if you don't know what you're talking about. That was get me.
Also, for a bit here now, I am going to vote. I am going to vote Everett off the island for a little bit. That way we can finally get Akimoto in. And eventually I need to get another person off because we have Tanhoney in the chat who we need to get on this stream.
I can't believe someone told me I was bad at Minecraft. Radwell is...
Everett, we look forward to keeping you around and having you back on later on. Thank you very much for your continued hangouts.
I will also give up my spot as well.
Jaden, thank you very much for joining us as well. I appreciate you coming on board. Make sure to check out Just Everett and Jaden Cosmic on TikTok because they are making SCP content.
I had a great time.
Thank you so much, Jaden. Nice to meet you, dude. Akimoto! My friend.
And so, Akimoto, make sure your mic is working and give us a username that you want to use, pronouns, and your place in the SCP community.
Aki, you better be showing off donks. Also, Sherm, I'm a little bit upset that I didn't get to a little bit sad that I didn't get to have my freak out on the stream because that was great.
Doh.
Wait, this fucking camera. This is what I get for like having fucking slimline monitor.
You know what? I'm gonna play the victim card. I'm gonna say that you cannot complain about your camera given my current experience with this phone hanging off of a laptop at an angle, and it has a power cord keeping it suspended just so that I can use my laptop at the same time as streaming.
It looks good.
I'm
the quality
gonna say
looks
that I
good.
can't complain. Yeah.
For what it's worth, it looks good. I have a 1080p Logitech thing because my dad brought it home from his office at the beginning of the pandemic.
Oh, very nice.
I don't get to keep it. Yeah. It's been useful for teaching, but I don't get to keep it. So, like, I think in like 3 weeks, I'm going back to teaching from. You ready for this? You ready for this? I'm going back to teaching from this. Hey, how's it going?
Oh, from that angle too?
Well, it doesn't have to be. It's usually from like this angle, but like here's a microphone in the way of my teaching. Wow. So usually I have this pointed like here, so that when I have my guitar, it's like, hey, look at where my fingers are. Blah 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 blah. And my students are like, that's where your fingers are. Blah.
Perfect angle. Just perfect. Hey, Tanhoney's in.
Hello. What? It's Tanhoney. Yo, friend.
All right, Tanhoney, name, pronouns, place in the community. Shoot.
I'm Tanhoney, he, him. I wrote like 2 or 3 SCPs.
What? I don't believe you.
You know, just like a couple.
Maybe more.
How many? Like 4?
6.
Oh, you wrote that one about the snappy neck boy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. SCP-137 or something? Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, 130. Yeah, that's the number.
The Weeping Angel, yeah.
You just pick a number, I probably wrote it.
Didn't you write?
The worst part about that is you're right if you count like Series 4. Pick a number, I might have written it.
I just pulled up the Tanhoney's Crom post, and it took me to their author page. And so I'm scrolling down, and my eyes get slightly wider because the scrolling doesn't stop.
Oh, my author page is a disaster. I found out you could automate it in like 2013, and I never bothered to touch it again.
That's what I did.
There's just this massive list that I don't even know which one's which anymore, so I have to guess when I'm trying to find one of my SCPs.
Yeah, good fucking luck.
I have like 10, and I'm already there.
Most of my author page is just staff pages at this point. People are like, what the fuck is a workbench? And I'm like, it's a page where I do nothing.
Welcome to the chat, Dr. Akimoto.
Aki, your mic is off.
Friends, as a moment I am disappearing for a little bit. Don't burn down the house, okay?
Revolt,
No
revolt,
problem,
revolt, 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 revolt,
No
revolt.
gods, no masters.
All right, everybody.
I think dogs should vote.
Revolt. Revolt. Revolt.
What do we do now that we've revolted?
9-volt is
Is
in
my
here.
phone doing the creepypasta thing for anyone else? No, my camera. Is it doing the creepypasta thing for anyone else?
It is. It's
Yes,
a cool,
yes, it
effect.
It's
I thought that was on purpose.
That's all.
Yeah, that's from the ionizing radiation I release.
Nice. Yo, I can make it a Minecraft stream. People are asking I'm making a Minecraft stream. Let's do it, boys. Here we go.
You better set it up before he gets back.
You're about to prove some people wrong.
So I was gonna say earlier, someone mentioned Markiplier, and I know a lot of people have like this kind of like, ooh, Markiplier deal. But I also think people need to recognize that if he hadn't made the videos that he had on SCP, there
we would not be where we
the
are.
Population that we have today.
We would not be.
Yeah.
Markiplier.
I would not be sitting
an
here.
extreme amount.
Markiplier's
I'm
like
trying to launch Minecraft. Oh, there we go.
Popular.
Markiplier is the reason I'm on the wiki.
Yeah.
He's the reason why I'm into reading the SCP stories and stuff. All of these things.
All right, boys.
Here, let me show like the
You
thing
ready?
that fucking Taylor hates so much.
Shit.
2 Minecraft streams at once. Oh wait,
This isn't actually showing up on YouTube. I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Oh,
but the
okay.
Discord will see it.
I'll describe what I'm
Okay,
seeing.
I guess I'll just go fuck myself then.
You're gonna.
The logo says Mojang Studios, and the bar below it is slowly
Yeah, it's
filling
loading.
up with matter. It's very exciting.
I'm gonna take my resource pack off so you can see it in vanilla textures.
Well, Tanfa in the chat, you are a rare sight to see. Lots of people came from him.
Oh, thanks.
Tanferad's the one who was doing the she was doing the drawing.
Yes.
Survival. All right. This is the survival world I've got over 11 days of hours on because I've been playing on this pretty much daily since quarantine started.
Yeah. That sounds.
What
more
can
like
I fucking trade for like a reading? Like,
Why is it being so fucking slow?
Also, I wanted to say it's really interesting that you enjoyed 3498 as much as you did, because I kind of feel like it passed over a little bit. But also, everything that I've written since then has featured the character in it.
I haven't read much in a very long time. to be honest with you. I get caught up in staff work.
Yeah, that's the moderator
Okay,
curse.
okay, finally. Yep. All right.
Slowly become
Wow, I
more
am
and more
very
illiterate
laggy.
as you go on.
I wonder what.
Where am I?
I'm looking at the stream. It just more people watching Minecraft without the Minecraft.
There it is. It's up. It's up. It's loaded. It's loading.
That's a new kind of Minecraft Let's Play. Let's play Minecraft.
Imagine a Let's Play where you have to guess what game it is by their reactions.
Wow, look at all these things.
Holy
Let
shit.
me go to the map first.
I'm sorry, that happens every time I laugh. I have really weak lungs because asthma. And I don't work
So
out
this is
as
my
much as I
overworld
should.
map, right? This is the overworld map, right? So I've got this is my base right up here in this mountain. This is my chest room. My giant fossil that I built because I had too many bone blocks. Basic mob farm, iron farm, creeper farm that's now defunct, tree farm, one of
Welcome to the
every
creeper
tropical
farm.
fish. One of every tropical fish. One of every tropical fish. Bone meal farm, mushrooms, stables, giant pride flag, food farms. My totems of achievement are up there. Triple beacon, cactus farm, turtle fuck center.
I'm sorry?
Turtle fuck center. There, I have 2 turtles in here named First Turtle and Second Turtle, and every turtle has been procreated from those 2 turtles.
We can see Minecraft on stream.
I think it was very clear.
there
I think he
is-
was explicit when he called it the Turtle Fuck Center. I think that was very clear what that was for.
Right, I was saying in chat that I should probably actually.
I can't
say
believe
who I am.
Taylor fucks turtles.
What?
Don't say that on stream. What the hell?
Canceled on Twitter?
Bamboo farm, sugarcane farm. And then you guys want to see the best part?
Show us.
Now, what I'm about to show you is the villager breeding center, but it is not named. I did not name it. A friend of mine named it, but I stand by the name.
Okay.
This is the bamboo farm. And the
just let
sugarcane farm,
chat know. I'm not responsible for this, but I approve of this.
Yeah, pretty much. These are automatic. Well, the sugarcane farm or the bamboo farm is automatic. The sugarcane farm isn't automatic. It's manual, but it's still cool.
Could I get banned from YouTube if I make a joke about Hinkley?
Find out.
I don't know.
I just want to let anybody listening know that there is, in fact, 1 slot open right now. So anybody who wants to hop in.
Dr. Akimoto. Oh, he had to leave, didn't he?
Oh.
Yep.
Where's the sign? What do you think? What do you think's underneath that?
I think it's just
What does that say?
just floating in the air.
It's just the SpongeBob essay.
Very sponge.
There's
Oh.
3 people waiting in the lobbies.
That's what
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
There it is.
Oh,
Radiger!
Hey, Rad.
We got
We're
time
doing a
for that.
Minecraft stream because Sherm left us to our own devices. There are all the villagers in there.
Total
Frederick.
fucking
We can
anarchy.
talk about Shrek again.
That's Frederick.
We've been burning down houses.
What the fuck?
Last time Sherm left us, we talked about Shrek for 30 minutes.
There are a lot of villagers in here.
Guys, it's me.
God, I haven't seen Shrek in a long time.
Why
We were
not?
talking about an SCP and what would we do?
Have you not seen your annual viewing of Shrek this year?
I'm sorry.
You're late.
Shrek was cancelled.
Shrek was canceled.
Was canceled.
Yeah,
Why was Shrek canceled?
racist against the
I
British.
also have a slime.
Racist.
You can't
Wow,
be racist
okay.
against the British.
the
The British deserve all contempt.
I have a slime part.
Fair.
Oh, automatic sheep shearer. Yeah, silica packet. Tell me I'm bad at Minecraft. I got an automatic sheep shearer. I'll kill you. Automatic sheep
How do you
shearer.
automatically shear sheep?
Ever seen in my life.
Oh, you want to know? Okay, so you know how sheep grow wool whenever they eat grass?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So grass getting eaten counts as a block update that can be observed by an observer. So all these dispensers have shears in them. So what happens is the observers see when they eat the grass, and immediately upon them growing their wool, they are shorn by the dispensers.
How horrifying.
So they'll never have
So I
hair?
have a shit ton of wool.
Okay, so pause
There's
really
so
quick.
much wool, every color.
Silica Packet wants 10 to
Hey, Sherm.
introduce themselves properly.
Yo, I am back, and as I was just telling TikTok in the
doing
behind-the-scenes live stream, I leave you alone for a minute, it turns into a Minecraft stream.
You better
A
be
shadow
streaming
live
some on
stream.
YouTube.
It was all their idea.
It was chat's idea. It wasn't mine. Chat asked.
Chat asked.
All right, let's go to the Nether now. Show you the Nether farms, and then I'll get off of Minecraft. But I've been challenged. I was challenged. This is a response. What do I have in my inventory? Oh, just redstone. Okay. Oh, my totem. These are my totals of achievement. Silica packet. Okay. Look, I'm good at Minecraft. Silica packet.
How do you get an Ender Dragon head?
You have to find them at end cities.
Do you just kill an
on the
Ender?
boats.
No,
No,
you just
that-
you
that
find
just
the
naturally.
entities that are like hanging off like on the things. where you
Why am
can-
I not eating? There we go.
It's the
I have
only
a super
thing
smoker
that
in here.
spawns.
It says
It's the
you
only
ate, but you're not.
mob head that spawns naturally.
You have to get other mob heads. You have to make a supercharged creeper blow up a. Why is this not sending me to the Nether?
Oh, hey, it's showing up on the YouTube.
Nice. My game.
Do we
is
want to
lagging.
read 3498 now?
I've
I
got to
think we
respond
are-
to my challenge first.
I would love to read this, by the way.
Read what?
I have been waiting to read 3498 for like 2 years on Site-42. I think I put it in. There's like a little chat room up in the top end of the Discord where it's reading recommendations, and I think I posted it there 2 years ago, and I haven't seen it ever again.
I would love to have you main this one, Jack.
All right, but
All right, I'll get
I
off in
want
just a second.
voices.
Gas farm, gold farm, magma cream farm. There we go. Done.
I need voices for several people because this reads a lot like a script, especially towards the end of it. So
I
I'm going
am
to
actually
need-
going to hop off. I'm actually about to hop off.
All right.
I've got work in a little bit, so I'm going to hop off, guys. Thank you for having me. If anybody has any more questions they need to ask me, again, IRC, Wikidot, hit me up.
That's fun.
Goodbye. Oh, hey, Brad. Bye.
So
Hey,
I
Brad.
need voices
Hey.
for a good many people, so we're going to probably have to double up some of this stuff. First is Dr. Kennedy. Do I have any volunteers for
Hey.
Dr. Kennedy?
Can you just, are the characters
I'll do it.
any sort of character where we should have them, you know, a certain voice type, a certain attitude, something we know to like cast the people?
There's only one character who has a very specific attribute. Gary
Who is that
Harding
and who should play them?
incredibly Southern sounding.
Say that one more time?
Whoever picks up senior researcher Gary Harding, you'll have to pull off a very good Southern accent.
I'll do it.
Texas, I can do that.
What's the
Uranium
one-
called dibs. Uranium called dibs. I'm giving that one there.
Okay, so Uranium, you're going to be Harding. We also have Dr. Kennedy. We have 059. We have a couple of staff members. I think I can take care of Drool and Danton because they don't have really big parts. And then we also need people for the security team. So Botsky is in there. Kennedy returns in that. Messer is in there. And then finally, we need someone to do the director of the ethics committee.
What's
I'll-
this SCP?
I can give Kennedy a try.
3498.
Do something if needed.
I can take Drool, Danton, and Kennedy, I think. I'll take Drool, Danton, and Kennedy. And, of course, the rest of the article.
Where do you want me, friend, or do I not, or am I setting this one out? That's all I need to know.
You can pick any of. You know what? I want you to be the director.
I will be the director.
You can also do Messer.
I'll be director and a mess. Got it.
I'll be
Yes, staff member Arthur Messer. So I need Uranium. You're doing Harding. Who wants to do Botsky?
I'll do Batsky.
All right. I think that's everybody here. This is a fairly long article because all of these drop downs.
I'll do 9.
You'll do 059?
Yeah.
Alrighty. I think that covers everybody.
And real quick before we start the actual reading, I wasn't here for this part. Bread, welcome to the stream. Name, pronouns, place in the SCP community.
My name's Bread. Go by he, him. I wrote some stuff. Occasionally.
Occasionally.
On occasion, I wrote. It happened.
Once in a blue moon.
I saw it. I can
Yes.
vouch. There was a written.
Mm-hmm. Put a word down. It happened.
All right. I'm going to start right about now.
Do it.
Notice, the documentation for this article is outdated and is for reference material only. As such, there may be discrepancies in the documentation. Please see Project Sepulcher Recovered Files for more information. Expungements contain classified data unsafe for leakage. Item number, SCP-3498. Object class, Keter. Special containment procedures. SCP-3498 is contained in Site-120, Keter Containment Wing, Containment Unit 3. 4 Scranton Reality anchors are placed surrounding SCP-3498, creating a focal point with a geometric center on the subject. SCP-3498 remains restrained to a psychiatric table constructed of reality-stable materials. Cant scanners are monitored in shifts, noting that Hume levels fluctuate most often during waking hours. Psychiatric evaluations are conducted bi-weekly. While the subject has remained compliant during detainment, personnel are to understand that SCP-3498 will experience acute psychological deterioration due to its anomalous effects. No testing or documentation regarding SCP-3498 is allowed in Containment Unit 3. All records are to be taken externally. Update. December 17, 1982. If the subject initiates a CK class restructuring scenario, the Einstein-Rosen singularity generator, footnote, having been keyed to a frequency linked to reality which is previously recorded to have undergone a K-class scenario, excluding EK class. The Einstein-Rosen singularity generator placed in Containment Unit 3 will be activated, accept SCP-3498 into the singularity, and be deactivated. The frequency used will then be blacklisted from Foundation records and use. See addendum for more information. Current frequency, 137440. Description. SCP-3498 is the designation of Jesse R. Mantell, a Level 5 researcher previously assigned to the testing of the device designated the Scranton Lock Reality Generator. Previously assigned the codename Project Sepulcher. Footnote. The object has been decommissioned and has had its official status revoked. Cant readings taken of SCP-3498 are uncertain due to the nature of its properties. However, it is believed to have, on average, a total of at least 800, ranking the highest measured Hume levels within an ontokinetic entity. SCP-3498 has been thus far compliant in containment procedures and testing, presumably due to its former employment. SCP-3498's reality-bending abilities are incredibly effective, and because of this and incompetence, SCP-3498 is unable to control its abilities properly. SCP-3498 often enters an intangible or supertangible state, primarily during heightened levels of stress, and cannot feasibly be terminated as a result. Addendum. As of December 17, 1982, data recorded suggests that SCP-3498 has begun to exponentially increase its Hume value. This would suggest the possibility of a CK-class reconstruction scenario event, resulting in both the death of SCP-3498, the destruction of the surrounding facility, and an estimated rise of 478% in Hume levels surrounding the local solar system. To the right, there's a figure depicting CANT scanner readouts. The left 3 readouts, which are taken on December 10th, 1982, and the right 3 readouts, which were taken on December 17th, 1982. Am I Kennedy? Okay. From J. Kennedy at skip.net. To Group, Keter Containment Wing, Site-120. Subject, SCP-34982. Please do not assume we are relegating SCP-3498 to the gallows. We have been working diligently to decrease the Hume values of SCP-3498. It is in all of our best interests that SCP-3498's anomalous behavior reduces, especially as they have been previously beneficial to the Foundation. Mantell was one of our best and brightest. We do not plan to give him up. From Dr. Below are a series of Project Sepulchre associated files, the first of which is an incident report taking place on December 1st, 1982, the recovery log of SCP-3498. Forward. On the date of December 1st, 1982, the project started by the man formerly known as 059, labeled informally as Project Sepulchre, was discovered by the other members of the O5 Council. While MTF Alpha 1, Red Right Hand, was en route, 059 and his team attempted to begin procedure 380 Sepulchre before Project Sepulchre was fully completed. Below is a transcript of the incident based on audio recordings as well as eyewitness accounts from the Reality Repair team. Begin log 1203. Message for Gary Harding.
Oh, shit! Oh, God! Oh, fuck! We're gonna have to engage Sepulchre now. You've been compromised! Oh, fuck!
Several expressions of surprise and expletives can be heard. Where's 9?
Oh, he's on his way. Prep everything. I want every system triple checked within the next 5 minutes. That's 5 minutes, folks!
Several Scranton Reality anchors can be heard initiating. Sanitation of chamber completed. Phase 5 is a go.
Mantell, where's Phase Chi? Who's Mantell?
Yeah.
Mantell! Mantell, goddammit, are you sleeping on the job again? Son of a bitch, this man. Only reason we haven't fired him yet. Funnily enough.
Hello? Hello?
I'll take it so we can keep going.
Hello?
Hello?
Alright, we can see you.
We can see you.
Hey, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Where do we leave off?
Research Mantell.
Okay. It's gonna take some time to set up, sir. The full process.
Fuck. God damn it! Time is the one thing we can't afford to spare right now. Skip the externals and speed up the rate of the draw. I want that Hume ball ready in the next 4 minutes.
Where is 9?
And several armed agents entered. Is it prepped?
Almost there, sir. We just need...
We don't have time, Harding. Red Right Hand is on their way now.
Get him prepped for Phase Omega. Go!
Extraneous details redacted. Phase Chi is a go, sir.
Load him in. Alpha 1 is in sight. Let's go!
An audible fracture of metal can be heard, followed by the hiss of a failed vacuum seal. Klaxons begin to sound. Warning, field stabilizer damaged. Recommending seizure of experiment.
Oh shit, get him out of there! It's gonna...
Gary, if you pull me out of here, I'll have your head mounted and stuff to keep me in this box. Do not open this chamber. An explosion.
Oh shit. Mantels. Researcher George Drool begins to scream, but ceases abruptly. Drool is permanently immobilized by the effects of SCP-3498, freezing in place indefinitely. Any attempts to move Drool since Incident 120182 have failed. What? SCP-3498's voice catches as its arm passes through the desk it's leaning on. The reality suppression system initiates, causing a slight hum. Oh my god, I didn't mean... Oh. Several members of Site-120's reality stabilizing team arrive in Testing Bay A and begin to assist SCP-3498 in stabilization. One member of the team powers down all devices in the bay, ending recording. Level 5 Research Team 9 and all accompanying personnel, including 059, were recovered by MTF Alpha 1. End log 1218. This is followed by an incident report taken on January 15th, 1983. It is labeled the decommissioning log. Forward. On the date of 01/15/83, during a routine psychological evaluation, SCP-3498's behavior became erratic and unstable. Despite the best efforts of all staff involved, SCP-3498 had to be decommissioned as a result. However, complications in the process created a fault in the Einstein-Rosen singularity generator, causing the wrong destination frequency to be chosen. Begin log. I can feel it.
You feel what, Jesse?
There it is again. The division is happening already.
What are you describing as a division?
Sir, the readings are spiking dramatically.
I'm attempting to calm the subject. Please, let me do my job.
It hurts. Please, let it happen.
Jesse, you need to stay here. Do not leave us now. Not after everything we've done. He turns on the microphone momentarily. He's delusional. We can't keep him much longer.
No, don't do it, please. We were almost having a breakthrough.
It's going to have to happen. He's going to be critical soon. Readings are reaching critical condition.
Arcs of energy, presumed to be emitted from slight fractures in reality, begin to lance from SCP-3498 to machinery within the containment chamber. No! We have it! We almost have it! We were so close to finding a cure. We simply needed the proper dosage values, and then... I was never supposed to be here. I just know it. I belong elsewhere. Mantel, snap out of it. Jesse! Jesse! It's okay, Jerry. I'm going. Finally.
Jesse, no, Jesse, I need you to stay with us. Focus on this room. Focus on staying.
Engaging the ERSIG, the ERSIG. Engaging the ERSIG. Please insert and turn your safety keys.
Botsky and Messer both insert their key and turn it. No, I won't do it. He'll die outside the chamber.
And we'll die in here with him. You're acting like an idiot, not a scientist. Insert your key.
He will stabilize. I'm not doing it unless it's truly necessary. Messer draws a handgun and points it at Kennedy.
Turn the key now. It doesn't matter anymore. We can't fix our mistakes by treating him better.
Researcher Kennedy turns the key, initiating the slowly moving track hooked to SCP-3498's restraint. The room is quiet, the only sounds being the whooshing of the ERSIG and the motors in the track. Please, I don't want to be here. I just want to be there. Several ceiling tiles become dinner plates, falling from the ceiling and shattering.
Wormhole is destabilizing. I don't know what's causing it.
It's the excess reality. It's affecting the portal. We must get him through quicker.
No, we don't know if this will work. Abort the transference.
We are not aborting this. Either we send him in that hole or we're all dead. The keys are locked in.
Goodbye, Jesse. The microphone is deactivated. I hope it's better for him to go than to be here any longer. One less guy strapped to a table around here. Good. I would suppose. SCP-3498 enters the wormhole and it closes afterward.
Oh, Jesus Christ, the destination! The destabilization had shifted the frequency. 194546 is...
What have we done? End log. The following file is an ethics committee disciplinary meeting that takes place on January 10th, 1983. Heading: Foundation Ethics Committee. Subheading: Disciplinary Meeting Minutes. Date: January 10th, 1983. Call to order. The committee director called to order the regular meeting of the Ethics Committee at 2100 hours. 2000 hours? Roll call. The secretary conducted a roll call. All committee members were present. Open issues. Disciplinary hearing. Gary Harding. Forward. Concerning the events of 12/01/82, former researcher Gary Harding stands trial for treason against the Foundation and illegal use of Foundation resources and information. Below is a transcript of his evaluation. Begin log.
Please begin by describing to us how you first got involved with this entire situation.
Well, that can be answered fairly simply. As head of 059's personal research team, we were the first to be chosen to work on Project Sepulchre.
And what exactly would you say this Project Sepulchre was concerned with?
The whole ordeal contains a wide range of reasons, but if you'd like me to boil it down, 059's obsession with, might I say, immortality, his crusade for it.
Would you elaborate?
Well, you know how he is. He has this air of professionalism, but deep down, you know he's scared, right? You spend a bit of time with him, talk with him in the same room, you can see it's all a ruse for a while. He becomes an open book. I should know, I spent 6 months working side by side with the man. He's a human being. There's some things I know he's seen that would make a man crave death just to escape those ends. Probably a million world-ending anomalies behind locked doors that only he and the rest of the council got keys to. Beyond his goal to prevent his own untimely demise, he also gets to prevent anything and everything earthly ever from being harmed ever again. Sorry, I don't make mics like they used to.
Where did this concept come from then? Who gave him the idea to use artificial generated ontokinesis to achieve this goal?
He's made attempts in the past to bypass death, and this is just one of them. He is essentially the non-63-2, seen as he's tied to the damn thing. I don't know what's going on with the... But the phase V20.0 came up a lot during tests. I can only guess where that rabbit hole goes. It's essentially the next step he could take. All that digging I've done leads back to 2718. That's locked to me for some goddamn reason. You ethics committee knuckleheads may have a better chance at it, since you're all above my pay grade, even if I did have level 5 clearance.
I would think you would be better off realizing who oversees this discussion here. You are present only because you are a seriously valued member of staff. Otherwise, you would have already been reassigned.
I'm pretty sure my fate is sealed as it is.
How did this entire debacle go unnoticed for some time? I would think something would fall through the cracks eventually.
Oh, it did. Christensen, or at least I think it was him, leaked to someone. You know, I never quite liked that guy. He tried to get me removed from the program entirely at one point. But before that, we were meticulous. Everything was under expenses. Site-120. Our team outgrew only slightly, but the people we nabbed were important. Mantel was pivotal in the construction of the slug.
Excuse me, the slug?
Oh, yeah. The SLHG. Scranton Lock Hume Generator. Easier on the tongue.
Please continue.
Anyways, Jesse was necessary to build that scrap heap through and through. Danton was instrumental in the calculation. Troll was a biological expert, but we know what happened to him. Payroll was non-existent. We had to borrow components, etc. Until Christianson.
We are well versed in where he came in. What caused the failure in the slug?
I'd assume the structure construction failed in some way. The machine was never supposed to be powered up all the time. Mantell never did quite finish them structural supports, only the internal wiring. I watched as one of them crystals got messed up in the process. All our months of research to shit over a leak, an information one, and a literal one. I'll tell you what too, that thing would have worked. The Hume ball was there, I saw it with my own eyes. If we'd had enough time, we'd all be on a new level of existence with how this thing operates.
Do you have any idea of the ramifications of such an action? The potential outcome of giving anyone, even a member of the O5 Council, abilities like this? The horrible things people do with power in this... The horrible things people with power do in this position?
All right, Mr. Committee Director. So, imagine you're faced with a big red button. Say you press that button. There's a 50% chance in you and everyone, that is, the world, dies. And a 50% chance whatever you want most in the world would occur instantly. Would you press it? I'd say, if I may speak for me and the rest of my staff, that the chance is too big for me to turn down.
You would risk the life of every human being on this planet to the whims of someone with near infinite power for your own progression of goals?
It's not just our own progression. With power like our predictions specified, even Apollyon and Keter class could be zapped away in the blink of an eye. Overpopulation, world hunger, anything, all solved with a wave of your hand. Distant galaxies could be exploitable in an instant. Nothing ain't too far-fetched.
I take it you fail to grasp the concept of all the innocent billions of lives populating this planet, not knowing a single thing about what lies under the bed, living their lives peacefully. 3498 is likely to go superhuman, and if we fail the transport, who knows what kind of CK our reality will undergo. Something of this magnitude has never been simulated, let alone tested.
Would you think perhaps for a second past this situation? How many things out there are inches from doing exactly that already? How many things are unpreventably growing out of control right now? 2 minutes faster ain't going to alter anything. It's meaningless to struggle. Do you fear death, Director? That's exactly what got us into this mess. Of course, if we didn't, the Foundation wouldn't really have a purpose, would it then?
Excuse me, Dr. Harding!
How many times will this happen? How many times does a researcher have to suffer horribly after being exposed to some kind of anomaly? How many times do we have to destroy an entire world simply to plunder the resources or simply dispose of hazard waste, as you so eloquently described my esteemed colleague? Even I never treated him right. He had a name. It was Mantell. Jesse Mantell.
Gary, this course of action!
.059 would have been a fluke anyways, and I realized that far too into the project. There's no way one runs that place, because absolute power corrupts absolutely, and fear makes good men do horrible things. Give someone an opportunity to be self-generous at the expense of others, and they're gonna do it! It don't matter that someone already tried to play nice and failed. thousands of times before because every person thinks I can do it better than the last guy. They just fail to get that the next guy will think the same of them until someone does inevitably end the chain by blowing us all to holy hell, and even then...
Thank you for your time, Gary. I think we have heard enough.
No, you don't understand. It's a time bomb. We're sitting on a time bomb, and there's no wires to cut.
Researcher Gary Hardin is forcefully removed from the function.
We're going to have to make an example out of this. I don't want to see anything like this ever happen again.
End log. Closing statement. Pending sentence. Adjournment. The committee director adjourned the meeting at 215 hours.
All right, I want to jump in this before with two things. Number one, can you guys hear the loud noises that are happening outside my apartment right now, or can you still hear me pretty well?
Nope.
I can't hear anything.
Nope.
Excellent. That's good news. Second, so I have got critiques, and it's because you are here right now, and I notice these things and I want to tell you them, and maybe you'll change it, maybe you won't, but I'm interested in these ones, okay? I made a list. So, number one, there's just a little typo. You wrote the Botsky as, like, in the interview log. The people. I think it's a dope nickname, though.
That I can't edit that document anymore.
Say that again?
I can't edit that document anymore. So anybody who wants to fix these for me, you're welcome to it.
That's
fair.
fair.
So what was the first error?
Yeah.
What was the first error again?
The Botsky.
In the action sequence where they deploy Jesse to the other dimension, one of the action lines says, the Botsky and Messer both insert their key and turn it, and there should not be a the there. That is the only typo that is not subjective, and the rest of these are all opinions based on my feelings, and I want to give them just so, even if they don't get changed, the audience hears what the process is like a little bit for critiques. And everyone here, once I'm done talking, is completely willing to disagree with me, or completely okay to disagree with me on these.
Do you want me to, like, change them as you see fit, Hylius?
That would be nice if you could.
All right.
All right,
there's an in somewhere in here that should be an in, and I don't remember where it is.
That sounds like that sounds like a Control F problem.
Yeah, but there's so many is.
So, these are the kind of things, if you are in the audience, if you've never listened to an SCP get critiqued. Oh, Jack?
I found it. It's Harding says, say you press that button and there's a 50% chance you and everybody is the world dies. It should be everyone in the world dies.
So, my number one thought, I had 4 thoughts while we were going through this that weren't just typos. The first one is really minor. Up when the very beginning of the description, we describe Jesse's inability to wield their power. And one of the words you say is because of this and incompetence, SCP-3498 is unable to control its abilities properly. Incompetence feels weird to me just because the way it is usually used denotes some kind of negative connotation besides just being unable to control. And so I might phrase that differently, like due to it being new to its powers or something like that, where it says it's unable to control but not necessarily just incompetent. That's a weird word choice to me anyways. Now I'm going to get into the ones that I'm more certain of. 2718 is mentioned in 2 different ways in this article. And both of them do not mesh in canon with what 2718 does. The first one mentions that the researcher is locked out of 2718. But if you look at the 2718 article, part of the canonic problem is that it actually is not canonically 2718. It's constantly switching slots because of the encryption, so it stays hidden. So there isn't really a 2718 to look at, so to speak. And secondarily, on that same note, because of that, unless 059 confided in this person, what is it, Kennedy or Harding? Harding. Unless 059 specifically confided in Harding, that means that the being afraid of death thing wouldn't really make sense for Harding to know either. Now, on the other end of that, a way that could be slipped by is if you said something cryptic like, I don't know why the hell 059 is so interested in this, but that was a link to 2718. And so even though it wasn't specifically referenced, that opaque reference would lead there. Does that make sense?
There is a segment where he says he can only guess where that rabbit hole goes and that he's been digging, but he can't find any information on it.
Correct. I'm just speaking specifically about the two instances where he mentioned 2718 by number, which shouldn't be possible.
I'm gonna get some water.
Say again, uranium? Or whoever said that? I didn't hear.
He went to go get water, I think.
Getting some water.
Oh, okay, cool. And the other
it's
one
only
where
there by number for ease of access.
And and again, my point is that the same ease of access of linking to the article could have been achieved by making a phrase the link. Like you could have used the I don't know how far that rabbit hole goes line as the link to suit 2718, and then you wouldn't have had that canon glitch. Do you see what I mean?
Okay.
And of course, this is, again, the article is what it is. I'm just making these points so the audience can see what the critique process looks like. Order of logs, all I thought is for a hot minute, because of the way they're talking about Mantell in the log at the end, it almost felt like the interview with Harding could go before Jesse is deployed, because most of it doesn't mention that he's gone. And
it canonically takes place beforehand. It actually, the dates are set up so that the bottom log is set up like days before the secondary log.
okay, then I then ask the next question, which is, why did you choose to order them the way you did if the dates are out of order?
More poignant ending.
I'm not sure, but that's just...
If you do it with the second one being the ending, you have this kind of cliffhanger deal where it's like, oh, well, what universe was it? Where the real ending of this is the where Harding is talking about how it's inevitable to get past all of this kind of corporate bureaucracy in the Foundation and how he freaks out and loses his mind. And so that was like the real ending of the document, not the like kind of bait and switch, which someone suggested that I actually flipped those last time.
And then my last thing that I see personally is that I could honestly use less of the interview log. Like, a lot of it kind of says the same thing a couple times, it seems to me. I think that could have been trimmed a little bit. Versus, I remember in your old document that you had mentions of the different universes. And there was specifically like the idea that 194546 is, and that cliffhanger almost doesn't go far enough now. I think it got too far trimmed the other way. Because I think the end of that sentence is populated or is not XK'd into oblivion already.
Yeah, that's the implication.
And I feel like with just a shred more, that would have been as clear, but that could have hit as your finale. Like where it is right now, the middle log doesn't work as an ending. But if it had a hair more, and you could see the hubris of the interview log, and then go into it actually going down, that would be another way. That would be another way to present it, I guess I'm saying.
Yeah. See, the issue is that someone did all of this for me in reverse. So it started out exactly like what you're saying, and then someone said, hey, that ending is kind of off-key, and I don't really understand why this universe thing is thrown in. It doesn't seem like it fits properly. So I would take the universe thing out. I think it's a little bit over the top. And then after that, they were like, well, this file doesn't really hit as an ending anymore. So maybe you should swap it to the middle and use the middle part as the ending. So we did this entirely in reverse from last time.
And by the way, chat, my final word on this as I take my critique glasses off is simply notice that that's going to happen to you all the time in critique. You're going to hear thing A from person 1 and the exact opposite thing from person B. And you're going to be like, how do I thread the needle on that? They are literally opposites. And
hey, has Dr. Akimoto been introduced yet?
Nope, and that's exactly what I wanted to do next.
Hi guys, I am Mike, Dr. Akimoto. I am a operator on SiteCrit, community outreach, internet outreach, chat staff. I co-run the Instagram and Facebook, and I am the author of 56 articles on the wiki so far, my first year.
Wow.
Nice.
Had to flex a little bit.
Akimoto's an absolute machine.
Yeah, tell me about it. God, sorry, I just really want to.
Really wanna.
Yeah.
I have a question for chat. Do you like Huey Lewis in the News?
Oh no.
Oh no.
I am a huge Huey Lewis in the News fan. First of all,
I think they really came onto their own with 4. You know,
I'm gonna read a tale with that exact title.
Oh no.
I am ready for Do You Like Huey Lewis and the News?
Dear valued Ambrose Restaurant family members, January 2015 edition. Food fact: Simurgh milk is known to have tremendous healing properties. Welcome to the first Chaz's Corner of the new year, guys! It's been a busy month for us, but I'm sure everyone's respective Ambrose Restaurants franchises have been equally busy dealing with the holiday season. As we start 2015, I'm excited to announce a number of changes to company policy to bring us in line with changing regulations and allow us to satisfy more hungry stomachs than ever. Nothing major, and they'll all be announced in the newsletter letter. But the curious among you might want to check Policy Editions 2015.docx. I'm also excited to announce the grand opening of Ambo's Utrecht. Carrying a flagship line of high-tech science fiction foods, the Utrecht location is sure to be a delight for our Android, Cyborg, and Bionic customers. Check it out at ambroseutrecht.void. We're planning big things later in the winter, so stay tuned and stay tasty. Cheers, Chaz Ambrose. February 2015 edition. Food fact: many Fey recipes call for dragon tears. You can actually use any lizard's body fluid. Welcome back to my little corner. I've got some fun news for you guys this time, but first, let's get the boring business out of the way. Some of you may be aware that we reached a settlement with Wilson's Wildlife Services earlier this month. The details of this case, including the amount settled, remain confidential, so we'd ask that nobody start probing their manager with questions. We have a legal department for that. And now the fun part. Ambrose is coming to the small screen, a syndicated show in the Three Portlands area on the Food and Alchemy Network some of you may be familiar with. Undercover Lord will be airing an episode starring moi next week. I'm not supposed to tell you guys this yet, but I'll be undercover as a fresh line cook, so behave as you normally would. I'm excited to see what it's like back on the front lines. War Mr. Guards, Chaz, Chef Chaz. May 2015 edition. Food fact: unicorn tears. I'm really disappointed, guys. We filmed the episode of Undercover Lord, and I am just shocked, stunned, in pure disbelief. We visited 3 different Ambrose restaurant locations and were met with the same sight. Appallingly rude and unbecoming behavior from servers, disgusting, unclean kitchens, and more than anything, a complete and utter lack of passion and feeling from anyone there. I won't mention what locations for their sake, but I'm frankly shaken if this is the standard of behavior for all Ambrose Restaurant locations. I realize I've been cooped up in corporate for some time, but the business I saw last week was not the same business I founded 26 years ago. And I know it's not just me, because the reviews online agree with me, scathing and poorly written as they may be. It's a crushing set of affairs when the entirety of Ambrose Restaurants can be described as Chef Chaz. April 2015 edition. Food fact: in addition to 4 mundane types of chocolate, there are 2 anomalous kinds, emerald and sapphire. I'll be honest, I'm not really sure what's been going on this month with Ambrose as a brand. I decided to exercise my vacation days and take some time for myself. I went on a vacation, jet-setting up all over the world, eating good food and thinking about the future of the company. I had over 60 different meals over the past 2 weeks. It should have been obvious from my last email that we need to make some changes as a whole. I think I've got a good handle on what those changes might look like now, but it'll take some effort to get through them. But the end result will be good food, getting us closer to what this brand is at heart. It may take some hard work, but nothing worth doing ever comes easy. Stay tuned. The day of redemption will come. Chaz. May 2015 edition. Food fact: your skin color isn't what defines you. Friends, I'll level with you. We've gotten some troubling reports here at Ambrose HQ. Accusations of discriminatory hiring practices, that we don't source our meat ethically, that we somehow lack morals. Well, these are no doubt the work of envious or uninformed defamers. I feel it's prudent that I personally acknowledge them. I promise you this: I will never decide to hire someone based on their race, gender, sex, anything else. Because Ambrose has been an industry leader for a decade, and we've picked up a few things along the way. Chief among them is this: your skin color does not matter. We all taste the same on the inside. Hugs and kisses, Chaz Ambrose. June 2015 edition. All over the world, there's different kinds of foods that people eat on a regular basis that a lot of people in the Western world never even considered for a moment as a meal. Can you imagine how limiting that must be, to shut yourself off from all sorts of new culinary experiences just because of some preconceived notion about what food is supposed to be? For instance, humans have been eating insects for thousands of years before we even knew how to farm. There were over 2,000 species of edible bugs worldwide. All over the world, people eat bugs. Yet the Western world only reacts with disgust about the process. This is why one of the driving beliefs of Ambrose as an institution is keeping our taste portfolios open to just about anything and making sure we're never closed-minded. Our test kitchen is constantly testing new ingredients, recipes, everything to make sure we can provide the best menus possible. Personally, I just find it's always fascinating to hear what other cultures eat. Sincerely, Chaz Ambrose. July 2015 edition. Food fact: cannibalism has a long and storied history in many global cultures. Sincerely, Chaz Ambrose. August 2015. Food fact: death by forced overeating was a common punishment in the ancient Davite Empire. I just got back from a productive meeting with good old Marius. That guy's been with the company longer than almost anyone else. He was one of the original founding members of the board, and he's still on today. I was thinking about why that might be earlier today, actually. You see, Back when the company was first getting started, Marius came to me and said we were losing money on a lot of our new projects. The way things were going, it didn't seem like we had much of a future going on. He told me we had a few months to go. I nodded and listened, and then I grabbed the gun I kept under my desk and pulled it out. I told him in various simple terms that he could either figure it out or I would shoot him in the balls. He nodded and told me that wasn't necessary. He could solve it. And he did! He's been working for us ever since, and he's a big part of the reason why this company is still standing. You'll have a good one, Ambrose! September 2015. Food fact. Human blood can be used as a substitute for eggs when cooking. I had a meeting with the rest of the board today to discuss the new direction I wanted to take the company in. It lasted a few hours, and although there was some resistance to a lot of the ideas that I wanted to implement, I think we were able to find a solution that worked for everyone, for the most part. So we should hope to have a lot of changes coming over the next few months. I can't talk about them any of them publicly yet, but I'm very excited for them all and can't wait to share them with the rest of the company. Keep your ears peeled and your eyes open for new and exciting business ventures for the company. We'll be adding in new locations and making some updates to the older ones going forward. Finally, I ask you to observe a moment of silence in loving memory of Julia Beard and Vincent Fanucci, who both tragically passed away in the middle of today's board meeting. They were some of the best people I knew, and they will certainly be missed. Remember, people who love to eat are always the best people to eat. Chef Ambrose. October 2015 edition. Hydrogen peroxide is used in professional kitchens to get rid of animal blood, but it works on human blood too. You know that? That's a food fact. That's a fucking food fact. Hey, friends. I'm sorry, this one's going to be a little short. I don't have a lot of time right now, plus it's cold, so I'm typing hard. Been looking for prized and exotic meats in the Arctic, and I finally found something really special. Really, really, really special. But I guess the game is out here back, Site-42. I look, the carcass is back to base camp. Thank God for the internet correct here. Thank fucking God. Thank Christ. Thank the fucking Scarlet King. Thank my fucking father, Mr. Red. I'm going to be flying back in with headquarters soon, and I have a meeting with the board left. What's discovered? We're planning on rolling out internally sourced meat supplies that are totally vetted, totally ethical, totally delicious. So we're going to be shipping out crates of cuts, flash frozen meat. Best our legal practices can prevent us from divulging sources yet, because they're fucking cowards yet. So don't try to ask where they came from. I'll fucking kill you if you ask where they came from. All the testers even said they tasted like pork. They all tasted like pork. Anyways, I gotta know now. The HVAC on the base is some sort of cold cut. So I need to fix that before the meat goes bad. The Arctic guys have spent months working in the cold, which makes the meat gamey and tough, and I don't want them to go to waste. TTYL, Chaz, send from my iPhone. November 2015 edition. Did you know that your tongue is the tastiest organ in your body? First on the list of things to talk about, a big congratulations to Marius. Mr. Marius, what's his face? With my timely murder of Armand Merced, the third to last remaining original founding member of the Ambrose Restaurant Board, Mr. Fuck Me What's-His-Name has been promoted to co-chairman of the board, right alongside me. I'll be looking forward to working with him in the future. Speaking of Marius, oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. It's a shame that he tastes so bad. It's really one of the biggest reasons preventing me from terminating his contract right now. I just can't stand the taste of him. I've been checking every day for the past few weeks, and I doubt I could even get a bite of the guy down. So here we are. In any case, you'll be happy to hear that we've made a decision to expand our clientele base to non-human customers. There's been a change a long time in the making, since their food palette is dramatically different from our own. The first of these restaurants we plan on opening is Andrew Cluj-Napoca, a combination hotel and world-class eatery, specifically tailored to vampires. Keep tuned for more updates on similar locations. We've got plans for lichens, ghosts, and even thought devourers. I promise you this. This next year, you'll all be working, living, and eating in a whole new Ambrose Restaurants. Ciao! Chaz Ambrose. December 2015. Food fact. Consuming human brains can lead to Kuru, but not if you're very careful. Doing surprise restaurant inspections. See you soon.
I think we all feel blessed to have witnessed that breakdown.
Wowee.
Wow.
Wow.
That was really well ran.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go. I'll be back later, probably.
See you later, Creepypasta. Perfect timing for Rounder House to jump in the stream. Akimoto, do you have a story you want to read in a sec?
Oh my god, they're here.
I'll look around and I'll see if I'll find one.
Oh, I thought before Rounder House scored in, Silica Packet stole it. Welcome, Radgal.
Oh, I'm sorry. If Rounder wants to get in, I will make this quick. I was gonna go put on my costume, but if Rounder is getting in, but I just want to say, I am going to talk about Ambrose Con, very briefly. But for anyone curious, Ambrose Con, there's a GOI group of interest called Ambrose Restaurants, which it's not bad per se, but there, at least some people feel there hasn't been enough done with it in a literary sense, including me. So I said, hey, everyone, let's make a Discord server and go write Ambrose articles. And this is the first one. Big thanks to Rounder and Stormbreath for writing it, and I hope you all enjoyed it. We're going to have a couple more coming out. I'm not promising the same quality, but we're kind of trying to get that wacky Chaz, kind of characterizing him as a crazy person theme. I'm sure Rounder will talk about that more, but yeah, look forward to it. God be with you. I might drop by again later. Toodles.
Please do. Thank you for the pitch. And while we figure out the next person in the chat, I'm going to shout out real quick. GoFundMe has stopped sending me updates whenever we get a donation, so I got to remember to check now because it's not warning me. But we have officially jumped over 75% of our goal. We are currently at $775 out of 1,000, everybody. Woo! Woo! Thank you much to Darnell Jermaine, who donated $50 and qualifies for one of our SCP community gifts. As a note, we will be randomizing who gets what, so I know you requested your prize to be specifically from Tanhoney, but we will see that one. Meanwhile, Anonymous gave us $5. Hatch Lutes Tyrannos also did the $50 tier to get the SCP gift, which brought us to our $775. Thank you guys so much. We are just after noon, which means that we are halfway done with this 24 Halloween live stream. Holy cow. And with just under 12 hours left on the clock, being 75% done is amazing. I am excited for everything right now because I am full of caffeine, and that's what happens.
Woo!
There he is.
Rounder, give us your name, your introduction, your pronouns, and your place in the SCP community. A hush falls over the gallery.
The suspense.
Possibly due to technical issues.
They are streaming over their phone, so their microphone might not be working very well yet.
It's a test.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. Repeat that.
There it is.
Hello! That's what?
Hello?
And so, Rounder House, welcome to the stream. Give us the name you wish to be called, the pronouns you wish to be addressed by, and your place in the SCP Wiki community. Dang it, twice. Oh, they're gone.
Oh, man.
It was too much.
They will try again. Something was technically incorrect.
Okay, we have a little bit of a break until Rounder House is coming back. I have something that I think is really interesting that I'd like to shout out. Can I do that?
Certainly.
Ooh.
So I found a little site. It's called skipnet-terminal.web.app/#. And this is basically a site that allows you to access any SCP article via the SkipNet Direct Access terminal, like the one that was featured in 2317. You can get almost anything off the wiki on this, and it is so immersive. they're adding features. It just came out recently, and I came upon it when I was looking up what kind of documentation that they've used for actual SkipNet terminals in articles, because I was writing for something on it. And you make an account, you log in with your you log in with like a researcher account, and you have to put in your class and your access level, and it will let you just use commands to open any of the files on the website.
If you will drop a link in the Discord for that, I can also share that to the YouTube chat.
There's one in the Discord, and there's one in the YouTube chat. It's really quite.
Say again, shout out to Rounder House and Stormbreath for Huey Lewis in the news. That was one of the best reads I've had this month.
Absolutely.
That was wild from start to finish.
It was so fun to read, like, live. Something about, like, fucking, like... I don't want to call him Gordon Ramsay. That's kind of reductive. It's just like...
All right, I managed to get the link into the YouTube so that people can go visit that cool thing you shouted out. We're still waiting for Rounder House to show back up, figure out their tech. So in that time, Aki or Tanhoney, do either of you have a story you want to read?
Let me have a look here. What kind of length would it be that we're looking for? Because I have an article here that we could read, but I don't. I'm bad at judging lengths of articles, to be honest.
I mean, at this point, we're still working a 24-hour stream, so I do not mind if it's, like, short, medium, or long at this point.
Right, so as long as it's not 24 hours.
Exactly.
You mean like what happened to Site-42?
Oh,
Someone, John in the YouTube chat joked, "Why don't you do portraits of your father?" And I was like, that took us 3 hours last time. Oh.
Not again.
Yeah, that's why I'm probably never going to ask you to read, like, one of my series is on the stream.
Have to do it like we did with Dark Stuff on Venda Friend. We do it separate weeks for a couple weeks and get it out that way.
Someone's requested 5034 in the YouTube chat.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, sure.
Why am I holding this?
Does anybody in particular want to read this one?
I'll take this one. I haven't been on in a little bit.
All right, go ahead.
Let's hit it. Notice from the Department of Miscommunications. Analysis of this file has confirmed it displays no unusual properties. All information present in it can be taken as a literal statement of fact. Signed, Eli Forkley, Director, Department of Miscommunications. Item number, SCP-5034. Object class, Tiamat. Special containment procedures. Due to budgetary concerns, see Containment Attempt 5034-17 for more details. It has been determined that containment of SCP-5034 is not currently possible. When SCP-5034 is discovered in an antique store, criteria for likely attack sites is currently undetermined, agents are to immediately proceed to said store and begin experimentation. Use of standard testing equipment is authorized in regards to SCP-5034. All tests must be approved by the Foundation Experimentation Committee. Note, formed following initial containment of hostilities on September 15, 2020. Description: SCP-5034 is the collective term for a China bowl. Footnote: although this planet-wide range has been confirmed, it is currently unknown whether it extends beyond that. Containing 7 red marbles. Footnote: individual appearance is variable. Refer to sighting logs for full description of SCP-5034 instances. At all times, SCP-5034 will consist of the China Bowl and the 7 red marbles within it. If a marble is destroyed or removed from SCP-5034, it will disappear and a new one will reappear inside the bowl. Attempts to contain marbles outside of SCP-5034, note, use of the prototype adaptive containment chamber, initials ACC, was approved for this purpose, have similarly failed. All attempts to interfere with these marbles have had an extremely negative impact on the Foundation's budget. Note, full casualty reports are not yet available due to lack of up-to-date information. SCP-5034 exhibits a secondary anomalous effect. All individuals who observe SCP-5034 will be aware that it is a China Bowl containing 7 red marbles, even if they lack prior context. Note, attempts to directly breach metaphysical camouflage have thus far been unsuccessful. However, this awareness does not appear to directly impact information one step removed from SCP-5034. For example, an individual observing SCP-5034 will be aware it is a China Bowl, but an individual observing evidence left behind by SCP-5034 will not. Footnote. For full information on asynchronous war planning, consult the Foundation War Committee. Addendum 5034-1. Experimentation Log. The following is a log of all experiments conducted with SCP-5034. Footnote. A full list of engagements is available in the Site-37, the Site-42, the Site-92 archives. Experiment 5034-1. Conditions. Upon discovery of SCP-5034, Foundation personnel attempted to remove and contain 3 marbles from the bowl. Footnote. Operation conducted in cooperation with the Global Occult Coalition. Result. When removed, all marbles disappeared and reappeared inside the bowl. Containment failure. Note, BK class scenario officially declared 1 hour later. Foundation budget severely impacted. Experiment 5034-2. Conditions. Upon rediscovery of SCP-5034 in an antique store in Chennai, India, Foundation personnel attempted to remove 1 marble from the bowl and smash it with a sledgehammer. Footnote. Constructed via a conjunction of several requisitioned anomalies. Result. Following successful destruction of the marble, it reappeared inside the bowl. Destruction failure. Foundation budget severely impacted. Experiments. 5034-3. Conditions. After tracing the sale of SCP-5034 through a number of private collectors, Foundation personnel attempted to contain one of the marbles while keeping it within the bowl. Result. Containment successful for 6 days. However, on the 7th day, security officer enters the containment chamber and accidentally releases the marble from the bowl. Footnote. See Autopsy Report 5034-29331 for full details. Containment failure. Foundation budget severely impacted. Experiment 5034-4. Conditions. Upon rediscovery of SCP-5034, all available Foundation personnel attempt to smash the marbles with sledgehammers. Result. 5 marbles successfully destroyed. Footnote. Partial destruction of the 6th entity insufficient due to regenerative capabilities. However, they subsequently reappear inside the bowl. Destruction failure. Experiment 5034-5. Conditions. Upon rediscovery of SCP-5034, all available Foundation personnel. Footnote. Operation conducted in cooperation with all remaining world governments under the Pangea Arrangement. Attempt to smash the marbles with sledgehammers. Result. 5 marbles successfully destroyed. However, footnote. Oh wait, sorry, I read the wrong one. 6 marbles successfully destroyed. However, they subsequently reappear inside the bowl. Destruction failure. Footnote. Current hypothesis is that all 7 entities must be eliminated to ensure successful termination. Experiment 5034-6. Conditions. Upon rediscovery of SCP-5034, all Foundation personnel attempt to destroy the marbles with whatever tools are on hand. Result. All 7 marbles successfully destroyed. They subsequently reappear inside the bowl. Footnote. In accordance with Joint Ethics Committee and O5 Council ruling, math euthanasia options are currently being considered. Addendum 5034-2. As the Foundation budget is now approaching bankruptcy, further experimentation is not possible. Note. Burn our bodies. Okay.
All right.
I have a question.
Only one.
What the fuck? What? Excuse me?
I'm going to the discussion page. I pretty much get what's going on here. Oh, this is Tanhoney's fault. This is okay.
It's his fault.
So yeah, this is me.
Have anything to say for yourself?
I just want to say it was JamCon. It was a stressful time for things happened.
Yeah, that was dope. And in my 12 and a half hours of streaming addled brain, I feel like I get it, and I know there's something I'm missing. So cool. That's SCP Foundation for you.
I've never been satisfied with stuff like this. I've never been satisfied by stuff like this, but I understand why it exists, and the purpose is to be unsatisfying as a conclusion. It's like, what is going on?
Radgale in the Discord. Hey Sherm, they aren't marbles.
What?
Huh?
What?
Wait, seriously? Why it took you years to figure it out?
That out, and it's only been out for less than a year.
That's incredible.
No, they're not all so a bowl.
He compressed time. He went into the hyperbolic time chamber just to figure it out.
But the bowl is in fact a bowl. Oh man, now I'm like imagining everything, which is really impressive. 'Cause you contained it, but only for 6 days. 23,000 people dead in that one footnote. Foundation completely bankrupted. World ending. Yeah, I got nothing else. That was dope.
I think maybe the strangest part of this article is that it takes place in one of those canons where the Foundation doesn't have endless money.
Well, the way budget is not. It's part of the main description. The budget is not strictly an actual budget.
Oh my god. It's people. It's people, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So bankruptcy means there is literally no one left to do the foundationing.
Well, that also raises the alternative question. Is this canon one of the canons where that kind of bankruptcy is possible too? Because I thought 2000 was just like pumping people out.
Well, maybe 2000 gets turned off just right after the article ends.
Yeah, okay. It has to be one of those ones where that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
God, sorry for the mess. We're in the process of summer, fall, potentially winter cleaning.
7 marbles. It could be Tash. It could be like a biblical thing, but like so many things use the 7 thing that I don't even know if you can nail it down to a biblical 7.
Just a nice number of marbles.
7 is a nice ominous number.
Yeah, nice ominous number for marbles.
I think 2 cleft skips would use 7.
Anyone in chat wanna take my place?
Take your place? Oh, take your place.
Yeah, I've been here for like a few hours.
People come, people go. Who's in the backup chat right now? We got Scorped and the Redacted. Okay, so there are people hanging out in the backup chat so that we know they're there.
Scorped has been waiting longer.
True,
Been
Scorped.
there a while.
Scorped hasn't been on today.
I'm gonna at him in chat. Or them.
Void points out, I just thought it was a Scarlet King thing, 7 red marbles and all that. Yeah, I get that.
I think articles like this that could have multiple interpretations is like perfect for our site. Like exactly what we're made for, kind of. We have no canon. Everything is like up to you to decide what works. So articles that leave it up to you what's going on and still have enough content to enjoy, I feel like that's like a really good mix for our platform.
All right.
Which that article we just read did really well.
Why is it called the Meat Angels? Wait a minute. Why is this called Meat Angels?
Because they're meat angels.
Don't worry about it.
Chicken nuggets.
Why are the red marbles Meat Angels? Now I'm even more confused.
Chicken nuggets.
Oh, they're chicken nuggets. I get it now. Perfect.
Yeah, yeah.
Sounds tasty.
Yeah,
I
and
am
right
going
now,
into...
Intel in chat is consuming them, so we'll all be fine.
Okay, wait, I just thought of this like an hour late, so... Tanhoney, first of all, thank you for joining the stream. I know you can't come on the Sunday show because the time slot across the pond, so I'm glad you could make it today.
Yeah, no worries.
Number 2, I want to make sure to pimp that Tanhoney has their own YouTube channel, and you should go check that out because other SCP YouTubers are dope. I'm going to take a break from 3 just to say, hey, Scorped, do what did earlier. Jump in, mute yourself, put on your stream drawing, and you can draw in the background of our talking. That's excellent. And 3, for Tanhoney, dog, I'm fanboying over you for the moment because of how much I adore 5031. I freaking adore that article so much. It is well written. It does everything I wanted it to do. And I don't know why I don't say it's one of my favorites, because it probably is. I think it's because my identity of favorites is stuck in the 3000s. But in the 5000s, it's up there.
Right, that's good, but I think Peppers goes through 5031.
I also have to say, of any contest winner in the last couple of big slot contests, I feel like 5000 was one of the most deserving ones to win.
Thank you.
I wasn't so keen on the 3000 winner or the 4000 winner. I thought that other articles were like, it was a close running and I could have easily traded one for the other, but 5000 was one where it was like locked it in and it was like, yeah, that's the one.
Speaking of 5000, Tanhoney, I sent you a short film Firebase inspire SCP-5000 at all?
Firebase, I don't think I've seen that, so I don't think
No,
so.
it's the like story and why it's being used is very, very different, but the anomaly in it is a like anti-relativity suit that like blocks out everything from outside, and I always thought after I read it the first time, I was like, oh, that reminds me of that like 20-minute movie I watched. I wasn't sure if you ever came across that before you wrote that.
Yeah, I've not seen Firebase, to be perfectly honest. I got the idea for the Doctor Who.
The Discord chat is laughing at me because I didn't even hear Tanhoney correct me when he said he didn't write 5031. This is starting to hit me all of a sudden.
Look, the numbers of the 2 we just read are similar, both written for day 3 of JamCon.
So, yes, I apologize for that. And also, still, Radgel in the chat also says, hey, by the way, remind everybody that Tanhoney wrote 5000 because A, they didn't say it when they came in. B, we're like talking about the inspiration, but it should be just outright stated because it is one of those like few articles on the site that gets a lot of credit on the wiki, but also branches off-site. In the TikTok community, in the YouTube, there's so much like 049, 231, all the old school stuff. And it's so rare to see something from more recent series get that kind of traction. And it is excellent that 5,000 got there. I super congratulate you on that.
Thank you. I think the only ones that really have sort of branched out off the site for me. Right, yeah, that wasn't me.
Yeah, I know, but that was one of the other ones that was like, wow, this one's blowing up a lot. Did we lose someone? We lost Scorp.
Yeah, I think Scorp was having trouble getting their
them.
thing.
Oh, they're back.
Oh, welcome back.
Also, I got something amazing. Dog.
A doggo.
Yes.
Dog?
Yeah, it's my
Dog.
brother's dog. I'm taking care of him for today. He's pretty sleepy.
Dog sitting, the noblest profession.
This is also Kane.
Kane Pathos Crow.
Puppy.
Change of direction. Tosh in the chat has requested 004-J. It's not a very long article. I think it's good to do it. Does someone want to read 004-J?
I'll take it.
Make it happen.
Let me just pull it up really quick. We're talking about Stanley Nichols' CPA.
That's right.
Item number SCP-004-J. Object class Euclid. No, wait. Thaumiel. Special containment procedures. The entity is currently housed in the Site-08 North Wing, Accounts Payable Office, from Monday to Friday between the hours of 800 and 1700 hours local, with 1 hour from 1200 to 1300 hours local spent in the North Cafeteria or traversing from there to back to his desk. The entity may occasionally need to use the restroom, take breaks by walking the North Wing corridor, or receive water from the water fountain. In the long term, the entity can be contained by biannual performance reviews indicating that we are pleased, but think the entity is capable of more, and annual raises equivalent to the rate of inflation, plus 4 percentage points. The entity may also be enticed to remain in containment by pointing out the low cost of living, easy commute, and quality public park. Description. SCP-004-J is Stanley Nichols, a certified public accountant, CPA, University of Michigan, 1978, and former chief financial officer for Redacted. Currently employed by the Foundation. SCP-004-J is roughly 180 centimeters tall and weighs roughly 75 kilograms, Caucasian, with thinning brown hair and brown eyes. The entity has been in Foundation containment since July 1991, ostensibly in reply to a job posting. The anomalous properties of the entity manifested after the job was awarded, during mandatory psych and low-level amnestic administration. And is that the right word for that? Who cares? The staffer assigned to the task flatly refused to administer amnestics to the entity, claiming that SCP-004-J was a real visionary and that it would be a waste of drugs and a needless capex hit. After a brief convention by the hiring department, the Compulsion Incognito Hazard Unit, and Site-04's subject matter expert on hazardous humanoid, the agreement was made to contain SCP-004-J under the premise of hiring them for the desired position in accounts payable. SCP-004-J appears to be a very capable accountant and has made commendable efforts in both lowering our annual capital expenditures budget while streamlining our vendor and purchase process for operating expenditures. Furthermore, their holistic approach to purchasing and leveraging the growing internalization of the supply chain has caused a sea change in our view of the synergistic possibilities to create a budget-conscious deliverable leading to a paradigm shift of crowdsourced Is there a missing thing there? Oh, it's just blank. There's nothing there. It appears the entity was in my vicinity briefly. To summarize, SCP-004-J has a distinct cognitohazardous field that will interfere with the thought processes, overriding thought patterns with new ones that encourage a growing business through a set of jargon commonly used by C-level executives, buzzwords, while also impairing the ability to think critically. CT scans of Foundation employees in the field of SCP-004-J show a lowered neuron excitement rate in the occipital cortex and the hippocampus. SCP-004-J was classed as a Euclid in August of 1991. SCP-004-J was reclassed as Thaumiel in October of 1992, following a near-total containment breach in August of 1992 caused by the structural damage suffered during Hurricane Andrew at Site blank, during which SCP-004-J was exposed to SCP-106, which is classed Keter and invariably hostile to human life. Rather than panic or hide, SCP-004-J began discussing the importance of residual income and annuities when structuring a quarterly budget. SCP-106 appeared rapt with attention, materialized a business card, and agreed to join SCP-004-J for a lunch and learn at his soonest convenience. Further testing has shown that the cognitohazard surrounding SCP-004-J affects not only humanoids, but every sentient life form that has been exposed. In furtherance with the hypothesis proposed by Dr. McKinley and White, SCP-004-J was stationed outside the containment cell of SCP-682, at a safe distance, but close enough to have the notorious creature in its cognitohazardous field. Audio follows.
I'm going to hop in the interview with you, Jack.
You want to be 682? Or do you want to be Dr. White?
Whichever. Who do you want to be?
I'll be 682. I can
All
do
right,
it.
kick us off.
Kill. What do you mean, killing?
SCP-682, could you repeat that?
Killing, bottom line.
I'm sorry.
Amortization. Buying in this economy. Sucker bet.
SCP-682, do you own property here?
Synergize assets. Leverage intellectual capital for flagship product. Note from researcher. At this point, 3 common white mice are introduced to SCP-682's containment cell. SCP-682 normally devours prey on sight. A conference call. I sense redundancies. We must smart size to better push the envelope in our core competencies. SCP-682 then dismembers and eats 2 of the 3 mice. I hope they find their severance suitable. Audio ends.
Woo!
Nice.
I think I haven't read this before, and it actually broke me to see what happened in that paragraph, because I was genuinely confused at where he was going and out of breath.
Excellent voice acting, I agree with the chat. Good work.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm going to take this moment right now. It's a little early for my hourly announcement, but I'm going to make it for a good reason. In case you are just joining the stream, welcome to the Site-42 24-hour Halloween charity live stream to benefit the San Francisco LGBT Center. Why LGBT? Because people forget that, because straight people essentially forget that the LGBT community still needs help. Why a community center? Because they are losing revenue during this pandemic because no one will use the facilities because they don't want to get sick. And so, if we want these resources to be around after the pandemic, we need to support them now. And as also, it's a good Halloween party because you can't go out. It's a pandemic. I am bringing this up now because I'm going to go to the GoFundMe, which has increased since I last checked it. Thanks to a generous $50 donation from both Brian and Amber, we are now up to $875 raised. With 11 hours left in the stream, we are this close to our goal. Thank you guys so much. We are so thrilled. We are having a good time. I may be tired, but I'm still living. And we are going to hit our goal soon. I am so excited to nail this.
We'll probably go over the goal.
I am looking forward to that. I honestly wanted the goal to be 1,300 because it would have been double last year's stream, and we have double the subscribers we did last year, plus the 300,000 TikTok people, surprise. But I aimed conservatively at 1,000, but if we can hit 1,300, I will be just the most excited.
I have to point out one of the best comments in chat that I've seen in a while. Lunch in the Discord wrote, SCP-682 in a Honda CR-V eating a salad and listening to the NPR before going off to a board meeting.
In a sensible two-piece tan suit with a pastel-colored shirt. But an ostentatious tie, a power tie.
Mm-hmm.
Nasty.
eToil has requested that we read 166 when they arrive.
All right, well, we can wait for that, certainly.
Yes. More specifically, the very good 166 rewrite.
Yeah, I heard there's a rewrite. When did that come out?
Yesterday. Yesterday night. I saw it live.
Whoa. That's impressive.
I thought that said just a teenage Gaga there, and I thought we had rewritten something about Lady Gaga.
It's Lady Gaga. No, it is.
Just a teenage Gaga baby.
Yeah, we need a 166J where it's just a teenage Gaga.
Perfect. All right, so while we're waiting for Etoile to show up and read 166, does anybody have any articles they want to throw out for now?
I could read 2295.
Do that. Do that.
I mean, I have this dog here. We need more wholesomeness.
Bring us some 2295 action. Make it happen, Traffy.
It's my favorite for a reason.
What is the reason?
It just is.
Oh, okay.
It's unexplainable. Okay, I have it up. Item number SCP-2295. Object class safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-2295 is to be kept in a standard containment locker within Storage Wing 25 in Site-37. Personnel with level 3 or higher security clearance are authorized to perform tests on SCP-2295 after filling out the appropriate paperwork. Please contact Dr. Gregis if required access to SCP-2295 is expected to exceed 24 hours. Description: SCP-2295 is a patchwork stuffed bear approximately 0.46 meters from head to foot and stuffed with synthetic fiber and cotton. SCP-2295 has a small anatomically correct pin of a heart on the left side of its thorax and a bow wrapped around its neck. The fabric and color of SCP-2295 patches vary. Tests confirm that no components of SCP-2295 contain any anomalous chemical properties. SCP-2295 enters in active state when within 2 meters of a human sustaining major trauma to an organ. When in the proximity of 2 or more possible subjects, SCP-2295 will invariably choose the youngest subject. SCP-2295 will anonymously produce scissors, white thread, and either sewing needles or a crocheting hook from its mouth and use any fabric and stuffing in close proximity to fashion an instance of SCP-2295-1. A patchwork imitation of the subject's organ. SCP-2295-1 vanishes from sight and subject falls into a state of unconsciousness. SCP-2295-1 instances then replace the subject's damaged organ by anomalous means. The whereabouts of the organs replaced this way are undetermined. If there is no usable material in close proximity, SCP-2295 will use fabric and stuffing from itself. SCP-2295 regenerates 1 gram of stuffing every day until completely replacing any lost or used stuffing. Note that fabric used this way does not regenerate. An additional fabric must be placed near SCP-2295 for purpose of self-mending. Instances of SCP-2295-1 successfully carry out their respective functions despite the numerous expected biological, chemical, and medical incompatibilities. Once within the subject, adjacent tissues and veins attach to the imitated organ without observable complications. There have been no cases of rejected SCP-2295-1 instances, and all subjects recorded at the time of writing made full recoveries. Test log 2295. Testing approved to test the limitations of SCP-2295. Materials provided within testing chambers. Subject D2353, 38 years old. Diagnosis: lungs heavily damaged as a result of 25 years of smoking. Notes: SCP-2295 creates SCP-2295-1 using 1 black textile swatch and 1 red textile swatch. New lungs act at a capacity similar to those of healthy adult lungs. Subject D3452, 50 years old. Diagnosis: frequent heart palpitations and severe atherosclerosis. Notes: SCP-2295 crochets SCP-2295-1 using various surrounding yarns. SCP-2295-1 observed to have a heartbeat before vanishing. Transfer successful. How SCP-2295-1 manages to perform function despite absorbent properties of material and multiple gaps in design is unknown. Symptoms no longer present in subject. Subject D7894, 24 years old. Diagnosis: first and second degree burns ranging throughout upper torso, left lateral, and right leg. D7894 sedated during testing. Notes: SCP-2295 shows 2 5-meter by 5-meter sections of patchwork fabric. SCP-2295 cuts appropriately sized swatches and manually places 1 layer onto the subject's affected areas, creating multiple instances of SCP-2295-1, then repeats this process. The created SCP-2295-1 layers act as a dermis and epidermis, and upon recovery, D7894 claims to have retained feeling in replaced skin. Subject makes a full recovery. Subject D2723, 18 years old. Diagnosis: cerebral hemorrhaging. Notes: SCP-2295 grasps various materials in its proximity in a distressed state for approximately 1 minute. SCP-2295 then anomalously produces a redacted Dove Milk chocolate king-size candy bar and offers it to subject. SCP-2295 spends rest of test embracing subject's lower right leg while anomalously producing a saline solution from its eyes. Addendum 2295. Document 2295 was recovered taped to SCP-2295 inside of a crashed mail delivery vehicle. Document 2295 is a red get well card with the text Kairos the Bear written on the front cover. Contents of document 2295. To Tommy. Because only time can mend all wounds. Love, Remy.
Oh.
What a lovely
So
story.
much doll.
Here Was Dragons has competition. So, Sherman is gone. He foolishly put me in charge of deciding what happens next. If Taylor was here, I would suggest that we go back to Minecraft, but instead I think we should probably read one of the articles suggested by the Discord chat, which is the Sandwich Police.
Ooh.
Now, there's
I
a
think I've
little
read
bit
that
of
one.
a deliberation here because there's different segments of it to be read. So we need at least one person to read the description and containment procedures and all the technical stuff, and then one person to read the addendum logs.
I will bite the bullet and be a cop in fiction.
You're
You'll
gonna
do it,
bite
you'll
the
do
bullet
it.
and be a cop.
Okay.
I will, as the person responsible for this mess, I will read the description, standard log stuff.
Absolutely. And now that you have your roles, off you go. Remember, everybody, that this is SCP-4052.
Alright. Object number, SCP-4052. Containment class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. Due to its relatively isolated nature, the town of Sandwich, Illinois, footnote, now designated Site-481, has been quarantined by the Foundation. Individuals attempting to enter the town are to be interrogated, issued Class B amnestics, and released. All food items within the site are to be kept and consumed within its cafeteria, which has been constructed outside city limits. SCP-4052 manifestations are to be treated cordially to prevent loss of personnel. Request to utilize SCP-4052 in the removal of culinary-based anomalies is currently pending review. Pictured to the right is an image of SCP-4052-1. Description: SCP-4052 is a humanoid entity which appears exclusively within the town of Sandwich, Illinois, USA. This entity resembles an ordinary white male police officer, the single exception being its head, which appears to be an uncut loaf of white bread. Despite this, SCP-4052 is able to speak, see, and hear without apparent issue. SCP-4052 manifests if something is brought or created within the town that can be defined using the word sandwich. SCP-4052 will appear on the paved road nearest to the creator.
Hello again.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Will appear on the paved road nearest to the creator of the object in a police car, henceforth referred to as SCP-4052-1, identical to those used by the Sandwich Police Department. SCP-4052 will approach the current owner of the sandwich and request to see the individual's sandwich license, although no legal document of this name is known to exist. If a satisfactory document cannot be produced, SCP-4052 will respond by confiscating the sandwich and placing it in the back seat of SCP-4052-1 before driving away. Once SCP-4052-1 is out of viewable range of the individual, it will demanifest alongside SCP-4052. Inquiries directed towards SCP-4052 about the method of obtaining a sandwich license are met with indifference, after which the entity will request that all questions be directed towards the DSO. No government office or department of this name is known to exist. Addendum. Included below are portions of SCP-4052's test log to determine the extent at which SCP-4052 manifestation requirements. Procedure. D-1401 prepared a standard turkey sandwich. Before the sandwich was completed, 100 milligrams of arsenic were added to the dish. Results. SCP-4052 appeared wearing blue rubber gloves before confiscating the sandwich, commenting,
This sandwich has way too much arsenic. It's way above the standard limit of 3 parts per googillion. Goofy, the sandwich cop.
Goofy the sandwich cop? Good. Conclusion, SCP-4052 will manifest if the sandwich is unsafe to consume.
I really was
Procedure.
unsure what voice I was going to do for that, so it's all figuring it out mid-sentence.
It's Goofy now. This is canon.
Yep.
Several cut pieces of metal were stacked by D-1401, vaguely replicating the appearance of a sandwich. Results: SCP-4052 appeared wearing chain-link gloves before confiscating the metal, saying to personnel,
Do you even have a Class B sandwich license? Any sandwich that contains metal or other dense materials in its construction requires a Class B license to construct.
Conclusion: SCP-4052 will appear if the sandwich is made of inedible material. Procedure: D-1401 wrote the word sandwich on a standard piece of printer paper. Shortly afterwards, SCP-4052 manifested and confiscated both papers, commenting,
How old are these documents? And you haven't got them renewed yet? Sandwich documents need to be renewed regularly so that we know the current operational status of your sandwich. If you had your license, I'd request you get a standard sandwich inspection to make sure there were no underlying problems.
Conclusion: SCP-4052 will appear if the abstract concept or a visual representation of a sandwich is used. Procedure: D-401 recreated a map of Sandwich, Massachusetts, USA on a standard piece of paper. Results: SCP-4052 manifested midway through the recreation before taking the map from D-401. Before leaving, it commented,
You do realize what you're playing with, correct? You could have opened a rip between opposing sandwiches. You don't want to release what's between the slices.
Conclusion: SCP-4052 will appear if the term sandwich is used in reference to a specific location. Procedure: D-1401 attempted to write a written analysis of the hand sandwich theorem without stating the name of the theorem. Results: SCP-4052 manifested approximately 47 seconds into the analysis, confiscating all writing materials from D-401, commenting,
What are you doing? You trying to get us all killed? Writing sandwich creation rules on a sheet of A4 paper? That flimsy compressed piece of pulp can never hold back an infinite dimensional entity. This is your last warning, bud. Stop playing with fire.
SCP-4052 then wrote D-1401 a ticket, claiming he owed $500 for multiple sandwich-related violations. Conclusion: SCP-4052 will appear if the term sandwich is related to a mathematical process or an abstract concept. Procedure: D-401 was given a copy of SCP-3689 and was provided the necessary ingredients to create the dish. SCP-3689 being an anomalous sandwich recipe.
I mean, a sandwich.
As D-1401 was adding the final ingredient to the dish, SCP-4052 manifested and drew its weapon, ordering that D-1401 cease creating the dish and place his hands above his head. D-1401 resisted and was restrained by SCP-4052 before being taken into SCP-4052-1. SCP-4052 re-entered SCP-4052-1 and emerged wearing a standard Level B hazmat suit and a biohazard disposal bag. The entity then proceeded to disassemble the sandwich and individually place each ingredient within the disposal bag. Once this was completed, SCP-4052 made an obscene gesture towards nearby researchers before manifesting alongside D-1401. To date, D-1401 has not reappeared during subsequent manifestations. Conclusion: SCP-4052 will appear if the sandwich has anomalous properties and react accordingly. Input level 4/4052 security credentials. Decryption key accepted. Accessing files. Item number: SCP-4052. Containment class: Archon. Image depicted: Sandwich, Illinois, prior to its occupation. Special containment procedures. No active containment of SCP-4052 is to take place. SCP-4052's previous containment procedures have been nullified and its classification changed accordingly. Archived containment procedures. Due to SCP-4052's occupation of a former Foundation site and the lack of a civilian population within the town, Attempts to evict SCP-4052 from their current location have been unsuccessful. As such, containment of SCP-4052 is to be focused on misinformation and misdirection. All roads leading to or running through the town are to be rerouted to the nearby cities of Plano and Summanock. A Foundation outpost is to be constructed within a nearby knoll, obscuring it from the town. Individuals attempting to approach the town are to be allowed in and intercepted upon exiting, once out of view of SCP-4052. These individuals are to be interrogated, anesthetized, and relocated to a nearby town. Attempts to enter Site-481 for any reason are to be approved prior by 2 Level 4 personnel. Description: SCP-4052 is a group of humanoid entities currently occupying Site-481, which encompasses the entirety of Sandwich, Illinois, USA. These entities resemble ordinary police officers of various ethnicities and genders, the single exception being their heads, which appears to be uncut loaves of white bread. Despite the population of SCP-4052 residing within the town, despite this, SCP-4052 are able to speak, see, and hear without apparent issue. Current estimations show the population of SCP-4052 residing within the town to be between 45 and 200, although this population regularly fluctuates. SCP-4052-1 are armored vehicles possessed by SCP-4052, resembling police cars used by the previous Sandwich Police Department. Through unknown means, SCP-4052-1 are able to translocate between Site-481 and a separate location, referred to as SCP-4052-Omega, believed to exist on another dimensional plane. SCP-4052 uses this ability to transport supplies and construction materials, along with the transport of additional instances. SCP-4052 are fairly amicable when approached by civilian individuals, allowing them to enter Site-481 and the town itself. SCP-4052 will only react violently if an individual attempts to enter the town with or create something within the town that can be defined using the word sandwich. Once something within the town is recognized as a sandwich, the owner of the sandwich will be apprehended by the nearest SCP-4052 instances and have the sandwich confiscated. The individual that will then be brought to Site-481 D-Class holding cells and imprisoned for a seemingly random period of time. Different objects will produce varying levels of hostility from SCP-4052, with anomalous objects defined as sandwiches producing the most violent reactions. If the individual knowingly associated with the Foundation attempts to enter Site-481, they will be violently assaulted by SCP-4052. This occurs when the individual's connection with the Foundation was during the past or present. During these encounters, SCP-4052 has shown an extremely elevated pain tolerance, with instances ignoring bullet wounds and compound fractures in order to continue attacking personnel. SCP-4052 will continue attacking until all personnel are either subdued or deceased, upon which SCP-4052 will place subdued individuals within an instance of SCP-4052-1 and transport them to 4052-Omega. Individuals who have been taken to 4052-Omega have never been recovered. Addendum.4052.1 Following several failed attempts to infiltrate Site-481, undercover Foundation agents conversed several civilian photographers to photograph the interior of Site-481 under the guise of it being a recently constructed theme park. Of note, within the photographs were several flyers placed throughout the town, having an overwhelming presence on the interior of the site. A second civilian excursion were able to acquire one of these flyers. A recreation of the flyer has been provided below.
Should I read it? Or?
Yeah, you can read it.
I'm going to assume the previous officer also wrote this, so I don't have to think of a new voice.
Yes, you can assume that.
Attention officers. If you are stationed at Sandwich Outpost 5 Alpha, be on the lookout for human individuals associated with the organization known as the Secure Contain Protect Foundation. Although their intentions are unknown, they are largely responsible for the creation of large turds within sandwich towns, along with the release of several dimensional entities within the lower slashes. This was goofy like 10 minutes ago. This blatant violation and ignorance of our enforced laws have partially contributed to the current state of sandwich crime. If you encounter one of these individuals, and I'm speaking in red now, it is imperative that you attempt to restrain them as soon as possible. They considered extremely violent and have previously attempted to breach this compound. Relocate them to Sandwich Prime, where they'll be sedated and interviewed as their motives are still unclear. If you are unable to restrain them, do not be afraid to use your firearm. Your safety takes precedence over everything. Remain vigilant. Remember, our war here is not with the human population. Our war is with those who disobey our laws and threaten the safety of others. And Pandas, we with you.
Addendum.4052.2. On 2009-14, MTF Lambda 24, Yeast and Desist, was utilized in an organized raid on Site-481, with the goal of weakening SCP-4052's hold on the compound. Utilizing a former loading bay, the team used a chemical explosive to break through a disused metal garage door. Once the explosive was detonated, a large opening was created in the door. When a member of Lambda 24 went to inspect the point of entry, several hostile entities burst forth from the exposed interior and attacked the unprepared task force. These entities appeared to be made of a yellow semi-solid material and proved to be largely unaffected by gunfire, dispatching the majority of the MTF within minutes. These entities were only subdued when the SCP-4052 instances, after hearing the commotion, rushed out of the compound and began attacking the entities using a military-grade flamethrower, allowing the surviving members of Lambda 24 to flee. Following these events, a brief note from SCP-4052 was found in the desk of head researcher Randall Bannock, likely due to his previous involvement in the containment of SCP-4052. A transcript of the note has been provided below.
Okay, so this definitely isn't the same police officer.
This definitely isn't the same police
So
officer.
I do have to go with a different voice. Dear secure, contain, protect. Oh, yeah, sure, go for it.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure.
Dear Secure, Contain, Protect Foundation, I think it's about time that we formally request you cease involvement in our activity. I'm fully aware that you believe you're doing only good by attempting to protect the public from what they aren't knowledgeable of and what might harm them. We agree that it's a very noble cause. As such, we must request that you allow us to follow that same noble goal and allow us to control things that might harm others to their lack of understanding. That is. You've shown countless times you don't understand why rules have been set in place, as well as the tendency to blatant. Just recently, we were required to clean up your mess after you created a portal to the lowest possible flight by using a process identical to those used in open-faced sandwich explosives. Compared to your careless method of operating, our agency has done far better at abiding by universal restrictions. Countless times you've interrupted our operation, causing our stationed office countless hours of stress and paperwork following every one of your experiments. The only contribution towards our community is the construction of our newest outpost, proceeded multiple times. We feel as if it would be best that our parties separate way, don't you agree? We would be one less interdimensional information breach for you to worry about, and you could stop violating our spatial laws and opening rifts to allow hostile beings into our outpost. A win for both of us. Of course, tabs will still be kept on impact on the agency as a whole. I expect you to follow suit. Don't worry about it. We can take care of our own containment. I hope. Warmest regards, Sylvia Lavache, Sandwich Cataclysm Prevent.
Following a decision by the O5 Council, all further Foundation involvement regarding SCP-4052 and its continued spatial enforcement has been suspended.
Nice. Nice, even.
Woo!
Great reading, guys. That was awesome.
The word sandwich no longer has any meaning in my mind.
I kind of want a sandwich now.
Yeah,
I'm gonna-
same. I'm
I'm going to be
very
honest,
hungry.
the reason that this is called sandwich disambiguation because that was the page that was bookmarked the entire time I had to write this.
That's phenomenal.
We have got a new guest on the stream I'm going to introduce and let them introduce themselves, really. Tosh, name, pronouns, and placement in the SCP community.
Hey guys, my name is Tosh, or username Tosh Straws on like everything. I'm pronouns she, her. I'm a voice actress, and primarily I'm part of the Find Us Alive podcast with Radiger, who I think was here earlier, as the voice of, I'm the voice of Dr. Klein on there, and I also voiced the O5 and a couple miscellaneous people in the Duke Till Dawn adaptation we did. I've also voiced in a couple of the games like Blackout, SCP Blackout, with anyone who knows like Jory and those guys over there, and just kind of floating around doing miscellaneous things. I don't know, you probably hear me as like AI usually is where I'm typecast the most. So, but yeah, I'm just here. And I'm enjoying SCP stuff.
Sweetness. Can you do me a favor, Tosh, and turn your mic up a little bit? You're coming in a little quiet.
Sorry about that. Yeah, okay. How is this?
So much better.
Okay, my apologies. I don't know if any of that was audible, but...
Hit it one more time. It's not like we don't have 11 hours left.
Okay. Okay, fast version. Hi, my name's Tosh, she, her. I'm a voice actress, primarily voiced in Find Us Alive as Dr. Klein, but I've also voiced in other things like the Duke Till Dawn adaptation we did with Find Us Alive, which actually that's where I met you, Sherm, I think. That was the first time we met.
Indeed.
And then I voiced in a couple of the SCP games as well. Some are still in development, but the one... off the top of my head that is available that people might know of is SCP Blackout. So, yeah, I think that's it.
And for plugging purposes, real quick, where can we find the Find Us Alive podcast?
Oh, yeah, that is Site-107 on Twitter. Let me go ahead and grab the link for that, actually.
I'm not sure if links are sharing in the YouTube chat except from me, but if you post in the Discord, I'll copy paste.
Sounds good. Okay,
Perfect.
I'll just drop that in there.
Real quick, before we get into another SCP reading, I want to open up the floor to discussion. 2 topic ideas. Number 1, if anybody has an LGBT experience they would like to share with the audience, if they feel comfortable doing so, that would be my first priority. And if no one jumps forward on that, I open the floor to soapboxes of pretty much any sort when it comes to SCP writing, advice, stuff like that. So, go!
Oh boy, let's see.
And if no one has a soapbox or anything, I can just move on to the next SCP.
What is the next SCP?
I don't know that we've picked one yet.
Ooh.
And so real quick, before we move into the next SCP, let me double check on the GoFundMe. Remember that we are doing this Site-42 24-hour Halloween charity live stream to benefit the San Francisco LGBT Center. So... we have been raising money since midnight this morning. I have been here for 13 hours and 20 minutes. And in that time, we have raised $875 out of our $1,000 goal. So we are more than halfway done with the stream, and we are almost 90% done with how much money we aimed to raise. We would love to raise more than that, so please donate, especially $50 or more, where you receive an art commission or a writing commission or a doll made by an SCP creator or some SCP merch. Something cool will be sent to you from an SCP creator if you donate $50 or more to the GoFundMe.
Woo!
Okay. Beyond that, I would like to ask that for now, Traffy, can I bump you off the stream for a little bit so I can get Morbid Memories first on?
I was going to say I might also just head out if that's
totally great. Very happy we got to have you on for once.
Yeah, no worries. So it's because we
Sorry for destroying the word sandwich.
Nice to meet you guys.
I remember those goofy cops for the rest of my days.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm also probably gonna pop off. I see there's a lot of people in big side lobby. Want to give some of them a chance to hop in.
I greatly appreciate that. I am looking for, in order, I am looking to join in after you guys drop off. I want Morbid Memories to come in, and because they haven't been on yet. And I think that one guard actually brought a costume for this one. So, but they're not figured out how to do Discord yet, so maybe they'll take a little longer.
Oh, okay. And then I know Redacted 05 has been in the lobby for a bit as well, so...
Yes, I'll pop off. Give someone else a chance to hop on.
Very thanks for coming across, Bread.
Have a good one.
Of course. You tip.
And pop off too. I need to charge my phone.
Hit it. Be safe, be well. We'll see you on the almost 11 hours.
I'll probably be back later. See ya.
All right, so Morbid Memories. Give us a name to call you, pronouns to refer to you by, and your place in the SCP community. Your microphone is not working right now. Please try again.
How about now?
Victory, you are audible.
Well, I just ripped my cap off. That's okay. All right, so I'm Ryan, pronouns he, him, and my role in the SCP community. So I'm the co-founder of the Morbid Memories YouTube channel, and we've been doing SCP readings online for about 4 years now, and we just started releasing our new
series. That is dope. Well, what episode are you guys on right now?
So we just released episode 2 yesterday. Episodes 1 and episode 2 were kind of on the shorter side, and so the next episodes that'll be coming out are going to be quite a bit longer.
Sweetness, and you donated a couple prizes to the $50 up tier. They have not arrived in the mail yet, so I can't show them off, but do you want to explain what they are?
Sure, absolutely. So we donated a couple of the props that were actually used in the SCP Declassified series. One of them that you can see on screen with my buddy SCP-077 here was one of the little cards with the runes etched on it that our main star D9085 reads. So you can see that in the episode that's already up online, and we have a certificate of authenticity with that as one prize. And then later on in the series, SCP-330 is going to be featured. And so we have 2 prizes with candy from SCP-330 that people could win with certificates of authenticity signed by me, the director for the series.
And thank you very much for that. That is dope. Let's see, do we have anyone new else in the stream? Nope, but we got a couple open slots. That's a rarity.
Are we supposed to have cameras on, by the way? Because I don't have the lab coat, but I can do that.
You may or may not, as your choice. Some people have done that. Some people haven't. Most people who have come on stream have not had any sort of costuming and have just been in their house like a normal person. There's visual.
Oh, okay. I don't have a costume, but I do have a level 5 access card. Does that count? Or
that got you in the door, didn't it?
I did, yeah. All right.
So, as our 2 newcomers to the stream, I'm going to ask you the same soapbox question before we get into picking an SCP. Do you want to share anything about an LGBT experience, yes or no? Or do you want to have any sort of discussion of SCPs in general?
I don't have any LGBT experiences personally. I'm painfully heterosexual, but
I call myself unfortunately straight, so it's the same.
Yeah, basically that. But 2 of my siblings have come out, one of them very recently, actually. I mean, there's no, like, really grand story or anything behind that, but just, it's been a joy watching them grow up, because I'm the oldest. being able to see my younger siblings kind of grow into themselves, feel comfortable with themselves, and then be able to like, you know, find that piece of, you know, I'm not sure how to like word it, but yeah, it's been a really awesome experience to watch them like learning more about themselves and be able to figure that out. So yeah.
It's a bit of a struggle to self-actualize in cultures that don't have that as a setting that's allowed to be default. And so you do have to just from the start struggle with it, and self-actualizing when you are in the cultural, like cis het me, I even had to find myself, and that was enough of an achievement. But having to do it in a place where you have that many things against you, I guess, what am I trying to say? That many roadblocks is even more impressive.
It really is. I don't feel like I can really voice too much more than that though, because yeah, I just feel like it's not really my place to speak too much on the issues, you know, when they don't necessarily affect me. I just want to show my support, if that makes sense.
I mean, same on my end. I am just using my privilege to the best help I can do.
Yeah.
And I would say I'm right there in the same position as both of y'all. You know, I don't really have any personal experiences myself to share, but I'm just somebody that, you know, believes people should be able to, any consenting adult should be able to love who they want to love without any judgment or persecution. So I just want to, as you said very eloquently, use my position of privilege to show support however I can.
All right. Do either of you two have any SCPs you'd like to have on stream read?
I'm biased as hell, but I really love Radiger's 5320, but I don't know if she's around. I might ping her because I would love to have her see her SCP get read. Let me see.
It's been pulled up in the chat, at least on Chrome. We can take a peek at it.
I covered it.
Hello, I'm back.
Who's our new friend?
Welcome back.
Yes. I added
King
it.
Creepypasta has returned, as has Karishima.
He's actually my friend. He wanted to do the.
Hi.
Howdy.
Welcome back. Rad was here earlier, but I guess they've bounced out for a little bit.
There we go. Sorry, had to hang there.
Well, based on your preference, we can save that until Rad returns.
Yeah, I'll see if she responds in the next little bit. If not, do you have do the VODs save on YouTube the same way they do on Twitch, or?
Repeat that for me?
Do VODs save the same way on YouTube as they do on Twitch?
I believe there is some sort of limit where, like, if it's over 12 hours, it won't save. But the good news is that this stream got interrupted by internet outage, so we should have 2 approximately 12-hour streams rather than 124, so it should work out.
Oh, nice. That does work out.
Ryan, you got any SCPs you want to have do some voice on?
I guess one of my favorites has always been, oddly enough, 971. Has that one been read on the stream yet?
We have not done that today.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be happy to do that one.
Party on.
All right. SCP-971. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-971 is to be kept in its labeled file folder and locked in File Cabinet 26 in Site-19's file vault when not being used for testing. Keys to both the file vault and File Cabinet 26 are held by on-site senior administrative members, and access to SCP-971 for testing is to be allowed only with explicit written permission from Level 4 personnel or higher. Due to potentially harmful environmental impact, testing of SCP-971 may not be scheduled more than once a week. Instances of SCP-971-1 have no special properties other than their mode of delivery and may be disposed of normally. Ugh. Description: SCP-971 is an old and worn delivery menu printed on a standard sheet of 21.6 cm by 28 cm printer paper. The name of the delivery service is listed as Quick and Ready Meals. No records of such business exist, and the parent company named on the menu, redacted, denies ownership of said food delivery service. The menu lists the company name, a phone number, and several different food items, each preceded by an item code. The food items are typical fast food items, including hamburgers, chicken sandwiches, chicken fingers, assorted seasoned fries, and carbonated beverages. The menu features no pictures or prices of the food, and the typeface and design are both minimal and simplistic. When holding SCP-971 and calling the phone number listed, the caller will be sent to an automated menu system. Note: calling the same phone number without holding the menu will send the caller to a help desk for redacted software. The phone number listed on the menu corresponds to that company's listed phone number for their help desk. The automated menu will prompt the caller to input the item codes for the food they desire, and then for their credit card number to pay for the order. Once item codes and credit card number are input, the automated system will tell the caller the total price, thank them, and then disconnect the call. The caller's credit card will be immediately charged for the total price of the order, plus the local tax rate for prepared food. The prices for orders made with SCP-971 are always comparatively lower than the prices for other popular fast food chains in the caller's current location. Once the call disconnects, about 15 or 20 minutes will pass. Afterwards, a paper bag with Quick and Ready Meals logo will appear near the caller. SCP-971-1 almost always appears when all potential observers' attention in the vicinity is diverted elsewhere. Remote video observation of SCP-971-1's appearance has been reasonably successful, although not particularly informative. SCP-971-1 simply appears instantaneously, with no visual indication of its method of delivery. SCP-971-1 will contain the same items chosen on the phone menu, and all items will be cooked and prepared to normal food safety and inspection service health standards. Aside from the method of delivery, the only other anomalous feature of the food delivered is the meat used for the listed burgers, sandwiches, and other meat-containing items. The meat used in the food is from assorted animals on the EEC Endangered Species list. Further DNA testing on the meat, as well as reports of sudden weight loss and muscle mass loss in animals from several zoos, confirms meat from pandas, cheetahs, red wolves, and several other species recognized as endangered. Currently, all meat tested from meals that SCP-971 provides are from animals that are commonly known endangered species to the general public, not the more esoteric endangered species, such as the equatorial dog-faced bat or the Oklahoma cave amphipod. The food does not seem to cause any compulsion to eat it, nor does eating endangered animal fast food meals cause any overt physical harm to the subjects eating it, save for the high fat, sodium, and calorie counts associated with fast food. The menu itself causes no compulsion to use it over other fast food menus in double-blind testing, and has shown no ability to teleport or reproduce when left alone. Occasionally, other copies of SCP-971 are found outside of Foundation control, and scanned and printed copies of SCP-971 have the same abnormal properties of the original. These copies are to be confiscated and destroyed. Due to the lack of mimetic effects or mobility from SCP-971, this SCP is considered safe and requires only minimal containment procedures. Any further testing with SCP-971 is on hold due to possible harm to endangered species and due to minimal data gathered during testing.
That's wild. Oh my god.
It's such a random one, but I've always loved that file.
Yeah, I'd never heard of that one before.
I love how varied SCP can be. Like, anytime you ask somebody what their favorite is, there's like those few mainstream ones, obviously, that everyone is fairly familiar with. But other than that, I learn about new SCPs every single time it gets brought up by anybody else. So it's really good.
Feels like you've discovered all of the SCP series or whatever, and you picked out your favorite one. It's like, have you read X or Y? Click on it. It's so great. You have no idea how you haven't.
Jack, your microphone has toned down a lot. I'm not sure if something changed, but you lost a lot of volume in the last couple times. I would try making some sort of adjustment, see if you can get your volume back up.
Did it maybe switch microphones or something?
It might be an off and on thing, something like that.
Oh, we'll see.
In the meantime, I want to do something real quick. Something that's not too long, but before I do, I see a Twal doing a lot of shouting, so I'm going to peek in at the one they want real quick to confirm, because the one I want has a purpose. And so, you know what? We can do both, but I'm going to do mine first. I want to give Tosh a reason to voice act. And so Tosh is going to take SCP-3080 for a spin, 3080. All
right.
And you'll do the main document, and then once we get to the dialogue, you and me will bounce back and forth. Sound good?
Sounds good. Let's see. And as far as like the stuff that's crossed out, obviously, I'm assuming you want me to still like read it, and then I don't know. Do you guys have like a system down for this for reading redacted content or like?
I usually end up just saying the word redacted, and with all these strike-throughs, you're essentially going to say the containment procedures as normal, and then just say updated containment procedures because it's just a normal change there.
Cool. Just making sure this is
How's my microphone now?
Much better.
Much better. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Let me adjust my window here so I can read everything. Okay. How official do we want this to sound?
Very.
Very official. Okay.
Give us a performance.
A performance. Okay. Okay. Item number SCP-3080. Object class Euclid. Now designated neutralized. Special containment procedures. SCP-3080 1-1 and -2 are to be kept in adjacent humanoid containment cells at site, redacted. They are to be permitted to interact with each other under supervision for 90 minutes each day. Personnel assigned to SCP-3080 should either be aromantic or in a stable romantic relationship. These personnel are to undergo weekly counseling sessions together with their romantic partners if applicable. If any person assigned to SCP-3080 begins displaying symptoms of its effects, they are to be reassigned elsewhere. Updated containment procedures. Redacted, year 2017. SCP-3080-1 is to be kept in a humanoid containment cell other than the one in which it or SCP-3080-2 was previously contained. It is to be given weekly psychiatric therapy and is currently on suicide watch. Requests for items such as media for entertainment may be approved at the discretion of its psychiatrist. Description: SCP-3080 was the designation for several anomalous phenomena surrounding the romantic relationship between Doctors Catherine and Simon, redacted, designated SCP-3080-1 and -2 respectively. They were formerly Foundation-employed researchers who declared a consensual romantic and sexual relationship with Site, redacted, Human Resources on redacted, year 2014, and later married in 2015, shortly before the designation of SCP-3080. When separated for extended periods of time, SCP-3080-1 and -2 became increasingly desperate to interact with each other and exhibited anomalous strength and endurance when attempting to reunite. After SCP-3080-1 and 2 declared their relationship, any person who spent a significant amount of time interacting with SCP-3080-1 and/or -2 exhibited consistent changes in moods and personality. Footnote reads, the amount of time varied widely, however, the median was roughly 400 hours. Aromantic individuals, as well as those in stable romantic relationships, required more time to be affected. Amongst these effects were an intense romantic attraction to either SCP-3080-1 or -2, and disdain for and jealousy of the other, sometimes accompanied by violent urges. The choice of one or the other was typically but not always consistent with the subject's prior romantic preferences. Aromantic individuals apparently choose at random. While some subjects also express sexual attraction to one of the two instances, it was comparatively rare and not believed to be correlated with the anomalous properties of SCP-3080. Likewise, SCP-3080-1 and -2 did not exhibit any anomalous strength or endurance when only prevented from engaging in sexual activity, given they were permitted to speak with and see each other for at least 90 minutes per day. SCP-3080-1 and -2 were also the focal point of several events which, while not impossible, are generally considered very unlikely, especially given their unusual frequency. These are summarized in document 3080-A. Okay, and then we have a document, an interview log, and an incident log. Okay. Document 3080-A, notable events. The following is a list of events believed to have been caused by the anomalous properties of SCP-3080. All of these events occurred before SCP-3080 was initially contained and catalogued. On Redacted, year 2014, shortly after SCP-3080-1 and 2 declared their relationship, a man named Peter, Redacted, contacted SCP-3080-2 claiming to be its long-lost twin brother. Further investigation has proven that Mr. Redacted was indeed who he claimed to be. After a relatively short time, he began making romantic and sexual advances on SCP-3080-1, whose refusals did not deter him. Eventually, 3080-1 filed a restraining order on Mr. Redacted. He later died in an automotive accident shortly after having explicitly written SCP-3080-1 and 2 out of his will. It was later discovered that Peter Redacted had a net worth in excess of $100 million. 2 months after the above incident, one Taryn Redacted, a college roommate of SCP-3080-1, began expressing romantic interest in SCP-3080-2 and quickly cut off all contact with SCP-3080-1. It was soon discovered that Miss Redacted had begun stalking 3080-2 with a camera, taking several hundreds of pictures of it without its knowledge or consent. She was arrested and later tried and found guilty of 1 count of felony stalking. On Redacted, year 2015, oh, sorry, did someone say something?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, sorry, it sounded like... All right, never mind, sorry. 2015, SCP-3080-1 was kidnapped while shopping at a local grocery store. The kidnapper requested 10 love letters from SCP-3080-2, delivered via dead drop on 10 separate occasions, as ransom. 3080-2 initially complied, but 3080-1 managed to subdue the kidnapper, one Arnold Redacted, and turn him over to local authorities. Mr. Redacted had previously been a co-worker of SCP-3080-2 at Site-42. Notably, he was believed to be heterosexual and heteromantic, but still expressed interest in SCP-3080-2 over -1. He was amnesticized. I always get that word wrong. In accordance with protocol, then turned over to local authorities. SCP-3080-1 was unharmed. In 2015, SCP-3080-1 and 2 were married at Redacted Lutheran Church in Redacted. During the ceremony, Peter, Redacted, entered the church with a shotgun and ordered the priest and wedding party to stop the ceremony. They complied, and he described how he had faked his own death, then went on to describe his romantic feelings for SCP-3080-1 in great detail. Due to SCP-3080-1 and -2's employment as researchers, several Foundation agents were in attendance, and they subdued him with no harm to any civilians or Foundation personnel. The ceremony was then completed without further incident. After SCP-3080-1 and -2's honeymoon, they recommended that their relationship be classified as an SCP object. This recommendation was accepted by the site director and O5 Council in 2015. Okay. So, interview log with 3080-1. So I'm assuming, Sherm, you're going to take Dr. O?
You got it.
Okay, sounds good. Interview log 3080-Alpha. Interviewer Dr. O, redacted. A researcher who had been assigned to SCP-3080 for several months. Subject, SCP-3080-1. Extraneous material has been redacted. Begin log.
We're working under the theory that it's some kind of mimetic effect. Do you remember coming into contact with any anomalous object that might have triggered one?
No, neither Simon nor I worked with mimetic anomalies. My department was dimensional, and his was biological.
Huh, that's right. Actually, is it possible that SCP-3080-2 came into contact with something that would make you, I don't know, produce anomalous pheromones?
Frankly, I doubt it, but maybe you'd get a different answer if you asked him.
I think I'll add that as a note to your file anyway.
Sounds good. Anything to let us be together in peace, right?
By the way, there's one more thing I should mention.
What's that?
Has anyone ever told you that your eyes sparkle more beautifully than the midday sun, with a blue deeper than the calmest ocean?
God damn it. Can we get security in here?
Don't worry, I switched their shifts around. We can be together in peace, just like you wanted.
I wasn't talking about you, I meant me and Simon.
I know you think you have to say that. Don't you worry, I'll be back before you can even say I miss you.
What? End log. The events immediately following this interview were recorded on surveillance footage and are described in incident log 3080-Aleph. Aleph? Wait, how do you say that?
That's how I say it.
Alright, sick. God, this is hilarious. Okay. Who wants to take 3080-2?
I'll do it.
Party on.
Sounds good. All right. Incident
All right,
log 3080-Aleph. The following is a transcript of relevant site redacted. Surveillance footage immediately following the interview in interview log 3080-Alpha. Begin transcript. Dr. O exits the interview chamber and seals the door behind him, locking SCP-3080-1 inside. He proceeds down the corridor towards SCP-3080-2's containment chamber. 45 seconds later, he reaches the containment chamber and uses his keycard to enter, then seals the cell door. SCP-3080-2 is visible inside and is staring at a framed photo of SCP-3080-1.
Hi, do you need me for something?
Don't even talk to me, you son of a bitch.
Oh God, not again.
Dr. O pulls the portrait out of SCP-3080-2's hands and throws it against the cell wall before seizing 3080-2 by the collar and pushing it into a corner.
She deserves so much better than you. What does she even see in you?
Dr. O, this isn't you. This is the anomaly talking. You've got to...
I know it's not your money. She made more than you.
Dr. O, please. We love each other. Just let me go.
Dr. O produces a silenced pistol and shoots SCP-3080-2 in the chest 3 times. He drops 3080-2 on the ground, then proceeds to violently kick it. At this time, SCP-3080-1 pries open the cell door and finds its counterpart and Dr. O.
Now, it can be just you and me, together forever.
Oh my God! Simon! SCP-3080-1 begins to cry and attempts to tend to 3080-2's wounds. Its attempts are ineffectual.
Come here, beautiful. I love you.
How could you do this? I never wanted this! At this point, SCP-3080-1 is standing and facing Dr. O, who attempts to kiss it. 3080-1 screams and throws Dr. O at the cell wall with enough force to concuss him and break 2 of his ribs. End transcript. Despite the efforts of SCP-3080-1 and site-redacted medical staff, 3080-2 expired from its wounds at 11:56:14. Due to his actions under the influence of SCP-3080, Dr. O's Foundation employment was terminated and he was amnesticized in accordance with standard protocol. 3080-1 has not exhibited any of the anomalous properties of SCP-3080 on its own, and as such, SCP-3080 is considered neutralized. Following these events, 3080-1 has shown symptoms of depression as well as suicidal tendencies, and its containment procedures have therefore been updated for its health and protection.
Damn.
That was a good-ass SCP. I've never read that one before. Oh my god.
It was great, but it's really depressing.
Yeah, it really is. Oh my god.
This one reminds me of an article I wrote a while ago. This is it's a play on like soap operas, right? That's the joke.
For the first half, definitely.
I wrote an article a little bit ago where instead of a soap opera, it was a musical. A musical was going on.
I love that. Oh my god.
Yeah. And so
Absolutely
the worry is that if they let the musical end, then like reality ends.
It's oh my
They
god.
have to stick them in boxes and like freeze them so that they can't do dances and routines and stuff.
That it's not exactly the same, but you describing that also made me have a flashback to that Too Many Cooks thing from Adult Swim. Does anyone remember that?
Such a good video.
God.
What's that?
The what thing?
Can you link that in the chat? I have no idea what that is.
Oh my god. Okay. Fair warning, it's long, and it was one of those things that like played at 2 or 3 a.m. on Adult Swim where no
They
one knew
gave
what
you
the hell
no
was going on.
explanation beforehand. They just started playing
Yeah.
it and let it run. And it is a snowball rolling downhill of what the fuck.
Oh yeah, it's a solid 11-minute sitcom intro. That's what I'll tell you. Highly
The 45-minute
recommend.
sitcom jingle just never ends, and the characters are aware of it.
Too many cooks. Yeah, oh yeah, and like you know how in sitcoms everyone like turns and smiles at the camera and then their like name flashes on? It's like that's the anomalous effect almost, if this were an SCP, that you're like getting infected with that. I won't say anything more, just enjoy it. It's very good.
Welcome back, Etoile. Hope you slept well.
Oh, I'm not getting audio.
Mic check on Etoile. Mic check on Etoile.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. Telling me you can't, so that's good.
Introduce yourself for folk who weren't here at the beginning of the stream.
Yeah. I'm just talking. Okay. Oh, I have no clue. I woke up, I set my alarm for like 10, and then I set another one for 10:30. Wait, sorry. I have the fucking screen gone. All right, here we go. All right, we're good. So I set my alarm for 10 and then 10:30, and I woke up at 10, and I was like, fuck that, I'm not waking up at 10, and I slept straight through the second alarm, and I woke up at 2 p.m. So, that's where I'm at right now. Hi, I'm a Twal, I'm an author of the wiki. I had to do it to him shirt because I really like dead memes. That sounds great, I don't know why I thought. Anyway, I'm doing good. I got a pint of ice cream here.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I keep meaning to watch. I keep meaning to listen to Find Us Alive because I have a bunch of friends who like it, but I will find the time eventually. Podcasts are one of those things that I need to be doing something else to appreciate fully because you can't just sit there and listen to a podcast. I feel like that would look weird. Then I can't you can't read at the same time or watch something. I listen to all of Night Vale exclusively while mowing the lawn. So
yeah.
I don't have a lawn to mow anymore. I'll find the time
or
though.
something with podcasts for sure. So
I'll find the time. Okay.
Etoile, you mentioned in the chat you had a soapbox for us.
I do have a soapbox, and the soapbox is, let me see if I can collect my thoughts. So the crux of it is Duke Till Dawn is good, actually. I know it's very controversial. But Duke Till Dawn is good, and I like it, and I think it's good, and I wish that we could do more stuff like it. It's because I think characterization-based is good, and I think stuff that is just fun and crazy for no reason is also good. Like, that's just a personal opinion, but the characterization bit is something that I wish we could go back to, because that was something that happened a lot in the early days of this thing, where there was, like, people just wanted a character to be known, so they just put a character up and, like, people kind of ran with it. And nowadays you have to put a lot more effort into it, which is why I think people are like, oh, don't make an author avatar, just don't make self-inserts. But I think it can still be done well. It just takes a lot more writing prowess to do it correctly.
So I just want to, before I let Jack speak his piece, I just want to ask, am I the only one that only got about 50% of that due to microphone?
Yeah, that's
is
what I
your
was
microphone muffled a little bit?
Okay, I'll try to talk louder. Sorry.
Are you on Discord mobile or the desktop app?
I'm on desktop, but my headphone situation is a little bit screwy, so I'm doing the best with what I have.
Oh yeah, I just wasn't sure if you had the crisp noise suppression whatever turned on.
I do have I have that on. I don't know if it makes it better or worse.
Try turning it off just so we can hear what it sounds like without it.
Is that better?
Okay, no, that didn't really make much of a difference then. If I turn it on my end, you can hear sometimes this is with crisp noise suppression on, and it muffles the hell out of me. So I wasn't sure if that was what it was.
I don't know. I'll leave it off for the time being. But essentially what I said is that I wish we could do more characterization pieces, and I wish, I think in the early days of the site, the thing that happened was people just wanted to put characters on, and so we got a lot of kind of poorly written stuff that was there and established, so people who actually could do characterization ran with it. And what I think we should get back to doing is actual character writing that is good from the get-go, if that makes any sense. I wish we could do more of that, and I tried to do some of that with my tutorials on the site, and I've been really happy with the reception of it. But I wish we could have more of that, honestly. Just new characters and new character writing to work with. I think that would make me really happy.
Elaborating on that soapbox, first of all, I agree. For what Duke Till Dawn is, a slapstick Looney Tunes adventure, it freaking rocks at being a slapstick Looney Tunes adventure. I adore the story. I'm not going to say it's high-class literature, but I'm going to say I enjoy the hell out of it.
Right.
And again, you are right that the author Avatar series got a little too Mary Sue back in the day, and I think we're still surviving the repercussions, and you are right that we can use some more characters on the wiki, because besides Draven and Talaran, I can't think of many new characters.
Right. Those are the last two characters that kind of endured that were introduced, I think, and I wish we could have some more of that, because I really enjoyed writing in that space and working with those two characters, because that's all I've been doing lately. I have 8 fucking tail drafts that are just Draven and Talaran.
And speaking as someone who's relatively new, not newer, but just I've only been very distantly, aware of SCP for a long time, and I only started getting more into it in the past few years, for example. But even then, I haven't even scratched the surface of how much there is to read. And I didn't even know there was any new characters. It's also kind of hard, I think, for people who are new and unfamiliar with the community to be able to it may be easier for some people to find that content than for others.
Right.
And so even if there are new characters, it might be flying under some people's radar where they don't even see it. So
yeah, that totally makes sense. That reminds
me
with
you on that though.
Something I was talking about on the 963 stream is that 963 is a pretty okay skip, but it does a great job of it is a springboard for a lot of things, and I wish that we could have more stuff that isn't afraid to do that. A lot of stuff on the wiki nowadays is kind of its own self-contained narrative, which is all well and good. But I kind of miss when we had stuff that was just evocative on its own. Who was adding me?
Yeah, I want to ride 682. Come on, let me hop up on there.
Like, and not even Duke Till Dawn inspired stuff. Like, I know there's a few drafts that kind of work off of, there's a few pieces that kind of work off of things that were concepts that were explored in Duke Till Dawn. Like, there's We're Off to Be the Lizard. That's the one that comes to mind immediately.
That one's so good.
But I think that was the one thing that I missed from the early days of the site was how everything was, wouldn't it be cool if this happened? And a bunch of people were like, yeah, that would be cool. And they wrote a bunch about it, you know? I missed that. That was kind of true collaboration.
Yeah, I would love to see more of that.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're asking for is more opportunities to make people on Twitter kin SCP author avatars?
Yeah!
Oh my god.
You cracked my code. you got
BT
me.
Dubs, Tosh, just so you know, I've been in the community for 7 years now. I have been writing SCPs for 5. I have been reading SCPs weekly for 5 years. And still, I have not scratched anywhere near the surface of this. And
oh my God. Okay.
the fandom as a whole sees the wiki as this like monolithic, dense thing that's impossible to get into. It really is that. And you kind of got to beat your head against that wall because there's over 10,000 stories on the English branch alone.
Oh my
And
god. Yeah, I
it's
feel
just-
a lot less bad about it now.
Yeah, no, it's infinite.
I
That's
Well,
why
I think
I
a big
just-
part of it.
That's why I get so freaked out whenever someone says they're reading all of them in order. I'm like, no!
Don't do that. Don't do that.
That was my initial approach when I joined the community, and I realized that wasn't going to work out, and so I started jumping through and reading kind of helter-skelter, a lot of different ones. And then also, it's interesting to see how different people will interact within the SCP community too, because like, when I first started out with our channel, I was reading SCPs like multiple weekly, and I felt like I was kind of gaining ground on really understanding a lot of the stuff on the site. And then when we started production of the live action series about 2 years ago, I like went really deep into like 20 SCPs, and that's been what I've been looking at for the last like 2 years. And so since then, I keep seeing more and more stuff is coming out, and I feel like I'm never going to be able to read all the awesome stuff that's on the wiki.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was talking about with there's a lot of self-contained stuff, and there's a lot of stuff where an author will build their own kind of interconnected canon, and that's its own thing. Everyone approaches it differently, and that's why it's such a absolute monolith to get into, I think.
Yeah.
And one more piece on the springboard theory. If you have your SCP Wiki tab open right now, go to the top help bar where it says SCP series, and you'll see the series lists, and you'll also see the series tales based on those lists, which is an amazing feature on the wiki. And if you go to the series 1 tales right now, you will see, as you scroll, just quickly scroll, because you will see the SCPs listed and all of the tales that are written about them.
Holy
shit.
Wow.
In series 1, there is so much of this. And then if you go back to the help bar and you switch over to series 5, which is the latest one that has that, because they haven't done series 6 with this yet, scroll and look how few there are.
Oh my god.
It is just not a habit that is built, which is really sad because I've got 2 SCPs I've written that I was like really hoping for something like this to happen. SCP-3086, George the Chinchilla. I wrote it so that it was just enough that like someone could write about George's origins. Someone could write about like a kid whose best friend was this living cartoon character with nefarious motives, but they didn't know that. There's like, I have tail fodder for that I just haven't written yet. And my newest article, 5886, the ballad of Jim Biggio. It's The Flash, but sad. But I made it a very short article that just explains this guy got powers by accident. He can't control them. He's real sad about it. And I left everything open about like the 40 years this guy adventured by himself because he couldn't interact with the human race because he was going too fast for them to perceive. And I am just waiting. I am praying that someone writes some tales about what Jim did in that time. Did he find someone who he could actually interact with for one day, maybe? Did he save the world like 3 times or something, but no one thanked him because they can't see him? There's fodder for these tales, and I just wish that was a more common thing still.
Yeah.
Rant complete.
God. It's... Yeah, I feel like people need to, like, not be afraid to be silly. I know that, like, the process to get an article approved is, like, very stringent, you know? But, like, maybe people are just, like, scared to, like, do anything, do like, actual shenanigans with them or something. If it's, like, it seems too serious, maybe. I don't know.
I'll tell you what, have been on both sides of this situation. Any of the works that I've put out as a hope of like, hey, maybe this will grow and I won't be the only one doing this. But alternatively, and Etoile can confirm this, I've recently been doing a couple of tales based on characters that they developed. And it's not as easy as you would think, especially because I often feel like I'm tiptoeing on top of someone else's character, and I really don't want to do them a disservice by not performing that character as perfectly as possible. So I have to check in every 5 seconds and be like, okay, would they do this? Or would they do this? Or how would this person behave in this situation? And even if you do that, there's always going to be like an extent, even to like plot level, where it's like, they would never do that. And it's really hard to get that perfect when you weren't the one who originated the person, so you don't know exactly how they're going to act.
You were working with Shiloh recently, right? And I was trying to help you with that. And I felt like I was being too particular, but they just like, I feel like I was worried I was being too particular, but they really do just like live in my head and do things. But I'm really happy with how it ended up. So
I kept coming back to you, and I was like, is this good? And you're like, no, they would say it a little bit more like this. And then I would add a new one. Is this good? No, it'd be a little bit more like this. And even trying my best, even by the end of it, when I had like kind of gotten into their shoes, trying to be them in another work is like trying to be the actual person who wrote it, which is very difficult to do.
Right, yeah. No, I'm sorry, it was such a pain in the ass. But yeah,
I just got 3 points in a row. I got to name these out before I forget them because my brain's starting to slip with this 14 hours of being awake. Number 1 point, talking about writing characters for other people. One way to do it is the Sumerian method, which is your character doesn't even almost really exist except for a couple base points. Sumerian basically says, write my character doing whatever the hell you want. And basically, like, Sumerian generally is on the ethics committee, always has the burns because that's like the identifying physical feature, unless it's pre-burn era or something. But there's that method where they'll just do something with it. I don't care. And that's what I do with the Dr. Sherman character that I was gifted by Cactus, is I just say, you know what, write Dr. Sherman in it. Whatever you do, I'm fine with it. Then there's the other side where I've been on this side and I forgot about it. One time I tried to write when Dado was first created by Cactus. And when Dado articles were the hype thing, I was one of those. And I was so nail-bitingly worried about writing someone else's character that the only thing I'm sad about my Dado article is it is a carbon copy of Cactus's first Dado article. Like, the format is exactly the same. I just changed the references because I didn't want to, like, stray in a crazy direction and do the character wrong. And so I really kind of adhered to a script, and I was, like, biting my nails over it. And just interesting to be on that side thinking about it. And third and finally, I am taking one step closer to this thing that I said I was going to do, and we're not doing it yet, but I'm not ready to do it yet, but we're going to do it. And I'm taking Lunch's idea. I said that one day Sherman is going to run a Site-42 writing contest. off the wiki, just write something, put it on the wiki, and make it happen. And it is going to be Silicon 2020. I'm just going to change the name 20% so it's not stealing the idea. It's going to be like silly contest. I need a P to finish the job. I need like Silicon P, and that will be the Site-42 joke.
I'll fight with Microsoft with my bare hands. Come at me. You heard it here first. There's what?
You're going to go fight Steve Microsoft?
Oh, yeah. I'll do it.
CEO of Microsoft, Steve Microsoft?
Yeah, because Steve Microsoft is a bitch. Steve Minecraft is terrifying, but Steve Microsoft is a bitch. So
Guys, I just realized
are we allowed to swear?
We are very allowed to swear. We're reading SCPs. This was demonetized a long time ago.
Okay, just making sure. I just realized I'm like, oh.
There are 6 tales for 3999. I have more active drafts featuring 3999 than there are tales featuring it on the wiki. And that is fucking me up a little bit.
I'm going to steer this train directly back on track. I'm going to say, first of all, we are past 2 o'clock, guys. That means this stream has been running for 14 hours. We have been killing it today. 24 hours and we weigh $650. This year we've only been going for 14 so far, and we are up to 800 and drum roll me please. What is the current thing? Da, 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 da. Fingers crossed. It is 880. It is $5 more than last time I checked. We are past last year. We are within striking distance of reaching our goal. So please donate. Please donate $50 or more if you wish to win a custom prize made for you, having lovingly by an SCP creator, maybe an artist, a writer, or a different kind of content creator, or maybe some sweet merch. There's even some poems on the docket. I'm going to read the prize list. I haven't done that today, and people might want to know what the prize list is. I know from the top of my head that Etoile is donating 2 arts.
We're doing that.
I know that Tanhoney, winner of the SCP 5000 contest, is going to write a short story commission as a prize. Let's go down the list. We have an art commission from Uncertainty Crossing. We have an art commission from Dave, otherwise known as Slavic. We have the 2 arts from Etoile. We have an art commission from Lynch. We have a colored art commission from Dr. Bright, the TikTok comedian, not the author from the wiki. We have a foot-tall doll of SCP-3090, created by Grim Creatures on Etsy, the person who makes my SCP-3090 and my 2521 doll. They are starting to branch out based on my suggestions, and for the stream, they're making a special 3090. That is the SCP woman with TV for head. We also have multiple felt figures crafted by Ghostly Red Roses, a felt crafter. We have an enamel pin of the SCP Foundation or different group of interest, and stickers from the SCP Foundation from Toad King Studios. We have the props provided by Ryan Murphy of SCP Declassified Web Series, which are the SCP-077 Runic Note Card prop with Certificate of Authenticity, and the SCP-330 Hard Candies prop from the web series with Certificate of Authenticity. We have the short story commission from Tanhoney. We have a short story commission from Jack Dragon X. And we have 3 custom poem commissions from Radgel. That's a lot of prizes. We are nowhere near that many prizes yet, so you guys ought to get donating so we can be. Make these artists work for the wages. And then take back I said that, because down with capitalism. And so with all that being said, the donations are going. It is time for Etoile's request of, I think it was 3318.
Yes. I'll say ahead of time that I'll take the voice of the anomaly.
Oh, yes, that makes sense. All right, does anyone want to take the main document?
I'll do
You
it.
guys, yeah, you guys go for it.
Wait, I've done a lot. Why doesn't someone else take one?
I can do this one.
Take it
Go on.
away, Ryan.
All right.
We said 3318.
Yep.
That's correct.
This is my flat out favorite SCP that exists.
All right.
Not for any real reason. I just really like it a lot.
3318.
SCP-3318. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-3318 is currently contained in a 15-meter by 15-meter by 30-meter off-site containment bunker located 25 kilometers away from Site-10. No personnel are to enter SCP-3318's active range under any circumstances. Any personnel who do enter SCP-3318's active range are to be terminated immediately. 1 D-Class personnel is to be present in a cell adjacent to SCP-3318's containment bunker, and must be the individual in closest proximity to SCP-3318 at all times. However, they are under no circumstances to enter its active range. Description: SCP-3318 is, at the time of writing, the collective designation for the corpses of 7 humans and 1 skinned cat, which cannot be separated by any known means. The organic matter that comprises SCP-3318 does not appear to age or decay, and damaging it has proven extremely difficult, although not impossible, allowing containment staff to keep it at a manageable size. SCP-3318's primary anomalous properties manifest when an individual enters its active range, which at the time of writing extends 7 meters around it. Any individual who enters its active range will immediately become compromised. After this, a consciousness believed to originate from SCP-3318 will have complete control over the affected individual's over the affected individual's perception of all written text. The primary objective of SCP-3318 appears to be convincing or tricking the compromised individual into saying that they can see it, or otherwise acknowledging SCP-3318's existence visually. In order to accomplish this, SCP-3318 will use its influence over the victim's perceptions to alter the text that they read, often using this ability to impersonate messages from figures of authority or loved ones. However, these attempts are often clumsy and borderline incoherent, as SCP-3318 does not appear to have the intellectual capacity to accurately impersonate such individuals. When a victim confirms that they can see SCP-3318 through any means, the nearest human being to SCP-3318 is instantly propelled towards it at extremely high speeds, invariably killing them before or upon impact. Their corpse then becomes attached to the others, comprising SCP-3318, and becomes part of the object. Note that this anomalous effect has no correlation with SCP-3318's active range. An individual will be propelled towards SCP-3318 regardless of distance. Even after acknowledging SCP-3318, a compromised individual will remain compromised, and every time they acknowledge SCP-3318, another individual will be propelled towards it. It is believed that SCP-3318 grows more intelligent, as well as expands its active range every time a corpse is added to its mass. Upon initial discovery, SCP-3318 would only change text to read, "Can you see me?" over and over again, but adopted its current behavior after the first deaths occurred as a result of its properties. SCP-3318 was first discovered after an anonymous tip led to a recovery team to a location in the woods near the town of Redacted, where SCP-3318 at the time comprising the fused corpses of one human and one skinned cat, had been placed by an unknown party. Said anonymous tip provided inaccurate information to the recovery team, seemingly designed to mislead them into entering its active range and falling victim to its effects. After 2 deaths as a result of this, SCP-3318 was successfully contained with assistance from a backup recovery team. Addendum 3318-1. Dr. Marston, a member of research personnel assigned to the initial recovery team in order to perform preliminary analysis, became compromised during the recovery, but survived initial contact with SCP-3318. Before undergoing termination, he logged several of the messages he received from SCP-3318.
Can you see me? Respond. Respond immediately. Now you will regret it if you don't respond immediately. I am going to skin your cat. SCP-3318 is a... What? Can you hear me? Am I coming through okay? Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, your mic's a little muffled still, but like I can hear you, so.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. I don't care really do much about it. SCP-3318 is a funny little boy with many interesting gags and surprises at his disposal. Can you see me? Can you see me? Dr. Marston of SCP, this is your wife. Can you see me, please? SCP-3318 is Kenner object capable of skinning your cat. Can you see me? Hello, I am at your house. Can you see me, or I will skin your family like a cat? Listen now, you're being very rude and nasty right now. This is 051, can you see me? Hi, my brother was on my account. This is the real 051. Hi, can you see it?
Oh my god.
Addendum 3318-2. Warning. Further addendums is under maximum security clearance under command of the O5 Council. User must pass memetic screening tests to assess further information. Please confirm you can see this image.
I was so scared clicking on this goddamn thing. Oh my god.
Say the
I
line.
was just like,
Say the
what is
line.
it gonna show me?
Say the line. Say the line.
Is it just the line on the link?
Say you can see it.
Okay, thanks.
With a winky face?
I love
God.
this one so much. This is flat out my favorite SCP on the site. I know that's not a common.
Can you see this?
I can see it.
Oh my god.
This
The
is
stream just got
my
100%
favorite one.
better.
Hands
It's a
down.
soft baby right there. Oh my god.
I just want to know what was going through Tianhoni's mind when he came up with this, because I know I could never come up with something this weird in a million years. I don't even mean that in the, this is so fucked up, you must have been on drugs. This is just so insanely creative, and I want to know where the idea came from. I love it.
I love this shit so much.
That's a cool one.
It's a really good one. Alright. Are we doing, do we have space for 5328?
Yep, now that we got Tamfarad back, we can do 5320. Rad, do you want to hop on do some art? And that one guard, I'm thinking of getting you on as well. I remember you got your tech together. What I'm going to do is pop down King Creepypasta and Ijiro this time. And then you guys can hang out back in the big room if you want to hop back in. Much appreciated. Thanks for that.
Anna, get in here, Stinky.
Excuse me?
I know, Anna. I know, Rad. Rad could kick my ass IRL.
Lol.
Can
All right.
hear me?
I can hear
Rad
you.
has joined the stream.
I can't do drawings right now because Photoshop is throwing a tantrum.
Oh god.
So hang on a second. Let me turn on my camera. My shit ass MacBook Air.
Rad, I miss you.
I don't have a fancy mic like Tosh does.
I'm
But
sorry.
Hello.
I'm just here, man. Oh my god, you got like fairy lights in the background and everything. Look at this.
Oh, that reminds me. I didn't even turn mine on. I'm dumb. I'm stupid. God. There we go.
Rad, go ahead and reintroduce yourself for people who weren't here earlier.
Yeah, okay, so I'm Tanfa Rad, also known as Rad, also known as Radiger. I am a chat hop and a community outreach staffer for the wiki. I've written a couple of things, including the SCP that we are assumedly about to read. But my biggest thing is I'm the writer and director of the Find Us Alive narrative podcast.
She's
So
fucking
that's
really good
I
at it,
got
too.
on my sweater. There it is.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Reppin'. Oh, she, her, also. And I do silly doodles a lot of the time. Sometimes I do real art, but rarely.
That's a fucking mood. Oh my god.
I think that's a personal opinion whether or not something is a silly doodle or real art.
That is a good point, yeah.
Silly doodles
I'm
are the
sure
only
you're
real art.
greatly
Also, I'm
undervaluing.
sick and I'm stuck in my room for the whole weekend while I wait for my coronavirus test to come back.
God.
Well, it's good that you tested.
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, it's good that you tested.
Yeah, it also sucked. I don't know if any of you guys
The
have had
nose thing?
the
It's a very
thing shoved up
uncomfortable
your nose, but
process.
it's the worst.
Yeah, it's not fun. I got tested this weekend.
Yeah. It
Because
sucks, don't it?
It does suck. We have the self-administered test, but it's still a pain in the ass.
I haven't had to get tested yet, and I really don't want to have to at any point. God.
It like goes so much farther back in your head than you think it's going to.
Mm-hmm.
It's so bad.
It's making my nose like twitch thinking about it. Oh god.
Also, forgive me if my voice sounds like shit. I kind of haven't used it for the last like 3 days.
Yeah.
So.
Dude, yeah, don't worry about it.
All right, we should take a little break, do some voice exercises.
I'm looking back on camera in a second. I'm setting up something funny. Oh god. Ah, son of a bitch. I got it. Don't worry about it. Setting something up. Just give me 1 minute.
Getting organized.
I'm gonna go fill up my water bottle real fast.
Hell yeah.
Yep, I am hoping that one guard's gear works this time and they can get on the stream. They are desperately trying to get video and audio here. So, yeah, getting water, getting organized is a good thing while we wait for this. And while we wait to introduce that one guard, I will also check the GoFundMe at 1/2 the hour.
Anyone who hasn't gotten out of their chair for a long ass time like me should get up and stretch also. Stretching
Your stretch timer go off, Tosh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, take care of yourselves, everybody. Make sure you are keeping in good health. Stretch. Drink water, along with whatever else you drinking. It is a Halloween party after all. I think I'm like 5 Red Bulls into my day right now.
Oh man, I just realized.
Sword.
I need to get a white lab coat really bad. 'Cause then I can
That's
just
keep it black on.
I can just throw it on and say I'm cosplaying
Ow.
Klein. Like, it's
Fuck.
easy as hell. Oh.
Shit.
I have to carry a sword with me everywhere because last time that I didn't, Clef tried to piss on my wife.
Son of a bitch.
Joke's on him. I'm gonna piss on the moon.
Oh my god. speaking of Clef, I that's an out of character sentence for me. I wish I would never done. There's a 166 rewrite that we should totally read because it fucking rules, and I'm so happy about it.
Yes, I second that.
That sounds like a good follow-up to the 5320.
Oh yeah.
I haven't read 166 before, I don't think, so I'm
good.
I'm
It
stoked to
sucks.
see what it is.
It sucked so bad. It was terrible, and the rewrite is great.
While we're still praying for that one guard's video and audio, why don't we talk about why 166 sucked and is now way better?
No, it was called Teenage Succubus, and I think that's about all you need to kind of figure out what was wrong with it.
Still called that.
I'm sorry, but the sentence, the two words, Teenage Succubus, do not at all quantify how bad that was. That is, that is real bad, but that doesn't quantify what it used to be. It was beyond what you think when you hear those words, which is already terrible.
It's not, I don't even like talking about it. It's so horrible. God.
Sexualization of a minor.
All right. I'm going to say the bad thing. I'm going to be as euphemistic as I can. If this is going to disappoint your ears, you know to close them. But I think the worst thing for all of us is the fact that yes, again, I'm not going to say Teenage Succubus is good in any way. No, bad. But it was very specifically that it subsisted in eating... this teenager subsisted in eating male bodily fluids. Required that to live. And it's like, why would you write... Why? Why was that what you went for?
It's bad enough already.
Yeah,
it was already bad.
That was the bad detail I was thinking of. Yikes on bikes.
Fucking terrible.
Yikes on Maine, everybody. Yikes on Maine.
So I think the issue is that people think that this was an accident. They think that, they just didn't know. No, he knew what he was doing when he wrote that. He knew clearly what he was doing.
It's a shit show. I'm so glad it's gone.
There's a lot of conversations to be had on shock and gross out and taboo for the sake of writing shock and gross out and taboo, and how the right way to implement such things are. In this case, I personally don't feel that was the right way.
Yeah.
No.
I was so happy it was rewritten that I immediately drew fan art of it. And I
officially rewritten, because I thought 0166 was a tail, because the actual
Yeah.
166
No, it is.
on the main list is still the old one.
No, it's not. It got rewritten.
Oh, when?
Yeah. Yesterday. Around I want to say 6 or 7 p.m. Yeah, it's gone. The old one is gone. It's dead. The beast is vanquished.
Finally.
Thank God.
Yeah, I could not be more happy. I'm absolutely overjoyed.
When is the 231 rewrite?
Soon, God fucking willing. I would love Tufto to take a crack at it.
Yeah.
That would be really cool. I know that 166 was only rewritten because Clef gave permission for it to be so. And a few people took a shot at it, and he was like, nah. But I guess the rest did it in a particular way that was congruous with him. So I don't know. I think something that he requested apparently was that the fan art still be canon. I guess is something that he asked for, which is weird, but whatever. As long as it's gone now,
Sorry, wait, you said that the guy who wrote the original requested that any fan art of the original still be...
Yep.
Dude,
Yeah.
we don't... Keep your porn to yourself, you absolute fucking weirdo. We don't need to see it, okay?
No, I don't like him.
Dr. Clef? Prominent wiki author?
I'm going to do my best to Pollyanna. I'm going to do my best to Pollyanna when I say... You could possibly see it from the point of view that you don't want the artist's work to be nullified. And that's the best stretch I could pull off.
Yeah.
No, if I have to be the asshole here, I'ma say it. No, don't do that shit.
I do actually understand because the thing about 166 is that she unfortunately has more significance as Clef's daughter, and that was why people liked her for reasons other than the inherent really nastiness of the article. And now the article keeps all of that lore and got rid of all the nasty shit, and it is just in an ideal state now. I could not be happier about it. Like,
thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lore
But
stuff
I
with
do
like
kind of
the same way that Bright's family is very interesting and it builds throughout different articles. That's very cool. That was like the one good thing.
Right. Right.
All right, we can see that one guard now. Can we possibly hear them? Would you be able to introduce yourself to us, name, pronouns, and place in the SCP community?
I think the video's...
That is a real smug smirk.
No. This is the exact same thing that I was having an issue with.
How did you fix it?
I didn't. I just used my phone instead.
Wait, what server region are we in right now on the server?
US West.
We could try switching it to Central temporarily. I'm seeing sometimes that does it in private calls when I'm having issues, but
Tosh knows things about technology.
I know minimal things. I know 2 things.
How would one do that thing?
On a server level, you have to go into the server properties.
No. They're going to join on their phone. They're in the chat.
Oh.
They're going to do what you did. They're going to jump in on their phone.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So close, and
Tosh,
yet so far.
Can you do the Zoom thing that Siggy does?
No, I don't have the fun, fancy effects for that.
I'm mad that you can't see the board that I just set up behind me because it's too bright. So I want to bring it closer. Let's see here. It says, yeah, there it goes.
Metal Gear Solid 2, yes.
I display this in front of my desk every day, and it gives me inspiration to wake up in the morning.
Oh my god, I love it. Wait. You just got a fucking rave going on in the background. Hold on, wait.
Talking about.
I've got. Oh, there they are.
There's so many little things on my desk that don't actually do anything.
While that one guard is making another attempt to join the stream, I'm going to go ahead and point out that we've reached a new milestone in the charity function of this live stream.
Oh,
in that, we have reached $900. Thank you, Traffy, for bumping us up to the next line.
Wait,
Well done,
I
guys.
don't have a noisemaker, but I have this gun.
Pew, pew, pew! If you haven't donated yet, please do so as soon as possible because I really want to see that number tick to 1,000. We are 90% of the way there. I'm so stoked. And oh my god, I can see that one guard moving around. This is a vast improvement.
Hey, there they are.
All right.
Hello.
Yay!
Is my mic working?
Yes.
We hear ya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So finally, it is time for you to introduce yourself. Name, pronouns, place in the SCP community.
Okay, so hi. Most people just call me Dr. Cassidy or Cassidy. I go by whatever. My pronouns are she, her. I am an SCP Foundation TikToker and cosplayer. I made this the Dr. Cassidy cosplay, SCP-035 cosplay, and a Mallow, a 1471 cosplay.
Sick.
What's your ad?
I do TikTok.
I'm gonna follow you.
Oh, it's that one guard. All spelt out. No, all
Oh, I see
lowercase.
that.
Hold on. It's my Discord username. On here. Yeah. It's just my name on here.
Found you.
So now that we've finally assembled the whole team, for this hour anyways, or for this portion, what is there anything we want to say about 5320 before we get into the reading?
I heard it's like the best SCP on the whole website. That the
Oh my
author
god.
is a Chad.
This is true.
Yeah, I heard she's like super hot too. Oh my god, she's like the whole fucking package. Like,
I heard Radiger has an 8-pack. That Radiger is ripped.
I heard Radiger had a 10-pack. And also pecs on her biceps. She's anomalous. She defies the laws of normal human anatomy and musculature because she's that goddamn hot.
This is true.
Fuck. I'm taking the glasses off. They're doing things to me. Okay.
Can we call characters?
Say who's our character list and who's playing who, gang?
Yeah.
Can I be Avery?
I'll take Barlow.
I think wait, Rad, I know your voice is feeling grody, but do you have any preferences on things?
Vaughn.
I actually think I don't super want to read just because my voice is pretty nasty right now.
I was about to say, are you insinuating that Rad would lower herself to the level of reading? Oh my god. What are we peons for if not to gag at her beauty and read her work?
I'm sorry for making us such insulting assumptions. Oh my god. Yeah, do you guys want me to read the article part itself, or
Yeah, if you take the article part, we've got an Avery and a Barlow. I see cool. I can take cool. Anyone else? Ryan, do you want to take the research personnel / the other staff, be the last ones?
Sure, sounds good.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's one line that says other staff. We can all scream it at once.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, beautiful.
Perfect. Okay. Oh wait, there's some more. There's some stuff at the end, but it looks like it's yeah. Okay, cool. I think that's all the characters. All right. Item number SCP-5320. Object class Keter. Special containment procedures. Underwater drones 5320-A through D are to monitor their respective locations along SCP-5320's body. Video feeds are to be checked once every 24 hours for any change in SCP-5320's shape or location. SCP-5320's current locations are mapped and may be accessed with permission from Dr. Cool. SCP-5320 can be formally referred to as the fish that just goes on forever, our merciful and long lord, or its glorious infinitude. Hail its everlasting fish body. Chances of locating the head or tail of SCP-5320 may be increased by offering sacrifices in the form of vending machine snacks placed on top of the break room microwave. Removal of present offerings is strictly forbidden. Footnote 1 reads, offerings must be left on the microwave in order to preserve the site's current internet speed. Internet may slow if offerings are removed, as proved by one test conducted by researcher Avery. Description: SCP-5320 most closely resembles a Leparidae, aka snailfish, but without a visible head or tail. Although width and height measure in normal range for its species, SCP-5320's body extends as long as Foundation underwater drones have been able to follow it, concluding that the creature is either extremely long or limitless entirely. Efforts to locate the head or tail of SCP-5320 are ongoing. The creature was discovered during a routine bi-yearly sweep of the ocean floor, and the drone responsible for the discovery examined the creature for approximately 50 hours and 38 kilometers before steps to anomalous classification proceeded. Underwater drones have been following the length of SCP-5320 continuously for 3 years since, making the estimate for SCP-5320's length between 37,000 and 39,000 kilometers long and perpetually increasing. Additional side effects of viewing SCP-5320 include a heightened awareness of the passage of time, increased interest in ceiling tile number, and increased use of the phrase "long boy" in casual conversation, even when referring to things that are neither long nor a boy. Personnel monitoring SCP-5320 have reported feeling an unusual amount of excitement upon seeing one of SCP-5320's occasionally visible fins, as well as a compulsion to loudly cheer. Addendum 5320-1. The People's Church of the Fish That Just Goes On Forever has received a new addition to the shrine in the form of two fish-shaped novelty erasers gifted to the church by one Kenny Rosenfield, age 8, progeny of researcher Margaret Rosenfield. Log taken from security recordings within primary surveillance office. Begin log.
Hey.
Hey, praise the fish.
May we locate the head?
Or the tail.
Right, or the tail.
Did Ratcliffe tell you that passed over a vent?
No, is it okay?
Yeah, totally fine. Thank God.
Thank the fish.
Thank our merciful Lord the fish.
May its body be never-ending and impervious to anything we poke it with.
May it bring us a bountiful harvest.
Yeah, make it bring us the good snacks for one.
Gonna sacrifice my firstborn child to the fish so we can get RC Cola again.
End log. Log taken from bi-weekly research staff meeting. Begin log.
What are our updates looking like for the week?
We have not been cleared for physically invasive testing. I've been advised that we keep watching it until we have more reliable means of tracking.
I was afraid of that. All right, I want status reports. New activity, new developments. What have we seen?
A few days ago, drone 5320C logged another dorsal fin.
Woo! Congrats on seeing a fin, researcher Avery. Anybody else? All right, then we can get down to business. Hail the fish.
Hail the fish.
Now, the question whose answer we have all been seeking for research purposes. Could the fish use its glorious and infinite body to tie up the legs of the Christian God like an AT-AT? The Christian God is not real is not an acceptable answer this time, Dr. Maxwell.
End log. Log taken from an annual staff holiday party. Begin log.
Shut up! If I could call this meeting to Ratcliffe, shut up! On behalf of all staff on assignment 5320, I thank you all for being here and welcome you to the Marine Research Installation 14 first annual Fishmas Party.
Yay!
Where we gather to express our gratitude in service to our perpetually prolonged providence, the fish that just goes on forever.
Yeah!
All staff are advised to partake in alcoholic beverages and leave non-perishable snacks on top of the microwave to contribute to our research efforts in finding the end of SCP-5320 for the good of the Foundation and humanity itself. In the temporary absence of Dr. Cool, I declare the next person to see a fin blessed of the fish. May their harvest be bountiful and their anomalies never breach.
May we locate the head!
Or the
tail!
Amen! Let's get drunk at work!
End log. Unread messages received. From e.mina@scp.net to l.cool@scp.net. Subject on-site behavior. Dr. Cool, I've noticed some strange occurrences happening among your staff recently, and I'd like to check in with you this week to review the situation. If you can pull your staff's psychological records, I would be appreciative. Please let me know your availability when you can. Dr. Emily Mina. Subject, RE on-site behavior.
Things are a little slow on our end, but everything's going smoothly from my understanding. I have a meeting with Dr. Stevens on Wednesday at noon, but I'm otherwise free. Thank you for your concern. I hope to have your worries cleared up as soon as possible. Dr. Lupe Cool, High Priestess of the People's Church of the Fish That Just Goes On Forever.
Addendum 5320-2, investigatory interview of Dr. Loop Cool. Interviewer, Agent Rachel Summers. Interviewee, Dr. Luke Cool, Head of Research on SCP-5320. Background, increasing amounts of unexplained behavior surrounding SCP-5320.
I can do Summers.
Hell yeah.
Good morning, Agent Summers. It's my understanding that you have some questions for me?
Yes, we received some evidence pertaining to SCP-5320 that we think may constitute an info-hazardous effect. We are hoping you can shed some light on the situation.
And info hazardous? That comes as a surprise to me. I haven't heard anything about that kind of excitement happening in our neck of the sea.
Our hope is that we don't find any excitement at all. Excitement usually translates to more work for everybody.
You'd be surprised how willing I would be to take a little more work sometimes.
Wouldn't we all? Shall we?
Absolutely.
Dr. Cool, how long have you been working on this assignment?
2-3 years?
Have you noticed any considerable behavioral changes since you began here?
Had a brief stint with depression last year, but our psych staff has done good work helping all of us through our issues.
So nothing you have observed in yourself?
Nothing beyond the expected, no.
And your staff?
Nothing out of the ordinary. But, you know, idle hands and all that.
Uh-huh. And how long have you been a part of the People's Church of the Fish that just goes on forever?
How long have we... Are you talking about my email signature?
Unofficial closing statement of investigation, SCP-5320, 2018. Agent Rachel Summers.
After following up with Dr. Cool and the rest of the staff assigned to SCP-5320, I have come to the conclusion that the tip concerning SCP-5320 having info-hazardous abilities was a false alarm. I will finish due diligence to officially close this investigation upon arrival back at Site-4211. The effects of SCP-5320's suspected additional ability turned out to be nothing more than a very elaborate running joke among the staff. Dr. Cool has promised to tone it down and to keep any further tomfoolery out of the Foundation database. Today marks the 4th consecutive false alarm I have had in the past several months. There was part of me hoping this would turn out to be real, but alas, I returned to my desk. It appears not even Foundation staff are immune to the human drive to make up dumb superstitions when they're bored. On a semi-related note, Peter's better not have moved my wizard figure off his spot again. God knows I don't need 69 more years of bad luck. R. Summers.
LOL.
I love this one so much.
Hail the fish.
Hail the fish.
May we find the head.
Or the tail.
Merry Christmas.
I love that so much. Oh my god.
It's the only SCP I've ever written.
Okay, no, you've written more, and also...
No, I haven't. This is the only one.
Well, official article or whatever, but...
I've written like 2 tales and a bunch of poems.
And, you know, they just made a whole one up and then wrote a podcast about it, you know, no big deal or anything.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, but you know,
even if this is the only SCP you've ever written, it's the only SCP that matters to me.
Aww.
This is true.
I just
Very
have to
long.
give Rad shit because I'm like #1 fan out here. Well, #2 fan because I know Cade probably takes that spot, but like...
How long?
I don't know.
What's the number of the Corgi one that Niles
Oh,
wrote?
that's right.
Does anybody know off the top of their head?
2952.
What?
2952.
Because I can't remember how long the Corgi is, but I might have the longest boy.
I'm pretty sure the corgi is like the length of Wales. No, all right, now 30,000 kilometers.
Yeah, so that's like...
This is over 37.
You got a beat.
Close.
You got the longest boy.
The longest boy.
Confirm that they are friends.
They are
Oh my god, that's where the head is. He's talking to his friend. He's like poked out of the water.
He's talking to the front of the corgi.
Cuddling with the corgi.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh man, where is Scorped arting when I need longfish cuddling corgi? Longfish, long corgi, the longest of boys.
The longest
SCP-3000 trembles before him.
That's a good one. I just love how like
I still love your I love the animation that someone did that I made a joke in chat like 2 years ago, and someone did an animation and Sherm voiced it where it was the Sand Guardian, but instead it's Abel talking about the Gate Guardian.
That's a good
I've
Oh my
seen that.
god.
I am the Gate Guardian, guardian of the gate. Abel quivers before him. Fuck off!
Fuck off!
I love that line so much. Oh my god.
Yeah, I really love 5320 just because of how like thoroughly human it is, if that makes sense. Just like, yeah, like that seems to something people do. Like people do that. Like I would do that. And it's so like it's just very real. I just love it. It makes me really happy. So it's definitely one of my favorites.
That taking compliments.
Remember, Scorped, that is an order for 2 long boys. 2 long boys cuddling. That's the answer.
Oh.
Let's see. Hold on.
Can you really
Hi,
cuddle
can
with
I
the
get
head
an order of 2 long boys, please? 2 long boy combo, please.
Can I get a
Long boy
motherfucking
machine,
I'm trying to envision like cuddling of 2 things that don't have visible heads or tails, and I think it would just be kind of like a braid.
It's a tangle. It's
Yeah,
like a
like-
pretzel.
Bro, we have short boys, bro.
Like a pretzel, yeah.
Wait. I haven't read the corgi one, but like, is it? I mean, like they know where the head and the tail are.
Yeah, they know where
You've
the
seen
head and the tail are, but statistically speaking, they wouldn't be
Yeah, but
visible.
meanwhile, freaking longfish over here trying to circle or. You think the IKEA's infinite until Long Boy circles all the way around it twice. Then you're a punk ass.
Somewhere in the
Google
IKEA.
search. Okay, so this thing is longer than the Earth, so I conclude that it is infinite. That is just my hypothesis.
Okay, you know what my hypothesis is? Okay, the head and the tail parts are actually connected, so it's a loop, and they followed it around like several times.
But like, are the fins unique? Like, if they see a fin, do they have a way of identifying if they've seen the fin before?
Well, it looks like all the other fins that they've seen.
Maybe we could tag them. But that would take all the fun out of it.
Yeah, but they're not allowed to physically modify it, so how would they tag it?
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
No, but they asked for the blessing. May it be impervious to anything we poke it with, so like it's protected.
Of course.
There was another addendum that I actually took out when I was revising it that talked about how it's like impossible to like injure. So like any hazard that it runs into in the ocean, it just like can't be destroyed.
Praise the fish.
Yeah, you mentioned that it like passed over freaking one of the deep sea vents, like those things.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
This is my Mary Sue character, is the longfish.
Long hail the long boy.
That reminded me of Kuai Kuai culture, which is something in Taiwan where people who run servers will put a particular corn snack near the servers in order to ensure that they run correctly, and it can't be expired, and it has to be the green packages. Really? Okay, that's fantastic.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just such a human thing. It's really funny. It's fantastic.
I'm just checking here how hot those hydrothermal vents are to put in perspective for anyone in the chat who's not a deep sea ocean nerd like myself when I was like 5. So, oh yeah. So, according to Wikipedia, in contrast to the approximately 2 degrees Celsius or 36 degrees Fahrenheit ambient water temperature at these depths, because this is deep as hell, the water emerging from these vents is anywhere from 60 degrees Celsius, which is 140 degrees Fahrenheit, all the way in excess of, 464 degrees Celsius, aka 867 degrees Fahrenheit.
Spicy boy.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god,
Spicy
that's
total
so
frog boy.
That's hot. Damn.
Not
What
only is the boy long, but he's also very hot.
Oh.
Hot, long boy.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh my god, wait, Anna, you've seen those funny commercials for that one the gummy snack or whatever, the long man? Have you seen that?
No. I have
okay.
not.
Hold on. This is very important. Sherm, you may have to the important part is just the jingle. This is like the funniest marketing campaign I've ever seen. It literally tells this whole dramatic soap opera story over the course of like 10 different commercials.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, the one with the long snack in the.
Yeah.
Yes.
That sounds familiar. I would know it if I saw it, probably.
Let me just
Okay, so you say that, and I searched the long man on Google, and the only thing that comes up are like these ancient markings carved into the side of a hill that depict a very long person.
No.
Praise
Two
the
longs.
face.
Two longs. Long man.
Okay.
All right, so how are we doing this? What are we doing with this thing right now?
Well, I dropped it into no mic chat, so if you want to pull it up, you can, or I can also I can share my screen and audio if that makes it easier.
That would make it easier, because then I can just put you as
Okay.
focus for that.
I have to go
We're
put
gonna
the pint of ice cream I've
copyright.
been eating back in the freezer before I do something
Oh,
drastic.
no, I have seen this.
Yeah, we won't watch the
I
whole
would.
thing.
Totally
This
have
is
seen this.
this
I
is
will
all of
return.
the commercials together, and it's like 6.5 minutes. We're just gonna watch like the first one. So let's see if this. Whoop.
I'm gonna bug Tabby to get me some Dayquil for upstairs.
Okay. Let's see if the. Let me know if the audio's working with this.
Oh my god, Etoile died again.
I'll be back. Just this is my replacement. If she does anything illegal, don't talk.
Oh. So what?
If she does anything illegal, don't talk.
Okay.
I ain't no snitch.
Sherman, did you get audio from the video during that, or?
I did not hear anything. Give it one more try.
Okay. You're focused on me, right? Hold on. Let me. Here. I switched it again just to make sure, but it's.
That's the problem. I got you here. Switching
Okay.
over. Wait a second. All right, I've got it focused up. Try for sound.
We good?
No sound is coming through, unfortunately.
That is interesting. Can you right click and check the stream volume when you click on my stream?
I'm gonna bump it up from where it was. Give it another go.
Okay, and let me actually here. I've bumped the volume on my side too, just to see.
どうしたの？トールさんが避ける組咲いてる時の顔が好き。
Any
We
sound?
got it.
Okay, cool. All right.
そう？もっと長く見てたいな。
Long, long,
It's literally it. It's like it just this couple going around doing random things, but every time something semi-romantic happens, this lady just sees that guy there and is just like falling for him. And that same riff plays every goddamn time.
It gets funnier every time. It just keeps going.
It just keeps going. Yeah, like.
long, long,
Just fucking.
He looks almost afraid.
Yeah, I know, right? It just cracks me up, and I'm just like, I can't stop thinking about that with like the long boy. That's a long, long man.
Oh, Sumerian's in the chat.
And we got Sumerian back. The next one in line is the only one, or the two who haven't been on, which is Lady Fairy J for a visit and Cal Bold. Oh, Admiral Spock's here. Wow, we're getting crowded, guys. All right. We've been doing a good job with keeping order in the chat, and as such, I'm going to take the same risk I took earlier, and I am going to increase our menu. So I'm going to open up some slots. As always, please try and maintain order so we can actually do stuff.
Pog?
I'm saving changes. We are now up to 9 guests, I think it is.
Did someone say poggers?
And I was going to
tiny.
And you all have disappointed me yet again because
say,
nobody has
actually...
noted my hat changing.
Oh, I can't see the cameras very clearly at the moment.
Ryan, you saying you heading out?
Yeah, I can go ahead and bow out and open up another spot.
Party on.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for having me. It was fun to hang out with y'all.
Nice to
Very good to have you. Where are people going to find that web series at?
So if you go to YouTube and type in Morbid Memories, that's our YouTube channel, and the series is called SCP Declassified. I can post a link in the chats when I leave.
Do it.
All right. Thanks, y'all. Great stream.
Thanks for joining us. Welcome back, Sumerian.
Indeed. I had 3 hours of sleep, a little bit more food, a decent microphone, and a camera. I'm ready to go. I'm going to live forever.
And then there's still room right now if the 3 who haven't been on, Lady Fairy, Cal, and Admiral Spock want to hop in for a little bit. Tay-Tay, we will bring you back on at some point for sure. And I believe our next mission until they hop on was 166, right? The new 166?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so happy.
I'm excited.
Anyone particularly excited to read this one? Like, to actually voice it?
I could voice
I'm
something
always good for it.
if you wanted. If that's cool. Unless someone else wants to do it.
I'm going to give it to a 12 because I don't think you've read a full one in a while.
Oh, the whole thing? Okay. I can try.
Or tag out and split it up along the way. Either way, I'm going to go do some official business and I will return shortly.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say I can read I can read for character.
I'll do Chaplain Davis.
Okay.
I'll take the final note if you want.
Okay. Then that would also have you being the redacted speaking in the second log.
That'll work too.
And then you just need light then.
Cymerian is Clef confirmed.
I can do light.
Game theory.
Yeah, has light been taken? Do we want to pass that one to Rad, or did someone already take that one?
It's been claimed.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna run use the restroom real fast. If no one claims the article bit,
I'll do
I can
it.
do things at any point. But
I'll take the article itself. I'll do that.
Oh, okay. Then who's voicing 166?
I'll do that too.
Okay, cool.
You got it.
Then I will be. Yeah. Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay. I have to inform my Twitter friends. Okay. Item number SCP-166. Object class Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-166 is contained in Biocontainment Zone C at Site-19, which has been modified to include a hermetically sealed antechamber and an industrial-strength air purifier. Containment staff must wear the specially designated 166 biohazard suits at all times when inside SCP-166's containment area. Due to SCP-166's unique physiological needs, a variety of loose-fitting organic cotton clothing has been provided to be rotated monthly. All meals are to be cooked according to the guidelines provided, with as little inorganic additives as possible. Reasonable requests for personal items and modifications to the containment may be granted approval by a level 4 or higher authority. Update. All requests by SCP-166 must be approved personally by Site Director Light. To date, SCP-166 has requested a copy of the Holy Bible, Douay Rheims, Challoner Revision, granted. A Catholic Rosary, granted. Access to a Catholic priest for confession, mass, and other sacraments, denied. Chaplain Davis has been scheduled to meet with SCP-166 on alternating Sundays after a thorough decontamination process. Various books and magazines, mostly religious in nature, granted pending review and approval of contents. A telephone with which to contact the abbess of the Our Lady of Mercy Convent in County Galway, Ireland, denied. Overruled, granted, overruled, by order of the site director, denied. Description. SCP-166 is a European female human in its late teens, ungulate features, possessing antlers, hoofed feet, and a short tail reminiscent of Rangford tardinus, common reindeer. Despite these obvious abnormalities, DNA analysis reveals no abnormal genetic traits. Within a 15-meter radius of SCP-166, artificial objects gradually return to an unknown state. Higher complexity objects like electronics or vehicles are affected quicker, with degradation of the metallic components causing catastrophic structural failure in a matter of hours. Rudimentary materials, such as stone buildings or products made out of organic materials, decay at a virtually imperceptible rate. Within the same radius, plant life will begin to sprout, often growing in improbable places, such as out of security cameras or ID scanners. SCP-166 possesses a possibly anomalous sensitivity to artificial material and with inhalation or contact causing pressure ulcers and symptoms of acute asthma attacks. In one case, physical proximity to a smoker caused SCP-166 to undergo a severe asthma attack, even though the doctor at the time had not smoked a cigarette for Discovery. SCP-166 was discovered at Our Lady of Mercy Convent in County Galway, Ireland. It had lived since. SCP-166 was confirmed by a defecting Global Occult Coalition agent to be the child of Threat Entity 9927 Black, the Goddess, also known as SCP Redacted, which was terminated by a GOC strike team at the infamous incident. Recovered GOC documentation. Threat Entity Database Entry, Threat ID, KTE 9927 Black Child. Authorized Response Level 4, Severe Threat. Description. Threat Entity is the child of incarnated LTE 9927 Goddess and an unknown father. Has dark brown hair and dark eyes. While it appears to share its most animalistic features, it lacks the extreme bestial appearance of 9927. Possesses minor chlorokinetic abilities. Primary reason for threat entity classification is the instinctive knowledge and eligibility to enact occult procedure Clockwork Black Child Habula, a worldwide ritual working that would irreversibly regress human civilization to Neolithic standards. Strike Team Lancelot neutralized 9927 Team Redacted in England during an operation which would later be known as the infamous Cornwall incident, but were unable to confirm the liquidation of 9927 Black Child due to the death of the strike leader, Agent Ukulele. Ukulele was posthumously awarded Silver Aegis, his lifelong service to humanity. Liquidation. Threat Entity is not known to possess any defensive to terminate with extreme prejudice. The agent had refused to terminate SCP-166, instead smuggling it to a Catholic convent in County Galway, Ireland. It lived there until the age of 12, at which point a visitor to the convent accidentally witnessed SCP-166 and reported it to the authorities. The agent then contacted the...
Real quick, sorry, your mic started staticking out. Was that just me, or is that connection?
No, that was happening for me too.
Okay. I think it's Discord just dipping out. So I think if we like reconnect or like disconnect, reconnect, it should fix that real fast.
I can just pause and sort it
It
out.
seems to be working back now already.
Oh yeah. Wait, keep
Fucking
talking.
adding me. Why are you adding me? What do you want? Are we good?
You're good.
Keep going? Okay.
Yeah.
What?
It lived there until. We good? Yeah. Okay.
No, you're fine.
Yeah,
You're
you
fine.
sound fine. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said before. So.
It lived there until the age of 12, at which point a visitor to the convent and reported it to the authorities. The agent then contacted the Foundation, agreeing to share GOC intelligence in return for guaranteed safety and containment of SCP-166. Further details are classified. Addendum 1661, Chaplain Davis bi-weekly interview. Sorry.
Good morning, child.
Good morning, Father.
As usual, I have to remind you that due to our environment, the seal of confession will not take place unless specifically invoked. Even then, details of our conversation can be unsealed, determined to be essential. Understand?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Now, how are you doing?
Good. One of the staff told me about Benedict yesterday. Is that true?
Ah, yes, that was rather unfortunate, but it does make sense. He was rather old even when he first took up the... Now he can rest, knowing he served the church well.
Do you know who's going to replace him?
Speculation has abounded, but it could be anyone. These are difficult times, after all. With all the recent controversies, they may want a fresh face to represent the church, or they may go with a man who's dedicated years of his life. Who knows? They may even pick a working class man. It certainly would give people something to talk about.
I guess so.
I'm sensing a question arising, child.
Sorry.
No need to apologize. That is what I'm here for, after all. What is it?
It's just, I wanted to ask you something, though it might be a little personal. I was just wondering, do you have a good relationship with your parents?
My mother, yes. Before she passed away, I visited her once a month at the retirement, plus her birthday and holiday. Told her I was a chaplain serving in the military, which I suppose is somewhat close to the truth.
And your father?
That is a rather more complicated question. He was a good man, a soldier who held three things dearly: God, country, and family. Unfortunately, he held those convictions rather severely, which resulted in some heated discussions. I love him still, but this way is best for everyone. And what about your parents? I know you lived in the Covenant, but what before that?
I never really knew them. I got dropped off when I was a baby. I mean, I guess they must have known the sisters if they put me there, but I don't remember them, just what I picked up. They mentioned my mother a bit before they realized that they should watch what they say about me. I think they said something about her being a goddess, which obviously wouldn't be true. She must have been some sort of spirit, but she must have been something if I ended up looking like this. I remember eavesdropping on the abbess. She was talking to one of the other sisters about how she had done something wrong, something about a ritual that someone else stopped. They said she died.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Not like I knew her.
And your father?
I don't know. He must have been the one who dropped me off, but why there? Why didn't he take me with him?
I'm sure he had his reasons.
Maybe. You know, they never talked about him. Not once. I must have asked the abbess 1,000 times, but she never even mentioned a hint of him. If my mother was so horrible, what did my father do? End log. Addendum 1662. Disciplinary interview of redacted.
What the hell were you thinking?
I wanted to make sure she's all right. You wouldn't let me talk to her, so I took another route.
What you did was so much worse than that. If you had just stuck to throwing your weight around to get her amenities, sure, I could overlook that. But you then go about trying to give a class 4 anomaly a phone line to the outside world. Damn it. The council already dislikes you working at the same site as her. This gets out, you can kiss whatever deal you made goodbye.
Come on, Sophia, she's harmless. The only reason she's even in here is because of me. I had to do something. Was the Foundation just going to let her grow up thinking they're...
Before you can say another word, remember that this will be public to everyone with a Class 4 clearance. I can redact your name, but I can't stop people from putting the pieces together from an ill-timed outburst.
16 years. 16 years where she couldn't walk through a city or catch a movie or just go shopping. Doesn't matter if she's in a convent or a foundation cell. She's being locked up for something she had no choice in, all because of me.
I know.
It isn't fair.
Oh, sorry.
And I can't do anything about it. I could send a strike team anywhere in the world. I know secrets that the most powerful people in the world would pay billions for, and yet I can't even so much as talk to her. Let her know that she's not alone.
You've done the best you could. Much more than anyone could have expected of you in an impossible situation.
Funny how little that makes of a difference. You know, I don't care. Just write me up. Let's get this over with.
I'm scheduling you for 6 2-hour sessions with a foundation psychologist. I'll make sure it's glass. He signs off at the end of it. We can expunge this from your record.
Mm-hmm.
Redacted?
Yeah? Yeah, I know. Thank you, Sophia.
End log. On 05/08/2013, the following note was discovered within SCP-166's containment area.
You know, I first met your mother when we were a little more than children. She had hooves on her feet and starlight in her eyes. She was beauty and nature incarnate, and I killed her with my own hands. Eden isn't a place. It's a state of being. They want to take us back to it, and I stopped them. I took paradise away from us for a second time. And I have never regretted my actions on that day, except for one thing. That when you first met me on that day, you saw your father put a bullet into the head of your mother. And I make no excuses, you know. Only this is an explanation. You may not have even remembered it, but I'm telling you now in the hopes that you can at least understand why I did what I did. And I hope that you can forgive me. I love you. I wish I could have done more for you. The best I could do was leave you in the hands of kind and loving people and hope that they would raise you in my place. And from what I've seen, they did pretty well. I'm sorry you couldn't stay with them. I'm sorry they brought you to this place. I promise I'm going to do my best to make sure your stay here is pleasant. I promise I'm going to keep you safe. Happy 16th birthday from your loving father.
Oh, finally some good fucking food.
Oh my god, that was
pretty dope.
fantastic.
Like,
Like,
this is so much better than the original one.
So much better.
Yeah,
God.
like,
I haven't read that one.
raving about the article and raving about the performance on all sides, you guys. That was fantastic.
Thank you. Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. I mean, yeah, just don't.
You completely changed up that last part in parts, but it was for the better, and I liked it a lot.
Absolutely.
Wait, Samir, were you the one that rewrote this?
No. It was Roundhouse, I think, right?
He totally changed it up a little bit at the end there.
I think he was just meaning that when I was reading it, I switched a few words here and there.
It was Sarah, yeah.
It was for the better, yeah.
It's for the better.
I don't know anybody in the community, so I wasn't sure if you meant that the person who rewrote it was here in the call now or not.
No, I didn't rewrite that one.
Okay.
All right,
So
Site-42 fam, give me just a moment of your time. Our guest, top center conveniently. This is, go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
Hi everyone. My name, can you hear me? Yes?
Yep. Loud and clear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Hi everyone. I'm Danny Saragusa. I'm from the SF LGBT Center, and thank you for having me.
Awesome. Oh my god.
Welcome to the show. We have been running for I'm not wearing my watch anymore because the battery dies. Apple Watches don't last that long. We've been streaming since midnight, so we are currently
15 and a half hours.
Say that again?
Wow.
15 and a half hours.
That's fantastic.
And
'Cause I was here when you
shockingly,
started.
a lot of the people here have been here for a majority of it, or at least some of them. Like Sumerian below you has been here for all but like a 3-hour nap. Etoile did get a good sleep, but started the show with me at midnight and then has come back. We are, I explained to you in email, but just in earnest, in short, we are the members of the SCP writing community and fandom. We are a niche on the internet that not a lot of people know about, and we have the main hub that is the creative writing website. The stories there have spun webs into inspiring animations, video games made by indie developers, web series and things like that, as well as cosplayers. And we are Site-42, and these are the friends of the channel, are a YouTube channel that reads the documents and discusses the stories and does critique and such like that. Most of the people here are either creators, artists, or at the very least, fans.
Awesome.
That was the most succinct way I've ever heard anyone explain that. I
Yeah.
needed to I should have been taking notes because like this thing is too dense to like sum up easily. So that was really good.
I've been doing it for 7 years. I found the long story short finally.
We write stories on the internet.
And then over the course of this stream so far, we have raised, let's update the total on the GoFundMe. Our current GoFundMe flashing up on the screen is $910. We are $90 away from our goal of $1,000, and considering that we only got $650 last year, I am already pleased as punch that we crushed that. Danny has joined us today to give us some intel on the LGBT Center here in San Francisco.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much, Sherman, for inviting me. This is pretty cool to be able to join. And thank you so much for thinking of the center and raising funds for the organization. You know, I will keep it relatively brief, but, you know, the center is a physical space in San Francisco to serve the entire queer community. As you can imagine, COVID has heavily impacted all the different organizations throughout the country. The center has been fortunate enough to have been able to move a large portion of our services online to be able to continue to serve the community through shelter in place. And we are starting to open our services back up now so people can physically come into the building. So it's been a wild ride for the last 9 months, trying to get ourselves back in a place where we can properly serve job seekers, small business owners, youth who need mental health services, and just getting people the basic resources that they need to be able to take care of themselves during this really challenging time. So if you want to learn more about the center, you can go to our website, sfcenter.org. And I'm on that website too. If you have any other questions, you can find all my contact information. And I just wanted to do a quick pop in and say hi and thank you all for raising funds on behalf of our organization. I super appreciate it. And I really hope that you all have a good, how many more hours do you have left? You've got, what,
if you're here in California like me, then we are going until midnight, so just over 8 hours.
Yeah, well, good luck with the next 8 hours, and happy Halloween, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming on and talking with us a little bit. One last thing I'll say before you leave is it means a lot, the center in general, but centers like it across the country mean a lot to a lot of members of the SCP community. If you go through our website and you read the stories, you will most of the time see a logo for our community, the SCP logo in the upper left corner, and on, gosh, it seems like a majority of the pages, that logo is often replaced with LGBT-themed versions of different groups because so many of the creators of the authorship are queer, have gone through the goods and the bads of being part of the community, and so it is just very meaningful to the SCP community in general.
Yeah, I mean, there's a similar center in my city, and I've been going there for 2 to 3 years, and it's been absolutely indispensable just to have that community. So I really deeply appreciate the work that you're doing.
Yeah,
we
thank
were talking
you.
to some people at the beginning. We're talking to some people at the beginning of the stream who were talking about how they don't really have much of a support system. So having this kind like a community that they can get in contact with is always good for them.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, every city should have a community center. So support your local community centers as well. Just want to thank you all for having me. And again, feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully by the
Thank
end
you
of the day,
so
we'll
much.
have doubled this turnout on the GoFundMe. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I think you all can do it. So thank you so much. Good luck. Good luck until midnight tonight.
Be safe, be well. Thank you very much.
Thanks for what you do. Happy
Peace.
Halloween.
Bye, everybody.
Stay safe out there.
Bye.
And with that, now we should have a space for Calibri Bold to finally jump in. On top of that, I hope Calibri Bold actually heard me say that this time. On top of that, we can now finally introduce our guests who came on new, such as Spock. Why don't you go first? Name, pronouns, what are you, what part of the SCP community are you?
I am part of the MTF kind of thing. Basically, I made my own kind of fiction thing, but like, as canon, I really don't know. But I'm here. I'm a cosplayer. Also, Dr. Cassie down there is a cosplayer as well. I'm sorry, I'm not good at these things, but yeah, I'm just glad I'm part of this community and everything. I like cosplaying, you know. I like military gear and everything, so I went with this option, and I think it went out pretty well.
And so, to be clear, number one, can you turn your mic up just a little bit? Just because it's a little hard to hear you?
Yeah, it's all the way up. My bad.
And then to clarify for everyone else in the chat, I believe the answer to the main questions is Spock for name, he, him for pronouns, and TikTok cosplayer and future podcaster, right?
Yes, sir.
Future
Party on.
podcaster. Elaborate on that.
What? Okay, so I got a team that are trying to make a podcast. Dr. Cassidy is with me as well on this. Me and a group of team, as a small TikTok creators as Caboose, Marquette. Dr. Bright was trying to help us as well, but he had too much things to do. So I understand what he has to do and everything. You were just trying to make a podcast, you know, to like, I don't know, explain about the SCP Foundation and like MTF stuff and like what we're all interested in. Basically, yeah.
Hell yeah. So like discussion based, just like talking about the content of the wiki and everything, basically.
Oh yeah, just the content of the wiki and the SCPs, MTF forces, all that, all the good stuff.
Dude, I'll tune into that. Like, let me know when that goes live. I want to hear.
Yeah, apparently we're trying to find a platform how to stream. So I need help on some of that too. Like my plan was Twitch. One of my friends told me I needed a computer, but I don't have a computer. I only have a phone. So,
Honest to God, I think one of the easier ways that you can put content together, and it's not necessarily perfect for podcasting, but it's still like probably the easiest way to do it, is to just turn it into a video with a static image and put it up on YouTube.
With our group was thinking about live, like, yeah.
You can also go live on YouTube from a mobile device.
You can. Indeed.
Oh, okay. That
And it'll say when you're done with your streams, if you set it with the right settings, it'll save it, so it'll also be up for later viewing as well.
Yeah, that might be best
Also,
because
I believe that you can do the same thing on Twitch if you really are dedicated to Twitch. It
Yeah,
should let you get on from a mobile device.
But I think Twitch has a limitation where you are not able to save VODs until you've reached affiliate status, if I remember correctly.
Oh,
And even I can't remember for sure though. So don't quote me on that. But YouTube, I don't think has the limitation, so it might
It doesn't,
be
as
better.
far as I know, anyway.
So
Hello,
that-
Calibri.
Hello.
Hello.
Real quick before I introduce Calibri, I will just give Spock a quick shout out. The YouTube chat, at least you got one person who really digs your cosplay, so good on ya.
Yeah, dude. I love
Cal,
that.
give us name, pronouns, your place in the SCP community for our guests.
Hi, I'm Calibri Bold. I'm he, him, and I write stuff.
An author on the SCP wiki.
Yep, pretty much. That's what I do.
What of yours would I remember or recall?
If there's two in particular, I'd say 4645 or 4456-D.
4465-D is the Spanish decommission, right?
That's right.
Yeah,
I just
4456,
dropped
yeah.
a phone link to their author page in the chat.
And an average rating of 69.
Hey.
Yeah, dude.
Very nice.
Nice.
Nice. What was that thing you said about authors being mature?
I mean, earlier today when we were at 400, like I said out loud, man, if only someone would donate another $20 just to get someone to do that, and it immediately happened. So
It was immediately Tanhoney who did that, so just so you know.
Have you guys
You
heard
know,
the joke
people
about
see the
speeding
standards
ticket?
on the site, people like see the quality standards, and they try to write their article and they get knocked down the first time, and we talked about determination, but because they get knocked down the first time, a lot of the people outside of the website see us as elitist, see us as snobby, see us as holier than thou because of the quality standards. But no, guys, we're still shitlords and meme dragons.
Yes,
When you guys were doing the reading of the really long fish, I was like, this is really LOL Foundation era content. This bring me right back.
And it fucking rules.
I'm snobby and arrogant, but it's independently. It is as a self-contained system rather than as a part of a group. It's just as a unit.
I have learned a lesson. 120 written articles later, that writing for the SCP Wiki is not nearly as hard as I thought it was in the beginning.
Yeah.
I mean, is it really arrogant if we're just like objectively better though, or like what? Cause
oh my god,
it's
just
true.
Throwing that out there.
Yeah,
I'm the
like
best person in the entire world.
I haven't written an SCP article before, but like I could do 50 with my eyes closed. You know, like it's not
Stephen
that
King
hard.
can eat my ass.
If my writing doesn't make someone really, really mad at me, I am doing it.
Yeah, I've said that before about like every once in a while you'll read an article and you'll just be super neutral on it, and I'm like, you've done the worst of possible things. It's fine to be really, really good. It's fine to be really, really bad, but never be neutral.
Right. Now, I end up feeling that way towards a lot of things. And I'm like, I almost want to find stuff that like gives me a reason I hate it, just so I can like feel justified in not liking it.
So you can feel something in your cold, dead heart.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So everything I write makes people really mad.
I had a plan to write an SCP, but like that quickly got out because I didn't know anything how to write yet. So.
Hey man, you can learn.
Hey, don't give up.
Yeah, it's a
there's
matter of
loads
experience.
guides. Everyone has to start somewhere.
I came
Plus
in
there's
this
writing seminars, right?
I came into
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
like
go to
stupid
writing
lucky in the
seminars. They're really
beginning.
cool.
You're
No
in
one has
chat
ever
with,
become-
like 7 other established authors. Ask us some questions.
No one has ever become very good at something without first being very bad at it.
That is true.
Totally.
Yeah.
And we all know that. No one's gonna judge you.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true. Everyone judges, but
Yeah. Who knows? Anyway, practice makes perfect.
I won't judge you.
We're all judging each other secretly.
Won't judge you.
Sorry, I had an audio issue. Who are we judging? What?
oh, just everyone all the time.
Okay.
Everyone.
You. We're judging you.
Oh yes. Whilst we were judging you, you didn't even notice.
It's about goddamn time someone decided to actually roast me, like, properly.
Hey, let us see your Padawan braid. If we're talking roasting.
Why is this a roast? It's my braid. What do you want?
Okay, I've got to make a meme mid-stream, so
Stream meme.
Stream meme.
Stream meme.
Oh my god, this thing is getting so long.
Calibri Bold. I asked this question earlier of Sumerian, and I'm going to ask it of you too. If you had to present one of your articles on a dating site, which one would it be?
Oh no.
Yikes, bro.
I just want to go on the record saying I hate the format of that question. Boy, howdy.
I love that, honestly.
Well, I'm not going on any dating sites at the moment. I'm fine where I'm at. I've got a girlfriend and all, but like, if I really had to, if somebody was holding a gun to my head,
I once created a dating profile, but it was solely for a piece of coal so I could make a carbon dating joke.
This dating
Lynch in the Discord. Sumerian presenting an article in his Tinder profile. This one doesn't have an object class.
This dating app stuff always reminds me of
has everybody seen the Smule ad that Sherm is in?
What?
Hold on.
The what?
The Smule ad that Sherm.
Please link it.
Also, Calibri, don't think we forgot. You still got to come up with the article the prototypical you article.
I have an answer for
well, that's the thing. It's a complicated question. There's many facets to things.
Okay, so relationship status complicated. Got it. All right.
No. My relationship status now is perfectly solid. Okay.
Relationship with the wiki complicated.
No, not even that. My relationship with dating sites. All right, I've never used a dating site, but it mystified in a strange way.
Oh boy.
It's bizarre, like JoJo.
I'll get this one for later.
But I think I'd have to go with 4645. I think that's. I don't think I'll ever be able to top it for starters, but also just like that's my best work.
I would date that computer.
Well, do you want to read it?
4655, 4645.
4645. Oh, sweet! I'd love to.
Hey, we should read that one. It's a good one.
Yeah, I believe that is currently up on the list. Then let's do it.
Yeah.
Ooh, oh, you got the nice graphics, visuals. Hell yeah.
And
I have a bone to pick with those. I cannot stand those new fancy graphics. I know it's a really unpopular opinion.
Okay.
But I think it makes it look really like
Okay,
new age.
French
Hold on. I do want to say something.
The wiki seems really divided on that.
I want to say something on that front. I only use that because one of the icons for that thing, I actually made it. Like, my art page is entirely ACS icons. I'm neutral on the whole thing, but I only ever use it when, like, I've actually made, like, the object class thing for it. And there's, like, 3.
Valid.
I can understand why people would be divided, but I'll just say, as someone who's a more casual user and who has a lot less exposure to most of the wiki, it makes things way more digestible for new people. So
it's got lots of fancy colors.
You've got two options. I've said this before about this when I talk about writing on the SCP Wiki. You get two options because object class Euclid, object class Safe, or object class Keter, whatever you want to go with, is too simplistic to communicate any real information, so it's just wasted page space. But when you increase it to say things like disruption class or risk class and containment class, then you're describing it in such a way as to actually give information to the audience they can use, even if they don't know what Gavura means.
Yeah, and now we can have Pokemon battles with our SCP trading cards, you guys. Did you not?
The other direction,
possibilities here.
The other direction is the direction I've gone, which is to remove object classes entirely. But this is both. I think they're both valid options.
For me,
I think if you write an article that is terrible, you should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm fully aware of your personal vendetta against object classes.
for me, I have never been on the wiki at all. Only thing that I've known is the SCP Foundation, MTF, and the SCPs. I've seen YouTubes before, like 2009s about it. I was like, all right, you know, I have never been on the wiki at all.
Yeah, join us, man. It's really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have
I
cake.
don't know what to expect.
Absolutely.
I don't have cake.
Where do you think all that stuff comes from?
Hold on. Let me. I'm gonna turn up Spock because he's still a little quiet.
My bad.
Do you have that power?
No, it's all good. Yeah, if you right click on
My
somebody's
audio cut out.
everyone can right click on somebody's thing and just bump him up a little bit. But yeah, dude, for real, don't worry about like not knowing what to expect or like feeling like, oh, I don't understand it, I can't like dive into it or not. Literally, it's so big that it doesn't matter where you get. It's like legit like an ocean. It doesn't matter where on the beach you show up to like hang out.
You're goddamn
my
right.
Character is his. Well, it's like non-canon kind of SCP kind of thing. So I'm kind of made.
valid.
So
Everything and nothing is canon, so you're totally good.
Alright,
This is
because I
like-
know, because my
I'm hot-
OC is a 5-star general and it commands all the MTF forces. That's just like.
Wait, for
I'm
which
afraid
MTF?
somebody's gonna say something saying, "No, we can't do that." I'm like, it's non-canon.
Well, all you gotta do is do it well. That's how you win.
Do you know
Tell
which
them they
MTF
can't
you're
tell
in?
you not to do that.
Huh?
Okay, there
You
was
know
like
which
3
If someone
questions at
tells you
once.
that you can't do that, tell them that they can't tell you not to do that.
Seconded.
Thirded.
All right, real quick, before we continue on to reading 4645, I just realized that Lady Fairy J is in the chat and has not said anything or introduced himself. So, you want to go on, give us your name, pronouns, and where you are in the SCP community so we know?
Hello?
Hello?
Obama?
Hello?
I'm not seeing any audio from Lady Fairy.
Wait, Obama's here?
I don't think Lady Fairy is actually keyed up yet.
Oh, they just muted and unmuted. They're having some sort of technical difficulties.
Say something in the chat if you can hear us.
I still have one question, Dr. Sherman. How do you become so popular? Like, I'm trying to reach, like, as all you guys. It's just, I'm trying to think about the box of ideas. It's a little bit hard.
Are you talking about building a fandom / community for your art?
Well, not just a big community, you know. It bamboozles my mind how you do this stuff, man.
So I'm going to do something completely mercenary here. My first act of making art for the SCP community was mainly because I didn't have an audience anywhere else. And if you are capable of making anything original, it will never get seen by anybody. But if you make things that ape off a fandom, you can get the fans of that fandom. And so it was a pragmatic decision that if I'm going to be doing voiceover work, it was accidental because I did not mean for my voiceover demos to get seen by people on YouTube. I was just sending them off for auditions. And when I noticed that the videos that I put up for auditions were getting views from random people, I was like, oh, there's something to this. And so you're doing part 1, which is being part of a community, because then you can work off of that community's group. But that only gets you so far until you start making good content and until you're making an identity or a structure for yourself. As I was talking about earlier in the stream with Sumerian, the thing that really jettisoned me from 25,000 followers on TikTok to 300,000, I think I went from 25,000 to 200,000 in a month. And it was because of the If X is an SCP series. And part of that is because it was something original that no one else was doing. Number 2, I have been a theater student, an actor, a director of community theater, a script writer, a singer, a dancer, commercial acting, modeling. I've been doing this for my entire life, and I'm 34 years old. So I've got a lot of practice That's a big part of it. And once you get to a certain level of that, then your community starts to form around you. And that's where you, rather than the community you were a part of, and that's where you find the launching pad to do your own work. So think about it like Markiplier specifically. Mark started his Let's Plays. You chase the trends, you do the games that are going to get you views. And eventually you get so big and you've been around for 5-10 years that everybody knows your name. You are a household name, people like you, and so they stick around for you rather than the fandom that you were a part of, allowing, say, Markiplier to go do Unus Annus, allowing Markiplier to go make that heist series. But you have to kind of find your path to that place. Do you see what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
But
totally.
again, all of that pragmatism I just laid out doesn't work if you don't have the skills to make good content. You need to train your acting, train your writing. Honestly, the SCP community is a great place to do it because you have writing practice. You have authors who make it their whole like hobby to write their own articles and critique other people's articles. So you have a way you can learn outside of school or hashtag not sponsored Skillshare or anything like that. But just keep hitting your head against the wall and practicing and learn everything. And now I'm done.
I have a bit to throw in here too.
I'd also like to add on afterwards. So.
Yeah, from my own experience, what he's talking about.
Can anybody hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you now.
We can hear you now. Woo! Okay, I had to play around with my sound settings. Apparently, I've been sitting here running my mouth half of this time, and apparently nobody can hear me.
All right, so Sim, Tosh, keep that in your hats, and let's let Lady Fairy introduce themselves.
Sorry.
All right.
So, Lady Fairy, this is your first time on the stream. Give us your name, pronouns, and what part of the fandom you're in before we continue the conversation.
Oh, okay. Well, hi, Lady Fairy J. She, her. I am primarily a fan. I have actually been working on a tale off and on, but I'm also taking 17 credit hours this semester because I'm a forensic science student at the age of 40. So I'm kicking my own butt right now.
Can I just say that's badass as hell. Oh my god.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm also a mom / stepmom of 6 humans and a dog and 2 cats. So yeah.
Oh my god. You are more powerful than anyone in this call. I just want you to know that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very kindly. Yes, I'm actually in the process of trying to finish up SCP-999 story, actually have him grow up and take on the Scarlet King, but it has been I got one portion of it completed, and the rest of it I have just been up to my eyeballs in science and math-based classes that give me a headache because, oh my god. But, yeah.
All right, welcome to the stream.
Him developing his cute little eyeballs, and that's about as far as it got. So far.
If there isn't a one-on-one cage match, I'm not going to read it.
Oh, cage match? Why would 999 do a cage match? Let's be real.
Cage matches are fun.
I never said they weren't fun. I just said why would 999 do it?
Also, the cage is actually around reality, and the Scarlet King is trying to get in, not out.
Oh, is this that Dyson sphere thing again from earlier?
What?
What was the question?
Oh, Sumerian said there was a cage around reality, and I said, oh, we did that earlier. It was a whole Dyson sphere around the galaxy or something like that.
Space orb, yeah.
Yeah, something of that nature.
Is that Taylor's thing?
Yeah, Taylor's thing.
Are you guys talking like the whole galaxy being inside a marble Men in Black style, or what? Like.
Oh no, Taylor, your idea's already been done.
Taylor's in the
Taylor, we're stealing your idea. You're not allowed to use it anymore. That's ours now.
The only thing you get credit for, Taylor, is your terrible Minecraft skills.
Oh,
man. Whoa.
That's way too cool. You can't just come for a man. You can't just come for a man's Minecraft skills like that. What the fuck? Oh my god, we just
here. He can't defend himself.
How did we all just get simultaneously banned from YouTube for that comment that you just made?
He's not here. He
paying
can't
attention.
defend
What is
himself.
going
But let's
That's
be fair. If this was
terrible.
Minecraft, he also couldn't defend himself.
All right,
Oh,
Sumerian.
Y'all shut up. Taylor is a great Minecrafter. I have played with him before. He is a top-notch Minecraft player, and I have the utmost respect for him and his skill and his craft. All right, Taylor, I know you're watching. I love you,
How
man.
to tame a horse.
I have nothing to say on this. I've only played the Minecraft Pokemon version, and I'm sitting here playing Sword and Shield right now. So yeah, I have nothing to state.
Rules, so you're valid.
All right, Sumerian, Tosh, let's
yes,
get to
I'm
content
like 20
creation
away from
tips.
filling all 3 Pokedex. What?
Right, success and how to achieve it. I mean, one thing I've learned over time, and what Sherm was saying about needing the skill to create. Who am I echoing on? Anyway, needing the skill to actually create good content is incredibly important. Incredibly important. But it's something you develop, as I said earlier, as you go along, because you're never going to be good at something until you're bad at it. You've got to start and be bad to learn how to be good. But more importantly, I think, is that really when people talk about the confluence of skill and contacts and luck in success, and all 3 of those things are important. You have to make contacts, be friends with people, learn from them, learn on your own, and also have a little bit of luck. But when we say luck, that's not some ephemeral thing that you just kind of have to hope comes your way. Every time you create a new piece of content, you're rolling the dice. And eventually, if you roll the dice enough, you're going to get the win. And then you're going to, and then you do it again and again and again. And eventually you're going to find incredible success over time. But it's it's not even necessarily hard work. It's just work, constant. Keep it up and you'll get there.
Shakespeare.
Yeah.
I
Sometimes I think my videos are getting bland all the time because it's like there's like no new audios because
Never be satisfied either. Never be satisfied with what you're doing. Just keep working to improve.
Push yourself.
It's great.
Also,
And it
sometimes
takes a long time.
because anytime I talk on TikTok with my voice, I feel like, oh, you're like 13, 12, even though I'm 17. You know?
And it does take a
You
lot
will
of time.
appreciate that in a few years. I swear to God, you will.
Yeah.
It could take actual real life years before you finally find your groove. But as long as you keep to it, you'll get there. That's the thing. And this can be difficult for younger people, I think, to fully comprehend because a year of your life is more of a percentage of your whole life than it is of, say, mine. So it's it feels like longer, but really just keep at it. And yeah, you're going to work hard on stuff and it's not going to be successful. Don't let that dissuade you from continuing because it's the continuing. As I'm going to drive that home because it's the most important part. It is the continuing that leads to success.
If that in the real world, right here, had to wait until all little people made it into school before I could go back myself, and I'm almost done with the associate's part of my degree, and I will be in about 2 semesters. I'll be completely done. Yeah. So yeah, for real, keep plugging at it, no matter what it takes, no matter how long it takes. If you really want to do it, just keep going. Not just keep trying, just keep going.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you'd finished your addition with the stuff since I know we were circling back. But yeah, just ditto to. Oh, what the hell?
Are you okay?
I don't know what that sound was.
I think somebody's phone was vibrating.
Very good. But yeah, so ditto to that in that it takes time, it takes grind. You know, some of these are like, I know it may feel like, oh, I'm getting these answers a lot when I'm asking people, but like it really is that simple. With anything like this, with, you know, content creation, making YouTube videos, streaming, voice acting, any of these areas that you're getting into, like, yeah, you need some skill to build that up. But I'm of the opinion that there's really no such thing as innate talent in the same sense. Like
preach.
You work for it. That's why I always say, I'm like, oh my God, you're so skilled instead of like you're so talented, because people put in the fucking time and suffered through so many ups and downs as they've been on that grind for so long to get to the point. And so like, I know from the outside, when you see someone with the success, it may feel like, there's no way I can get there. But like they legit just happen to stick with it longer than the other people. Like obviously you don't see the other people. You don't see how many people were kind of doing it and may have even had more like skill sets or whatever starting out or whatever. Like maybe their quality, you know, was subjectively better or even, but like if they don't stick with it, you're not going to see it. The more you stick with it, the more you're going to build up those skills. And the big thing too with like what Sherm said, like, okay, you need the skill, but get the skill by doing it. Do not wait. Do not hold off. Like, I gotta wait until I'm better. Oh no. Like,
no.
You
won't
have
be
to
better
dive
if you
in.
wait.
Exactly. Waiting gets you nothing.
Yeah. I am saying this as someone who has like a lot of experience in lots of different creative fields, as well as someone who I don't have like a huge presence personally on the internet, but I work with a few major channels. One of which even like I'm not trying to like flex. I'm just saying that like to kind of help put in perspective, like I've seen the backside of this. And like the one channel just passed 1 million subs a little while ago. Things like that, like just working with different creators. It's it really is
Make
just
friends.
sticking with it. And yeah, don't be an asshole. Like always be kind and be willing to help people that are like not as successful as you.
I try to
Like,
hop
yeah.
on trends, like, you know, like if you look at my videos, if you like seeing like all this, I don't know, furry stuff, I'll say at the video ends, you like jokes, all jokes, because I know I hop on trends that I hope to myself, okay, trend, I should probably get like 1 million likes on this or something. I've gone into basics of editing. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard of, I don't know if you guys have heard of it, called War in Aesthetics. I don't know if I said that right or I butchered it. It's a thing where like you grab like old war videos and you like combine them all together and you like put like bass boosted like stuff in the background and it feels like you're actually there sometimes. It's really
shit.
I don't know, but it sounds like fun.
Yeah.
And also,
War aesthetics?
Yeah, war and aesthetics. If you look it up on YouTube, it's a thing. It's another thing. On my TikTok video, I made like a riot war aesthetics, where like riot police, riot and stuff like that. But at the end, I don't support all this. It's just a war and aesthetics. So
Right.
I thought to myself, okay, if I make this type of stuff on YouTube, I have a
wow, there's like a Discord downfall merch. Whoa, okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
looking this up on my phone and I went, wow, that's a lot of stuff.
I have a YouTube channel, but like, what I'm afraid is that like I'm afraid if I post a video with like my favorite type of music, I'm afraid YouTube saying no, you can't do that, copyright strike me. Just like
Educate yourself on copyright.
Yeah, like that's kind of its own
If you're
sphere.
not trying to monetize, you can post whatever music you want.
No, that's not true.
You know,
and
well, I wasn't. I
No.
meant like
certain
in specific
situations.
circumstances.
Yeah, they still will take down your videos.
Yeah.
All right, we don't need to get into the specifics of the copyright stuff
Yeah.
right now, but just
as we wrap this,
like
the important message is educate yourself on the copyright system.
And a final quick note for you is remember this, Spock. You have on TikTok over 100,000 followers right now. And there are
That's a lot,
so
dude.
many people
That's a lot.
who
Wait a
consider
minute.
that
What?
successful.
Yeah,
So,
you're in
like-
a better
Dude,
spot than I
Not
think
even
you
that,
realize.
He's got 100,000 followers. No,
Yeah.
sweetheart, you're doing great.
I'll add one last thing.
And your
that's-
cosplay looks awesome.
Yeah, it really
feel
does.
Yes.
Bro,
Wholeheartedly yes.
It was since the day I started TikTok, I've been looking at this like before all this stuff happened. I told myself, okay, I just have this pile of gear sitting here. There's this app called TikTok. Why don't I just use it? You know. So here I am now. Got all this stuff with me. I think I'm gorgeous.
Well, you're obviously using it correctly, sweetie.
Yeah.
Also, there was something that Tash said earlier that I didn't. I hope we don't gloss over it too much here, and that's don't be an asshole. Which, for anyone who knows me personally, probably thinks it's funny that I would say that because I'm kind of an asshole.
I was actually going to comment earlier. Don't be a dick unless you're Dr. Sumerian. He's the only one who gets away with it.
But the important part is that when other community like, I remember when I was first starting, and Sherm had like, I don't know, 5,000 or 6,000 subscribers, and I only had like a couple hundred. And I was starting off, and he helped me out immensely. So did the Volgan, to be honest with you. And they, and now I'm up to, I don't know, close to 70,000 or something like that. Not a lot, but enough to have some leeway, some weight to throw around. And I remember when I think it was Forlorn Foundry, who do live action stuff, came and just contacted me out of the blue and were saying, we're doing live action stuff. And they only had like a couple of hundred subscribers at the time. And I talked to them and I gave them my best advice. And then like a month later, they had almost 100,000 subscribers. So that's both sides of the coin. Anytime Sherm, the reason why I'm here is because Sherm asked. Because Sherm, when I was nothing and nobody, helped. So you build loyalties, you build friends, and you learn from everybody. Don't be an asshole.
I tried.
Rule 0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a while now, when I first started TikTok, I had some friends I had made beforehand. His name is Caboose. Basically, he helped
Caboose
me
is
out
in the
with
YouTube chat, by the way. They're watching the show.
Oh, yeah.
They say hi.
Lil deal.
Ooh.
What is this live on YouTube?
Yes.
Holy shit!
You didn't know?
Nobody told me this was going to be on YouTube.
Oh, I also didn't tell you that this is actually playing in a restaurant here in my city. The restaurant has had us on screen all day because they support us, and they're going to bring me lunch soon.
That's extraordinarily odd.
Now I'm nervous. Why did you tell me?
So yeah, you're all on one single TV.
I am an immortal wizard, and I've never done anything.
Yo, hi, Sherm's Town. Y'all are beautiful.
Yo,
what kind of
California far, far away?
Very self-conscious.
You're
What's
welcome.
the name of the restaurant?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
The restaurant is called Beach Hut Deli.
Yo, can
It
you
is a
guys
sandwich
send
and
me a
craft beer
sandwich? Or
Yeah, can you send Arizona sandwich?
Will you mail me a sandwich?
mail me a sandwich.
Amen.
Yeah.
Although by the time it gets over here to the Mid-South, it's gonna be wasted.
Well, they are personally walking it over to me from the restaurant so I don't have to leave the stream. And so I have to wait till they close.
So that's how you're doing
very
it
sweet of
24
them.
hours
Tell
straight.
them-
Now I want a
Tell them
fucking
that they're
sandwich. Yeah.
the best.
Yeah, shout out.
So what I have to say, guys,
I
is
just realized one of my kids is playing the Plague Doctor for Halloween. That's awesome. Sorry, going to shut up now. But I just looked and got a picture of it. Wow, that's
I
epic.
might go for a little bit.
Daw.
My Wi-Fi is starting to hang by a thread, and I can't hear most of you
Yeah.
very well.
I might go just
Oh,
because
that's
talking about food made me hungry and I want a sandwich now.
Right?
All right.
I've just been
I
eating.
might
You
just
got.
be back.
Peace, guys.
You-
See you when you come back.
You can eat here. I've been eating pudding this whole time.
I have to go get the sandwich.
Oh.
I ate a sandwich during the
Like, I don't
sandwich police thing.
Would you
Why-
want to live stream me driving there?
Yes.
I
Yes.
can do that.
And
I can do that right now. I can do that if you want
no,
me.
that was sarcastic. Please no.
Just turn
Also,
on your,
why
turn on
don't
your
you
sandwich
just have-
attractor.
I get around everywhere on a scooter. I can give you. The 3D
Etoile, why don't you just have sandwiches? Like, on you.
Look, I'm in college.
And that's one way to plan it out.
I'm also in college. I have sandwiches on me. I have chips on me.
I don't have like grilled chicken and lettuce and bacon and shit, and that's what I want.
I know you mean like.
What do you mean you don't?
See, I know you mean like in your
So
house.
it's not
when
that you
say-
have nothing. It's just that you don't have what you want.
But when you said, "How come you don't have sandwiches on you?" The only thing I thought of was like wearing sandwiches as armor.
Sumerian, that's exactly what I meant. Sumerian, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Have you played Undertale? Have you played Undertale, Sumerian?
I have not, or maybe like 5 to 10 minutes of it, and that's it.
There is this one point where the protagonist, he's got hot dogs stacked on his head, and that's beautiful, all right? I think that was one of the best movies in the game. All right, and I think we need to respect that move a bit more. Put hot dogs.
True.
Taylor, hi Taylor.
Taylor has arrived.
Here, and
I'm getting
Howdy, howdy.
Good to be back. I'm getting
craft ability,
my
and also
fucking
my
sandwich.
Wi-Fi's dying. Okay.
Okay. See you back soon,
Maybe
Red.
I'll
Bye, sandwich.
Peace.
Oh, good night.
During the
See you,
time
Red.
my early TikTok stages, I'm pretty sure all of y'all seen it, or some of y'all. I've seen my first beret. It looked when I look back at my old videos, it looks so bad. I'm like,
That's how you know you're getting better.
I was like, oh my god, I wasn't even wearing. I just grabbed patches out of my closet. I just like, okay, this will work. I'm like, oh my gosh, what I did with that beret is I went to my cleaners here, and I just told them, okay, it's not staying down, so I must stitch it. So I did, and after a while, I went to an Army Navy surplus store and actually got a real one with this. So I am perfect.
Yeah.
You are perfect.
I just had one last note to add on the whole, like, kind of just in general with, like, being in the community and, like, building success off, of stuff, building a base of people. I'd say the three main things I would advise you to keep in mind, because mentality is really the most important thing. That's what lets you actually stick with it. But number one, success is not a finite resource. Someone else having success does not take away from yours, nor vice versa. And you can use yours to help lift up other people too. So always, like, success is a win, like, no matter where it is. So try not to get discouraged if, like, other people, take off faster or do something else. There is a lot of luck involved, so just because someone happens to hit a stroke of that doesn't mean that your stuff is not good or that you're doing something wrong, okay? So success is not finite. The chasing trends thing definitely helps a lot, especially at the start. But try not to get so caught up in what's going to get me views. Like, try to still find your own style and, like, what you like to do while doing that. Like, figure out your style and different things while you're doing that. And then the most important one, I think, is, like, definition of success. Like, figure out what that means to you, and don't have that answer be the number of followers or views you get. Like, because when you go into this with the mentality where you're not focused on that at all, you're focused on, like, I'm getting these skills, I'm honing this. Your metric of success is going to entirely be based on you against yourself, if that makes sense. Like, you're just seeing your own progress. Like, if the whole point of a project is, I want to learn to get better at this thing, try this out, whatever, and then you do that, even if it only gets a couple of views, which is a bummer, and it's okay to feel bad, and it's okay to be frustrated when that happens. But, like, when you're able to kind of focus on that from the start, you're able to be seeing and tracking your progress, and you feel that success because that's the priority. And then the views will come from that. People also will see when you enjoy what you're making, when you are passionate, when you're working hard, and if you're helping other people around you, people are going to be drawn to that. And other creators will be drawn to that. Like, people will want to collaborate with you. It is just, it's all part of it. But, like, yeah, I would say keep those three things in mind, and you'll be good. Because then you can make it no matter how long it takes. You'll be able to enjoy it the whole time,
Yeah, for a while
So-
I've been trying to like get contact or try to collab with these big other creators. So, because other thing is, what I really like to do is just like do these massive projects with all these other cool people. Even though my OC is not like in the lore, I still try to say, hey, can my character like can he come in this thing, or can he like play along, sometimes it kind of scares me to ask people, like, hey, can I like let my OC like be in a part of this? Because I don't know, it's just
You know, in my experience on YouTube, at the very least, I don't know how this works for TikTok because TikTok is a whole different beast. In my experiences on YouTube, collaborations are fun and they're good and they do get you a little bit of like attention from places maybe you wouldn't have gotten it otherwise. But they're not, they should never really, I don't think they should ever really be your focus.
Yeah, my focus is try to like. My focus right now is on my TikTok. Is trying to be like funny.
Because
Mhm.
Bubba, look,
like,
when I turn on this camera, you'll see.
Will we though?
What?
Uh-oh.
What's going on?
Huh?
Huh?
I'm going to take that
believe
non
it.
sequitur to change gears for a little bit because we are 15 past the hour at 4 o'clock. And so before Taylor begins the malarkey that's about to begin here, let me just say, number one, in case you are just starting to watch, welcome to the Site-42 24-hour Halloween charity live stream where we have been streaming for 12 plus 16 hours now, 16 total hours and 17 minutes. We have raised a total of $930 for the San Francisco LGBT Center. We are 70 away from our goal. So we are kicking ass, taking names. And as a final happy note, before we get into this next section, we have Scorped who didn't 100% ask what we are, get what we wanted, but still gave us something we exceptionally needed with their art, which is this art in the fan art tab for the Discord people, and it is twin cuddling corgis. And it is absolutely wonderful art. So maybe you're seeing it on YouTube in a minute.
Oh, nice. Or also, Calibri Bold's still going to read his personal favorite own SCP, right?
That is 100% yes.
Yeah, we don't want to forget that part.
That is immediately after Taylor.
Hey.
Unless Taylor's not moving forward with this.
Also,
Hey, how you doing?
I'm getting some weird robot-y effects.
Sounds like a drunk robot.
Oh no.
How's
Also,
that better?
Wait.
No.
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 Also, do we have a new Elite Hero Kile? I don't think they've introduced themselves.
Indeed.
I'm
While
not
Taylor's
sure.
coming back, Elite, give us your name, pronouns, and your space in the wiki SCP community. You just muted your microphone.
Been unmuted.
You are now unmuted. You're just a little quiet. Can you turn up your mic volume?
Yeah, hold up. Let me plug in my headset.
Technical difficulties. Please stand by.
I'm actually sitting.
Oh, I have that headset.
Hello, is it?
I think I should put in my headset.
No.
My phone's about to die.
My audio still fucked?
It absolutely is, yes.
Alright, give me a sec. I'm gonna try switching Wi-Fi.
I mean, that's a drunk robot, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the same
Yeah.
effect.
Robot. That's it.
Bender?
That is a Bender bending Rodriguez, yes.
Sure, yeah. Okay, Elite, I'm pretty sure we're hearing you breathe into your microphone.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
so.
now can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, sometimes my mic doesn't want to work with me. Well, is it okay if I just go by my username?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, username and him or he, whatever. And also, I'm not old enough to go on the wiki yet, so I just watched some people's videos about SCPs.
What's the age limit on the wiki?
15.
15 right now.
15.
Oh, okay.
They're doing
you
a rolling thing where they're moving up to 18. So basically, if you're not old enough to be on the wiki right now, you won't be until you're 18.
Out of curiosity, are you technically old enough for Discord?
Yeah, I was curious about that.
Well, I got my mom's approval from.
Ah.
So technically, she monitors my account. She goes on it to see what I've been doing.
No, I
everything's going on with my
understand. It's
life
just
now.
a terms of service thing.
Yeah, we have to be careful because with the streaming and stuff, there are certain limitations and rules on that.
Okay.
Say, technically speaking, you are not then old enough to be in the Site-42 Discord server either. Unfortunately, because the stream moderation is a little lax and we're going cray. So all I'm going to say is I'd like you to speak a piece quick and then duck out just so we're not causing trouble in the long run.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all I'm gonna say is I'm having problems with my lights. Changing colors.
It looks like a pretty sweet party, though.
Yeah.
It does, but
You're having a
it's
little
annoying.
rave. It was great
I'm
to
gonna
meet
hop
you,
out
by the
now.
way.
Yeah, it's good to meet you.
Okay.
Keep dipped. Alright.
Oh.
Cool. So while Taylor is resetting their computer to fix the problem, I'm saying we go
Delivery.
into 4645.
No.
Yeah, you thought you
Here
were
we
going to
go.
get away. You thought we'd moved
I
on.
did think I was going to
You
get
thought
away.
we'd forgotten about
Is
it.
this the secret dating website? Is this the secret dating website where I share my articles? That's scary.
Hello, is that better?
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's much better.
Way
Good.
better.
Oh, now everybody else is roboting for me. Great.
Oh
Yeah,
Lord.
What times?
Oh, no.
What region are you in, server-wise?
I'm in Eastern Standard.
The hell?
I don't know.
You sound good to me, at least, so that works for the YouTube
Yeah.
stream.
Yay! Awesome. So, two things. One, hi Tash. Hey, I want to talk audio gear with you at some point because I'm looking into getting a mixer and I see that you've got one. It looks cool. And
I do indeed have a mixer. I will be happy to send you my
That's super
recommendation.
awesome. I would love that because I'm getting new monitor speakers tomorrow. So, woo. Anyway, so Sherm, how you doing, buddy? How's it going?
I'm doing good, Tay-Tay. How you doing, Tay-Tay?
How are you? You having a good time? How's the stream
Having a good
going?
time. The
Charity
stream's going
stream?
well.
Good for charity. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we're raising good money here.
How are you?
Everyone's having a fun time.
Oh yeah, everybody's having a fun time, huh? All of us, every one of us.
I smell cap.
Every single one, buddy. Every single one.
Every single. Raising money for charity. Great cause.
I know. I'm
Hitting
so
on your
generous
friends.
and talented
Great
and
cause.
special.
I would destroy you at Minecraft. I just wanted on record that I do not let my name be slandered.
Oh my god, I'd
This is
forgotten we
slander.
insulted you.
Yeah, I mean that's don't. I mean, hey, I'm insulted quite often. Usually it's short jokes, but like, you know,
Sometimes they're
It's
longer
true.
jokes.
And this is where I confess, I have never once in my life played Minecraft. I have no idea.
Hold on. Now, this thing is turned all the way around.
How?
I literally have the worst possible Minecraft skills.
What about
I'm
this?
sorry, guys. I'm afraid I have to leave. I can't
be here for
seen in
this.
this
Yeah.
fucking call.
Yeah, Oh.
It's over. Everyone's refunding their
Dead.
charity right now. This is what's happening.
You fucking. Okay, Sherm, I just wanted on record that you just fucking killed Tash because you haven't played my. She's dead.
Now I'm back. I'm good.
Fucking dead.
Oh, back. She's back. Okay. She, by the way, she.
Yeah, she, her.
Okay.
What
Okay,
about
I
the
have a
official
bassy
SCP
voice, I know.
Site Minecraft server?
Well, I just wanted to make sure.
Were you not on that?
What?
Site-42,
Site-42
Site-42 Minecraft server when?
I have one on my server.
I made one.
There's a Minecraft server for your guys' channels?
One of
was.
my patrons put one together for the Dr. Sumerian channel. Yeah, I think it's still active.
That's ridiculously funny to me. I don't know why. It's just like, hey, welcome to this YouTube channel. You want to play Minecraft?
I mean, it's just that you build a community. It's like 22,000.
I know, it's
2,500
just-
people
it's
over there,
funny.
and there's like some of them like Minecraft. So you know,
I thought that was Yamaha. I thought that was a Yamaha. I recognized it. We have one of those at work.
For
It is a road.
Mm-hmm.
For a while now, everybody wanted me to make a gear review, but I told them it's too complicated. you know,
Gear review. This microphone, this speaker, good.
good. I just say good, because this vest I have, it's combined two vests combined together. I told them.
I mean,
you want
until
everything exact number and everything.
Until 2 years ago, if somebody had asked me to do a gear review, I'd have been like, yes, this is microphone. Good? End of stream. And then I would have been like, oh, more is desired? Well, you see, this is cell phone. Do you like? I like.
I mean, cell phone microphones are surprisingly good these days.
For vocals. For vocals, they are.
I would just say, Beret, you like? Okay.
I'll say
more is how you desire. Piano.
My stroke of genius with my tech here. I got this microphone. I got this microphone, and it's my first non-USB microphone because I thought they would be too the name of it escapes me at the moment. I'd have to look up on Amazon what I bought.
I probably know it.
This is an Audio Technica.
AT2020. It's an AT2020.
So. Okay.
Yeah, the Audio Technica ones are pretty good.
It's
I got this
and
a
guarantee it.
fairly cheap interface, and I was surprised at the level of step up in quality. But then,
what's the interface you're using?
It's Scarlett, I think.
And it was the Scarlett.
Focusrite.
Yeah, the
Focusrite. I have a Scarlett. I have a Scarlett 2i4.
The stroke of genius though was the camera. So I've had this Canon M50 for a really long time. It's a very good camera for what we're doing, especially when you have a lighting thing on the top of it, which it has a shoe to put the lighting in. But setting it up every time I want to do a video or do a live anything is such a pain and a half. And then I realized, because when I got this microphone, I got a boom to go with it so that I could pull it in and out. And then I thought to myself, why not get another one for the camera? And the camera is always set up now. I just reach up and turn it on, and that's it. And it's so much because it's so much easier.
I think audio gear specifically, and I'll be upfront. I mean, I'm a staff member on the wiki. I'm not a content creator outside of writing some stuff. I don't make SCP content outside of writing articles and managing bullshit on the wiki itself. But outside of the wiki, I'm a musician and a music producer. And I think something that goes undernoticed is just in order to get content of yourself on a level where it gets noticed, you want to produce something that's high enough quality that people are going to want to listen or see it. And investing in some form of gear, it doesn't have to be high quality. Getting a USB microphone is fine. Getting a webcam that's USB is fine. There's no reason not to, but relying on things like just the laptop built-in microphone or anything like that, I think is the thing that a lot of people don't realize is going to hinder you a lot.
But start that way if you have to. If that's all you got, use the only thing you got.
Absolutely.
But look to improve. I've constantly what I was doing was getting better and better USB microphones until I was to the point where there was no better USB microphone.
Yeah, there's a definite ceiling on those. They cannot do too much.
It's like the blue Yeti is like where the ceiling is too.
Yeah, well,
I mean, desktop microphones.
Yeah, I've got I think that one over there, which I still have as a backup just in case something goes wrong, is like 120, 150, and I don't remember which one it is, but you could hurt someone with it. It is huge, but
that's the thing about microphones.
Since I don't have a computer yet, how do I get a microphone for my phone? What
phone do you have?
Okay.
What phone
do you have?
iPhone.
Okay, so there is a system created by I don't remember who makes it. You could just get a microphone that plugs into Shure makes a microphone, I believe, that goes right into your phone port, the lightning bolt port. But there's also something called an iRig, which is sort of like a miniature interface that you can plug things into. I'm not sure if they make an XLR, which is a microphone cable compatible one, but they do make them that have instrument cables, and you can get some microphones that will go to instrument cable.
Mm-hmm. I will say also that equipment can be a whole ass rabbit hole. So
and it's super expensive.
Set a budget.
Yeah, I know equipment that you guys get is super expensive. I was saying like I could probably save up for like all this stuff.
Actually, here's the interesting part. This combination of microphone and interface is only a little bit more expensive than the best USB microphone I could get. Believe it or
Yeah,
not.
no.
Yeah.
Audio gear, especially XLR microphones themselves, you can get XLR microphones that are way cheaper than a lot of really, really good USB microphones. Like this guy, this is like $60, and this is like a whole ass microphone. This is a whole microphone. This is $60.
Is it good though?
It's decent. Like it's not the same quality as this one because this one's like way more because I saved up for like a year and a half for this thing.
Yeah, I'm just
I mean,
like,
I recorded an entire EP on this. This works.
Yeah. I'll say that the audio equipment also is very situational based on what you're working on. So it may be good to like reach out, consult with people and stuff, do your research based on what you need. But I know it's like, it's definitely a subject that even with
I
the
lost my windscreen.
24-hour stream, like it's
We could
it's a
spend
lot.
forever on.
It's a lot to dive into right now.
I mean, do you want to
so-
talk? Do you want to talk about your sound environment and how that's important in choosing the proper microphone?
I
Hey, I'm
into
doing
that right
college
now.
courses on this
Hey,
right
can,
now.
can everybody hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can.
Okay. This is a typical headset Bluetooth mic. I use it with my phone, and it's a Skull Candy Jib XT. If you can hear me fine, you'd be able to hear you working with your phone. Just saying.
Also, reason why
And it was about $20.
I'm trying to get a good microphone because I want to get into voice acting and for like to do all this other
If
stuff.
you're gonna get into voice acting and stuff, I would recommend. I mean, you're gonna want to. If you don't have a computer, that's their first investment because
PC's gonna be necessary.
Even if you don't have a microphone to work with it and you just record from your phone, being able to edit your audio is 1,000% necessary. Even if you're sending it directly to the person who are doing it. Audacity is a free program. It is fine. It's
There
not
are
going to
better,
give you all the
but-
bells and whistles. I mean, 1,000. I mean, if you want to go better, get Pro Tools at that point, but also never get Pro Tools because why? Never get Pro Tools.
Why spend the money if you don't have to?
Exactly. Audacity is fine until you're doing professional level production for like movies and shit. You don't need anything other than Audacity.
But start with Audacity, I
free.
suggest, because it's free and you can learn a little bit about audio editing as you're working with it. You're young enough that you could probably get the student discount for the Adobe Suite, which makes it fairly cheap, actually. So keep
Quick
that in
question
mind.
before we dive any further into this, because it really is a whole ass rabbit hole.
Yeah,
and we could all give recommendations, but TheeSherm, were you wanting to
Oh, that's a
kind
good
of
point.
let the
This is an SCP
conversation
stream.
play out, or like do you want us to get back to the entries or anything? I just want to make sure in case you were like waiting.
My
for
bad.
that.
This is an SCP stream.
Would you like to interrupt the conversation to get to something more interesting?
I believe yes, because most
Oh,
of our
hey.
most of our chat is going to be here for SCP content.
Yeah.
There is a small
Right,
contingent
that's
who
very
enjoyed the hell out of
nothing to do with
this,
SCP.
but we can also do this for the next 24 hours and never be done with it. Spock,
Yeah, you
we are
haven't
all
even
in this
thrown
Discord
anything in.
server. We are all able to talk about this later on. All right, got it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep,
I'm down to
sir.
talk audio gear whenever.
I'm
I'm down to talk audio gear whenever. It doesn't have to be now.
Also,
Right?
It's crazy to me that I'm 17. I don't have a job yet. I also don't even have my driver's license yet. Ugh.
You got a whole lot of work ahead of you, but it's
and
going
we
to
are
be great.
helping you out where we can.
I'm sorry, I thought you were going somewhere with that.
No, I'm fine.
Just a
You'll-
statement of
you'll
fact.
get
I
there.
gotcha.
You'll get there. Don't worry.
I didn't get my license till I was 18, dude.
Yeah, I got.
Didn't get mine till I was 23.
I still don't drive, and I'm 30. Taking a sec. I'm so old enough that it takes a second for me to remember how old I am.
Yikes, bro.
Hubby's in his 30s, doesn't drive. I do all the driving. All good, we get it.
Okay, I have
So-
an idea for 682. Why don't we just throw him into a black hole until he never comes back out?
Didn't the Lost say
Okay,
that?
Which black hole? Pick one.
Right?
The
Where
black
does
hole.
the end of that
This
thing
is,
go?
This is also a whole other.
Who
rabbit hole,
else
which
are we
is
screwing?
It is SCP related, but
I just
Okay.
because what black hole are you going to find that you can throw it into?
Okay.
Is the question.
We could
Here's if I may. Here's my take on 682.
Oh my
It is No, hold on. It's unkillable, which is like
That's the point.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's hard
exactly.
to kill. It's in the name.
No,
Hard
it's
does not mean
unkillable.
impossible. That means you're lazy.
No. Let me say this, okay? I'm saying it's unkillable. I'm going all in, okay? I'm sure there's some kind of idiom I could use for this, but you know what? I'm going all in. SCP-682 is unkillable. It's a natural law. Like it must exist. Like it's just a law of the universe. We like, well, what if you do this? I'm like, no, that's wrong. That's not how it works. And then you then you can't do that.
That may not be how it was. That may not be how it was established when it was first written, and henceforth that's why it was named the hard-to-kill lizard. But over time and how it's been used since, that name is now inaccurate because forces beyond just being biologically hard to kill are keeping that lizard from dying.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to toss out this fun science fact, by the way. The closest black hole to Earth is 25,000 light years away.
See, I wrote a story where 682 is still alive at literally the end of the universe with the heat death of the universe. And even though I wrote that tale, it's still perfectly valid if somebody else wants to write a story where he dies. In fact, there are those on the wiki right now. I think there's a couple of them.
Okay.
There's
time out here real quick just to be like I
could possibly have him die from loneliness.
I know this is like a super fun philosophical discussion that happens in like every SCP circle is like, how would you kill 682? So I just want to make sure if you guys are going to go on this for a while or like if I should stick around for the reading or if we're like vibing on this because I don't want to derail that or like
my bad.
I actually want to derail 682 and go back to the reading.
We really need to be sure to put Calibri on the spot now. Let's get him to read his thing.
I've been trying to put Calibri on the spot for the last hour.
I believe there's been way too much deflection going on. It's time to
I barely said anything. I barely
Calibri is puppet mastering this.
Yeah, Calibri's kind of sus.
And that's the problem.
Look, I've eaten 2 cups of pudding already. I have more.
I didn't know we were playing Among Us. When did becoming sus become a problem?
Wait, we can play Among Us.
Wait, we're
You are not deflecting away from your article, Calibri.
No,
you've got a dating site to sign up for.
He's letting everybody else talk and get off the topic and not pay attention to the fact that he still hasn't read his thing.
Exactly. He's just kind of sitting
I've been doing tasks. I've been doing tasks.
You've been doing tasks the entire time, yeah. Name one task.
No description. What task did you do?
I was
I did the wires bar too low.
doing wires, bro. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Get him out of here.
He's setting up electrical. He's been hanging out.
Begin read.
Oh, okay. We're reading now.
So wait. Okay, so we are reading, or who's reading what?
Specifically.
What?
Let's take a look at the article and see what there is to read. Actually.
Yeah, this will have to be the last thing
What's
I stick
the
around
article?
for because I need to head out. But
I also need to head out.
I have
stick around
about
for this
3
one.
open right now. I believe his is 46, 45.
Yeah, it's 46,
Euclid
45.
class.
Okay, so we're starting right now.
Do the special containment procedures.
Who are you?
If we don't, nobody is going to. So yes.
All right.
It's not that long, so this is all Calibri.
Oh, that works even better.
Wait, what is that?
If we want to set one after this, I'd love to do 4155 afterwards. And that way, maybe we can get some roll going on here.
We will get to that later, but first, let's get Calibri on the spot. One man reading. Calibri's going to read 4645. Everyone else is going to let him do it. Ready? Action.
Oh, aye, Captain. Yes, sir. Going on mute.
So the longer I stalled, that's just like okay.
Calibri bold.
We're gonna make you get to it, Sam.
Just to
real
do
quick,
it.
Can I just point out that I just got a message that somebody in the IRC, as soon as I got on the stream, went, "Whoa, Tay's room is stacked," and I don't know what that means, but it scares me.
It's stacked, Taylor.
Deflecting.
Anyway, yeah, go Cal.
Okay, fine. All right. SCP-4645, Containment Class Euclid, Disruption Class Gavura, Risk Class Warning. I'll be completely honest, I'm not even sure I want this anymore. I wrote this like over a year ago. I'm not sure I want
You
the
have no
top.
choice now.
Do it.
No. I meant no. Oh, I was not referring to reading. I was referring to the ACS header. I was saying I'm not sure if I want to keep the ACS header. I'm providing small commentary. All right, so we've got the image here, a screenshot of a 4645-1 instance, and if you zoom in, it says, to the SCP Foundation. I am demanding that all members of the O5 Council be dead by 8:13 p.m. today. If my demand is not met, then Site-15 Salad Bar will be closed for all of tomorrow. Good day. Special containment procedures. 4645 is currently contained in an electromagnetically sealed observation room in Site-15. Every 4 days, a Murin digital Nemo hazard is to be installed into 4645. It must always be under watch by at least one researcher guard from 7 o'clock a.m. until the -1 instance is generated, upon which it is to be recorded and sent immediately to the site director. If the site director deems the recorded threat to be of significant danger, it is to be sent to the O5 Council, which will vote on whether or not to meet its demand. Under no other circumstances are 4645's demands to be met. Due to its target attacks on Foundation operations, it is designated and treated as a Garuda-class disruption, which just means I'm in danger to the infrastructure of Foundation and limits the ability of Foundation to carry out secondary objectives, blah, blah, blah. Okay. 4645 is an Apple MacBook Air, which has been crossed out. It is now a Site-15 standard computer terminal, with the exception of being able to run indefinitely without consistent power supply or proper maintenance, as well as its primary anomalous abilities. 4645 functions as a standard computer of its type and has shown no signs of any anomalous origins or tampering. Every day between 7 o'clock a.m. and noon, 4645 generates an instance of 4645-1. -1 is a pages, which is crossed out, Foundation, text edit, or document. -1 consists of two parts, the demand and the threat, and is formatted as follows. To the SCP Foundation, I'm demanding that demand. If my demand is not met, then threat. Good day. Due to the first-person phrasing of the 4645-1 instance, as well as the reactions it is shown to some external stimuli, it has been concluded that it is sentient. 4645 has so far made no attempts at communication with personnel, nor has it shown any response to active attempts at communicating with it. Its demands are usually actions that would be heavily detrimental to the Foundation, result in extreme loss of life, require inordinate amounts of expense or effort to complete, or cause a major change in the general world order. Examples have included executing members of the O5 Council, see image above, or other valuable Foundation personnel, the release of various SCP objects, placing the Foundation under the command of various groups or persons of interest, or the overthrow of various world governments. Additionally, the demand consists of a deadline, always between 5 o'clock p.m. to 10 o'clock p.m. In contrast, all of 4645's threats have been comically benign in comparison, and are never any more than minor annoyances. Examples of threats have included the closing of Site-15 Salad Bar for an entire day, see image above, all personnel stubbing their toe at least once throughout the day, extremely poor internet connection, various utilities failing. It is also capable of targeting individuals with threats. However, its influence has not been seen to extend beyond Site-15. Of note is that both threats and demands have been repeated in some cases, suggesting that there may be some methodology or goal to its action. If its demands are not met by the established deadline, the text of the -1 instance changes to simply read "Time's up." At midnight, the -1 instance is deleted. The following day, a new SCP-4645-A event is initiated, wherein the threat given by 4645 is always fulfilled either throughout or at some point during the day, depending on the nature of the threat. No attempts at controlling or halting threats have succeeded. Following a 4645-A event that reset all Foundation terminals to factory settings, researcher Ferris Jaeger entered 4645's containment and proceeded to smash 4645 with a sledgehammer, yelling obscenities and curses as he did so. Investigation revealed that researcher Jaeger had been directly affected by a high proportion of its fulfilled threats and had been working at Site-15 consistently since before 4645 had been contained there. Guards were able to quickly detain him, but not before he had damaged 4645 to the point of irreparability. Following the incident, it was discovered that 4645 was able to transplant itself into the nearest Foundation computer terminal at the time. The computer terminal retained the ability to run without a power supply and was subsequently moved into 4645's initial containment unit. For 34 days after the incident, 4645 demanded various forms of punishment from researcher Jaeger, including his execution, several methods of torture, being contained with a variety of Keter-class anomalies, or imposing similar punishments on members of his family. Addendum 2. As of 06/18/2018, the danger of 4645 threats has increased slightly, yet noticeably. Currently, this is regarded as a low priority issue. On 08/11/2018, it was discovered that 4645's range of effect had been growing at a rate of approximately 1 meter per day. What is that? Okay. Apparently, I put like an exponential 2. I don't know what that means.
1 meter,
1 meter per day squared.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
It's an area.
You tell us, dude.
One, you wrote it, but two, it's completely accurate.
Mr.
You're talking about an
Author
area. The area is expanding.
No, but the area
it should be 1 meter
squared per day.
It should be 1 meter squared per day. Yes.
Yeah. All right, I'll add that later. Somebody's gonna be like, "You put the 2 in the wrong place, you fool." Additionally, its threat level had increased dramatically. Of note is that its demands have remained fairly consistent in spite of its ever-growing threats. Addendum 4. Who did that? Addendum 4. Beginning on 09/04/2018, 4645 has begun to cause actively harmful -A events. Examples of new threats include researcher Yvonne Ferris being hit by a car, breaking both of her legs and multiple ribs. Influenza outbreak within Site-42. Gas leak explosion, resulting 9 injuries. 2 personnel ended up suffering permanent damage. Due to its ever-increasing threat level, 4645 has been reclassified as Keter, and research is underway to determine a method to neutralize the object. Addendum 5, neutralization attempts. The following is a log of attempts to neutralize 4645 or its effects. Attempt 1, method, relocation of 4645 to a remote destination. It was placed in a waterproof container to prevent it from being damaged and was lowered to the bottom of the ocean. It was left open with the camera facing the monitor to record its behavior. Result, failure. -1 instance was generated, followed by the corresponding -A event. Notably, the -A event still took place in Site-15, suggesting that its effects are centered at Site-15 regardless of its own location. Attempt 2. Method, temporary evacuation of Site-15. All anomalous objects were transported out of Site-15. Result, failure. Subsequent -A event centered at Site-58, where the majority of Site-15 personnel were located. Method, control electromagnetic pulse isolated within 4645's containment unit. Failure, 4645 remained powered during and after the pulse. Attempt 4. Method, infection of 4645 and its anomalous trace using SCP-560. Failure, SCP-560 remained within its storage medium and did not attempt to access 4645. The reason for this is unknown. Addendum 6. The following proposal was submitted to the site director on 11/20/2018 from senior researcher Andrea Murray. I kind of want to do a British accent for this one.
Do it.
With the continuously growing danger of 4645, we have been slowly realizing that it could be impossible for 4645 to be completely neutralized. At its current rate, 4645 may be capable of causing a K-class scenario within the next year. However, we may have had a breakthrough. Up until now, it's been assumed that 4645 was capable of doing more powerful things because its power was somehow growing. But there may be another answer. One standing theory is that 4645 is sentient, and that there is some kind of intelligence inside rather than a randomly generated sequence of threats and demands. It's entirely possible that the reason 4645 has been increasing its threat level is that it's learning, and that it's trying to know the exact limit at which will meet its demands. If it's learning, like we believe, then destroying its memories would place it back where it began. Even though we can't delete its memories like with a conventional computer, its sapience may mean that it's susceptible to mimetics. Our team is currently working to develop a digital mnemohazard, which is a form of cognitohazard that targets memories, e.g. foundation amnestics. One that would cause 4645 to forget everything that it had learned. It would still have an effect, but it would be reduced to its former state of mild annoyance. As long as the mnemohazard was frequently installed, 4645 could never return to being a significant threat. The proposal was accepted, and on 11/29/2018, the Murren digital mnemohazard was developed and installed into 4645. The subsequent instance read as follows. To the SCP Foundation, I am demanding that sites 01, 07, 17, and 19 be demolished with all their residents and workers inside by 9:02 p.m. today. If my demand is not met, then the Minecraft accounts of everyone in Site-15 will be deleted. Good day. Special containment procedures were updated and 4645 reclassified as Euclid.
You said minor annoyance.
I know. This is a horror story.
Don't take away the Minecrafts.
Hey, I do have like a little note here I'd like to ask something about. So I noticed you reused the same name twice, but for 2 different people. Was one of those supposed to be the same person and you just changed it? So you got
What do you mean?
researcher Ferris Yeager near the top. And then in the actual like threats thing, when they got worse, was a researcher Yvonne Ferris.
Yeah, that's a completely different person, unrelated.
All right, fair
I get my headcanon is that they are actually Monopoly buddies. They play Monopoly every lunch until researcher Yeager was put on break. But that's just my headcanon. And you don't have to go.
It's cool. It just stuck out to me, and I was like, was that deliberate? Was that accidental? Okay, cool.
No, I just randomly put in a character. I was like,
Calibri Bold has never done anything unintentionally ever.
There are no
Every
accidents.
single thing.
Wait,
every
you do realize
single thing Calibri Bold has ever done is completely intentional. That murder 3 years ago, on purpose.
does
sorry.
That include the misplaced notation?
I'm actually I was thinking about it, and I think it might be. I think what I might have been trying to mean was that that the rate of expansion was growing. So like, because like 1 meter per second squared is acceleration, right? So I think what I was trying to get at is that the actual growth is accelerating.
What's the size of the area that it's growing?
So like, it would start out at 1 meter per day, and then it'd go up to 2 meters per
1
day.
meter in which dimension?
Radius.
No, I mean it's 1 meter. When you're doing area, it's 1 meter squared.
Yes, the radius is going up by 1 meter.
Oh, okay.
I think it's time for me to head out, but it has been a blast hanging out with everybody. Thanks again for having me on. It was a good time. So
Are you absolutely sure you don't want to listen to more math talk?
I mean,
it's not the math talk that bothers me. It's the I just have things to do. That's all.
Peace.
Do you think I can't do math? Is that what you're saying?
I wasn't saying that.
Challenge accepted.
But since I mean, now that you've brought it up,
okay,
do my math homework. I need it.
I'll see you later.
I mean, I've got some chemistry. I'd be more than happy to let you help out.
Okay, there's
Name
like
a
5
number.
people talking at once.
Name all the numbers.
Oh yeah, you like math, Sumerian? Name every number. Like.
All right. First 0, then 1, then 2,
no,
then
never mind.
3,
Sherm?
then 4. Then
You forgot pi.
Was Sherm
This is neither Pog nor Champ.
I heard my name there. What happened?
I thought someone said something to me specifically.
Well, I'm going to say thank you so much for hanging out with us for so long and voicing some articles with us and talking shop.
problem.
I'm
Thank
sure
you.
a lot of the audience is actually very, very helpful with the talks we had about content creation, and you were a big part of that. So thank you so much for coming on the stream today. It was very nice having you aboard.
Yeah, no problem.
Nice to meet you, Tash.
Yeah, nice
Have
to
a
meet
good
you
one.
guys too.
It's brilliant talking
Nice
to you.
to meet you.
It was
Wonderful
very
to
nice
meet
to meet you. You have a lovely day.
Thank you. I hope it was helpful, and you guys are welcome to reach out to me for like advice or anything like that as well. Just like hit me up at Tosh Draws, and I'm
gonna hit you up for audio talks.
Okay, sounds good.
It's
All
gonna
right,
happen.
Thanks again, everybody. Good luck on the rest of the stream.
Cheers.
Thank you. Have a good one.
I am similarly going to head out. I have some stuff I gotta do, some staff work I gotta do. So I am going to go make sure the wiki doesn't. I'm gonna go make sure the wiki doesn't burn down. That's my job essentially.
Hello.
Taylor,
So
we'll miss you. Have a good, my homie.
Only you can stop server
me. Guys, by the way, when I don't shave as much, Cal just looks like pointy me, and I just look like round Cal.
Exactly. Yeah. I am
God.
just a pointier version of Taylor.
Right?
Wait, you are
If I
two
hadn't
different
sha-
people.
If I hadn't shaved yesterday.
You had 2 cameras on you.
No, wait, hold on. Let me see if I have a picture from like. I feel like I do. Hold on. You can compare these. It's.
Wait, where are you putting this image?
I'm first of all I gotta find it, like a picture that's not just me clean. Oh, that's an awful picture. I don't want to share that on a stream. That's me going like this, but like clean shaven.
Oh,
All
is
right,
that the wrong picture?
All right. Okay. You tell me that he's not just pointier me.
Oh my.
That's true.
Alrighty
Like
then.
Taylor's actually shorter than me. Like it works out
I am
perfectly.
way shorter. I'm way shorter. I'm like 5'5".
I'm just
Dude,
like
pretty
pointing
sure I'm the
Taylor.
shortest one here. Oh no.
He's just pointing at me. Anyway, I gotta head out. Make sure the wiki doesn't burn down.
Bye, Taylor.
later.
Have a good one.
Thanks
Stay
for coming,
safe.
Tay
Everyone,
Tay.
happy
Toodaloo.
Halloween.
Who in our lobby
Happy
is going to
Halloween,
come and
guys.
join us?
Good luck for the rest of the stream.
Peace.
He did.
I have a request.
I'm listening to request.
Could we do a reading of SCP-3688?
I am fairly certain we have the capability. What is
that
it?
would be,
Do we have characters?
Ooh.
What's the deal, yo?
I mean,
not
this
particularly
looks fun.
long
Let me
one.
split up.
Hello?
And by the way, while we are sitting here for a second, real quick, Ethan is new to the chat, hasn't been on today, so how about you introduce yourself, name you want to be called, pronouns you want to be used, and what is your place in the SCP community?
Hi, Ethan.
Okay.
Huh?
That is. I don't think this is working well.
Oh, we can't hear you
Well,
over the.
Yeah, the mask is good, but it's not going to work for talking.
That didn't work well. My name's
There we
Ethan.
go.
I'm new to the site. Well, not really new, but I've been on the site for about 3 years. I've been going around just reading articles. I've been trying my best at writing some.
Very excellent. That's good news then. Brilliant. We are 93% to our goal with hours left on the clock. That is.
Woohoo!
I muted my microphone.
Toad King's back.
Hello.
Are you more awake now?
Hello.
Very much more awake.
Yay,
I'm
somebody had a
Light
nap.
Hello, Toad King 07.
Yep, that is me. I am Toad King 07 of the Foundation for Midnight Radio podcast. Pronouns are he, him. Seems like you got a full crowd here, sure. Good group of
Hello
people
again.
keeping you going to the end.
Hello, Clockwork Gamer.
Wait a minute. Admiral Spock, I think I've seen you before.
Hey, what's up, man? How you
That
doing?
TikTok I duetted earlier. That's where.
Hey, man, what's up? How you doing, man?
Good, you?
Sounds all right.
I'm just chilling. Listening to all these cool SCP stories. Love it. Love all the stuff.
May I just share a random recent accomplishment? I just somehow used my SCP-035 mask as a tripod.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Impressive.
I don't know how I did it. It just happened.
Cassidy, you're like so bad.
Oh, it's because I'm in Arizona.
Okay, that makes total sense.
Yo, Arizona, homie.
There we go.
Oh, somebody else is in Arizona? Hello.
Hi.
All across the states.
Yes, I am a New York boyo.
New York
From
here as
Nebraska
well.
to Ohio.
And this is my lab coat. It's nice and soft.
That's a bathrobe. Or a blanket.
It's not
towel.
a bathrobe, it's a blanket.
I am currently representing the state of Alabama.
Alabama's
Wow.
Oh, God, I can make so
Mississippi
many
right
jokes
here.
now, which I refuse
My
to.
condolences.
Yes,
I know.
thank you.
I appreciate that.
Totally understood.
No problem.
And appreciate it.
Someone's here from New Jersey, right?
Oh, wow. My condolences.
Right? Ooh.
It's New York.
Yike.
Did I hear New Jersey? Oh, God.
Yup.
It's like New Jersey. It's like New York, but much worse.
I said,
Right.
do we have
Everything
anybody from New
illegal in
Jersey?
New Jersey.
So wait, what's
Because there's
going
no
on
cops
right
in New
now?
Jersey. Just checking to see if we had any New Jersey people. It doesn't sound like it.
Wait, where
which
did
is
the
good.
dog go?
Which is good. It's like you're like looking around if there's any New Jerseyans here.
Listen, I need you all to pull out your driver's license and prove to me you're not New Jerseyans right now, okay? One of us
There's an issue with that.
might be.
I don't have a driver's license.
Neither do I.
One of us might be.
I'm gonna need.
Exactly.
Oh no.
Yeah, just
All right.
just to
here's
be
my
safe,
ID.
I'm gonna need everybody's credit card numbers, the 3 digits on the back,
Okay.
Yeah, hang that right on up there, Tim.
and your PIN numbers too, just to be
Yeah,
completely certain you are who you are. Social Security.
Here's my numbers.
Louisiana.
One.
since
Wait, where
we
did
both
the
are
doctor
Here's
friends-
my
anyways?
identification.
We lost Sherm. I think he's taking a break while we're all talking over each other.
Or he's taking
Bye,
a
Sean.
nap, whichever.
Yep,
Fair enough.
Yep, just
That's
us on
fair.
frame.
If he did,
We could do the. We had a reading lined up. What was it?
I wanted to do 4155.
Go for
Wait,
it.
if you need someone to do a creepy voice, I did voice a video game character. Specifically an evil animatronic. Which his voice sounded like this.
Wait a
You
second.
you were in Five Nights at Freddy's.
I was in a fan game.
Fan game
Oh.
of Five Nights at Freddy's.
That's basically the same
Wait,
thing, right?
what is it?
Yeah.
That's just
Hello,
next
I
to
have
that.
re-arrived. I apologize for abandoning you suddenly. My friend from the Beach Hut Deli, who is somewhat sponsoring the stream now, brought me way too much food and a giant pitcher of mango IPA. So, Drunk Sherm 2020, here we go.
Show you.
Sure. We're talking about Five Nights at Freddy's.
Right here.
So
Pace
hold on,
yourself.
we
You
got
still got like 8 hours.
We got a BLT.
I don't.
We got bunch of bags of chips.
Hey, Doc.
We're still on TV at that restaurant. They left the TV on, so it's still on even though the restaurant's closed.
Hi, restaurant.
Yeah.
Hello,
We're there in
restaurant
spirit.
employees.
Screens to the front.
Hello there, comrades.
You guys are the real heroes.
Yeah. Also,
Do they deliver to Arizona?
I mean,
speaking
Do
of
they
the,
deliver
Five
in New
Nights at
York?
Freddy's-
I mean, they deliver everywhere except New Jersey. Ugh.
somebody was creeping and listening.
Speaking of-
Shame on you.
Speaking of Five Nights at Freddy's, I always had this thought of what about if the SCP Foundation went to go in to contain these animatronics. I always
Sure.
thought,
Didn't that happen in?
The doctor did
Didn't
a
that
video on
happen in
that.
Site? Didn't
Yeah,
that
it
happen in
happened
Site
in my-
37 though?
It happened in my
Didn't
server.
we get like William Afton?
Yeah,
Can't you just stick it in a
we got
box?
William Aston and everything.
I think everything can be stuck in a box as long as
Right,
the box
but
is
it's
made
just an
properly.
animatronic.
Just
Just put it in like a room, no vents or anything. Because
Yeah,
all the
the thing
animatronics
is-
do. I'm
the
a
thing
Five Nights at Freddy lore expert for the record.
Same here, buddy.
I watch all the game theory videos, so I'm
Oh wow.
I'm a
Well, here's
huge
the thing.
expert.
There's only one issue with that. It's just a theory. Again.
A game theory.
And
I-
nothing
I
is
just
canon.
thought,
Your
like,
point?
if-
All right, I was counting the
like-
seconds. I believe it was 7 seconds from the mention of game theory to the quote that time.
That's how it works.
New world record.
Every time you
New
mention
world record.
All right,
This
so I'm
gotta
going
be-
back.
Can we-
Before I walked
Can we
away,
test?
before I walked away, we were preparing to read SCP-3688.
Oh,
Stop walking.
oh my gosh! Hold on, we gotta read that. I have.
Oh yeah, I got
Really
it.
not
Who,
going well.
who suggested
Okay, I'm
it?
gonna have to plug in my phone.
I don't remember.
I don't know who suggested it. I don't know what it is. I'm looking at it. It's not
It's
that
about
long.
dancing.
And then Lady
Twitter post?
Fairy J has the next request, whatever that was.
4155.
That is our next one after 3688. Don't let me forget,
I'd like-
lady.
I'd like to reserve a slot after that one.
I'm placing.
And
my-
afterwards, I'd like to make a request. It's not one of my own, I promise.
I make no such promises.
I don't think anybody cares.
Okay, Sabine.
All right, hold on. I'm giving you a moment here. We're doing 3688 now, then 4155. Sumerian called dibs next. What's that?
I'm gonna do the wait.
I don't know what that was. Say that again.
It's not an SCP. It's a tail. It's one of my tails.
But what's the tail called again?
Yeah, I'll link it in the.
Sounds good.
So
And
question
then I think
What
Cal
was
called
that title
next on
again?
top of
'Cause I wanted
that.
to pull it up.
The wait.
The wait. Okay.
Got it. And I'll just put Cal's name, and Cal can pick that after that. All right. Looking at the stream right now, I am declaring that I want Clockwork Gamer to rock out 3688.
Ooh.
Ooh.
By rock out, what do you mean?
I mean, I want you to read the article. It's not too long, so I'm saying it's all you. You're the star, bud.
Woo!
Give us some acting.
Okay, so wait, 3688 is the weight, right?
No.
No.
Because I see the weight popping up on no mic. That's why I got confused.
Yeah, you want to do double question mark 3688 and get that link up for yourself. There you go.
Okay, let me just go
can
ahead and
dance
take
if you
that
want
link,
to.
do what I did earlier on stream, and open up a new tab. Let's do this. Is my camera still on, by the way?
Nope, but we can still hear you.
Yep.
Okay.
Hear you just peachy.
Okay, is it out? Is it on now?
Yes.
Yep.
The hell? Okay, so 36. Okay, I have not heard of 3688, so it's gonna be. I have no idea how to pronounce this.
Thaumiel?
Thaumiel?
Thaumiel, thank you. Okay, so item number SCP-3688. Object class Thaumiel. Special containment procedures. Any discovered historical data pertaining to SCP-3688 is to be retrieved by the Foundation personnel, and any civilians aware of its existence are to be amnesticated? Did I say that right?
Amnestics?
Amnesticized or
Thank you.
amnesticized.
Something along the lines of that. Any active members of a mobile task force and any Foundation personnel ranked level 3 or higher should be given the opportunity to learn SCP-3688. Through doing so is optional. Description.
Though.
Hmm?
Not do. Though. Though
No,
doing
that's what
so.
I meant. I had a brain fart there. You know what I meant. Description. SCP-3688 is a series of I have no idea how to pronounce that.
Kinetoglyphs.
Just take stabs at it and keep going. The
There we
show
go.
must
Kinetic
go
lift.
on.
Okay. That when performed in a sequence and with a sufficient degree of accuracy causes the performer to become functionally invincible for the duration. This invincibility is achieved via the violation of a number of fundamental principles of physics. Many of the moves required involve the whole body and have been described as rhythmic and energetic. So basically like dance moves. That's what I'm guessing at least. The movement required by SCP-3688 for successful activation of its priorities are complex. Approximately 85% of the Foundation personnel attempting to learn SCP-3688 have been unable to execute it successfully, but are structured in such a way that once started, they can be repeated indefinitely. Successful activation of SCP-3688 begins once the first 9 to 10 seconds of the sequence have been accurately completed and can be continued for as long as the performer is able to. No method of stopping the performer of SCP-3688 against their will has been found, though bodily functions are a requirement for subsistence are not affected by the process. The following excerpts are from the full SCP-3688 testing log and performed on individuals confirmed to be actively and successfully performing SCP-3688. Test. Application of blunt force with a wooden baseball bat. Result. No effect. In cases where the bat intercepted a moving part of the performer's body, the bat was deflected without apparent effort. Bat eventually broke following successive impacts. Test number 2. Attempted to restrain the performer via mounted steel chains. As soon as the chains were affixed to the performer, they were forcibly torn from the wall mounts by motions required by SCP-3688. Continued motion caused the chains to entangle the performer, at which point they snapped. Next test. Test number 3. Collision of remotely piloted utility vehicle traveling at 70 kilometers per hour with the performer. Result: the vehicle was split in two at the collision point. As the momentum carried into and beyond the performer, who was unaffected by the impact, remaining wreckage was displaced as it intersected the movements of the performer. Project Marcod. In concert, not sure if I said that right, with the Department of Thematology, the Artistic Anomalies Department, and the Department of Kinetography, we have functionally speaking been able to reverse engineer SCP-3688. We still don't know why it works, but we do know how to develop an additional kinetograph sets that we believe, when performed properly, deployed in the field, will be of great use to the Foundation. Quote from SCP-3688 Senior Researcher Dr. Nyan Shan. Project Marcot is an ongoing multi-departmental effort to develop new kinetograph sets and to train Foundation agents to use it agents in their use. To that end, Mobile Task Force Sigma-2, processing the necessary levels of coordination and agility to perform the maneuvers in kinds of scenarios that field teams frequently find themselves. Due to the high success rate of Sigma-2, authorization has been given to increase the scope of the project. Additional resources have been granted for further development of new kineglyphs and additional recruitment. Thank you. And an additional recruitment is ongoing, though finding willing participants will be with the necessary physical performance experience has proven difficult. Following is a list of
Kinetoglyphic.
Thank you, kinetoglyphic sets in which MTF Sigma-2 agents are currently trained. Designation SCP-3688. Effect: personal invincibility for the duration of the performance. Notes. I'm going to read this time. This time I'm going to read the notes in a voice. The originally discovered sets from which the others were derived. Tranquility, referred to by Sigma-2 agents as the safety dance.
Safety dance?
PMK-01 generates a spherical field of a radius equal to the combined height of the performer, through which no energy or matter can pass. Requires two performers simultaneously enacting the necessary movements to function. PMK-02 creates a mobile temporal distortion field centralized on the performer, causing them to experience time more slowly. Note: the magnitude of the effect is related to how long in base time the kinetograph is performed for and lasts for approximately 60 seconds or 1 minute once the performance is complete. Outside observers see the performer moving at increasingly high speeds. PMK-03 enhances the senses of the performer for approximately 1 whole minute following the conclusion of the set. Possesses a vocal component which must be performed in sequence with the movements for the kind telegraph to function. The vocal component is painful to those already under the effect of PMK-03. PMK-04 manifests physical duplicates of the performer. Note: no known upper limit on the number of manifest duplicates, but each duplicate is integrated into the movements required to continue the kind telegraph, exponentially increasing its complexity. Duplicates are controlled directly by the original performer and exist approximately 1 hour. For approximately 1 hour. Currently observed, the maximum number of duplicates manifested is 7. PMK-05 annihilates all solid matter within the target area. The most complex of developing sets, requiring 5 performers moving in perfect synchronicity. The target is defined as a pentagonal area formed by the position of the performers, covering a height approximately of 20 meters, only successfully used twice, once during testing and once during incident 3688-1, known as the West Side Incident. Footnotes or kind
Kinetic glyphs.
Thank you, kinetoglyphs, or kinetohazards, are physical and mental anomalous effects, which occur only when an entity performs a specific motion and gestures.
As a dance teacher, I can tell you, that's legit. It's no story.
You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind because, well, your friends don't dance.
If you don't dance.
And
SCP
obviously, yeah.
confirmed?
If your friends don't dance, then they're no friends of mine.
Sorry, guys, for so many mispronunciations that it wasn't funny, and sorry for, messing up a bit.
That's okay. That is
That's
a
right.
heck of a word
That's
to try to
fine.
wrap your mouth around.
No, that's great. Now I've got a new name
haven't
for.
had a chance to, warm up my vocal cords.
See, now I've got a new name for a homebrew monster in D&D, a caneloglyph.
Speaking of D&D, I always wanted to play that.
Same.
If you haven't yet, it's a blast.
If you want to,
I
then
like
do.
have everything.
I
I,
have
just
no one
need
to play with.
play it.
Well, that's
Same.
there's a Reddit called Looking for Group. Just look up the LFG Reddit. It's going to be hit and miss. Don't be afraid to dip out of bad campaigns if you get into one and you don't enjoy it. But you will find plenty of people looking for players, and you eventually will find something.
Got it.
Fantastic, because I can't find anybody local, and I have all the books here at the house and can't do a thing with them.
Yeah,
Play
Discord
online
is.
with people. It's fun.
Yeah, Discord has made
The
it
reason
very
why
easy
I
to do.
requested The reason why I requested that that be read is because I really need a video of Sherman demonstrating both SCP-3666 and the PMMKs 1 through 5.
Oh, 100%.
That
There's
would be
already a
amazing to
TikTok in my head where you have SCP-173 vibrating angrily as Sherman fusion dances in a circle around it.
Oh no!
That's what I was thinking.
Sadly, I can totally picture every bit of this in my head. If only I could draw.
Huh. That page image is not. That page image is supposedly Creative Commons, but it's also not confirmed that it's Creative Commons on the wiki or on the file on the page.
I think they're. I'm unsure of how licensing does things. I think they're going through all the images.
Oh no, they are. And this one technically is licensed and sourced properly. But if you scroll down, it mentions that hey, we're pretty sure this is Creative Commons 3.0. We're not like 100% sure.
Yeah.
So nobody
I
else
just
copy
realized
this
what would
if
be
you
an
could, pretty
amazing
please and
campaign
thank you.
for
Yeah.
D&D.
Yeah, I am.
D&D.
I've been thinking about run. So there's a couple of one-page games, rule sets, like was it Crash Pandas or Honey Heist? And like Honey Heist is probably the one you would want to do for an SCP themed game because there's so many bear SCPs, especially if you did the town that got fucked by bears, because you could literally have all of the bears. But yeah, I've been wanting to run a Honey Heist game based on the town that got fucked by bears. I think it would be interesting.
I would be down to play.
I'm so
I
down.
would be down to play as the MTF commander. Well, never mind. Jesus.
What were we talking about? I cut
everybody
out.
has to play bears. There won't be an MTF commander.
Everybody gotta go roar.
Almost bear.
Roar.
Yeah, Honey Heist rule set is. I mean, it's literally a bunch of bears who are going to heist, usually honey.
Just
So
basically,
sorry,
Yogi.
the honey bank. Like,
Well, it's a perfect setting too, right? Because you can just be like the bear, the town that got fucked by bears could be where they spawn in at, and because it just creates bears. And then like there's an SCP site not too far away meant for trying to keep them in containment, and they've got to break in there and they've got to steal something.
All the honey.
Magic honey.
Yeah, they've just been told there's honey in
the
there.
magic honeys.
Ooh, honey! I want honey.
Magic honey.
Everybody thinks 173 emits blood and feces, but it's actually a special flavor of honey.
Oh,
Oh my gosh! Wait a minute. Wait.
Only the brave.
Okay, no.
I believe
Just nah. Screw that.
That produces honey.
You know, on that incredibly disgusting note, what's the next SCP we're reading?
4155 is
I
currently
got
in the no mic.
Oh, what?
Yes,
Can
got it.
Before we move on, can I give like a quick like what's the word? It's like a anecdote. Yeah, can I give a quick anecdote about 3688 because this one like actually has a little special place in my heart.
Go right ahead.
On the very early days, on my very early days on the site, I think this is after I posted my very first article. It was around the time the Area 51 raid thing took place, and I was going to make an SCP-3688-J where Naruto running actually has anomalous properties. So they have to.
Gosh.
So
I don't remember what anybody was talking about earlier, but there was something that I started to say that only happens in Naruto. It does not happen in real life. I don't remember what it was. Someone was saying earlier. I was like, no, not even in the SCP. Only in Naruto. Shut up.
Calibri, I want you to know that my respect for you has simultaneously increased and decreased at the same time.
Thank you.
So basically,
That's what I want to hear.
Completely increased on my part just because
I don't know if they were
we're
equal,
somewhere
but
on
they
the same
definitely
thought
happened.
wavelength.
You know what blows my mind about, like, it's basically, think of the sites, but like a step up from like Area 51 is like smaller. I'm just saying it's below than us. The site is like way better.
I'm gonna say 25 points below IQ level. I mean,
Are
where
you
we
trying to
going
say
with
that a SCP site is bigger and more important than Area 51 would be?
Yeah.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Wait a second. Hold up, guys. I have a conspiracy theory now.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
fantastic.
Oh boy.
Or yes, I don't know which this is gonna go.
51.
No, hold on. Hear me out.
SCP Foundation.
I'll do you one better. Area 51 is a UIU site. And they
Oh my god.
I'll do you one better.
It's FBI, right?
Area 51 is owned and operated by Marshall, Carter, and Dark.
Yes. I'll do you one better. I'll do you one better. Area 51 is originally a UIU site bought by Marshall Carr and Dark, but is now secretly. But that all was a cover-up story for a fact that it's an SPC site.
Exactly.
Oh no!
I'll do you one better.
Mighty Shark
You're
right now. I'm gonna punch you in that
Area
one.
51 used
no,
to be a
no sharks in
library.
Area 51. It's in freaking Arizona. No.
Ooh.
There is no
Area
ocean in
51 is in
Arizona.
Arizona.
Now we're pulling out the real
It's in
lore here.
Nevada. Wait, is the Area 51 in Nevada?
Yeah.
Either way, they're both landlocked.
Yeah.
That's
No, Area
why it's
51 is in
perfect.
New Mexico because it's near Roswell, New Mexico.
Oh, right.
You're
right.
But I'm just saying, if you are going to put the head of the Shark Punching Center anywhere, you put the head in the desert.
But I know Roswell's in New Mexico, and
That is correct. Roswell is
that's
in New
what Black
Mexico, so
Mesa
yeah.
is.
Yeah, like I haven't
But
looked into it.
either way, there's not a lot of ocean going on there for any sharks, for anybody to find.
That's why it is perfect for the SPC. Who would suspect that the Shark Punching Center would set up a big site in a landlocked area? No one.
That's where you put the O5, so they are well protected from the sharks.
There's a canon that I've started on the SCP wiki called Aces and Eights, which is a SCP Western canon, and I have given serious consideration to placing the SPC, some sort of SPC group in the Mojave Desert. But instead of being, because it's set in the Old West, instead of being sharks, it's the Snake Punching Center, and it's run by Abraham Lincoln.
Yes!
Yes! Now,
we have so
that-
many snakes.
Doc, I have a question for you.
Doc,
I have a question directed to you.
Who's
On
Doc?
TikTok, do you remember a duet where you were doing a friggin' what's it called, recruitment thing, and then you see someone basically asking when they join?
Vaguely.
Oh, to me?
And then you say that
wait,
your people
who?
get in touch in the comments.
what?
Basically,
Wait, was that? Wait, who?
Hold on, I want to see. Basically, on TikTok, there was a video. He was saying that I'm not basically handing out this information.
Okay, I get what you're saying now. I got it.
Oh!
Yeah.
I
Wait,
wasn't-
what is going on here?
So that one was me. All right, so what's your question about it?
Do you remember? Not sure if you could check out this video right now, but I just posted it in No Mic. This one specifically.
Yeah, what about it though? Oh, this is a what's it called? This is a stitch of it.
Yeah, the stitch. In your comment. Well, look, I'm here now.
I gotta check this real quick. I'm going to Discord, and I'm in the thing, and I'm pressing the link, and it's gonna open TikTok, and that's gonna answer your question. Who said what and why? Did I even say anything?
Basically, I said, when do I start? And you said, our people will get in touch. Look,
Okay, yeah.
Your people finally got
We're
in
in
touch.
touch.
We are currently in touch. This is prophecy. It happened.
And yet somehow right now I have never felt more out of touch.
I do have one question for is the SCP Foundation everywhere around the world, or is it just in one place?
It is one.
It's everywhere around the universe. Universe, not just world.
I'll be back in a second. My door just rang for some reason.
I think there are some headcanons where the Foundation is mostly an American-based organization, which is
It's
interesting.
American. I think it's American origins, but it's not wholly American.
Yeah, that's how I've had headcanon it, is that especially when you take into account stuff like Resurrection, the Resurrection canon, which kind of just establishes it as is originally an American thing, which is what General Bo alludes to sometimes, and it's sort of expanded beyond that.
Yeah, it's like GRU-P is supposed to be like the Russian SCP Foundation from the Soviet Union days, but it's also supposed to be defunct, even though the GRU in Soviet Union, when the Soviet Union dissolved, still exists. It never went away. And so it makes no sense to me that the GRU-P would go away, but it's supposed to.
Isn't there isn't it? Isn't the thing like, GRU-P, like the anomalous range of that, like sort of dissolved, but like the members sort of still stick together in a way?
It's a little bit of that, but the idea is also that like when the Soviet Union fell, the SCP Foundation became much more worldwide in general.
That actually makes a lot of sense. I would think. I do actually really like the concept of the more national based groups of interest. So you have like the Organization for Reclamation of Exotic Artifacts. You have iJamiya in Japan. I think there are a couple of those. I vaguely recall somebody working on like a British based organization, which would be interesting. And of course, you have the UIU and stuff like that.
MI12.
I mean, there's so many. You could create a pretty good British-based. I mean, there's so much extant, not even like made up stuff from British paranormal secret societies. That, yeah.
I mean, just give me Kingsmen, but also anomalies.
Right. Why I was giggling, saying MI12, like MI5, but more.
I made a.
I do have one question, one more. What about the UNGOC? Did the United Nations create the SCP Foundation, or is that just a myth?
So the GOC is like an officially like UN thing, I believe. I think the SCP Foundation is actually like independent. I think that sort of stuff depends a bit more on headcanon, though. I know the GOC is like intrinsically linked to the UN. And SCP Foundation, I think how connected it is to other governments is more dependent on headcanon and whatnot. I do know it's not.
Because what I've heard is that I heard some stories about the United Nations was the founder of the SCP Foundation, which I thought.
Nah.
Like nothing is canon and so on and so forth. But I have never read a story like that, and I don't know.
Wait! What did you say?
I've never heard anything with the UN having to do with the SCP. UN and
I just found it on the
other folks.
Yeah, no, the UN is the GOC, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, GOC.
That's the main reason.
But not SCP.
Yeah, that's the main reason why those have remained pretty much disconnected in every story I could possibly think of, and almost everyone's headcanons that I can think of, is that the UN and the GOC are so closely connected that there really isn't a lot of room to connect it to the Foundation, because then what's the point of having both of them?
Yeah, well, isn't the UN? The UN made the GOC. They got together like a bunch of really small paranormal groups.
Global Occult Coalition.
Satan and
for whoever is asking.
Mm-hmm. And that's like the Council of 109, basically, and then the GOC sort of is the giant coalition of all those things. As far as I know, like we were saying, like there's a bit more headcanons as to what the Foundation is linked to. A lot of it is like it's more of an American-based organization, like that was formed by the American government. There's a few other headcanons. I actually started work on an 001 proposal for this. I might get back into it at some point. But it's where Oppenheimer actually made the SCP Foundation. It was sort of inspired by both his encounters with Vishnu, the Hindu god, and his experiences with the atomic bomb. I really want to get back into that at some point. There is a single tale I wrote about that, which it was originally going to be the 001 proposal, but it was written for like JamCon. It was made for JamCon, and so I never got the 001 proposal like fully fleshed out. So I just posted the tale, and I'm hoping to get back into that at some point.
My easiest way for
what is the number of that tale, just so I can pull it up as soon as I can actually log into the wiki properly.
Hold on, give me one. I've forgotten the names of everything. It is
quite all right.
And my author page takes forever to load. This is the only way I know to check anything of mine.
While Calibri is doing research here, I want to pause the conversation for one moment because we finally got Rounder House in the room.
Yay, Rounder!
Hi, Rounder.
I'm sorry that the room is square and we couldn't get you in here until now.
Wait, question, who's Rounder?
And so, Rounder House, I am waiting for you to sound check with us, give us your introduction, pronouns, and your place in the SCP community as a whole. And as is typical, we have first time on the stream mic problems. Sweet.
Let me say this.
Sure, baby.
When you're trying to differentiate the three major organizations in the SCP universe, which are essentially the most important ones with regards to power, are Marshall Carter and Dark, the Global Occult Coalition, and the SCP Foundation. And the easiest way to remember what each of those is, and it's kind of easy if you've ever played like a Civilization type game or anything like that. One of them is the research arm. That's the SCP Foundation. That's the research path. One of them is the military path. That's the GOC.
Yep.
And one of them
the other
is
one has all the money.
one of them is the commercial or trade path. And that's Carter and Dark.
By the way, for whoever was asking, the tale's name is I Am Become Death. It's an
I
older.
am become death. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I'm gonna Google it because for some reason the wiki is not letting me log into my account.
I don't think you'll get it from Googling because that's like a famous.
If I look up
from
SCP, I Am Become Death,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it will show up.
That-
That's
that
all I was
probably-
Usually when you
for.
Google, you just if you want to find an SCP something, you put SCP and then the title.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
sort of going back to the GOC and the other GOIs, something I always think is interesting is when people talk about like the relative power, and obviously MC&D, GOC, and SCP all are sort of like some of the biggest three names up there. I think it's also important to consider like the aims and goals and how some of them interact. Wondertainment, for instance, like how powerful they are could is mysterious. They could have a lot more power than people give them credit for, but their aim is on toy making, and so when you say like most powerful organizations, basically,
We're thinking about the ones that exercise the most power.
yeah, pretty much. So it also like depend on a lot of things. I remember.
And Dr. C just loves him some MC&D. They're just automatically going to be in his top 3.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't. Not a clue, right?
I think I recall somebody pitching an idea for like a canon where sort of the GOIs get into a civil war over the Foundation disappear and then the GOIs get into a civil war, which is an interesting concept. But you also have to remember like not all the groups of interest are inherently like military focused or anything like that. Like Ambrose Restaurants, what are they going to do? Ambrose Restaurants.
I think the GOC would probably win out in such a again. I'm going to probably show my
If
bias.
we're looking at sheer firepower, we're looking at it's going to be between SCP and GOC.
Marshall could get some good mercenaries in there. I think
They can, but it would
They've got a
take them some
private
time
army.
to get them hired. Is what
No,
I'm
they've
saying.
got their own private army all the time. It's fine.
Well,
Yeah,
that's true.
Chaos Insurgency. I know people talk about like they're big bad, but I think they're like the one of the smaller groups. Honestly,
They are. They're really.
They really are. Yes,
I want to
they're
know
one of the smaller. There's a whole lot of enthusiasm, but not a whole lot to back up that enthusiasm.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I've never been a fan of the Chaos Insurgency, really. I've personally always felt like it was just made to be the bad guy to the SCP Foundation. I know there's a lot of lore into it and stuff like that.
There's nothing wrong with burn everything down and start over from scratch, but
I mean,
they
there is
don't
something
really have
wrong with
anything
that
to back
moral.
up that philosophy.
Ethically,
I've talked about this before on my channel very specifically. The thing with the Chaos Insurgency is if you go back to the early days of the SCP Foundation and the writing on the SCP Foundation website, the Foundation are clearly supposed to be the bad guys.
Yes.
But over
Really?
time, as the fandom grows, and they're the
because
anti-heroes at best. But yeah.
But none of these authors want to be associated with being the bad guys, so they start slowly but surely bending everything towards them being in a slightly brighter, happier light.
Yes, but to give the proper what's the word I'm looking for? Contrast between the anti-hero at best SCP Foundation and the actually evil Chaos Insurgency. That was Chaos Insurgency's original true purpose, to show the SCP Foundation, while bad,
It's not that bad.
That's So that's actually sort of interesting to think about because isn't there like rumors that the Chaos Insurgency is secretly controlled by the O5 Council? I'm not sure.
There's rumors of anything you want there to be rumors of.
I've just heard that in like vague play, just like
There's
vaguely.
infinite cannons. You can have whatever you'd like.
Yeah, I heard there's like
It's an interesting.
Really, it's whatever you. If you can dream it, you can do it.
It's an interesting concept to think about, I guess. But I just
Rounder, did you get your sound check worked out?
Rounder House, speak if you can.
Hello, Rounder House.
Rounder House.
I do have a theory. Like, is the Chaos Insurgency a terrorist organization to the SCP Foundation? Because I heard it's been like a terrorist organization for us, for the SCP Foundation, of course. And I thought,
oh my.
Do they have like just? Are they just
I mean,
like terrorists with bombs? Like,
The reason I say oh my is where to begin. You could think of absolutely any of the other GOIs as being a terrorist organization in opposition to the SCP Foundation. However, not necessarily. And that's true of absolutely all of them. However, you could quite possibly say that the Chaos Insurgency is the ones who are the most vehemently against everything the SCP Foundation stands for.
Everyone, please hold for 1 second, please.
We're getting rid of the GOIs. GOIs are bad. No more GOIs.
We have Rounder House sound. Let's continue on to Rounder House's introduction.
Hi, I'm Rounder House.
Welcome to the group.
Thanks.
Rounder House, can you pump your mic volume up just a little bit and then do your introduction?
How's it?
Wonderful.
Yeah, I'm Rounder House, he, him, and I do dumb shit on the site. I write stuff sometimes, I code stuff sometimes.
Sweetness, we have another
There
offer
was
in
that
the
one
house,
time I
fans.
tried to run a contest, but it didn't go so well.
I have a question.
It's okay, we appreciate you anyway.
What are some articles you've written?
Oh, Jesus, there's like 50. I don't...
Jesus.
You can go to my author page.
Which ones hasn't he written?
That's a good question. I have not written... I haven't written 001. I haven't written that one. Then I don't think anyone here has.
That's an easier question.
Hold on,
anyway.
are you
Good
genuinely
Lord.
sending people to your author page? To your
Yes, I am. It's good now. I don't know why everyone complains about it. It's a good page.
No, Rounder, we're not trying to kill people.
It's a good page.
Oh
it's a good
no,
page.
does he have what I think he has on his page?
Yes, he has that one.
Why?
Yeah, his
Why
is
do you
the
have
round
that
the best
one?
page.
No.
There is no metric on the
Because
site
it's
by which I
epic.
do
Now,
not have
just-
the best page.
No.
You know what? I'll say it. Rounder, your
All
page.
of this roundabout conversation, sweetheart, is all about one of your articles. In case you haven't figured that out with all of the side talk.
I had not figured it out.
096.
Wait.
It's called the Rounder page.
It's the best page.
No, don't do it.
Oh.
We don't want to lose
Yeah,
you.
someone linked
Shush,
it. Nice.
let it go.
That's them leaving call. Nope, I'm out.
Okay, bye.
Yes.
It's
I
not
agree. You
as
should
bad
read
as
that
it used to be, at least.
It's not as bad as it used to be. At like two different
is
points,
that.
it crashed the
I
entire
know.
website.
I
know there's
tagline.
I
The
don't
Rounder
know.
page.
That
It's
is
not
the
as
best
bad as
part.
it used to be.
It
I know there's.
Twice.
Yes, it crashed the site twice. I'm going for third, but I don't know how well it'll go.
Oh God, no, not again.
Quite
Oh
all
my
right.
God.
We love you for it anyway. You are epic because of it.
It's a well done page, and I'll say I've seen people do before, like the whole author page, but like it intentionally looks bad, and that's supposed to be funny. I think Rounder is the only one who's pulled that off like really successfully.
Yes, I am uniquely shitty.
Yes, I'm so proud of you.
All right, folks, I am driving this stream back on track. Our next
no.
reading with our new guest is 4155 by the request of Lady Fairy J.
All right, let's open this bitch up.
Let's
Do
open
it,
this
Rounder.
bitch up.
Before we
Alrighty
read,
then. Of
I
course,
have
you
to
would
leave.
take the one time I ran to go make a potty break. Okay.
Who are we saying goodbye to?
That one guard. I have
Bye,
to go
that
for a while.
one.
Bye.
I I'm hoping to return probably later tonight if there's spots open later tonight. It was great meeting all of you. And,
Nice meeting you.
You shall be missed.
Never expected to be in the same Discord voice call with SCP authors and Dr. Sumerian. I never expected that would happen in my life.
Is he not an author?
Oh, yes.
Sumerian isn't a real author.
With SCP authors and noted wiki gremlin, Dr.
My
Sumerian.
friends in Zoid.
Gremlin my foot. I just pick on him on his YouTube chat and everywhere else as much as I choose because I'm too old to give a crap. So there we go.
Sumerian is just a rounder house alt.
I made
Everyone is
their
around
YouTube
yourself,
channel.
If you're watching the stream and you can hear anything that's being said right now, please follow that one guard on TikTok.
Hey, I was one of the first people that bought your hoodie, man. So obviously I love you to pieces, but if I can't give you crap, then I just don't like you. That's how that works.
That's cold.
That's fair.
Hey,
anyways,
y'all
I
think
might
it's
go
cold.
back.
You think it's fair. Life moves on.
Look, you
That one guard, we will, if we see you later tonight, we will look forward to
and
it.
a laugh. Y'all just don't know his expressions as well as I
That
do.
was me. That was me crying. That hurt me. That hurt me right here.
He's weeping.
If it hurt you, I apologize, because I would never, ever attempt to actually
making
hurt
Sumerian cry.
your steel cold feelings. But if I could actually make that accomplishment, I don't know if I should feel bad or be proud of myself.
No, this is awesome. My cold, dead heart is warming, and now it's breaking.
Dr. Sumerian.
It's not. It
Wouldn't it be easier to break if it was cold?
Your channel. I still love you to pieces. But again, if I can't pick on you, that would mean that I don't like you.
I don't know. Now that when it's frozen, I don't know what level on the Mohs hardness scale it is, but yeah,
harder might be brittle.
Yeah, I mean, the brittle, but then not that doesn't.
Well, honestly, when things begin to melt, they become less brittle.
Well, apparently,
and these are all these things that I've
mercury.
been learning in all of these ungodly amounts of chemistry classes I've been forced to take lately.
Correlate, but they don't always correlate.
I just learned that.
So, weren't we supposed to be reading something?
I am about to be reading SCP-4155, but I was trying to let everything start to die down first.
Yeah,
You're never gonna die
somehow,
down with 8 people in here.
somehow me
Yeah, that's a
leaving
fool's
triggered
errand.
everyone to talk about Dr. Sumerian, so
Hey,
You made your little sidebar comment. We're all going to miss you when you actually depart. So we were trying to drag you in for just a few more seconds. That's all that really was.
All right.
And not to mention, I will feel slightly sad because I will be the only genetic female left in the group, so I will feel a little upset about it.
Or I might return.
yeesh,
I'll
that
probably
was-
return later.
Well, I
So
don't know
don't
how
worry.
much longer I will be in here because it really depends on when my 6-year-old gets truly upset at the fact that she's not getting to go trick or treat tonight. But I don't want her out around the unwashed masses, so I'm allowing her to watch her older brother's TV for as long as she wants, with no one to
I
compete
think at
with
least
her.
some of those
Why
masses
don't
are
you
washed.
just get her into SCP?
Oh, she already is. All of my children love SCP. I just have to carefully monitor which ones they are allowed to watch the videos on and which ones they are not. And which ones the ones who are old enough to read are allowed to read. Oh, and by the way, Dr. C, they absolutely freaking love your 999 song. They think that is the greatest thing ever.
Aww.
They listened to it last year probably about 5 times in a row. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. They think you are the best in the whole world.
Well, they're right.
I think it's unfair that he's allowed to use child
I'm gonna
labor
leave that
for
alone,
upvotes and I'm
because
not.
they're small.
Yeah, hold
They're
on.
small people. What's
I'm
up?
just saying, there's two great
what?
Christmas songs on here, and I'm just saying there's competition. And
Okay,
Sumerian's getting child labor. That's unfair.
Okay, hold up. No, they know that
Sumerian
mommy
uses child labor.
mommy is writing a tale that corresponds with SCP-999. They've watched every video that has anything at all to do with SCP-999 known to humankind that we're aware of.
Wait,
So anything that involves 999, they absolutely, positively adore right off the bat, even if it's complete and utter crap. They don't care. It's 999. It's the one that mommy's writing a story about. They're happy.
Have they read 4966?
Which one is this? Let me pull that up really quickly. Because again,
Tapioca,
as I
eater of souls.
said, for some reason,
to
my wiki account is not letting me actually log all the way in. It'll
That's
pull
that
it up
issue
and then
too.
it goes away.
Wait, one question.
What was that? What was that? What was that number again? For what?
4966. I will stand by. I will die on this hill. Okay, 4966 is
You can die on whatever hill you would like. I just needed to know the number so I can make sure I typed the
4966 is better than 999. Is a better version of 999. I'm just gonna
Hold
say.
up. Let me finish typing. Let me pull it up and then I
Hey,
can
everyone
give
in
you
this stream right now, listen up.
That's
We have been off subject for a pretty long time, and I have not been able to regain control. And at this point, I am one conversation away from closing this window and starting the reading of 4155 myself. I gotta turn this whole car around for a second, my friends, because this has been
I will look
nothing.
at that one later, but at least I have it pulled up. I will start reading 4155 if it will make you happy, Sherm.
I would adore it.
Will that satisfy Grandmaster Sherm? Because if so, I will go ahead and begin.
That is my dream right now. That is my living dream that 4155 starts.
I've got you, Big Daddy Sherm. I got this.
I love you
You do
all.
not call
Goodbye.
Sherm Big Daddy.
Amazing.
As well.
And we love you too. Bye-bye, princess. Okay.
Why do I get the inclination that this is a little too big for us to keep this under control?
Yeah, good luck.
Quite
wrangling
entirely
it
possible.
in.
However, I have a big enough voice, a big enough backbone. If I have to, I can snap anybody in the line I need to. Again, I said I have 6 kids. Don't play. All right, moving on.
I'm enjoying this.
SCP-4155. Item number SCP-4155. Object
Got
class
hippos in.
Euclid. Special containment procedures. 47 specimens of SCP-4155 are currently contained at Site-4155, which has been established around their natural habitat to monitor the population's health and restrict civilian access. Measures are to be taken to ensure that SCP-4155 maintains enough numbers to support a viable breeding population on site, as all attempts to breed SCP-4155 into captivity have failed. This includes biannual health checkups by a feline veterinarian, anonymous donations to conservation efforts, and the breeding of tricolored bats in captivity to bolster the falling numbers of wild bats in the Chicago area. SCP-4155-1 may not be impeded in its monthly routine without written permission from at least 1 Level 4 personnel. An area along the north boundary of Site-4155 has been excluded from surveillance to better facilitate SCP-4155-1's activities. Description: SCP-4155 is an eyeless, furless variety of cat native to a small limestone cave system located on the outskirts of Chicago. All members of SCP-4155 have abnormally elongated limbs and exhibit partial albinism and severe neoteny. Specimens of SCP-4155 continually secrete a white substance through the pores of their skin. Full analysis of this substance has found it to be near identical to the soft-serve ice cream sold by several major fast food franchises. These secretions will eventually build up over the course of a month to a thickness of approximately 2 centimeters in location that correspond to fur on non-anomalous kittens. The production of this substance is entirely anomalous, as vivisection has found nothing unusual in SCP-4155's physiology, and its diet does not include the requisite carbohydrate to produce, the quantity of sugar found in its secretions. SCP-4155 feeds primarily on the tricolored bat colony with which it shares its habitat. It is an ambush predator, hunting by clinging to the ceiling and grabbing the bats when they return to roost. The odor of SCP-4155 secretions has been observed to interest the bat, leading credence to the theory that its anomalous properties evolved as a strategy to attract prey. SCP-4155-1 refers to a male humanoid, generally 15 to 20 years of age, wearing a red and yellow Ronald McDonald costume. On the 7th day of each month, an instance of SCP-4155-1 will manifest in an unobserved location within the vicinity of Site-4155, carrying a plastic bucket and stainless steel dessert spatula. SCP-4155-1 will then proceed into the cave and collect secretions from each member of SCP-4155, removing the substance from their skin with the spatula and depositing it into the bucket. After SCP-4155-1 has harvested each member of the population, it will exit the cave and demanifest. Addendum Addendum A, Interview Log 4155-1-A. Date 7/5/1988. Interviewed SCP-4155-1. Interviewer Dr. Helen Masters. Forward. After careful observation of SCP-4155-1's activities for several months, permission was granted to detain SCP-4155-1 for questioning. Begin
Hey,
log.
can I stop you?
Sure.
Can I be SCP-4155?
Why, certainly, by all means. I am actually getting a little out of breath with this, so go
If we
right
need
ahead.
someone to read the SCP, I'd be happy to.
I started rolling with it and didn't even catch a breath and then went, oh, wait, there's two voices here. Hold up. So
Okay,
yes, by all means, go right ahead.
I will be doing dash 1.
So again, begin log, SCP-4155-1.
Hey, are you guys cops? Because if you guys are cops, I think I'm supposed to call my lawyer.
Dr. Masters, we are not police officers, sir, and you are not in trouble. We just have a few questions, if you don't mind. Can you tell us your name?
Sure, I guess. It's Ronnie MacArthur.
You work for Mr. MacArthur?
Macca's. I mean, can't you tell? It's just a summer job, though. I mean, it's not like it's a career path, innit? Don't want to be doing this when I'm 30 or whatever. No offense.
Can you explain what you mean by this? What exactly were you doing in this cave?
Harvesting the ice cream.
For what purpose?
What do you mean, what purpose? It's ice cream. Someone's gotta. They'd have to sell the substitute if we didn't.
Substitute?
Yeah, you don't want to know where that comes from. Look, missus, I appreciate the interest and all, but if I'm not in trouble, I really should get going. My bucket's only half full, and they're gonna dock my pay if I'm late.
If you don't mind, where do you take the ice cream?
I just drop it back at the warehouse. I guess they deliver it to the restaurants from there. Never really thought about it that much.
Reach the warehouse.
Oh, I've got a car just outside.
We haven't seen any vehicle.
Well, yeah, it's outside.
I see. Well, thank you for your time. Oh, and I've got to ask for my own curiosity more than anything. Why the getup?
Ah, damn it. Do you have to mention it? It's embarrassing enough that they make me wear this without people drawing attention to it.
Though.
I don't know. It's just what they make us wear.
I see. I apologize for embarrassing you, Mr. MacArthur. Thank you for your time. Security, please escort SCP-4155-1 to the holding facility.
You well, wait, what?
Addendum B. Incident report 1998 containment breach. Date 05 or 07/05/1998 through 16/06/1998. Forward. On 07/05/1998, SCP-4155-1 was detained on site in a temporary facility for additional interrogation and research of its manifestation abilities. This action resulted in a notable containment breach, as well as the discovery of a previously unknown anomalous phenomenon documented below. 0705 SCP-4155-1 is detained by the Foundation. 1305 First reported case of McDonald's owned soft serve machines in the Chicago area anomalously producing a salty black goop when used, regardless of what substance they were loaded with. The substance itself is confirmed by chemical analysis to be edible and non-anomalous, consisting primarily of yeast extract and salt. Despite being harmless, the anomalous manner in which this substance is created represents a breach of normalcy necessitating confiscation of the machines. 1405 First reported cases of black substance being produced by soft serve machines outside the state of Illinois. 1505 Anomalous behavior continues to spread. SCP-4155-1 is released from custody and allowed to demanifest in an attempt to prevent or possibly reverse the ongoing anomalous effects. It does not. 1605 Foundation assets managed to force a recall of soft-serve machines in the United States on the basis of hygiene concerns. 1705 First reported cases of black substance being produced by soft-serve machines outside of the United States. MTF Lambda 18 Hamburglar's Helpers is commissioned by the O5 Council and begins embedding in all as yet unaffected restaurants in anticipation of further spread of anomalous behavior. 1905 MTF Lambda 18 proves effective at sabotaging soft-serve machines before they begin exhibiting anomalous properties, but is unable to keep up with the rate of spread. 2105 Foundation assets managed to force a global recall of all soft-serve machines owned by the McDonald's Corporation. 2405 Last known soft-serve machine not exhibiting anomalous behavior begins producing black substance. 0706 New instance of SCP-4155-1 noted to have a different skin tone, hair color, and substantially less acne than the previous instance. Manifests at Site-41 and is allowed to complete its task. 0806 Confiscated soft-serve machines begin returning to non-anomalous operation. 1106 Last reported case of a confiscated soft-serve machine behaving in an anomalous manner. 1606 Recall is lifted. Confiscated machines are returned to manufacturer. MTF Lambda 18 is disbanded by the O5 Council. Closing statement. In total, this incident necessitated Foundation assets embedded in 7,500 restaurants and the recall, confiscation, or sabotage of more than 22,000 soft-serve machines worldwide. McDonald's employees who demonstrated excessive interest in the anomaly, 11 in total, were detained and amnesticized. Footnotes. Number 1 was lack of pigmentation in the skin. Number 2 was adult members of the variety retain a juvenile form. Number 3 is fictional mascot of McDonald's fast food franchise. And number 4 is Australian slang for McDonald's.
I'm going to assume that this whole article is a joke about how the ice cream machine at McDonald's is always broken.
That's pretty much my guess too. I just saw a bunch of like kitty cats that were covered in soft serve ice cream and just kind of rolled with it. I didn't think they wanted me to bug the crap out of everybody to get them to read 999 again, like I did last year, so I went with this one because it was cute, cuddly, but made a really hot mess.
That is a very specific definition of cuddly.
And now we know another SCP.
Which is cuddly, works for me.
Also, hello, Hippo.
Hey.
Also, hello, Hippo. Let's do a Hippo introduction.
Yeah. Hello, Hippo.
Hippo arrived.
Hippo looks like my history teacher.
I am a history
Whoa!
teacher. I was, so.
And now you live in a basement, so that's one hell of a career move.
Mm-hmm. Upward mobility.
Wow!
So much bullying.
All right, so Hippo, give us the traditional introduction. Name,
I have to say he has what looks
and
like
place
better
in the
equipment.
SCP
So I mean,
community.
really, don't hate.
It's true. What?
Hippo, give me the name you want to go by, pronouns you want to go by, and your place in the SCP community.
Hippo or Bob is fine. He.
Bob.
Yeah, just people call me Bob. I don't know why.
Hi, Bob.
That's great.
Yeah.
Hi, Bob.
Or and I'm just one of the writers. However, I've written a couple of articles.
Yeah, Hippo here is one of the few people I will confidently say is a better writer than I am.
Whoa! Okay, give me a number. I need to search this.
Hippo's first SCP broke the site. That's how good he was.
Okay, we automatically love you. That's kind of epic. Just
Can I hear that
saying.
story? I'm not familiar with that one.
When the first
I know. So I think Rattler could give you a run for your money. I'm just saying.
Who?
Rattler.
No, I come begging to Hippo every time one of my articles is broken and I can't figure out the ending.
Yeah, was there a story behind first article broke the site? What does that mean?
I mean, I want to know what this is all about, for real.
I was just exaggerating. His first SCP, which everyone thought wouldn't work because it was through Series 1, ended up being popular.
Which one was that?
I forget the number. Counting station.
Yeah, 3034.
3034? Okay, thank you.
I think I posted her right after that fear contest for 3,000. I didn't realize there was a contest going on, and everybody's like, "Why didn't you submit it for the contest?" I was like, "What contest?" So,
contest
Hippo did right.
I really couldn't give a
SCP
crap
3000.
how it came out.
Hippo did write one of my top 3 favorite stories on the wiki at all, and probably my favorite character besides Jeff, 3043 Murphy Law, which we read earlier today.
Oh, you wrote.
Oh,
I
yeah.
always forget you wrote Murphy Law.
Yeah.
Murphy Law is a good one.
Have you ever read Calvin and Hobbes? Tracer Bullet?
Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
Murphy Law. That's the entire. That's where it came from. Because it's like Tracer Bullet just like rewrites everything that's happening. He just rewrites it into a noir in Calvin and Hobbes, and I was like, I love that, so I want to do that.
Plagiarized. Cancel Hippo.
Yeah. He would be called Tracer Bullet if I didn't love the name Murphy Law, because it's so stupid.
I actually have like the complete Calvin Hobbes set, but when I moved into my dorm, I couldn't like bring everything, and I ended up leaving it behind, and I still sometimes regret that. Just like sometimes I won't just want to read some Calvin Hobbes.
Mm-hmm. I still have like I think 7 of them somewhere, 7 or 8 books for Calvin Hobbes. I read it voraciously as a kid. It was probably one of my that and Far Side. It pretty much informs my entire.
Oh, dude, you have excellent taste. You have excellent taste.
I picked up.
I have been told. Go ahead. Sorry.
Every Hippo article is
ahead.
actually just a repurposed panel from Achewood.
I love Achewood so much.
Achewood is great.
Although I don't blame anybody for not like reading like what because it has a very very specific sense of humor that is just weird, but it just works for me perfectly.
It's weird, but it works.
Yeah, it is a very very weird comic, but I love it.
I was on vacation in the Gulf Shores down near Mobile, Alabama, and we were.
Why would you willingly go to Mobile?
I think it was actually Orange Beach when I said near Mobile. But anyway, point is, I was down there with my family, and we were in a souvenir shop, believe it or not, and we were given like some money to get a souvenir, and there was a Far Side compilation just there in the souvenir shop, and I picked it up, and I did not regret getting it. I'll say that much.
Okay.
That was my souvenir from a vacation. not
For
shells.
starters, if you're all the way down here, Mobile is close to the beach, and if you're close to the beach, that's really not that terrible. So shush. Second of all, hey, Dr. C, I have the 6-year-old who's all upset that she didn't get to go trick-or-treating right here next to me, and I shared my headset with her. She would very dearly love it if you would sing her 999 song to her.
Oh,
since she totally missed out on all of the Halloween stuff.
Are we all okay with that, or
If nobody else would mind.
Give it a snippet. You've already sang once on our stream tonight.
I missed that part, and I feel sad about it.
this is actually pretty short?
I know it's a short song, but again, she missed out on getting to go trick or treating and whatnot, and she's, again, as I said, all of my kids love 999 because that's the one that mommy's writing the tale about, so they think it's awesome.
Sure. Let's knock it out real quick.
Thank you.
Locked up in containment, no trouble around. SCP-999 makes a sweet, soft sound. The doctors were listening and left wondering why he was singing a Christmas lullaby. 682 is growling, he won't go away. But little 999 can keep him at bay. One little orange blob can help us stay safe. Can make all the Keeters sit down and behave. To all the Foundation's hard-working crew, to all the anomalies and dead gods too, to all of the world in this joyous time, please have a Merry Christmas from 999.
Thank you.
My God.
Thank you.
And that
You're
was her.
welcome. You're welcome, little
You're
one.
welcome. Okay, there you go. Is that better? Okay.
Cimmerian,
thank
I have
you.
so
Yeah,
many questions.
She came in the room all sad and upset, and I knew that, if nothing else, would get a big smile. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
Also, Lady Fair, are you from TikTok? I kind of recognize your voice.
I am not. I have volunteered my voice to do a few songs on occasion for friends of mine, like for their birthdays and whatnot.
Okay.
And I am a trained vocalist. However, no, I have not actually submitted anything to TikTok. The only TikTok stuff I have done has actually been following Sherm, giggling at all the silliness that he's done on his stuff. Honestly, I have never even downloaded the app myself because I've got way too much real world crap going on to even bother.
That makes sense.
So I've got two things, and one of them's way more important than the other, but one of them's going to bug me otherwise. Sim.
Go right ahead.
Where is Sim? What is your music background? Because that was actually pretty darn good, and I'm very impressed. Twice today you're singing.
You didn't notice the stuff last year? Sure, I'm disappointed and sad.
I don't remember any singing at all from last year. I did, and I've never heard that song before.
Really?
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I
goodness.
did. I have no background in singing. I just do it for fun every once in a while.
That was real nice, man, and so was the one earlier. I was impressed both times, and I was in choir for 7 years, and I was a professional wedding singer. So, like, I'll give it to you.
Yeah. Cimmerian has an absolutely beautiful voice. That's like I said, one of the things my kids loved this last year. They thought it was like the best thing they'd ever heard. They went completely cuckoo over it. That was actually part of the inspiration for me to begin my tale. Was just how absolutely buggy they went when they got to hear the video. Because after I heard it, I said, "Oh my God, y'all have to hear this!" Because I had given them a brief backstory of what 999 was and how cool it was. Because they'd seen myself and their stepdad watching all of these SCP videos and whatnot, so I tried to very carefully, slowly but surely break them in on some of the less scary, less give you chills down your spine, more cuddly, happy things. And the minute they heard that, they were like, "What is 999? Show us pictures." And since I had started showing them pictures, of course, that became like their favorite thing in the whole wide world. They've been obsessed and completely attached ever since.
I appreciate that. I mean, I've always been super self-critical about my singing, so I just use Christmas more often than not as an excuse to put something up on the wiki and just hope it succeeds.
You actually have an amazingly solid voice. I won't say you're one of the absolute best, as if as far as the people that I've heard who've been professionally trained and things like that. But your voice is solid. It's sound. You don't have a lot of quavering or anything like that would make me say, oh, okay, this is somebody who's trying to do falsetto or doing anything along those lines that makes themselves sound better than they actually are. You actually have a really nice voice. It's very pleasant. It's very soothing to listen to, especially when you're singing something as soft and comforting as that particular song. And like I said, the kids freaking loved it. They ate that mess up last year, and again, like I said, it just calmed my youngest down over the fact that she wasn't getting to trick or treat with everybody else. She was all sad and upset about it, but you just did something just for her, and she's tickled freaking pink right now.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'll say, as much as I joke and be like, I'm the best ever, I'll tell you the one thing that really makes me uncomfortable is praise from other people. So let's move on.
I mean, honestly, I'm not one to just randomly just hand out praise just for the sheer hell of it. I don't do that. If I don't like something, I'm gonna tell you I don't like it. It's crap, and we can move on.
Yeah.
But you do actually have a good, nice, solid voice, and like I said, my kids freaking love it. They got a big grin out of it. She just got an extra big grin all to herself. It made her feel special and made her feel less left out because her brother and sister are getting to trick or treat with their dad, and she's just kind of stuck here with me. So you just made her Halloween. So thank you.
Well, that's good to hear.
Hey gang, guess what?
Hey, what?
Check this out. It is currently 6:17 p.m. on Halloween. And at 6:17 p.m. on Halloween, during our Site-42 24-hour Halloween live stream, where we've been streaming for 18 hours and 17 minutes at this moment, I just want to bring up the GoFundMe to show everybody that we have raised exactly $1,000 freaking dollars. We did it, gang!
Hell yeah!
Yeah, buddy!
Whoo! We have still, how many hours is it? Almost 6? We have almost 6 hours on this stream left, so we are not finished yet. I would love to hit my next goal, which is 1,300, because that would be double what we did last year, and that would be badass. I would love to double what we did last year.
What time is it there? Because it's only like 8:18 p.m. here, so to us, you only have like 3.5 hours.
So
really, what time is it there?
In California, it is 6:18, so we have 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Oh hell, you've almost got 6 hours. Don't say you've got around 5 hours, dude. You've got right at 6 hours. So awesome.
It's Doyle's back.
Cool. For me. It's 8:19, so I live in Missouri, so it's kind of different.
My condolences.
Yeah. I'm sitting on Central Time. I'm pretty sure Dr. Sumerian is too. I'm not sure who else might be on Central Time with me, but yeah, to what I'm looking at, I'm like, that's like less than 4 hours. What?
It's like, just drink 1 5-hour energy and you'll be fine, sure.
I've got a couple more Red Bulls in me.
To what we've got going on here, you don't have long to go, so I mean, that's not that many energy shots left.
You can do 5
And so I'd like to make a small saying in honor of our victory tonight. We're going to celebrate at the end of the night at midnight because we have to, like New Year's fucking Eve at the end of it. But for right now, I planned on this party because COVID, because we're all stuck at home, and because we as a community, the SCP community, can do great fucking things. When Dr. Gears got sick, we raised the hell out of money for that man. When the Legal Defense Fund needed to protect the trademark, we raised the hell out of money of this. And yes, this is nowhere near those achievements because those were like both like $150,000. But this isn't for.
They had months. We have a night. Give
But
us
this
credit,
isn't
man.
for something that the community is going to mobilize about on purpose. This isn't to save one of our own. This isn't to like protect the community. This is literally just the goodness of our fucking hearts. And that is...
I'd argue that it's for both of those things, actually.
Exactly.
Probably for
I
both
was
of
about
those
to
things.
say. I mean, there's plenty of people in this community who are a member of the queer and proud. I mean, for real. I have kids. I'm bi. What the fuck does that mean? Nothing.
Preach.
I'm here to represent the people that I appreciate and that I stand up for.
You guys who are watching this show from the YouTube chat or hanging out in the Discord but haven't come on the show, I love you guys to death for watching us. If you guys had donated to this GoFundMe, I thank you to death for donating to this GoFundMe. And all of y'all who's been on this show with me for however many hours of your life you sacrificed to hang out and yell about SCPs on a fucking live stream for all of Halloween, I fucking salute you guys. We are the SCP Foundation. We kick fucking ass. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm clapping.
Oh yeah.
The SCP and the horror community
Here,
are
here.
the absolute best on any part of YouTube, on any part of Discord, no matter where you are. We may be talking about the things that are the spookiest, the creepiest, and the scariest, but we give the most fucks. I don't give a damn what anybody else has to say.
I have been told that Etoile is going to read The Wait. Is that what I've heard correctly?
Is that cool with you?
It's very cool with me. I'm very excited to hear it.
Yeah, I just looked over and it looks really, really, really good. So I'm actually excited to read it. And also, unrelated, but I noticed that Lunch noticed my sweatshirt, and this is the worst article of clothing I own, and I love it. I'm obsessed with it. So you all are just going to have to.
That's not fucking Obama. That's regular Obama.
Yeah, it's fun, anime girl.
Not Obama with the anime.
I can't log into my actual SCP account for whatever reason, but whenever I type SCP The Wait, it's giving me a million other things.
I'll
Like,
give you the. I'll just link it again in the no mic.
Okay, cool.
So, Sherm, here is my question for you.
This reading over this is like hits home to the point that I'm worried I might cry, but I'm still going to read it.
Sorry.
So, no, you're good. That's a good thing. That's a
Alright,
positive
as
thing.
soon as I can pull it up, if you need any help with it, just let me know.
Okay, no, I got it. All right.
Sherm, are you ready for this question?
No. I am ready for the sweet, dulcet tones of Etoile. The question will come after.
Okay. I gave up my old name yesterday. It was the one thing my dad gave me that I'd never thrown away. But joining the SCP Foundation changes you. You have to give up your past, become a ghost. If it's the only thing I have left, it can't be worth all that much anyway. In a way, I think the world must be much more complex than it was when Dad pulled out the label maker and said, all right, Carmen seems like a good choice. 18 years after that, he threw me away, of course, so I suppose I shouldn't feel too guilty. I like to think now that if he knew he was an asshole, he probably would have thought differently, or at least been a bit more reasonable. But he thought he was the good guy. I was sitting in a car outside my dad's house with my girlfriend, about to tell him that I liked girls. I knew what would happen next. You carry so many things around with you when you're young, and haven't figured out how to unburden yourself. Most of the weight is tied up in expectations. Family, teachers, your peers, the weight can be crushing. And I got to carry something else around, a lie, rooted in fear of disappointing the man who paid for everything I used and ate and loved and never let me forget that. The truth of who I was got to go up against 10,000 years of crushing cultural pressure and a screaming, genetically instinctual need to please my father. But once upon a time, we were a happy family. Sort of, I guess. He brought me into this world, kicking and screaming, of course, but into the world I came just the same. He looked at me with pride back when I couldn't move an inch on my own. He rocked me to sleep when Mom left us. Then I got a little older, and slowly he came to the realization that perhaps this whole single parenting thing was going to be more of a hassle than he expected. He used to tell me a story about how when I was 2 and hadn't fastened my diaper quite well enough, and somehow I managed to drag shit all over the living room carpet. He did the parenting thing. He picked me up, cleaned me up, put me in my room, and cleaned the mess up. He said that Even though he was furious, he couldn't help but be a little proud. I couldn't have made a mess that impressive, he said, but in a way, he had. The problem was I'd done the childish thing and decided to grow up. I was taller, more opinionated. Eventually, he knew for a fact that if I could vote, I definitely wouldn't be voting for the people he liked. Maybe I'd be one of those disengaged kids who didn't care about politics, but no, he was stuck with a daughter who cared. I kissed a girl when I turned 15, and everything changed. My entire world is split into two epochs. One where I was confused and scared and worried that I was broken somehow, and another where I tasted strawberry banana lip gloss. I realized that the crushing weight of wrongness was replaced with a somewhat more manageable dad problem. Lies could handle that. Sai had been lying to me until then, so what was a little lying back? Righteousness was the real problem, though. He loved me in his own disappointed way, but he definitely thought he was the hero. A single father raising a kid. We'd get into arguments over the stupidest of things. Because I was a bit of an asshole himself, I'd end up insulting him as a parent. He'd say, at least he never went hungry, as if that were an accomplishment. He was right, of course, but fulfilling your basic legal duties isn't the kind of thing you get extra credit for. So, when I walked into the living room and asked him to turn the TV off because I had something to say, I knew what was coming next. But he didn't say anything. For a long time, we just looked at each other. Then he said, "You're not my daughter anymore. Get out of my house." And then he turned the TV back on. I didn't get it then. It took a few years before I finally came to terms with it. But if you think that who you love is something that you can choose, I guess he was at least consistent. My girlfriend and I packed my things into the back of her car, and he never said another word to me. My past has been dead for a long time. Changing my name so I can work for the foundation just put it into the ground. Which is good, because I'm tired of carrying it around with me.
It's not a Site-42 stream unless we make a Twal cry.
Yeah,
that was epic. Fantastic job.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Oh my god.
Hooray.
Sorry.
You did a really good job.
Oh, fuck.
There was
Dude,
no better story to read having just successfully filled the goal for this stream. That is the exact right story at the exact right time. It's fucking fate, boys and girls.
Oh, shit.
I'm gonna do something that was fake before.
Okay. Fuck.
That was awesome.
Thank you. I'm okay. I want you to know that I feel like you crawled into my head and pulled out memories from it. That was so fucking real.
I was struggling when I was writing that so much.
No,
to try and-
you hit it out of the fucking park. That is so real.
I'm glad to hear that. Actually, I've always been worried. I've always been a little bit worried about that tale, even though people tell me that it does speak to their experiences, because it's not my experience. And I used to think that meant that I couldn't write about that sort of thing. But the important part is to write about it the right way and talk to the right people to make sure you're doing it right. At least that's what I think.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to think about it.
If everybody
So,
could
I saw that
understand it well enough that Cimmerian had to be able to understand it to write it, the world would be a better place.
Yeah. I saw that you got guidance from Hawkwind. I think that's a good way to go about it, is to get like perspectives from people who've experienced it and then try to, empathize and incorporate that. I think that's the best way you can go about it.
And I built the story around my own experiences, but through the lens of the story I was trying to tell. So
I think it's fantastic.
I'm very glad you liked it, and you did a great job reading it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's fucking underrated.
Cal, I believe
that hit every last corner of my heart for that one.
Exactly.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
I was very, very lucky. The worst I got out of my parental figures when I came out was, but I didn't think you like girls very much. So I got really lucky. Really, really lucky. But yeah, I felt every bit of that. And that was amazing. You did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
I'm going to speak up for Western, who is in the Discord chat right now. Western is not deleted from what I see. Western is in fact talking. Sherm, tell Sherm I was going to participate, but work did some stuff crazy, and now you're babysitting and doing stuff, so they will not be able to really join in. Hello to everybody in the chat, and also plug 1831 as it is their most LGBT-inspired SCP. So I feel like that means that Calibri has next dibs on SCP that we're reading. They chose it, or have not chosen it to my knowledge, but once they do, 1831 is what we do after that.
Oh.
1831 is good.
Okay, so can I ask my quick question here?
Yeah, Clockwork, hit me.
So this question is going to lead into the main question. I got extra credits. Do you know Dead by Daylight?
I have heard of the game.
Okay, so do you know that the main baddie is not just the player, but a thing called the Entity, right?
I am very familiar with that part of the lore only.
Okay, so here's my question. If the Entity was an SCP, how would it be contained?
So I will give you the sneak preview in that I am working on that video right now, but I am not the one working on it because, again, this is one of those things where I don't know the lore, so I want to get it right. And someone who will be joining the stream later tonight, going by the Twitch username Tricking Loki Twitch streams Dead by Daylight constantly. They are the kind of expert where when I asked them to collaborate with me on the project for the TikTok, they printed, I shit you not, no exaggeration, over 100 pages of research. The killers, the entities, multiple TikTok videos. The Dead by Daylight containment is going to be a very elaborate project that my dear friend from Florida, Tricking Loki, is going to be playing a Serpent's Hand operative. And we're going to collaborate on this situation. So look for that in the future.
Okay, because I'm playing Dead by Daylight right now, and you know, the spirit of Halloween.
All the spooky, scary skeletons.
Yep. I'm playing specifically the killer Ghostface.
All right, so let's see. Calibri, do you have something for us?
So I did formerly, but I actually talked to my friend about it, and he says he's just a bit hesitant to talk about to have one of his articles talked about on a stream. He's just nervous about how it'll be received.
I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable.
Yeah, so I don't want to plug that. I asked him just a little bit ago, which means I need to come up with something on the fly.
Well, in the meantime, I'm going to bounce this to Hippo because Hippo hasn't asked for any articles or anything like that. Do you have something you want to bring on the stream, Hippo? Whether it's yours or someone else's?
Read Skippy.
I don't think that would be appropriate.
Also, does it translate? Would that translate to an audio sort of thing? I'm not really.
I don't know, but I want to see it happen.
Skippy's just me anyway. Where's probably my favorite article on the site is 2740.
I'm not familiar. I'm pulling it up in the Discord now.
Oh shit, that one's so good.
You said 2740?
Mm-hmm. It wasn't there.
Oh yeah.
I just like it because what it does with negative space, and then like at the end, it's very subdued for what it's doing.
Right, this one.
This one is fucking.
It's not actually that long either. Which I saw the name Cactus and I went, "Oh, here we go." But
I actually didn't know. But I was like, I'm gonna guess this is Cactus just from this being in Indiana.
That's his version of Maine, I guess.
Hoosier expanded universe.
Is it Stephen King in Maine?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So his is Indiana. I think
I should usually start asking this.
Mine's
I'm
like
sorry.
North Carolina.
Yeah, if you see something set in Alabama, it's usually me.
In North Carolina is me. Because I grew up in North Carolina for like a couple of years, a long time ago.
All right,
in the
guys.
Appalachians.
I'm gonna head out.
Peace, Admiral Spock.
Thank you for your service, Spock.
No problem. 05
Actually,
clock out.
I as well will be hanging out. I might be back later. I figure I should get some stuff done tonight. But I will see you all around. It was lovely talking to everybody. Have a good one.
Thank you so much for joining
Have
us.
a good one.
Peace, Calibri.
Good night.
Calibri has been deleted.
We got Elegy and Lunch. That gives you guys room to hop in. And Hippo, I haven't asked yet. Are you good at reading articles on live?
I can read, but I don't know if I'm particularly good at it.
Well, only one way to find out.
Do you want me to read this? SCP-2740?
Yeah, grace us with some tones. Let's see what happens.
All right, 1 second.
If you feel at a certain point that you've reached like the amount you want to read, because it's not a terribly short article, feel free to say tag and someone else can hop in with you.
Yeah, it's not long, but it is a cactus article, so...
I'm going to go get a drink. I'll be right back.
I was about to say, I just came back over after starting up some food for me and the Munchkin, so if somebody needs help, just let me know.
All right. Item number SCP-2740, Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Due to the nature of SCP-2740, any means of direct containment are currently unfeasible. Access to St. Inn is forbidden and is to be enforced by Foundation security personnel. Cover story Delta 4B gas leak is to be disseminated in Indiana. Standard cognohazardous object amnestic treatment is available to all personnel assigned to SCP-2740. Description: the nature, appearance, and potential existence of SCP-2740 is uncertain. SCP-2740 is believed to possibly exist in the northwest corner of the attic in the home of the Lee family at Indiana, a location roughly 6 meters from the ladder leading to it. Individuals attempting to approach the ladder leading to the attic will find themselves unable to do so, while individuals that can approach the ladder and, in certain cases, even begin to climb it. Upon further inspection, it will always be discovered that these individuals did not, in actuality, do so. The reason for this is currently unknown. Additionally, it is uncertain if this effect exists at all. Research into this phenomenon is ongoing. The only information gathered regarding SCP-2740 has been done so through interviews with affected individuals. SCP-2740 appears to instill a sense of intense dread in any individual cognizant of it, although the reason for this is unknown. The effect begins upon entering the house at Street or by becoming cognizant of SCP-2740 through discussion with other individuals affected by its anomalous nature. Interview Franklin Lee. The following interview was conducted after the discovery of SCP-2740 with Franklin Lee, the owner of the home at Street and patriarch of the Lee family. When did you begin to notice something was wrong? Maybe, I don't know, it was years ago. It wasn't always like this, though. In the beginning, it was just something, you could ignore it. I remember there would be the times I would walk down the hall upstairs and just glance at it and get this feeling. Can you describe the feeling? Like there was something up there, not that I could see it or anything, and we didn't hear it anything either. The mood in the house changed, and we thought it was because No, it wasn't that. Mr. Lee? Who do you mean, she? Our oldest daughter, Olivia. She left when she was 17, and there were some things going on then. We were going through some hard times. Olivia left to go live with my wife's sister. We haven't talked to her in years. I don't know. Maybe we did start to notice it then. What did you originally notice? The quiet. Everything was real quiet. Didn't sound like a house with 3 other kids, But I don't know. It just built up over time, right? And after a while, I decided I needed to know. I needed to find out what was up there, what she had left. Mr. Lee? I tried. I can't tell you how many times I've tried. I begin climbing and open my eyes, and I'll be back in bed or in the living room by the TV, and the feeling never goes away. I quit my job. I couldn't handle the stress. I couldn't explain it to anyone. Everybody thought I was crazy, but there were a few times I contemplated knocking the whole house down. I even signed the papers once, but then I called back and the company didn't exist anymore. Why didn't you move? Don't you think we tried? It was like climbing that ladder. You get halfway up, you push open the door, and you can feel it, but then you're sitting at the kitchen table. Following this interview, Mr. Lee and his family were moved to Site-41 for holding an examination, with release pending further study of their mental condition. The Lee family has not been moved to Site-81. Information claiming otherwise has been proven inaccurate. Research into this is ongoing. Interview 2740B, Yvette
Would
Lee.
you like a woman to do Yvette's part?
Sure, I'm fine with that.
All right.
Actually, before you continue, just want to say I'm gonna hop off now. I got some something I have to do. Hope everyone here has an amazing night. Tell Sherman that I said have a great night also.
All right,
Just got back. Peace out, man. Thanks for coming with us all night.
Have a wonderful, happy Halloween.
You too. See ya, guys.
Later, later.
This is my little brother saying bye. See ya.
How cute.
Mrs. Lee, can you tell me anything about why your husband wasn't able to articulate any details about SCP-2740?
Trying to find the actual interview log that involves her. Okay. That's the Mr. Lee. Where'd it go? Mrs. Feldman. Why am I not able to pull her stuff up?
You could do a word search.
Oh, here we go. I found it. No, originally I clicked the wrong link. That's all that was.
That's cool.
Okay. All right. Have you not been in the house, Dr. Dorset?
I have not. My station has been here in our mobile facility.
Then you can't understand. We've lived there for 20 years, and we can't do anything about it either. We've tried everything, but nothing works.
We have reason to believe that you have entered the attic on... Can you confirm this?
No, of course not.
Mrs. Lee, this will go much easier if you can be honest with us.
My husband and I, we have been good parents. But we fought with Olivia over so many things that seem inconsequential now, but it drove a wedge between us, and we all knew there was something festering in that space. She couldn't admit the mistake she had made. When she left, I could still feel the wedge, like it never went away. One night I woke up and heard her and went to the ladder and climbed up into it and...
And?
I don't know. It wasn't Olivia.
After interviews with Mr. and Mrs. Lee and their children, and with neighbors also affected by SCP-2740, all of whom were certain of the existence of SCP-2740 but uncertain of any other details, several attempts were made to penetrate the attic, both manned and unmanned. In all cases, further investigation revealed that no attempts were actually made, regardless of the claims made by involved personnel stating otherwise. These attempts may have included direct access through the second-floor attic ladder, shaped charges situated at various points on the second-floor ceiling, drone access through the ladder opening, manned and unmanned access by cutting through the roof, and complete leveling of the home. As stated above, no records exist that any of these methods were actually attempted. Interview log, Olivia Lee. Miss Feldman, what I want to discuss with you is a phenomenon associated with your parents' home, likely located in the upstairs...
The attic. I know. I thought somebody would come after me about that. I just didn't think it would be so soon.
Are you saying you are aware of this phenomenon?
I left my parents when I was a kid, Dr. Garnett. We'd always fought. They weren't happy with the choices I had made, the things I believed in, the people I spent time with. There was anger there, so much anger, I thought it might suffocate me. When I left, I felt like I could breathe again. I never went back after that, but sometimes I can still feel it. You know how you feel when you're dreaming and you're trying to run away from something, but you can't see it and you don't know it's really there, but you run anyway? That's how it feels.
What prompted you to leave your parents?
There was one night, we had a fight, and my dad was drinking, and my mom was even worse off at that point. And I had kept a knife under my pillow for a long time in case something would happen. And they came into my room that night. I don't know what their intentions were, but I drew it and backed them into the wall. The whole thing felt like I was being choked. And that was the first time I heard it. Something moving above me. I dropped the knife and ran, and I didn't look back.
Do you know anything about what is in the attic, Miss Feldman?
There are always secrets, Doctor. There's only so much that hate can build up in a place before it starts hating you back. I don't know what's in the attic, or if there's anything up there at all, and I don't think I want to.
At the conclusion of this interview, Miss Feldman was detained by Foundation personnel pending further investigation of her claims. Currently, it is believed that Olivia Lee does not exist, nor has ever existed. The information in interview log 2740C is undergoing further examination.
So the answer to your question, Hippo, is your voice is great for reading.
I always have a monotone is part of the thing for me, but
Which makes you freaking perfect for the Foundation.
I loved your choice of just like stopping for a couple seconds anytime there was a black box. That was great.
I was going to make a beeping noise, but I decided to refrain.
Let us hear the hippo beep.
I don't. That's why I decided to refrain.
Coward.
Yeah.
I'm with Hippo. The choice was just chef kiss.
One of the reasons I like this, I don't know if anybody's ever seen it, but it reminds me of Lake Mungo. It was a horror movie /fake documentary about a young teenage girl who drowned. It's about a young girl who, it's very low key, the entire story, and that's what reminds me here. Plus the dreamlike logic of it, where every successive interview log, you think you're about to get the answer, and then it just kind of pulls the rug out from under you, but not in a forced way, more in a way where it's like, oh, I finally figured it out, and then it's like, no, you haven't. It doesn't make sense. Like
Dude, that thing only grossed like $30,000 in Australia. I'm totally going to watch that now. That's
It's
awesome.
a good movie. It's very, very low key though. It's not
A lot of the best ones had like the absolute lowest budgets and not that many and not very good marketing. So of course not that many people got to watch them. But that just sounds really good as a movie.
It's
storyline wise.
And it has the same sort of, it's not quite as dreamlike as this article, but it has the same sort of thing where you think you know what's going on. Just as you start to get to figure it out, it screws with you and you realize you don't know what's going on. And it just keeps doing that the same way this article
That's what
does.
makes it sound so incredibly epic for me. That's why I'm like, oh my god, I have to find out about that. My other half and I are really big on really low budget, out of the way horror films. So that sounds absolutely amazing. Thank you for that little tidbit.
Good reading.
I was gonna say it reminded me a little bit of Hereditary, which I didn't actually see the whole thing of because I can't. But just the uneasiness of the family dynamic in the beginning reminded me a little bit of Hereditary, and I know that Hereditary can.
Hereditary is much more.
Yes.
Hereditary is much more unhinged than this article, but I can see the similarity. Like the Hereditary doesn't pull punches.
Weird.
It just,
I was gonna say it goes off the rails.
A good ending.
The beginning of it.
We got two new guests in the chat, gang.
I have mixed feelings about
that. Reminded me so much of. Thank you, because I was sitting here like, oh my goodness, I know I see that. What is it?
I have mixed feelings about that movie because I love it scene-wise. Same thing with David Lynch. It's like I love the scene-wise, but as a whole, I'm kind of like, It kind of feels like they're Satan worshippers. Okay, that's it's like, oh, all right, sure. I mean, kind of see that coming.
But
scene-wise, it's amazing. Each scene on its own is just incredibly disturbing.
The scene with the stop sign still fucking gets me. I can't watch that shit.
Yeah, that's and the way
that's why I can't watch the movie is because of that scene.
It reminds me a lot of David Lynch's stuff. He's really great at just disturbing you with very normal things, but just presented in ways that just feel wrong. But I hate his movies, but I love his scenes. I don't hate his movies. I just can't understand them. They don't make any sense to me. It's like I don't know what you're doing, but I love the individual pieces you use to build up to it. And it seems like you know what you're doing.
Is it not enough to present scenes unhinged?
He's very what is it? Mulholland Drive, I think is the one with the diner scene that I love.
Yes, Mulholland Drive.
It's just the creepiest freaking thing, and it's so stupid when you describe it. But at least for me, it works. It's
The homeless man jumped out at the crazy person.
yeah, it's just a homeless person with weird teeth. It's like, okay, there's nothing really spooky about that.
That
But
scene always
everything
gets me
about
because like you know there's gonna be something there.
Yeah,
He
it
totally
tells you.
broadcasts it.
it's like it's the opposite of a jump scare because it tells you when the jump is coming. You know it's coming, and it still works because it's the tension. You're like, come on, just fucking do it, get it over with.
Oh yeah.
And it just creeps
Faces
up.
like that.
And the face isn't even like you see it's you see it's still the face. It's like
it's stupid looking.
Yeah, it's dumb. It's like that's not scary, but in the scene it is because of all the
Right.
tension.
Hey,
There's
quick
another-
audio check. I just had to change headsets. I want to make sure that I can be heard, right?
All right, Sherm, what's
Okay.
next?
And in that meantime, I've got 2 new guests to introduce, starting with LOG Fish Truck. Is your microphone working? Can we hear you, LOG?
I think so.
Great success. Welcome to the stream. Give us name you want to be called, pronouns, and your place in the SCP community.
Gotcha. So I am Elegy Fish Truck, also known as Elegy or Fish Truck or Fish or whatever. He, him, I suppose. And I am the local image guru on the SCP wiki. Big image man. I yell at all the people.
Oh yeah, you've taken down some of my images, I think.
You're the one that took over from me when I was yelling at people.
Hella, yeah. And I did a
Was it-
better job than
CC 5.0 is dropping.
So many of my drafts have been castrated because of allergy. It's not even funny.
Were you the one who? Yeah, I have absolutely no bitterness over this, honestly. But were you the one who did the Laughing Man one?
The laughing. Which skip is that?
It's the refinery one. I can't remember the number of it.
Oh, I think that was before my time. Because I remember all the images of that one getting being fine.
And it was my fault because I looked at it. I was like, "Holy crap!" I missed. Like usually, I'm ridiculously anal about this. I always make sure, but I missed one on that one, and somebody caught it, and I was like, "Holy crap! How the heck?" 2419. It's the refinery one. Yeah, it wasn't an important picture anyway, but it was like just I was because it was like buried in the middle of the article, and it's just there's one shot that was not actually a CC3 compliant. It was like some other license that I just missed.
Can I just say I joked about you taking over from me yelling at people, but I genuinely and honestly am so appreciative. I really thought when I left staff and after I instituted the images policy, the previous images policy, I think it's been worked on a little bit since then, but the much harsher we just take it down policy, which before it was, hey, could you fix this please? I really thought when I left that nobody was actually going to actually get involved or like be brave enough to actually take on people and tell them, I don't care who you are, take your image down and fix it. And so I'm very glad that somebody else took up that torch. It's very nice.
Yeah, it definitely took a while, but it happened.
And we've got one more introduction. That's going to be Lynch. Lynch, give us name, pronouns,
Hello?
place.
Hello?
Hola. We can hear you.
Hi, I'm Lunch. My pronouns are she, they, and I'm an SCP author and artist. I've done a couple of SCPs like in the past few years, and also I've been doing like image replacements for old articles, like the images for Gate Guardian and 895. I've done 3D renders for those, so if you've seen them.
And if you donated $50 to the stream tonight, enough to win a prize from SCP artists, authors, or other creators, Lunch here is one of the people who may get your art commission, possibly.
Yeah.
Her Gate Guardian image is so kick-ass. Like, it's better than the original by a long shot, I think.
The image outshines the article. The article sucks. The image is great.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I linked it in No Mic if you want to check it out.
I was just going, and wow, that is so good.
If only the article was also good.
Yeah.
If only somebody loved you.
It's like a gold bar sitting in a pile of shit. Like, the gold bar is great, but it's still a pile of shit.
Actually, hold on. Can we not be that mean? Because Clef's still around. That seems a little.
No,
Yeah, like I
planning
don't
on
dislike
it.
Gate Guardian by anything.
Gate Guardian is like the hate sink for this site. You can hate Gate Guardian all you want. Nobody gives a shit.
No. We got to set. There's tiers of this, okay? And obviously, at the very, very top is 343.
That got rewritten, so now I have to push Gate Guardian to the top.
Wait, 343 got rewritten?
No, 166.
No, I mean that's up there too, but
343 is just like inoffensively shitty to me. It's not like I can't be mad at it because it's just not trying to do anything.
yeah,
Why does everybody hate him? He
commit
just
the
wants a
worst-
hamburger.
It commits the worst
Also,
sin a
the
piece of
people-
entertainment can ever commit. It does nothing. It inspires no strong emotions either way. Fuck that article.
Well, that's a strong emotion then.
Yeah, he's got you there.
Yeah. Seems like it
I
worked.
also have people who think 343 is like the actual Christian God are a little. No, it's not. Like, I mean, that's my only opinion on the article is that it's probably just some guy, and I think it's funnier and better.
It has like a 40% chance of just sucking automatically. All those series ones that were literally just like biblical characters. I never.
Yeah, there's a lot of those.
There's an inexplicable amount. Like I don't know what it was about the idea that was so popular.
I think the intersection of like
exactly.
the intersection of like a scientific organization scientifically studying Christian iconography, like biblical iconography and all that stuff. Like there's something to that I think was just really popular back then. Like the idea of like, what if we science away angels? What if we science away Cain and Abel and stuff like that? Like,
And
what
it's
if we can?
not sciencing them away. It's like
Well, trying to and
the cool
failing.
guy that we work
Because-
with.
Failing is
That's- that's the other-
You won't fail.
That's the theme with all these articles too, is that like they try to control it and they can't, like because it's too powerful, too ridiculous. It's like Ark of the Covenant stuff. Like you open this shit up and your face melts off. Like there's no way to get around it safely, which is a cool theme. I think it's weird that was popular.
Well, yeah,
So I just want to be clear here.
It's not usually executed right.
Indiana Jones saved Hitler's life.
How?
Because they would have they only opened it early because he got involved. They were going to take it to Berlin and open it in front of Hitler.
No, they were going to open it on the island before he showed up with the bazooka.
No, they weren't. They even mentioned it, and like he interrupted.
Oh, you're talking about before that.
Yeah,
you're right. Because I remember the line about the Jewish ceremony. Like, I'm uncomfortable with this Jewish ceremony, and the other guys, you want to come in front of the Führer and show him an empty box, and he's like, all right.
They changed their mind and were like, let's open it and make sure there's something in it because he kept messing with them. Yep.
Yeah.
He saved Hitler's life.
That would have been a much better movie if they took it to
I
Berlin.
didn't see that movie.
Inglorious Bastards 2, Indiana Jones rendition.
Can you imagine Brad Pitt dragging this like biblical artifact into like the palace?
Oh.
So what are we
Elegy and or lunch. I would love for one of y'all to suggest an article to read. Think about it while I make this next speechifying. It is currently 7 p.m. approximately California time, which means we have been on for 19 hours streaming with 5 to go. And at that point, we have raised $1,050 for the Site-42 24-hour Halloween charity live stream to benefit the San Francisco LGBT Center. So now we are 100% of our goal plus. Yes.
Hell yeah.
Let's go for over.
Wait, what are you wearing on your head?
I'm so glad you noticed because I was waiting to see if people just weren't going to notice what I was doing. It's a cheesecake. It's a squishy cheesecake.
Fair enough.
I've been doing weird shit in the background for like the majority of this stream, and no one has said anything.
Yeah, I've been trying not to like distract from too much, but that one was a little bit like that's a little extra.
Excessive.
Okay, yeah, like
Too
I'm
much
seeing how far I can
cheesecake.
push it.
Didn't we have somebody suggested 1831 earlier, right?
Yeah.
Which one is 1831?
Westerns.
How about you? That was question.
Oh.
It's good. It's really good. It's like super fucked up, but it's good.
Oh boy.
There we go. I linked it in no mic for anybody who's looking.
Are we reading this?
I don't know. Who suggested it?
I believe Western suggested it.
Oh, okay.
Ah, yes. They said they couldn't make it on, but this is their most tangentially LGBT-related piece, so we can read this up.
To alternate between LGBT articles and scary articles.
Does anyone have a preference who's going to read it? This really looks like a one-person job because it's like a bunch of logs that are personal monologues.
Did I vote on this one? I seem to recall reading this.
Hippo opens the tab and downvotes it.
I've done that so many times before with people being like, "Oh my god, look at this great article." I open it and be like, "No."
Feel bad.
I don't think I've ever like. There's
No,
like 3
you
articles.
feel bad.
There's 3 articles on the site. I think I've downvoted, like almost none. No, I uploaded this. It was a long time ago.
Hippo switches his vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I click the downvote button on an article that someone's linked fresh and it goes, "You cannot re-vote on this article. You have already voted it. You've already rated it -1." And I'm like, cool.
I'm consistent.
That checks out.
I'll take this one. I don't think I've read anything in a little bit. Let's do
3 claps for sure.
item number SCP-1831. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-1831 is currently stored within a minimal security lockbox in Site-551. Description. SCP-1831 is a Polaroid photograph circa 2002. It depicts the supposed backyard of a household. It is unknown if this household exists. On the back of the photograph are the words, "The Prison," with a heart. Signed, Big Brother. Written with a marker. When a subject views SCP-1831 and attempts to focus on anything present within it, they gain memories regarding that specific item from their childhood, despite those events never occurring. Any particular item within SCP-1831 can trigger this. This effect only works on subjects born between the years 1976 and 2002. Addendum SCP-1831-1 Testing Logs. The following tests were performed to measure SCP-1831's capabilities. The tests were conducted with D-3731, a male born in 1991. Following the conclusion of the tests, D-3731 was administered Class A amnestics and was assigned to a new project. Test 1. Item, the house. Transcript of subject. Oh, this brings back memories. This was my house growing up. I lived in it with my family, and we had a generally normal life, I must say. We had 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, the laundry room, the kitchen, the dining room, living room, all that good stuff. You see, the door leading into the house actually leads into a very small room that connects to both the kitchen and the laundry room. So after a day of playing with my older brother, I'd go in and whip up a snack easily for the both of us. Well, no, my brother would, but you get the point. Time allotted, 1 minute, 26 seconds. Test 2. Item, the broken deck. Transcript of subject. I'm surprised that thing lasted for so long before biting the dust. Me and my brother constantly jumped, slid, and hit that thing like it was our redheaded stepchild. When it broke, we were already planning on moving anyway, so it wasn't that huge a deal. That reminds me. I remember me and my brother were play wrestling outside when he grabs me and just throws me onto the deck, almost splitting it in half. I had to go to the ER to get stitches in my head, and he threw a bit too hard. Aside from D3731. Time allotted, 59 seconds. Test 3. Item, the television. Transcript. That used to be in my room until, let's say, an incident happened. I remember this was like a few days after I went to the ER and I was sitting at the dinner table eating my green beans and mashed potatoes when suddenly the table is broken in half. I'm covered in mashed potatoes and my mom is crying while my dad is yelling his ass off at me, obviously mad as shit. Both of them are wearing very nice clothes. Apparently, after dinner, they were going on a date to the lake and told me and my brother not to do anything. I was confused, scared, and ready to break down and cry while my brother was just sitting in his chair eating, no emotion on his face. My dad took my television and threw it outside so hard it nearly broke. I occasionally snuck it inside and plugged it in while my parents were asleep. It was basically completely broken, with the image being indistinguishable from static, but it was stimulation. Time allotted, 1 minute, 7 seconds. Test 4. Item, the wooden structure to the right. Transcript of subject. Did you know that we bred rabbits? I don't know how you would know that, but we did. Actually, right behind that picture was an extremely huge cage filled with breeding rabbits and what we called dinner rabbits. That wooden structure was an old cage that we disassembled because the wood was falling apart. Anyway, about the rabbits. Well, you see, we ate them. Like, we raised rabbits, killed them, and served them. Let me tell you, rabbit meat is extremely good. But apparently my brother was so against the idea. Like, very against it. A good bit after the ER visit, we bought BB guns so that we wouldn't have to use knives to kill the rabbits. And it would be a clean, painless death. Well, one moment I'm petting a rabbit, and the next I'm at the hospital, right next to my mother that has a BB gun wound in her chest. It wasn't a real gun, so she made a recovery. My father spanked me that night, and even took out his rhinestone-encrusted belt and mauled my butt to oblivion. Apparently, I shot my mom with a BB gun within the lost time. I don't know how to fire a gun, even now. Time allotted, 2 minutes, 17 seconds. Test 5. Item, the dog. Transcript of subject. I never owned a dog. Time allotted, 3 seconds. Test 6. Item, the patched up window to the left of the house door. Transcript of subject. After that incident with the BB gun, I was told by my father that I wasn't allowed to sleep in my bed anymore, and that I needed to sleep in the laundry room as punishment. I had a pile of clothes to lay on, so it wasn't an issue, right? None of us liked doing the laundry, so it was never done, especially with my mom in the hospital, so my dad basically non-functional. So it was filled to the brim with sweat-infused, shit-crusted, crunchy, puke-ridden clothes. The door to the laundry room was always closed, and it stayed closed for most of our time there. We thought it was worth it to just buy new clothes than to enter that place. And after it became my new room, aside from the 3 meals a day, it still stayed closed. Dad put a lock on the door so I wouldn't leave. The patched up window used to be a normal window that peered into the outside world, but we had to cover it up with plastic so that the flies wouldn't infest the laundry room, and then soon the actual house. So you can't look outside of it anymore. But when it was raining, you could see the individual raindrops that landed on the plastic. And let me tell you, I got really good at counting raindrops. My fastest time of counting every single raindrop was 2 minutes, which I think I can beat today if I tried. What? Don't look at me like that. What else am I supposed to do? Lay down into the trash pile and embrace the shit, piss, sweat, and blood? 'Cause I would rather not. Time allotted, 5 minutes, 37 seconds. Test 7. Item, the foliage. Transcript of subject. Yeah, I remember not ever cutting that down when I was told to. It got so big that it blocked the place where we got our house hose water, as it blocks a pipe from the other side of the fence. A few days after Mom got back from the hospital, she was heading to water her garden when she needed to get the hose. She tripped, fell into the foliage, and was trapped there and kept screaming, but we never heard her. My brother got up from where he normally sits and went outside, sort of like it was an instinct. I looked outside the window to see what was happening, and he crouched down next to Mom while she was telling him to get her out of there, and he just stared at her. No emotion whatsoever in his face. Mom stopped screaming, but she still looked concerned. She got up from the foliage like it was nothing and continued to go water the garden. I still don't know what happened then. Time allotted, 1 minute, 20 seconds. Test 8. Item, the white-colored house. Transcript of subject. You know, it is kind of weird the sky was always the color of the house. Time allotted, 11 seconds. Test 9. Item, unknown. Transcript of subject. I remembered one sleepless night when my drunkard dad forgot to put the lock on the door, and I was able to move around in the house. I don't remember where my mom was, but for the next few weeks I never saw her, so I can assume what happened to her. I opened the door and went from the laundry room to the kitchen. I saw empty glass bottles everywhere. That was literally stopping me from going further. I decided, why the fuck not, and picked up a half-empty bottle and took a quick drink. It was alcohol. I wasn't surprised. I needed a pee, so I went to the bathroom and did my business. During this, I suddenly had very bad nausea and puked, missing the toilet completely. I then slipped on the puke while still peeing, managed to pee literally everywhere in the room. I fell down and hit my head on the rim of the toilet. There's now blood, piss, and puke everywhere. The door opens and my brother walks in, all while looking at me. He didn't have a smile, nor a frown. He didn't have any emotion in his face at all. I'm blacking out, and all I can see is my brother looking down at me, unimpressed. The darkness embraced my eyes, and I never had a brother. I was an only child. Time allotted, 9 minutes, 57 seconds.
To the YouTube chat, he's reading from SCP-1831.
I was kind of expecting you to actually try realism.
That was a very interesting SCP.
Right behind me, boys. We got the terrorists.
It has a very Series 1 feel. Now I remember now why. Oh, sorry.
All right, so let's organize what we were saying here. Who had something to say about this?
I was saying that it has a very Series 1 feel. I now remember why I upvoted it, because it has a very Series 1 feel. And it actually reminds me of the Attic one, too. A little bit, like it has that same sort of reversal where it just keeps pulling the rug out a little from under your... Also, it's a very simple effect that, like, it has a sense of it's telling a story, but it's also not. I just like it. It's very reminiscent of Series 1, but in a way that I remember liking, where it just feels eerie. Like, it just feels unexplainable. It has that sense of not making sense. But also, there's enough there where it seems like it does make sense, you just can't grasp it.
I feel like he could have done a better job with the description here. I know it's short and it's to the point, but like this line here makes it a bit difficult to really parse what's going on. You can make some guesses one way or the other, but it doesn't feel like a line that would be in an article because it's so vague. They gain memories regarding that specific item from their childhood, despite those events never occurring. So then they're not from their childhood. I'm confused as to what they're trying to communicate there.
Yeah, the sense could be clearer, I think.
Yeah,
Like
and what the problem is with it being this short, having any level of ambiguity in a sentence like that makes it has an outsized effect.
I got the sense of, I got immediately what it's telling about, but there are much more clear ways to say that, what it's trying to say.
I'm a fan of extremely short descriptions myself.
Yeah,
we do, absolutely, yes. But my point is that it has to be very clear and very exact.
So, the thing I'm not processing is what happened after the minutes in that, because like, where was it? Say the 9 minutes and 57 seconds. What happens to the D class after that time?
Amnestic, according to the
continued.
Oh, you see the shit
okay.
anyway. We'll go shoot,
Yeah.
but I didn't see an end for the last second.
Good skip though. It's very good.
I don't get the significance of the time, but
me either. I looked
also
through and I
didn't
don't
get
see
what
what
the
the point of
time
that is.
Yeah, the
I think
time
maybe
never
it's
really
how
hit
long
me.
he looked at it and was.
it is right. It is, but like I don't get what it's, like, and maybe it's just a detail thrown in there to make it feel more real or something. I don't know. It kind of just
Yeah.
like distracted from the flow for me.
Well, the more emotional moments all have longer times.
Right, and then when he finally realizes in quotes, because you don't know, when he realizes his brother didn't exist, that's the longest one.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't tell if there's significance to it or not, which might be a good thing. I don't know.
You know what? That's not even technically true, because Test 7 is a very emotional one, and it's a fairly short time allotted too. So I don't know. I mean, we're picking it apart, but it's pretty good.
It's my nature to always pick apart these articles.
I know.
So it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, and mine too.
Well,
Like
it's a good
we went.
SCP, you know.
Sherm can tell you when we first started the stream, we went over about what was it, 6 or 7 articles, and I had something bad to say about all of them. Well, except for the ones that
I joke about Skippy being me, but like I hold lots. But I'm vicious. I have to make myself calm down, because there's just like I try not to be nasty about criticism ever, because there's no excuse for it. But like when I say vicious, I don't mean like mean. I just mean like very mechanical, precise sort of wrong. Like I grab a red pen and start crossing out like half the article. You're like, nope.
I absolutely love having conversations with you
minimalism.
to critique not just my own articles, but sometimes other articles too, because even that gives me like, I'll notice something and I'll say it, and then you'll chime in with your edits too, and I'll realize like, oh, I missed that. So it's like I learn from even the things that you're critiquing of somebody else's stuff when we have these conversations.
It's because I was going to be a teacher, so like I'm used to red marker on paper and crossing sentences out. So like that's kind of my background. It's just like instinct to me to just cross things out. Be like, nope, cut it.
Oh God, yes. So many people could learn that lesson. Cut everything except for what matters. And and that sounds like such a vague thing to say, but it's so important to figure out what that means for you.
Yeah. I really want to try to run my IDs out to the wiki and that, but the problem with me is I'm dyslexic. I can't grammar anything in a good sentence. I can get my ID out, but if someone tries to read it, they won't be able to read it at all because of the grammar. Yeah. And I have it more easy explaining the creature instead of writing it down. If I write it down, I just get lost in thoughts.
What that for you?
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I try not to be vicious about it, because I love grammar. I genuinely love grammar, but I know that there's so many different reasons why either people just don't care, which is fine. Like, who cares as long as you get your idea across? And also, it can be very challenging depending on where you're coming from. Like for me, grammar is easy because my brain just works. Systems are easy like that. But like dyslexia, other things, just like it makes it, because it is arbitrary and dumb in a lot of ways. Grammar, like it doesn't make sense in a lot of ways.
Not to mention
it's all before I can end down here.
Oh wait.
I'm lucky because I'm like Hippo said, I'm one of those people whose grammar just comes to really easily, which means you can kind of break the rules too if you want to. I tend to do a lot of really long sentences just because I can kind of get away with it and make them sound like they're normal.
I love to start sentences with ands or buts, which is just straight up wrong. But
no, it is not, and that it is not wrong. But, it is not grammatically wrong to start a sentence with "and." There is nothing
or for like sense of effect, use and over again.
Teachers tell people it's wrong because people don't know how to do it right, but you're allowed to do it.
Right.
Yeah,
it's not wrong. You just don't make. You just can't make the sentence. You can't make the sentence a dependent clause, but you can start with "and." It's fine. But teachers always say you can't. I'm sorry, that's like I hone in on that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Although one thing, like I said, I do that is completely wrong, which, like I said, is to say "and" more than once in a sentence, like and. But I've used it numerous times to do for like effect, you know.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, they can definitely be used to like give kind of monotonous or repetitive sense to a sentence. I think, like it's knowing the rules to break them. Art is like that too. So stylization of language.
And there's I'm trying to think. There are a couple of examples of people who just don't care about grammar that still work for me. I can't think of any authors off the top of my head. Not really on the site so much, because usually a lot of it is
They're a
very
little bit,
formal.
yeah.
It's more formal.
And people
but,
get on your case about it enough that people get that kicked out pretty quickly.
But like writing does not have to have grammar.
That's my twin brother who's playing the Xbox. So if you hear background noise, it's him.
All right. Well,
if he starts getting louder and starts cussing a lot more, I'll just mute myself.
Yeah. I mean, I've been using push to talk all day. I've been on for shit. Like, how many hours now? Like 13, 14 hours?
Something like that. You started with 6, and then you came right back like 3 later.
I started with
you came
6,
back like an hour
and I came
later.
back and did 3 more. And then, and now I've been back for another 4. So 6 plus 3 plus 4, 13. Yeah, 13, 14.
How long have I been on? I know it's at least 6, but I don't know how much more than that because I haven't really been keeping track.
I didn't set up time cards for everybody. I apologize.
I'm curious if I can hold out all the way to the end here, because that means I only really have missed about 4 hours.
All right, I've got an article to pimp. This is one of mine now. It is at plus 96. I've got enough authors here that may or may not have seen it that I might get lucky to get it over 100 unless all of them don't like it, which is highly likely considering the audience and my writing verses. But I'm going to pull
Send that
up
line. Get into the number.
The Ballad of Jim Biggio, a nice short piece based on a song I like.
I keep meaning to finish the art that I'm doing of it, then I don't do it.
You want me to take this one? I haven't read anything for like 4 hours now.
Hit it, mi amigo.
I did do the singing though, so I was. Let's see here. SCP-5886 item number SCP-5886 object class Keter. Special containment procedures. SCP-5886 is seemingly self-contained within humanoid containment chamber number 1939. Parentheses HCC-1939 parentheses closed at Site-42. Testing of SCP-5886 has been suspended until feasible means of doing so are found. Description. SCP-5886 appears to be a dark-skinned male approximately aged in its early teens or early 20s. Since its discovery, the subject has been completely motionless and intangible. The only evidence to SCP-5886's identity is its T-shirt, which bears the words, "I am James Biggio, leave me alone," written in black marker. A background check into the name James Biggio turned up a missing persons report for the subject out of Athens, Ohio, dated December 4th, 2013. Attempts to remove the bed SCP-5886 is lying on result in personnel appearing outside of the containment chamber with no memory of leaving the room. Adjustments to the temperature within the chamber are similarly reversed. Discovery log. SCP-5886 manifested outside of HCC-1939 on October 7th, 2014. Janitorial staff discovered the subject lying on the bed and alerted site security. Security unsuccessfully attempted to apprehend the subject before contacting research staff. Addendum. SCP-5886-1 Disappearance. On August 18th, 2020, the Pegasus Rising Project, let's mouse this over real quick, hold on, a Site-42 based trans-dimensional experiment with the goal of providing a means of evacuation in case of a failure to avert an XK-class scenario, successfully created a wormhole for a span of 5 microseconds, causing a power outage throughout Site-42. Upon a safe check of containment chambers, SCP-5886 was missing from its chamber. A note was left in its place. The contents of the letter are described below. The snowflakes froze in midair, and so did everything around me. The cars on the streets, my parents. I screamed at them. I pushed my dad, and he hung in the air, frozen like the snowflakes. I called for help. I searched through town for anyone who would move. I walked around for hours, and the whole town was stone still. I don't know when I fell asleep, but when I woke up, it was still night, and I went back for my parents. My dad had moved. Not in front of me, but he was hanging in the air. He was halfway from where I left him in the ground. My mom was looking at him now. I stayed with them for a while, but eventually I went exploring. I stopped in a restaurant, picked up some food, left some cash, not like it matters at this point. While I was eating on a bench, I saw a hummingbird floating in the air next to the bushes. It had this beautiful red color under its throat, and I sat and I watched it. After about an hour or so, I'm guessing, my watch and cell phone are completely useless, I noticed its wings were moving. Not so much that I could see, but it was definitely halfway from top to bottom when it was just at the top before. In my time like this, I've read every new book in every library I've ever come across. Not a lot of TV shows that I can watch. A ruby-throated hummingbird beats its wings 50 times every second, and it took an hour and a half for it to move halfway through one beat. I've helped people, too. People in front of cars about to get hit, falling off a bridge. I mean, I've saved lives, but then they just stare off into nothing. I want to say I got used to not being thanked, but no, this fucking sucks. I found one of your guys in a library in Chicago. They dropped a bunch of books with pictures of a weird blue mouse, and I saw a logo that I didn't recognize on their badge. And then I came here, and I found your library. The things you guys research here are incredible. I mean, God, I wish I could have seen some of it in action. But then I saw this thing you guys are calling Pegasus Rising, like a wormhole to another dimension. Finally, something different. And maybe someone I could talk to. So I picked an empty cell and I stayed there. And I stayed still long enough that you guys could actually see me. And now you don't. Thanks for the room. SCP-5886's reclassification to uncontained is pending.
Nice.
I like it. I'm a fan.
Effective.
It's all right.
This is based on a song by a band called Jim's Big Ego, where the name James Biggio is the reference. And it's called The Ballad of Barry Allen. This is called The Ballad of James Biggio. And it is the story of how much it must suck to be the DC character The Flash, because if you can move that quickly, then your perception of time must be fast enough to deal with that, which means you can't just sit there and listen to people talk because it sounds like they're talking in slow motion. You get bored waiting for them. And so in my thought process, translating that into an article was, okay, the Flash, but can't control his powers. And this is where that came from.
A speedster without control of his abilities. I like it. It's okay.
Holy hell, I never thought I'd see the day.
Oh.
So what next, everybody?
Yeah, where do we go from here?
I think
Lunch want? Did you want something to read lunch? Because I have something if we have nothing else.
I know that Rounder House had one too.
That's right.
Yeah, I was gonna read 1914, not the skip, the tale.
Oh yeah.
Coincidentally called 1914.
Give that a link again.
Ah, fuck me.
So you get the slash.
Yeah, there we go. So if no one has any objections.
Game on.
All right. 1 second. We've been playing this game recently. The game, I should say, called 1914. Hell of a thing. My buddies Kyle and John, we love history. It's sort of our thing. So when Kyle dug the game out of his father's closet, we thought it'd be a hoot to try out. An unplayable board game from the 70s 200 little cardboard squares marching across a grid of hexagons, tracing all the rivers, mountains, and cities of France. Each counter has 3 little numbers on it for attack, defense, and move. There's tables with numbers for moving, for combat, resupply, endless columns, and dozens of dusty papers. John and me, we're the Germans. Kyle takes Frenchies. He's the only one who can make heads or tails of all the numbers, so we follow his lead. The game starts slow. Setup takes 3 hours and the pieces move about half an inch a turn if you're lucky. Still, it's a blast. Belgium goes under real quick. Holland never stood a chance. Deutsches strike towards Verdun and the Foreign Legion leads a charge to surround Metz. Just a bunch of squares shuffling, though. Around session 4, things start to get a little weird. French infantry encircled around outside Antwerp are running low on supplies, and Kyle tells us he's going to start eating the horses of his cavalry division to keep the frontline troops fed. Says he gets a bonus if they eat the riders too. We try to laugh that one off, but he cracks open the monstrous rulebook, and sure enough, the cannibalism efficacy chart says it plain as day, though God knows how often that particular contingency was expected to come up. That discovery put a whole new spin on gameplay. We started seeing what other optional rules we could dig up. The Assyrian appendices, right after the play-by-mail section, changed my whole Brussels offensive. It's amazing what the hoisted rib cage of an enemy does for the morale of your troops, at least according to the designer's notes. Turns out there's all sorts of mechanics that'll give you an edge for the right price. Blood sigils let you add +1 to your rolls, but only if the blood is fresh. Hollowed gore gives you an experience bonus. Marshall Fox swore by it. Barbed wire is tougher when woven with bone. Who knew the First World War had so much to do with arterial logistics? We weren't happy about sending the second-line troops off to the slaughterhouse, but I think the improvement of our positions around Flanders more than justified that particular decision. By now I hear the armies marching in night, but Kyle's the one who gets real into it. He doesn't just address the day's sacrifices by name. We all do that now. It negates a bunch of debuffs. He's begun tracking the turns on his skin and eyeing John's vertebrae. He announces the construction of a pyramid of skulls large enough to encompass Paris and visible from the moon. Keeps producing page after page of optional rules in a frankly suspicious red ink. John just sits and hums. Hasn't been the same since we ate Bucephalus. We're on to something special. By 1918, things have escalated. This next offensive is the big one we've been preparing. What was Belgium is painted red, the dikes retaining human viscera instead of water. That's crucial to our success. The viscera, I mean. Our armies of millions are long gone, just a few 100,000 now, but what thousands? The femur of your closest friend strikes more true than any bullet. Vests of Belgian tendon are as good as Kevlar in the hands of our tailors. Supply problems are a thing of the past. Easier to keep our food on the hoof, or rather, on the boot. Each German carries 100 souls within his gullet. I don't even want to think about what the French carry there. All but the best have been expended. Our modern soldier is frightfully effective, but he requires a lot of ingredients. Summer of 1918. Kyle sits atop the Parisian ossuary and mocks us. There isn't going to be a 1919.
I love this article. It's actually
so fucking good.
We've officially reached the one article that we've read today that I actually already uploaded.
This one of the tricks that this article does, first off, it's present tense, which is the right choice because it makes you feel like the game's being played in front of you rather than something he's telling you about. But also, you never know in this article when it stops being a game. Like there's no transition point. It just blends into it.
It's implying that Kyle's like writing the rules in his blood. It's
right.
It's so good.
But you don't know. It's the entire thing. Like you can read this entire thing. You can read this entire thing straight and just be like, "Oh, this is not at all like there's nothing spooky going on." You're just playing D&D.
This was like a controversy when the article was in the comments. A lot of people were saying it doesn't belong on site because there wasn't anything explicitly anomalous in it.
Right, and that's what I love about it is because there's a whole reading of this that's not anomalous, which is perfect. Because it creates that weird space where like you're trying to figure out, is there something going on?
I think my favorite deep lore about this article is when people were complaining that it doesn't belong on site because it doesn't directly reference a skip. Bazaz went into the anomalous items log and he edited in the copy of the game just so he could justify the tale.
Yeah. Also, those people that say that, fuck those people.
Wasn't a thing that the site used to or still does is you can just put creepypasta on it, like just to put it there.
Write what you want to write.
I love the line. I think the best line in this: "Our modern soldier is frightfully effective, but requires a lot of ingredients."
I think my favorite line was, "We're on something special," just because how fucking intimidating it is.
It's got so many great lines. Like that, you're like,
I think my favorite
I'm
line is the one about not addressing this day's sacrifices by name negates a bunch of debuffs.
Yeah.
Like
That's a very.
I wanted to ask you, Hippo, actually. I wanted to ask if this was an inspiration for the.
Yes, it was.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Escape for Terminus. I read this article and I was like, I need to fucking do this. I'm sorry, were you asking about Escape for Terminus?
I was asking about Escape from Terminus.
Escape from Terminus makes me so
Oh, yeah.
happy.
This when I read this, I was like, I have to do this with D&D. Like, I even talked to Vizaz about it. I was like, I fucking need to do this. This is fantastic. And I still think this article is a better version of, because Escape from Terminus is way more low key, like to the point where, like, multiple people read and say, I don't get it. What's spooky? Well, it's much more effective, I think, at being grotesque, which is I love. Like, it just blends this weird munchkinism with horror in a way that's great.
See, I'm gonna actually vote the exact opposite thing. When I read Escape from Terminus, which I read previously, I had not read this one until tonight. Escape from Terminus to me was like too obvious. Oh, there's a spooky D&D game. Oh, it's sent from person to person. You can only play alone. Oh, there's a Minotaur killing people. Oh, the Minotaur wasn't originally in the game. It's like, these are all like kind of the tropes. This here does exactly that, but it goes from game to real. It goes, it stays so thick in the mood. Like, I want to say it's drenched in blood levels of like, it's drenched in the mood. And it's only 706 words? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's incredibly short.
Zaz is a bunch of great first person, or not first person, but present tense tales like this that are all sorely underrated.
I really like his prose.
Yeah, that is great. What is the Genghis Khan one?
I don't think I've ever heard of a Genghis Khan one that he did. He might, like, I'm sure he did, but I don't know.
When you're trying to write good flash fiction, one of the shortcuts to it is to use first person, because it allows you to skip on so much of the scene settings, because it's just a person telling you what's happening.
Person and present tense are the ultimate combination.
And remember, despite the fact that there are short stories and maybe even novel-length articles on the SCP wiki at this point, it is primarily, and most of the fans are looking for, flash fiction.
I just like this because it's like it's absolutely like a creepypasta post. Like,
it is.
It would work perfectly for anywhere.
Today, it would be watch.
Well, yeah, because it was originally for the Bright, the Bright birthday creepypasta thing, I believe. So. There isn't going to be a 1919.
That's a good line too.
It's a hype line.
That's pretty much the only ending line I think I can imagine working for that. Like, I was gonna say you could end it on our modern soldier is frightfully effective, but no, the line for there isn't going to be a 1919 is pretty great.
The Parisian ossuary. You mean the pyramid of skulls that reaches that covers all of Paris?
Although there is a Parisian ossuary.
But
yeah, you just stop referring to that. I think a lot of his stuff is steeped in history, which I always like. The reference.
He was one of the founders of Coldest War.
Right, which I love too.
Have you, Hippo? Did you read the contest entries for Coldest War?
The what? No, I have not. I have not had a chance.
Min cleans house.
I love Min stuff too. I've been meaning, and I know.
I take it interestingly because the Coldest War shit is like, it's steeped in Cold War tropes of like all this like subdued noir and like spy thrillers and stuff, but he completely throws that out the window and he takes it into a hot zone in like Afghanistan during the Soviet invasion. So it throws a lot of like the normal like spy thriller tropes at the window. So, great effect.
There's what's the one that Min did with oh, it's so friggin' long. It's like the only incredibly long article. The what?
The gothic horror one?
No, although I know I like that one, not as much as this one though. It's the one about the machine that lets you discorporate. It's like a Min article about this machine that goes on your head. It's incredibly long, and oh man, it's like the only incredibly long article. It's got a great image too. I don't know if it's. Oh, let me see.
Oh shit! Yeah, fuck. I have to remember the number.
Haunted Victorian as no. Printers that eat no rainbow body. That's it.
Printers too that print people, whatever it's called. Is really good.
2498 rainbow body. It's an incredibly fucking long article. Like to the point where it's like, where are you going? But I love it because it reads so much like an actual, like it has a great sense of like everything about it just feels real. It rides that line that I love where it's like, is this for like it feels like legitimately like a bunch of documents that just dropped out of an airplane somewhere.
Yeah, his prologue to the Coldest War stuff is also an epistolary tale. It's a bunch of like reconstructed Soviet shit that the Foundation stole.
Mhm.
So good.
I love Raymond stuff.
Since we're talking about cannons, it reminded me, Hippo, that I need to give you a compliment. I was reading we were reading the Murphy Law article earlier today, and I remember going into the comments and seeing that you had written a line that said Murphy Law is a loose cannon. And I just wanted to thank you very, very much for that incredibly great pun.
There's lots of stupid puns like that I stuck in there. I mean, his name's a pun, so.
That's the reason why the Chicago Spirit is the best JOI.
And just for
When do
anyone
I-
listening, this is the difference between a loose cannon, CANNON, and CA.
Oh fuck!
Because I saw Israel, I saw you looking like, what the hell is he talking about?
There's a joke that I never ever got to work in, but somebody was going to be like tell Murphy Law something like you can't do that. What was it? Oh, it says you can't do that, and Murphy Law says my cannon says I can, and they say there is no cannon, and then he pulls out his cannon, which is a 45, and just shoots it, which he calls his cannon.
I loosely demand a Murphy Law Chicago Spirit crossover episode.
Wait!
no idea how
You're
that
the
would work.
author. Is it now? I'm gonna fact check you here, and maybe it's in a different article with something else because I only read the one. But he has a 44, not a 45.
44, pardon me. Yes, you're right. He has a 44.
The Dame took out the 45.
Because it's a revolver. It's a 44.
Yeah.
It's been a while. What?
I think she was thinking about the 45.
Oh.
I'm being a smartass. My bad.
Oh, it's fine. It's been a
But
long time.
said something about a 44 versus a 45, and for some reason, 45 by Shinedown got stuck in my head. My bad. That was me venting all of my brain burp that would not go away. That's all.
I didn't say it out loud, but every time I see a 44 revolver, I'm reminded of that tombstone in. Is it Tombstone or is it Deadwood? I think it's Deadwood. That says, "Here lies less more, shot by a 44. No less, no more."
Yeah.
Revolver also.
Yeah. Same part of that is every time I hear anybody talk about a 45 caliber of any sort, all I can think about is Shinedown Song 5, and it will not get out of my head.
That is unfortunate.
It could be worse. At least it's a good song. There are many worse things that be rattling around in my ear.
This is true. So what are we doing next?
Well,
Sherm?
gang, I want to let y'all know I am going to disappear for 5 seconds to take a drink, stuff like that. But I want to see if in the time that I disappear, y'all can figure out how to get Nagiros, Charles, and Andy Chase, some combination of those 2 or 3 people who are waiting and none of which have been on the stream, into the stream. If anyone wants to step down, let a couple newcomers in. I'm going to see what happens when I come back. I finger crossed. Get people introduced and stuff like that.
Let's eject
Someone
Shrek.
should read us that Nagirus one with the trans ghost
Democratically
hunter.
controlled stream.
That's a good one. I don't remember the number though. But
What
you
what
want
were you
to-
talking about? Steve?
What?
What were you? Which one were you just speaking of? I only heard bits.
Oh, the one that I have to go look for it. 1 second.
No, I was just saying, what was the description you were giving me? I only heard part.
Trans ghost hunter.
What hunter?
Transgender ghost hunter.
Transgender ghost hunter. Okay, I literally could only the only part of what you said that time was trans and hunter, and I'm like, what?
No.
What is this?
No.
Unrelated,
Yeah.
though. We do need to make room for at least one other person.
I'm about to hop out next. I'll give one of them my room. So,
All right, got it. 4175.
sure, Nagirus, you can have it. Or yeah, actually, you know what? Fight for it.
That does sound like Rounder House, yeah.
I want to see blood. Really though, I have to leave.
As if the Rounder page wasn't enough.
I commit my massacres dignified.
All right, well, we'll see you later, Rounder. It was nice talking to you.
It was fun. Bye, guys.
Peace.
Peace.
And now we have, it looks like Andy Chase. Andy Chase, you need to introduce yourself, give us your pronouns, and tell us who you are and what you do. Hello.
Hello.
We can see you, and I see you lighting up. So
Hello.
if you speak, there you go.
Sorry, I was monitoring the. I was still on the stream, so it's like a couple seconds behind.
Huh.
Introduce
Can you
yourself.
actually hear me?
Yes, introduce yourself. Give us your pronouns and let us know who you are and what you do.
All right. Well, you guys can just call me Andy. He, him. And as of right now, I am just a fan of the SCP Foundation and all the wiki and stuff like that. I'm not actually on the wiki like as a member, but I've read a couple of articles on it. So
You've read a couple articles, or
We're late.
just a second. I can barely hear you guys, so I'm trying to figure that out.
Hey, Toil, are you talking about perhaps 2056? That's what's popping up when I'm doing the search.
Good question.
Well, Andy Chase, if you can hear us, it's nice to meet you. And
I think,
perhaps
what? All right. I had to think about this for a lot.
I can barely hear you guys, so
I'm not even like, it's not even that late here. Wait, it's 11. I don't know what I'm saying.
It's like almost 10 o'clock where I am. We get it. It's getting late.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did the search for the what we were saying about the transgender. I'm sorry, I'm running 2 PCs and mice. But yeah, it came up with 2056.
Yeah.
Was what popped up on my phone. Which 5,000 is this? That's not it. Where'd it go? It magically disappeared. Give me a second. Or, I'm sorry, we're talking about SCP. It anomalously disappeared. There we go.
Yes, someone who hasn't spoken in a while wants to.
Yeah, Andy, can you hear us?
Who's been here for a while.
yeah, I can hear you guys, but you're all really quiet.
Well, tell us what your favorite SCP is. That's not
of
in
right
Series
now-
1.
Yeah,
well, that narrows it down quite a bit, but
I've only read
that-
series 1.
My
so
favorite
I don't know.
SCP changes on a daily basis. So.
Stop it.
Well, that's what right now means. So you have a favorite right now, then.
Right now, whatever was the last one that we just read.
Oh wow! You know, I thought you were going to go with a cop-out answer, and I was right.
Yes, you were. Absolutely correct there.
Wait a second. There was a series after 1?
I'm
No,
told.
you didn't.
I'm told that there are many series after 1, actually.
Oh, my heart. You're killing me. Oh,
I don't have any
SCP
direct evidence of that, but
the Ghost Boy. I don't know why that came up as a gender, but okay, whatever.
hey, if anyone wants to take a break, we should probably try and make room for at least Nagiros. I don't know about
Right.
Charles if he's fully available or not, but it seems think so.
Yeah.
And we're just playing a game of chicken where I say that, and then everyone just kind of stares and goes, "Yeah, that's a good idea."
I'll go ahead and go. I need to
Right,
go
dog.
on the little person who's still butthurt over her lack of getting trick or treat. Y'all have a wonderful night. It's been a great time.
It was nice talking to you, Lady Fairy.
Bye.
You got it. Later. Bye.
All right, looks like somebody's gonna have to fight for it.
Get her in here. We love
Someone
to see it.
better make it. So we better come quickly. Who do we get? We got Nagiros.
Yay.
Hello, Nagiros. Are you gonna go on camera? You're
Do you
also
have the OWO hat?
And I'm unmuted.
There you
everyone.
are.
Let me put on camera. Sure. Oh, that lighting in here is terrible. Never mind. Hey, Sim.
Howdy.
I'm not currently wearing the OO hat. No.
Name, pronouns, and who are you?
Indeed. Yeah. My name's.
We almost got
Yeah,
there.
Sim. To whom are you talking to?
You, the new person.
Gotcha. Yeah. My name's Nagiros. I'm admin on this server right here. I also write SCPs on occasion. Operational staff on the wiki. So I do things.
You do things. What's your most recent article?
I'm extremely sorry about that. I had the stream playing in the background, so I was hearing singing.
Yeah, that gets a little.
I feel like that's happened more than once on the stream. Most recent article. That is a fair question. I believe it was an entry into the Canon Renaissance contest that ended recently. It was a tale called Recruitment Drive about Sophia Light picking up a couple of anomalies to go on a little MTF adventure. Latest SCP was.
Is the kind of thing that could stand on its own that you could read for us right now?
I would say so. It's part 1 of the series. There is like a part 0 for thematic, what you call it. I actually had I was talking with Lucy or Void Lady beforehand, and we were talking about my most recent SCP. Actually, it's the 139 thing that I think we talked about on your server.
Oh yeah, that would be a good one.
It has to do with ghosts. It's got a non-binary main character. We could. It's relatively short as well. I think shorter than Recruitment Drive. So,
all right.
If you guys are interested in that, we can pull it up. Yeah.
Do it, man.
Is this the one with the-
Sounds good to me.
It's Wells got that in no mic. Anyways,
which number is this? The one with a mirror? For some reason, I'm recalling a mirror.
I remember this. This is the one that irritated me for reasons which we will not get into.
No, you can.
I think I read this one. I think I liked it, but I'm trying to remember which number is it?
Hippo, if you're talking about the kid ghost in the mirror, it's been floating around text chat for a little bit, but it's 4175, which I also wrote. Different article entirely.
But no, Nagiros, go ahead and give this a read. And my reasons for being irritated, you know what my reasons are, and they have nothing to do with you.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to talk about how the CSS theme or something.
You know
along
what
those
I'm talking
lines.
about now that I brought your attention to it. Yeah.
Anyways,
give it a go.
All right, this is like minor format screw, so bear with me. I'm just joining you essentially. So are we doing like trading off voice roles, or are we just having the
For
authors read the
something
thing
this
wholesale?
short, you can just give it a good read, I think.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's see. Opens up with a terminal layout. Credentials LSAX accepted. Time since last login, 5,540 days. Finding SkipNet results for Lucian Sachs. 0 results. Finding SkipNet results for Site-97. 0 results. Finding SkipNet results for SCP-139. 3 results. Pulls up 3 collapsibles right here. Let's open SCP-139.pdf. Item number SCP-139, containment class EPARC, and then disruption class dark. Special containment procedures. Containment suspended. Description. SCP-139 designates the disappearance of Lucian Sachs, formerly a Foundation-employed security specialist. Sachs had, until SCP-139's occurrence, acted as a consultant for Site-97 on the matter of esoteric reanimation methodology. SCP-139 is considered anomalous both due to the persistent info hazard encountered during its occurrence, deconstructed timeline below, and due to the cutoff of information pertaining to SCP-139 after April 4th, 1978. Despite Site-97's best efforts, neither Sachs's past or present whereabouts nor the location of a cadaver have been uncovered. Extra-dimensional travel is suspected, but not confirmed. No primary subjects, which could be responsible for SCP-139, have been identified, owing to the largely inconclusive results of investigative efforts. As such, SCP-139 is currently considered a cold case, as determined by the Site-97 Forensics Board, and is expected to continue indefinitely. Timeline of events. March 5th, 1978. Sachs clocks in at Site-97 and declines usual chatter with personnel at the front entrance. Z enters her office and does not exit for the remainder of the workday. For a period of 12 hours, Sachs queries 42 SkipNet entries pertaining to thaumatological workings, global ley line activities, and available research into weigh and knock techniques. This idle activity contradicts her otherwise exemplary productivity record and raises concern among Site-97 staff. Censor agents are dispatched appropriately. No further abnormalities occur until Sachs has punched out and arrives at her residence in suburban Albany. By 10:45 p.m., Z vacates her residence, presumably on foot to avoid detection, and exits the city limits. March 6th, a paper trail of bus and train tickets suggests Z traveled approximately 2,000 kilometers to Topeka, Kansas, arriving at 12:15 p.m. Of note, interviewed civilians occasionally describe Sachs as that damn traitor when recounting this 18-hour period. Despite this, no sensitive data leakage pertaining to her employment at Site-97 was discovered. March 7th through April 4th. After Topeka, the paper trail terminates, and reports of Sachs's location during the following month become increasingly irregular. A car Z is believed to have rented is sighted in Salt Lake City, Utah, and Lubbock, Texas, on March 10th and March 15th, respectively, although the windshield and rightmost taillight shattered between the two cities. Z is last documented in Tucson, Arizona, after residential police implicate her in a resist and flee incident on suspicions of vagrancy. This police report was filed on April 3rd at 3:48 a.m. and is considered the last documented sighting of Lucian Sachs by the public. On April 4th, censor agents embedded within the Tuscan USPS removed the following letter from the mail pool. To the ones I'm running from, I hate you. I hate what you've done and what you're doing to me and what I think you did to the others who ran. I hate how I'd find lenses in the eyes of paintings and strange fingerprints on my belongings. I'm curious by trade, but you've really got me beat. I'm not the first to run, but I may be the first to break free. I'm going someplace without cameras or fingerprints, someplace you can't follow. It was fun while it lasted, but you lost this one. And soon I'll be back, and you're gonna lose more. The hand's always been more welcoming to people like me anyways. Opening SCP-139 addendum.pdf. SCP-139 officially concluded on March 27, 1993, when a minor structural failure revealed a small air pocket within Site-97's concrete foundation. Although this led to a temporary lockdown due to the destruction of Site-97's courtyard, integrity was eventually restored. Models of the air pocket prior to the structural failure indicate it resembled a prostrate human body fitting Lucian Sachs's height and build. After initial excavation, the following personal effects were discovered: the necrotic flesh of a heavily decayed human cadaver and several human bones, most pulverized by the aforementioned structural failure. a Foundation keycard for a Site-97 security specialist. ID number scratched out, suggesting deep shame. A forbidden thaumaturgic ritual to preserve its user spirit after their death. A map of ley line positionings on the contiguous United States, often referenced by enemies of the Foundation. A circle had been drawn around a nexus on the US-Mexico border near Tucson, Arizona. I've been mispronouncing that city name for a while, doesn't matter. Sachs's cause of death is believed to be terminal dehydration following several days of entombment. During the investigation of this air pocket, Site-97 excavators punctured a secondary cutout hidden within the concrete. Due to the considerable strain that excavation would put on Site-97's foundation, this cutout has not been analyzed extensively. What could be determined, however, is that it contains a large number of partially decomposed human eyes, believed to exceed 1,000 in total. Perforations within the concrete would have allowed these eyes to observe their target on all sides until Z expired. Opening SCP-139 containment procedures.pdf. Credentials LSACS cleared to view SCP-139 containment procedures.pdf. Proceed. Archived containment procedures. SCP-139 Omega is presently being tracked, observed, and hounded by Site-97 deep cover personnel. Via unanimous O5 vote, the Tucson Leyline Bridge has been rerouted to Site-97's foundation for the interim. Update. Greater containment effectuated. Protocol All Eyes on Lucian rescinded. Project Loose Ends in progress. Site-97's full capabilities have been directed towards the neutralization of SCP-139 Omega, who remains at large post-mortem via knowledge it is stolen from Site-97. Following a breach of its containment area beneath Site-97, see SCP-139 Addendum.pdf, SCP-139 Omega has demonstrated robust mobility and incorporeality, rendering it difficult to track and recontain. Fortunately, it has a habit of sticking its nose in places it does not belong. Logout failed. Logout failure. Ethics Committee review of SCP-139 Omega's containment procedures have generated unanimous approval. Overwatch Command is in agreement. SCP-139 Omega's crimes are many and unforgivable. Site-97 took SCP-139 Omega in. They provided it with safety, community, and purpose, and it has shunned all of those. This is why on the other side of that way, it found nothing but concrete damnation and an all-seeing eye. Logout failed. Credentials LSACS have been invalid for 5,540 days. Logout failure. Death will not bring you a peaceful end, as you may have hoped. Not when your hunters have torn at the veil for 15 years without your meddling and come away with weapons to kill only you. We're a bleeding-edge R&D facility, first and foremost, and we've never taken kindly to traitors. Get out of your chair. Revoking credentials LSACS permanently. Employees forfeit their right to knowledge when they betray Site-97. Run. We see you, Lucian. And that's the end of the article. It's currently sitting at plus 90, which is better than I expected, actually. So, thank you for humoring me there.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
It exists.
Thank you, Sim.
I think Sherm is back now.
That is
Oh,
true.
is he? Yeah, he is. Hey, he's in stream.
Glad you made it
we got
aboard,
everybody
Nagi.
in. We got everybody in but Charles, I think.
Charles, I'd like to see him on the stream just because he's so involved in the in Sherm's channel.
Yes, I asked King Creepypasta to step down for the end of that reading, which they will do now. Or
Hey, there we
very
go.
kindly, very efficient. Thank you very much. And so, Charles, now is your moment to hop in and introduce yourself to the community at large. Boom.
Please. Can I actually have tea?
Am I coming through?
I'll just put the water in 2 sugars and I'll make it.
Hello?
Yeah, let's go do a quick
The
test.
redacted
Okay.
05. We can hear that entire conversation, by the way.
I hate laptops so much with a passion. I was trying to fix it a minute ago, now it's working.
Anyway, Charles, I think we can hear you. If you want to say something
Excellent. I'm just chilling. It's me, Charles, in my snake suit, because Halloween. Ooh. Hello, everyone.
Spooky Ookie.
How's it going?
Charles, we got your name as Charles. Give me pronouns
Yes,
and
my name-
explain
yeah.
to them who you are in the
Fuck.
SCP community.
Gotcha. So, hi, I'm Charles. He, him, and I am Sherm's sound editor for the Site-42 channel. So I put all the Foley sounds and the special effects, and I clip up all the videos for the audio readings. And that's what I
When
do.
did you come aboard the channel, Charles? Do you remember what month it was?
It was probably mid-June, I want to say. I went down the YouTube rabbit hole of like, I found SCP animated, and then I just kept going deeper and deeper, and then I found Dr. Sumerian, and then deeper and deeper, and then finally found Site-42 at some point, and I was like, oh, this seems cool. And I'd worked on some podcasts before, and basically I was like, hey, do you need someone to help you edit audio? And Sherm was like, yeah, sure, I hate that part. So that's what I do now.
You looked at other channels after you found mine?
I'm so sorry. I still watch your videos. I still like your videos.
Twitter.
See, Sumerian, I did that thing I do where I put out my feelers again. I very specifically made like one video Charles found that said, if you're an SCP creator and you want to collaborate, contact me. And Charles was like, oh, an invitation. Let's do it.
Yeah. That's how
And
I
so you
found
remember
myself
earlier
here.
when I said my Patreon money isn't very much? Well, it's currently being split 3 ways. So
I was
between
saying,
Synthetic
you have,
Alien
like,
Charles
you
and
have
I,
2 employees.
I have 2 employees. But that means that Site-42 puts out
No wonder you can do 2.5 TikToks a day.
2.5 TikToks a day. Is it 2 videos in a live stream a week now? Site-42's fucking cranking now. It's kind of awesome.
Yeah. There's a lot of content. Like just now,
It's great
I've got
to
like
meet you,
3
Charles.
videos I've got to. Oh, nice to meet you too. It's actually kind of cool. I've read a lot of Atwell's stuff, and I've watched a lot of your videos, so this is sort of for me. But anyways,
Every time somebody says it like that, I'm like, so you haven't read my stuff, is what you're saying?
I'm sorry. Like I think I've probably read 1 or 2 of your things, but like
it's fine.
I
all
live on
right.
YouTube.
It's cool.
To be honest, I didn't even know he made videos until like 2 hours ago. So
Wow.
Sim, I gotta say, I got one of your articles unrecommended. It's the one about the Immortal Man. I know you've probably written a couple of those.
No
the Immortal
Fury.
Man who, yeah, that's the one. I found it from that live action sketch recreation
Oh,
video.
yeah. I think I wrote the script for that one. I'm pretty
Huh.
sure, anyway. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, well, I checked out the source article and I was like, yeah, this is fantastic. Just really clean implementation of a really simple concept.
Well, thank you.
I'll go ahead and grab that number so I can link it in the no text chat. It's 2632. One
Yeah,
sec.
it does sound right. Yeah, 2632.
And if I'm correct, Charles came in with an audio they were raring to read, right?
Yes, I did have one I wanted to read because it's one of my favorite physics-based ones. I was actually just going to read that probably and then dip out because it seems like there's a lot of people who want to get into the recording voice channel. So I'll do my piece and roll out. So this is SCP-5772. And a little bit of background about me really quick. I'm a physics major, and I'm all about most things physics. And this is one of the first articles that I read on the wiki, and I was like, oh, this is dope. Okay. So good if I just go ahead and start?
Hit it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Excellent. All right. Item number, SCP-5772. Object class, Getair. Special containment procedures. All Type 1 information generating anomalies, anomalous information generation entities with no limit on the nature of the information generated are to be investigated and suppressed. Research into the Navier-Stokes equation. Navier-Stokes equations describe the motion of viscous fluids in a generic fashion. And related partial differential equations is to be monitored and dissuaded. Regular assessments of the risks of non-anomalous mathematical derivation of SCP-5772 are to be conducted. Such derivation is currently considered unlikely in the short term. All explosions of at least 25 kiloton TNT equivalent, 10 to the 14th joules, which are not associated with known nuclear-capable organizations, are to be investigated for signs of SCP-5772 involvement. Research is to be conducted into long-range detection of SCP-5772 instances. Description: SCP-5772 is an efficiently implementable counterexample to the Navier-Stokes conjecture. The Navier-Stokes conjecture claims that from any starting conditions, a fluid system that moves according to the Navier-Stokes equations will remain smooth. The smoothness condition roughly claims that the fluid's velocity, pressure, and energy density will remain below some upper bound based on the initial state of the system. When physically implemented, an SCP-5772 instance takes the form of an interacting system of vortices. As time progresses, the vortices will undergo feedback loops, which concentrate the energy of the system into a smaller and smaller region near the center. As long as the system continues to evolve according to the Navier-Stokes equations for ideal viscous fluids, the energy is concentrated arbitrarily densely, violating the Navier-Stokes smoothness conjecture. Due to the non-ideal nature of the fluid, the evolution of the system eventually ceases to follow the Navier-Stokes equations when the characteristic vortex reaches the atomic scale. At this point, the high concentration of energy leads to the breakdown of the fluid's constituent particles, the brief formation of a Planck-scale black hole, and the liberation of over 1% of the rest mass of the fluid. Mass-to-energy conversion ratio is significantly higher than the 0.024% conversion ratio of the B-41 nuclear bomb, the maximum yield-to-weight ratio previously demonstrated. Tests indicate that the system of vortices can be easily implemented in a fluid system of up to 2,500 meters cubed, allowing the straightforward production of explosives on the teraton scale, 10 to the 21st joules, on par with the most recent eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano. Research into the feasibility of the creation of larger SCP-5772 instances is ongoing. Addendum. SCP-5772 became known to the Foundation when it was described by SCP-10001. SCP-10001's primary anomalous property is its ability and compulsion to correctly answer any factual question posed to it. During testing on 27 April 2020, SCP-10001 was asked, "What's the most dangerous thing I could do without standing up?" SCP-10001 then described a specific method for stirring a cup of tea. Yeah. It's got a bit of a twist at the end.
I remember when this came out, and I remember just putting it off because I wasn't really enthused by the Conprox, essentially. But reading through it now, I'll upload this. Like, this is really good.
I like this one, but the end of it, like, the ending line is great, but the specific method in which the ending line is set up feels like a cop-out to me. Like,
also, is that really the most dangerous thing you can do sitting down? I feel like there could be more.
Well, not like that. I just mean like this is like a specific SCP that we have that's really far off. I feel like they could just use like Mr. Deeds or something. Like, I don't know. It's kind of a nitpick, but
it's a cop out. But I think the article is short enough where I'm all right with it. Like, if it was longer, I'd be like, no. But for me, anyway, it's short enough where it's like, I'm fine.
I have one twitch with it, and it's. I love the blandness of the language, the technical jargon, like that floors me with how good that is. And I'm okay with the ending. The only thing that bothers me is that this is SCP-5772, but we learned it from SCP-10001. I know that we go back and do new articles in old slots that are re-emptied. It just kind of bothers me that this one's this far back in the archive if we learned it from 10001. You know what I mean?
The old the old one died, and they had to replace it.
I would just black box it or something.
Or I would just black box it if anything.
I would not black box it.
Yeah, no, that would probably make the problem 10 times worse.
I'm always happy to make some.
How dare you?
It was a comment brought up in the discussions as well, like very similarly. That was people's main complaint, was that like the ending, it was like a good final line, but the setup was kind of like, did it have to be 10,001? There's definitely omniscient SCPs in the 5,000 plus that we have already.
Yeah, they could have done the one. What's the one where you sit down and you have to like make a contract with Satan, or maybe that one?
That was one of the Series 1 ones. Yeah, I remember that.
Something like that, or God, or Mr. Deeds even.
All right. Well, thank you for having me. I said my piece. It was nice meeting you all. I'll catch you all around.
Nice to meet you, Charles.
Thank you for showing up for the show.
Nagiros, did you want to read No Fury?
That would be fantastic. I've forgotten how long it is, though. That might be an issue.
It's not that long, is it? There's the interview. I think the interview takes up like a big chunk of it.
4 collapsibles. Yeah, that should be fine if we tag team it.
Sure, I'll do the.
Oh, I love this one. Holy shit.
Thank you.
I just remembered.
Well, now I'm excited. I'm gonna disappear, but I will be listening.
Oh, sweet, yeah. All right. Sim, do you want to start off, or should I?
You can read it, and I'll help you out with the interview log. I'll be SCP-2632.
All right. And all right,
You can
starting
handle all
off.
the rest of it, I think. Yeah, you should be able to handle the rest.
All right. Item number SCP-2632. Object class safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-2632 is to be contained in a standard humanoid containment cell on floor 7 of Site-88. Nice link right there. SCP-2632 may not physically interact with any Foundation staff directly, except while being restrained. Description. SCP-2632 is a human individual that possesses unusual longevity and is unable to be harmed by any available means. SCP-2632's aging appears to be arrested completely during its time in Foundation custody. SCP-2632 displays physical characteristics which are consistent with a 68-year-old male. Historical records indicate that SCP-2632, footnote, under the name Douglas Manfred, was born in 1810 in the Republic of West Florida. Observational evidence of SCP-2632, these historical records, and claims made by SCP-2632 itself indicate that the event which produced its anomalous effects occurred in 1878. SCP-2632 possesses no further anomalous properties and displays symptoms consistent with the diagnosis of relapsing remitting multiple sclerosis. While additional permanent damage to SCP-2632's neurological condition appears to have been prevented by its anomalous properties, SCP-2632's behavior is consistent with an individual possessing a moderate state of neurological decay. SCP-2632 was discovered in 2003 following a botched execution attempt in the U.S. state of Washington. SCP-2632 was convicted in 1994 of the killing of Jonathan Garrett and sentenced to death. SCP-2632 refused to choose his execution method and by state laws was to be hanged in January of 2003. Due to SCP-2632's anomalous properties, this penalty was ineffective. Agents embedded in the Washington State Department of Corrections were able to recover SCP-2632 following this attempt. And opening SCP-2632 interview log. The following interview was the fourth conducted. Previous interviews established SCP-2632's principal anomalous properties. Sim, can you give me a reminder on what you'll be handling here?
I'll just be doing SCP-2632.
Sounds good. I'll be Dr. Hoskins. All right. SCP-2632 Project Head and locations, Site-88, Section C. Dr. Hoskins was instructed to create a rampart with the subject to induce cooperation, rapport, rather, with the subject to induce cooperation. These portions of the interview have been edited out for brevity.
You know, to be perfectly honest, I was kind of hoping for life in prison.
Why?
Well, I guess I hadn't told you how I got this way yet.
No. Would you like to?
You know what? That's something that's been needing to get off my chest for quite some time.
Well, I'm not going anywhere. Neither are you. Let's talk.
You know, every time I told somebody about this, I ended up killing them. Don't think that's going to matter so much anymore, though. You ever been to Crossroads, Wyoming?
No, I haven't.
It's a beautiful little town. At least it used to be. I moved out there with my wife and my little brother in 1867.
Who were they?
Bethany Manfred and Jacob Manfred. And my brother was a fucking coward, so he stayed out of the war. My wife's fathers and brothers, they died during Sherman's march. Her mama, well, died a few years back. She didn't have anywhere to go, so I picked her up.
And you went to Crossroads?
Yeah. Jacob was going to help me set up an undertaker's business. Greedy son of a bitch had a good idea. We were burying a man every week.
And then?
And then I started to get it in my head that, you know, we could do something about all the death and destruction. I promise you, it was noble at first. Met an Indian in a saloon, thought he was just talking crazy, but once I sobered him up, he told me about the ritual. He told me he couldn't die. And that got me fucking interested.
What happened to the Indian?
Well, that's complicated. See, he told me about how he and four of his friends had enacted the ritual. Turned out there was a sort of a catch. People who participated could still hurt each other. It was the only way you could die.
Okay, then what happened to the others?
Well, he got paranoid, and that was that. Little son of a bitch killed them. All of them.
Right. So then you enacted the ritual as well?
I mean, after a time. It took me a bit to get all the things together I needed, but the way the shakes was getting worse. Let's just say I was trying to hurry.
And then?
And then I made the dumbest mistake I've made in a long, long life. I brought my brother and wife in on the thing.
So you all performed the ritual?
I did most of the hard work because there were some unsavory bits I don't think either of them could have stomached. But when it was over, we all knew our whole world was different.
What happened to your brother and wife?
Well, see, she was 24 when we finished, and he's 36. I was 68, and my body barely worked anymore, even if I was never going to get any worse. So exactly what you think might happen is what happened.
They began an affair?
Yeah, right under my goddamn nose. And I hadn't told them about the catch, so they didn't know that I could hurt them if I wanted to.
And did you?
Well, not at first.
But you did eventually.
What I did was I took some of the children's bones I'd used in the ritual and I planted them in Jacob's house. Then I paid the sheriff a lot of money to go do his job and search the place.
What happened to your brother after that?
Well, the sheriff arrested him. Trial was short enough. They sentenced him to hang the next week. I pretended like I was on his side. Told him I'd give him a bit of morphine so he could fake being dead.
And did you?
Yeah. Now I laughed at the hanging. I was worried somebody might notice. Could barely keep his head up. He was still sleeping afterwards when I carted him out to the hole in the ground I had dug 7 feet straight down.
You buried him?
Oh, yeah.
And what did your wife do?
Well, let's just say she wasn't happy. Showed up at the grave as I was dumping him in, told me everything. Said when he woke up, they'd be leaving town for good.
And what did you do?
I smashed her in the back of the head with a shovel and I threw her in the hole.
Buried them both?
Yeah. Her dead, him sleeping. And he didn't wake up before I was done.
What happened after that?
Well, I left the town myself. Nothing tying me down anymore.
Were you ever worried that your brother would wake up and dig his way out?
Well, no. See, dirt has weight. And he was stuck down there at the bottom of 7 feet of it for 120 years.
120? You said you moved to Crossroads in 1867?
Yeah, see, I've been all over the world, but I always come back to Crossroads every once in a while. Now, some people might call it guilt, but honestly, I just need to know that the one man who could hurt me was still in the ground.
And he isn't?
No, he is not.
What do you mean?
Well, see, back in 92, I made another pilgrimage out there. They were building a shopping center over the old graveyard. Big old machines went in and dug the whole area up.
Did they find your brother?
Well, it must have, because he found me. And I never saw him. The fucking coward caught me from behind. I ain't been hurt like that in a long fucking time. I ran, and then I ran some more, and honest to God, I still don't know why he let me go.
What'd you do after that?
I went home and I panicked. I figured the one sure way to avoid my fate was to sit in prison, so I headed out to Mount Rainier, killed a camper in Paradise, and sat down next to the body until a hiker found me.
Right.
Yeah, if I'd been smart, though, I'd picked a state with no death penalty at all. But I guess I fucked that up, too.
Are you still worried about him coming for you?
Oh, not now. I mean, I don't think there's any way he could even know I'm here.
Why do you think he wants to come for you?
Are you serious?
Sure, just for the record.
Imagine this for a second. Not being able to move, not being able to breathe, not being able to scream about it for 120 years.
Wouldn't that have driven him insane?
Maybe. I bet he went insane a few times down there, and then right back to sane again. There's nothing I can say to change his mind. Probably isn't even angry anymore. He knows what I did and why I did it, and he ain't gonna stop until I'm hurt just as bad as he was.
All right. Thank